Kanaha 54 years. The orphanage in Kanaha village opened its gates, and 7 or 8 children with small bags came out of the orphanage. They are already 6 years old, and at the age of 6 they were already students of the ninja school in the war era. Although it is a peaceful age, the orphanage will not always raise these children. In the precocious Hokage world, 6 years old represents need to be self-reliant. Standing in front of the orphanage, several children couldn't help but lower their heads and sob. After all, they were only 6 years old and had to live alone. Children's minds simply couldn't bear the fear of the future. What should I do? Xian, a boy with yellow hair and a beard like a six-paths fox, asked while looking at the children beside him. The child who was asked was only 6 years old, but the big black and white eyes showed a sense of maturity that did not match his age. He did not sob and restless like other children, and his face was always calm, even as if I'm kind of happy. What else can we do? Find a house allocated to us and live alone. Anyway, the village has a fixed monthly living allowance. How can we still starve to death? Xian rolled his eyes and responded. Then he lifted the small bag on his back, smiled at the yellow-haired boy, patted him on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Naruto, life outside is no better than an orphanage. I can cover you in the orphanage. After you come out, it's up to you." Oh, Naruto scratched his hair, still a little confused. "Forget it, let's go." Xian confirmed the direction, and waved his hands with his back to Naruto with some ease. Cough, cough. On the top floor of a dilapidated attic, Xian opened the door with the key issued by the orphanage, and a musty smell came over his face, and the ground was full of dust. "Hasn't this been cleaned since the Nine Tails Rebellion?" Xian coughed twice from the dust, a little speechless. "This house is actually not bad. It has a bedroom, a living room and a separate bathroom, but it looks too dirty. No one has lived in it for nearly 6 years. It is conceivable that there are dense spider webs in the corners." Taking out the water from the bathroom and cleaning it, Xian worked hard all afternoon, and the whole house was clean, at least it was livable. Sitting on the tatami in the bedroom, the sunlight outside the window was shining. Xian lay on the small table, took out the paper and pen, and chanted in his heart while writing. In Kanaha's 54th year, it seems that nothing major happened, and there should be something to say. 12 Xiao Qiang should have entered the ninja school in this year. Kanaha's 55th year, the night of genocide. After thinking about it, Xian added at the end of the night of the extermination of the clan. The time of the night of the extermination of the clan was a bit vague, and it was unclear whether it was 55 or 56. In the chronicle, Itachi was born in 43 years, and Uchiha was completely exterminated at the age of 13, so it should be 56 years, but Suzuki's information says that he saw the extinction of the tribe at the age of 7 and opened the Dangyu, which means it happened in 55 years. What year is it? Xian was a little confused. The reason why he was so entangled in the night of extermination was because he had Uchiha's blood in him, which was the most painful thing. Although the Uchiha blood on his body comes from the mother of the common people, his father is just a commoner Chunin, and it is for this reason that he was not taken in by Uchiha at the beginning, but moved to an orphanage. However, who cares so much about you on the night of genocide? Except for the 2 pillars covered by the big brother, Uchiha cares about whether you have opened your eyes or not, whether you are a ninja or a commoner, all GG. At that time, if he didn't make preparations, he might be purged. After all, his predecessor's mother was from the Uchiha clan and would marry a commoner ninja. No matter how I thought about it, I felt that there was a struggle between various forces in the village. He might have fallen into the eyes of some secret organizations long ago. What's the use of thinking so much? There's only 1 or 2 years left at most, and it's useless even if you practice hard. Xian threw the paper and pen away, feeling a little headache. In this situation, he couldn't even. It's useless to defect. If you don't have strength, you're just meat on the chopping board. In fact, this situation is not unsolvable. After all, he is familiar with the plot of the original work and the characters of the original characters, but the most important thing is that he lacks the most important things, either strength or value. If he has the strength, he needn't worry so much. Whether it's treachery or self-protection, he can do a lot. If he is valuable, a genius like Itachi or Kakashi has only a nominal relationship with Uchiha, as long as he gets rid of it, and then show loyalty to the 3rd generation, and the village will not make things difficult for him. The key is that he doesn't have any of these 2, and he can't improve his strength in a short period of time. In terms of aptitude, this physical aptitude should be mediocre. After all, how can a character that doesn't appear in the original novel be comparable to Kakashi or Itachi? Meet the geniuses. He can only find these 2 things in the illusory cheats. The problem is that he has no cheats until now. I'm probably the most unlucky traveler. Labor and management don't even have a cheat, and I will face cleansing afterwards. Xian complained helplessly. Just when Xian was feeling a little desperate, an electronic synthesizer sounded out of thin air in his mind. Ding, loading is complete, the character template system is officially bound. There was no sound in the silent room, and this electronically synthesized sound really sounded in my mind out of thin air. Xian was stunned for a moment, and managed to suppress the excitement in his heart. The game was about to break, and he had to figure out his own cheating ability as soon as possible, so that he could prepare for the night of genocide. Character template system? Xian murmured in a low voice, and asked in his heart, then what functions do you have? The system immediately replied, this system can extract character templates, pick up character templates, upgrade character templates, and obtain all the strength of character templates by switching character templates. Is it really all the abilities? Xian was a little excited. What if I get the template of 6 paths Madara? Can I also get the full strength? Of course, the system responded, as long as there is a corresponding template, you can naturally obtain the full strength of the template. Of course, you can't get it through a lottery. This system only provides 1-star templates in the lottery. The specific upgrade needs to be done by the host. Xian was a little helpless, but he thought about what the system said just now, and asked again, since the extraction cannot be done, what's the matter with picking up the template? Picking up templates means that the system can pick up and drop templates. There are 3 ways to drop templates. First, the host defeats the opponent and can get a template with 1 star down from the opponent's template. Second, the host kills the opponent to drop the current star template. 3. When a character dies for less than 1 day, you can pick up the template that it dropped. What about evolution? Xian asked. Evolution means that any template can gain experience through fighting, exercising, and practicing. Once the experience points are full, it can undergo star evolution. For the detailed process, it is recommended that the host draw a lottery and explain it in conjunction with the obtained template. Do I have the number of lottery draws now? Xian asked. Generally speaking, cheaters should have gift packages for newbies. The number of system lottery draws is obtained once a year, counting from the date of system activation. Do you want to use this year's draw? The system asked. Of course, Xian said directly, the sooner the lottery is drawn, the better, and he also needs to further understand the capabilities of the system. There is a lucky bonus for the first lottery draw, and the lottery draw begins. A huge card appeared in Xian's mind, emitting a faint light. Isn't this the game I played? Xian blurted out as he looked at the familiar lottery drawing screen. It really reminded him of the Penguin Hokage game he played in his previous life. Only gold can keep getting stronger. Guard the leaves, including the familiar lottery page and the familiar patterns on the back of the cards. Shua. There was a soft sound, the card emitted a slight golden light, and the word Zayazwan appeared behind it. It shouldn't be too bad. Xian slightly heaved a sigh of relief. According to his previous game experience, this kind of golden light usually comes out of whole cards instead of fragments. He doesn't know the urine nature of this system, but it shouldn't be too much difference. Congratulations to host, won the SS level 1-star character template Heite Kakashi, ninja school student, in the lottery. Kakashi is at SS level? Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Kakashi. Regardless of how Kakashi fell in the future, at least he was definitely a genius among geniuses in the early stage. As long as he showed enough talent, it would be enough to solve his embarrassment situation. But after he breathed a sigh of relief, he was a little puzzled. Kakashi is actually at the SS level, so how many levels are there in total? As if aware of Xian's doubts, the system immediately explained, host, please switch to the extracted character template, just recite silently to switch. Suonmo said aloud, and in an instant, an empty panel appeared in his mind. The panel was empty, except for a card emitting a faint golden light. Character template, Heite Kakashi, ninja school student, quality, SS grade rating, 1-star experience required for ascension to star, 0/10 abilities, 3 body technique, physique, basic illusion, earth style, central decapitation technique, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, impatience fire technique, multiple shadow clone technique. Star potential, 1-star Kakashi, ninja school student, 2-star Kakashi, Minato class / experience points reaches half to unlock 3 Tomo Sharingan, 3-star Kakashi, copy ninja, 4-star Kakashi, Kamui, 5-star Kakashi, Kamui Susan. Looking at the template on this card, Xian had a very familiar feeling, as if he could switch to this template at any time with a flick of his mind. And the next moment, he did take action, following his mind. Boom! A memory directly flooded his mind, not all the memories of Kakashi, but the memory of practicing taijutsu, ninjutsu, and refining chakra. After a long while, Xian opened his eyes, and at this moment he can perfectly use all the abilities of this template. The talent of Kakashi in the youth chapter is absolutely top-notch. Xian, at this moment, you can feel the powerful chakra in your body, as well as the powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu from hard training. Host, please look. The voice of the system sounded. The quality of character templates is divided into 6 levels: C level, B level, A level, SS level, and SSS level. The specific quality is divided according to the peak strength of the character, corresponding to the Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Shadow, Super Shadow, and 6 paths levels respectively, so Kakashi belongs to the SS level. According to the system judgment, Kakashi's peak full-body Kamui Susanoo has surpassed cage level in strength. I see. Xian nodded. Kakashi did have many shortcomings in the early stage, such as the lack of chakra, such as the burden on the body of Sharingan, but it was indeed his highlight moment when he played against Kagaya-ji. Kishimoto personally hooked up Kakashi, let Obito return from the Pure Land, gave Kakashi all chakra and Mangekyo, 6 paths level chakra plus double Mangekyo. Kakashi directly hooked up to the complete body Susan, and even matched it with Kamui. It is indeed a bit of a bug. It is not an exaggeration to say that it surpasses cage level. Even in Chaoying it is extremely strong. As for the star rating, what determines the combat power that the card can display? The system continued to explain, no matter how high the quality of the card is, the star rating cannot be increased, and the combat power is not as good as those cards with high star rating and low quality card. The system continued to explain. Of course, the quality determines the upper limit of the star rating. For example, for a C-level template, the upper limit is 1 star, for a B-level template, 2 stars, and for an SS-level template like Kakashi, it can reach 5 stars. By analogy, SSS can reach the highest 6 stars. Therefore, under special circumstances, it is recommended that the host give priority to practicing high-quality templates. Understood. Xian didn't ask any more. He had almost figured out the general function of the system. This system is said to be very strong. He can let Xian get rid of the restrictions of ninjutsu, physical skills, upper limit of talents, and even the limit of blood inheritance. As long as he can draw, or kill, and defeat to obtain the template, he can become stronger. Almost it is a predatory enhancement. But there is a reason why he is not strong, that is, the system lottery will not give him a chance to rise to the sky. What he can draw in the system is only a 1-star template, and his strength is probably around the ninja school students in Genin. Need to rely on himself. It was difficult to plunder templates by defeating others in the early stage, so it could only be cultivated. Xian knew very well in his heart that since the system will not do things that can reach the sky in one step, the experience points obtained through cultivation will naturally not be too many. Moreover, what the system said cannot be copied completely. Suunta has his own thoughts and plans. Like the template of Kakashi, if there are other options, he will not practice, because this card is a pit. Don't look at the last Kakashi. Kamui Susan is very strong, the power of Kamui Reikari is even more powerful, and the effect of Kamui Shuriken can be called pervert, but this card is a big hole in the 3-star and 4-star. According to the star potential of the template, Samsung Kakashi is in the period of copying ninjas. This period is better, at least it is an elite jonin, but that's it. The real hard power is not too strong, because there are too few chakras, and it is not even as good as the teenagers at that time. There are many Sasuke and Naruto of the period. If it weren't for his super high combat IQ, he wouldn't be considered the strongest being in jonin at all. The next 4-star is the real pitfall. Mangekyo Kamui Kakashi unlocked Kamui's ability. Kakashi does have an extra trump card, used well and can even kill cage level easily, but the most embarrassing part comes, his Kamui consumes too much chakra, and can only be used once in a battle. Pain used it twice when he invaded, and then GG. The 3-star template corresponds to the jonin level, and the 4-star template corresponds to the cage level. Kakashi is too bad at 3-star and 4-star. It is not worth practicing this template for the final Kamui Kakashi. Because there are genius templates in Hokage, which are pushed all the way, such as Itaki and Shisui, no matter whether they are 1-star, 2-star or 3-star and 4-star, they are all extremely strong existences. In other words, Uchiha's template is not too bad. Those with high talent can almost play Susan when they open Mangekyo. As for Yuzuki, almost all of them are very strong at cage level. The only disadvantage is that they are prone to blindness if used too much. Xian doesn't know if the template has this limitation. A cage level strength in the early stage is almost enough. When the cage level strength is not enough in the later stage, you can completely create a template from Naruto and use all the previous templates to raise it. Naruto's template is also very strong, especially after Sage mode, all the way to Hang, the combat effectiveness sword. This makes it even more obvious that Kakashi's template is a bit tasteless, but Kakashi's template is still very beneficial, at least in 1 to 2-star. It is rare to say which template can stabilize Kakashi's. It was too difficult to obtain these templates in the early stage. Xian was a little disappointed. The chance of the lottery has already been used up, and if he plundered through battle, he is no match for those big bosses at all. Now Itaki has probably entered Umbu, and his strength is almost the same as that of Jonin. Not to mention Shisui, although they are a year younger than the current Kakashi and Guy, they are already known as the strongest in Uchiha, and this title is still recognized, which is very scary. Uchiha Fugaku is not dead yet, so Shisui's strength is firmly at cage level. In terms of the most perverted existence of Hokage's talent, excluding those who have turned on reincarnation chakra, Shisui is definitely at the top of the list. After all, he was directly set by Kishimoto as a permanent background board. Ability and talent are both it is set according to the opening level. It's a pity, because he was too pervert, he was banned early and died young. Wait, Xian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought that Shisui might not be dead yet. Hokage's information is somewhat confusing. Shisui's death was before Uchiha's rebellion, about 1 to 2 years before the genocide night. Because of his death, Uchiha's strength was greatly reduced, and the rebellion could not help but be postponed. No, there is one more point. Xian tried hard to recall the memory of Hokage in his mind. Suzuki saw a clansman asking Itaki about Shisui's suicide note. Those two clansmen were taught by Itaki. It should be after Shisui died. At that time it's been a while. At that time, Suzuki should have attended the ninja school, so the time should be after the ninja school started this year. Xian Momo thought. Ninja school, it's time to go too. Xian muttered in a low voice, with a faint smile on his face. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He had already thought of how to get rid of Uchiha, a sinking ship. Also, I'm going to inquire about Shisui's matter tomorrow. If he's not dead, there's still a chance. Xian took the piece of paper and wrote it lightly on it. Nanhe River. After carefully looking at the things remembered on the paper and deepening the impression, Xian directly burned the paper to ashes. Strength is the most important thing. Strength is the most important thing. Practice, practice. You must upgrade Kakashi's template as soon as possible. At least you must have some ability to protect yourself. Xian silently pondered the plan in his heart. If this plan can be achieved, then he can not only putting aside the relationship, you can even get a lot of benefits from the series of turmoil in Konoha in the future. There is a lush dense forest here in Muiyahao Mountain, which is the best place for cultivation. 997, 998, 999, 1000. A young man with black hair and black pupils, immature but rather handsome face, was doing push ups with 2 fingers on the ground with one hand. A large swath of sweat dripped down his face on the ground. After finishing 1000 push ups, Xian took a breath slightly, then picked up the shuriken in his back pocket and threw it towards the tree target 20 meters away. The sound of dang dang echoed in the forest. Practice the shuriken technique 10,000 times, and then climb the cliff with bare hands. Xian put one hand behind his back, without using chakra, and just climbed up the almost vertical cliff little by little. He has been practicing for nearly half a month. In his previous life, he would never have believed that he could do these superhuman extreme sports, but now, he feels that it is not enough. The world of Hokage is not the easy and daily comic world. When I think of Obito behind the scenes, Black Zetsu is planning, Madara and Daytime Yukagaya, and even the Sage of 6 Paths hidden in the dark seems to be in control of everything. Xian was a little reconciled. He did not come here to be cannon fodder. He has a system, and he is no worse than anyone else. In the world of Hokage, if you don't work hard, you won't have strength. Itake, Shisui, and Kakashi, they look so talented, but who knows how much training and sweat they put behind their backs. It is not in vain to say that you can be a master if you endure hardships. Kakashi climbed the cliff with one hand at the age of 6, without using chakra. Once the strength is not enough, he will be seriously injured at any time. Training in a place where a slight mistake can result in serious injury or even death. They have talents, but no one can obliterate their efforts. Guy finally opened 8 gate and almost kicked 6 Paths Madara to death. Is it really just a superficial joke that he can reach this level? How can it be? Xian knows very well how Guy trains. When he was 6 years old, he ran 5,000 laps around the playground. That's right, 5,000 laps. He really ran from early morning to night. That was no longer simple training, it was hard work. And not a day or two, but every day. In a sense, Guy is really a monster. In fact, the real strong people in Hokage are not those who look awesome and talented in the early stage, but those who have their own beliefs in their mouths. The so-called shinobi. Guy was the one with the worst talent in the same period, and so was Xiao Li, but if you really compare the strength of the same period, you will find that the strength of this kind of ninja is not much worse than those top geniuses. My way of ninja is the strongest in the ninja world. Xian raised his head, as if he had been fished out of the water, but his eyes were full of firm belief. He is a very smart person, so he knows very well that even if there is a cheat, if his quality cannot keep up, he will not be able to become a great player in this real world, and he has never been a person who is willing to be ordinary. When Xian climbed up the cliff, his entire lungs were like a bellows, and dense beads of sweat instantly condensed into a small puddle on the ground. Congratulations to host for completing the daily training. You have gained a bit of Kakashi template experience, and you can freely distribute a bit of experience points. The current template is full of experience points for 1-star Kakashi, ninja school students. Do you want to upgrade to a star? A familiar notification sound came from his ear. Suinkei slowly stood up straight. His limbs were still a little weak, the arm used for climbing seemed to be broken, and it was in hot pain, but his face was full of pain. With an excited smile. It's been half a month, except for the fact that Kamen didn't get experience points a few days ago. During the 10 days of Hellstyle training, he can get a little template experience and free distribution experience every day. He didn't move the free distribution experience. Up to now, the template experience is enough. Ascended star. Rising star. Xian Momo said. The star upgrade is complete. The current template is 2-star Kakashi, Minato class. Experience points reach half of the unlockable ability 3 Tomo Sharinan. After a while, Xian could already feel the more powerful chakra circulating in his body, and his body, which was sore and weak due to hell training, seemed to be soaked in a hot spring at this moment, warm and exhausted. At the same time, a large amount of practice memory was transmitted to his mind. This is to allow him to master the power and skills of the template as soon as possible. Open the current template. Xian felt the stronger power in his body, and said silently in his heart. Character template, Heite Kakashi, Minato class, quality, SS grade rating, 2 stars experience required for ascension to star 0/100 abilities, 3 body technique, body flicker technique, Taijutsu, Narajian technique, earth style, heart beheading technique, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, water style water vibration wall, earth style earth flow wall, multiple shadow clone technique, Heite sword technique, lightning style Chidori. Star potential 1-star Kakashi, ninja school student, 2-star Kakashi, Minato class / experience points reaches half to unlock 3 Tomo Sharinan, 3-star Kakashi, copy ninja, 4-star Kakashi, Kamui, 5-star Kakashi, Kamui Susan. Xian is quite satisfied with the strength of the 2-star Kakashi. The strength of Kakashi in Minato's class is already at the level of Jonin. Although he is the weakest Jonin, he is also much stronger than Chinin. 5 escape ninjutsu is already very comprehensive, the illusion is not weak. The physical jutsu has Heitake swordsmanship, and even has the super single target attack of the lightning style Chidori. Although it has many shortcomings, the flaws are not concealed. At this time, Kakashi chakra is definitely not rare. You must know that he has already learned multiple shadow clone when he was a ninja school student. How could there be less chakra? But he was cheated by Sharinan later, so chakra even came to the bottom of Jonin. This template has also been practiced to the end. Xian received the excitement in his heart. He will not practice the Kakashi template after 2 stars. The 5-star Kakashi is awesome, but the middle 3 and 4 stars are too fast, which is not suitable for his early growth. The strength is almost enough, it's time to start planning, and Shisui's template should also start to pay attention. Xian looked at the Konoha at the foot of the mountain. Who would have thought that this seemingly peaceful village might happen next year? The bloody turmoil spawned one tragedy after another. How many geniuses and strong men were turned into ashes and swallowed by the tide of the times? Xian didn't want to stop it, and he didn't have the strength to stop it. What he thought about was how to protect himself and how to ride the tide in this tide. Konoha, the tallest building in the village with its back against the Hokage screen wall, the Hokage building. Inside Hokage's office. Third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and sighed with some nostalgia. I didn't expect that there are such hard-working children now, as if I saw Guy and Kakashi back then. At that time, Minato was not yet. In the crystal ball on the table in front of him, there is a scene of Xian sweating like rain. Irika, please add this child to this year's ninja school. Such a good seed cannot be buried like this. Third Hokage said with some relief, the village needs a steady stream of fresh blood, only constant sprouts, only when it blooms can the will of fire be passed on forever. Yes, Lord Third Generation. A young man with a pineapple head and a scar on the bridge of his nose replied. There was still shock in his eyes, and he looked at the boy in the crystal ball with some admiration. At such a young age, it was the first time he saw someone who dared to work so hard. You should be more attentive in this class, and you should be more tolerant towards the students, especially Uzumaki Naruto and this gen, just like you. They lost their parents and lived a very hard life. Irika, I will hand over these children this time. It's up to you to care about them from now on. Third Hokage said meaningfully. Yes, Irika said seriously. At this time, he looked at Xian with a very different look. There was a look at a close junior. He thought of his past, the time when his parents passed away, and how he lived. He worked harder, and earnestly than anyone else. He knew the feeling very well. He had no one to rely on, and he had to work hard silently for everything. Obviously, Irika didn't understand the meaning of third generation, and the real concern might not be Xian, but Naruto, the son of the hero who sealed the 9 tails. Perhaps Third Hokage could see it, but he didn't say much. Maybe he also wanted to have another ordinary talent in his heart, such as amazing talents like Jiraiya, or Orochimaru and Minato, or a backbone like Guy. After Irika left, an Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask appeared next to Third Generation, holding the scroll and knelt down on one knee respectfully. The information has been fetched, Lord Third Generation. Third Generation took the scroll and read softly. Xian, orphan, born in Konoha 48, father, Kangba, elite Chunin, died in the 9 Tails Rebellion, mother, Uchiha Moonmai. Uchiha? Third Generation muttered in a low voice, his eyes shrouded in hazy blue smoke, half bright and half dark. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he sighed softly after a long time. On the highest floor of the dilapidated attic on the edge of Konoha village, Xian took a shower to get rid of the sweat all over his body, and hung up his sweat-soaked clothes after washing. Although he wasn't tired at all because of his rising star, and if he continued to practice, he might be able to gain a little more experience, but he stopped. It's not because of laziness, but because there are more important things to do. This year's ninja school will start in about half a month, and it's time for Xian to make preparations. Konoha in peacetime, it is definitely the best choice to be a ninja school student. Now Konoha's name is replenished with fresh blood by the ninja school, which is used to dig out ordinary geniuses, and as long as the grades are excellent, graduates will be able to have lots of resource skewing. There is a strong jonin assigned by the village to lead the task to accumulate experience, teach ninjutsu and basic skills, which is a very good resource. Boom! While Xian was still thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hello, Xian. After opening the door, there was a familiar man with pineapple hair, Omino Irika. You are? Xian was slightly taken aback for a moment, but he quickly asked with a look of surprise and doubt on his face. Omino Irika, the teacher of the ninja school, I'm here to ask, do you want to become a ninja, Hyun? Irika's eyes passed through Hyun, and looked at the clean and tidy room behind him, and the window hanging outside the window, a few pieces of clothes that are drying, and the unopened cup noodles on the table. I couldn't help feeling sour in my heart. He used to be like this, living in an empty room, eating the same tasteless cup noodles every day, working silently behind the scenes, trying to attract everyone's attention and make himself less so lonely. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at Xian with more gentle eyes. In Xian's body, he saw his own shadow, no, the shadow of working harder, more excellent. Are you enrolled? Irika sent away with a gentle face and enthusiasm that seemed to be too much, looking at the report form in his hand, thoughtfully. He was only puzzled when Irika opened the door, and after constant conversations and clichés, he also roughly understood what happened. That is to say, the third generation has seen my cultivation situation, and the Empress has thought of cherishing talents? I should be more careful in the future. The telescope technique of the third generation is a bit disgusting. Doesn't it mean that he used that technique to spy on the women's bathhouse? Is it? Xian secretly slandered in his heart, but he was relieved. At least the plan went smoothly, and it was even more flawless than before. He originally wanted to gradually show his potential in the future ninja school assessment, and then attract the attention of the third generation, but it is difficult to explain how the strength comes from. But this incident may have already left an impression in third generation's mind, that is, the first impression that he is a commoner genius. Don't underestimate the first impression of the subconscious. The more powerful a person is, the more he believes in his first impression, which is the so-called conceit. At least he won't have to be so cautious in the future. The more powerful his talent is, the more he will be valued by the third generation. However, the relationship with Uchiha will have to be resolved sooner or later. Xian secretly thought, I am afraid that his current information has been completely placed on the table of third generation. No matter what, Uchiha and that information has already been tied to third generation in his heart. He had a little fear. And what Xian has to do is to pull out this thorn, so that his resume in Konoha will be more innocent. Take your time. His efforts got off to a good start, and Xian also calmed down a lot. PS Star classification is a major hierarchical breakthrough based on the strength of anime characters each time. You can almost see how he grew up by watching his star potential step by step. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Xian still trains hard every day, but the location of the training has changed from the forest of Konoha Back Mountain to the forest near the lower reaches of the Nanhi River. Although the location of training is farther away from Konoha village, it has not attracted more people notice. After all, he is just a little orphan with no background at the moment, and only third Hokage. When he occasionally sees Xian, sighs that he should be more diligent and hardworking, because the cliffs of the Nanhi River are more towering and dangerous than the Konoha mountain. In fact, Xian chose this position just to prevent Shisui's template from being missed. After all, his current status in the village is too low, and he can't find out important information at all, so he can only guard it in this stupid way. Let's stop here for today's practice, and we will start school tomorrow. Xian slightly calmed down and looked at the gains of the half month. Hard work every day can bring template experience and free distributable experience. In addition to the previous experience, the free distributable experience has reached 25 points, and the experience of the Kakashi 2-star template itself has reached 15 points. It seems that at most in 1 month, he will be able to unlock the 3-hook jade. However, Xian is also a little embarrassed, and he does not plan to practice Kakashi any further. The strength of the 2-star Kakashi of the Sanguyu should be regressed from the current level, that is, the powerful dynamic vision brought by the Sanguyu can perfectly control Chidori. But the burden of 3 Tomo Sharinan on the body and the pressure on chakra, this kind of damage is simply immeasurable, completely changing Kakashi's comprehensive ability and fighting style. If it wasn't for the suspicion of third generation and the free experience points, he would not continue to practice the Kakashi template. Shisui's template should take some time. I should get an emergency template first. The Kakashi template will definitely not unlock the 3-god jade. It is estimated that the strength will decline. The wind of the river's moist water vapor blew his black outfit into a rattling sound. Early the next morning, Xian had already gotten up and got dressed. He was wearing a black short-sleeved turtleneck shirt, the same trousers on his lower body, and leggings, giving him a relaxed and neat feeling. Today is the time for school to start. According to the time in the original book, Konoha's ninja school in 1954, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, 9 of them are enrolled today, and they are in the same class as Suanyu. Except for Xiaoli, Niji, and Tiantian, who are 1 year older than the other 9 Xiaoqiang, they are outside the previous class. But if that's the case, 12 Xiaoqiang should also be studying at the ninja school at the same time. When entering the ninja school, Xian was not the first to come. There were already a few people of the same age, most of whom Xian didn't know, and they were the kind of cannon fodder characters that probably didn't appear in the original novels. But a girl in the last row still caught Xian's attention. Those white eyes without pupils were too eye-catching. Bian, the blood successor boundary of the Hyaga clan of Konoha's wealthy family, is also the blood succession boundary of the entire Konoha strategy. In terms of combat effectiveness, Bian is definitely inferior to Sharingan, but the detection effect of Bian is completely incomparable to Sharingan. Even in the entire ninja world, the importance of white eyes is much higher than that of Sharingan. Many ninja villages have the idea of Muya white eyes, and the potential of Bian is not limited to this. Suanji said in the movie version that Bian cooperates with chakra of the otsutski family to evolve into a Tensegan of the same level as Rinnegan, but this obviously has loopholes. The Hyaga family is originally the descendant of Dayton Muya village, and also belongs to the Otsutsuki family, and it is impossible for every Otsutsuki family on the moon to have a Tensegan. In addition, once the Otsutsuki Shiren evolve into a Tensegan, they will have 6 paths level power. Therefore, Xian speculates that the condition for real evolution may not be the chakra of the Otsutsuki family plus white eyes, but the 6 paths level chakra plus white eyes to evolve into Tensegan. All the information flashed through his mind. Xian often does this. His biggest cheat besides the system is the precious information about Hokage in his mind, which can help him grasp the ninja world, master the general trend, master some secrets, and become stronger at the fastest speed. So he is very afraid of forgetting, and always associates relevant information based on some things he sees. The information flashed through his mind in an instant. Xian also knew the identity of this girl, who could be in the same class as a girl from the Hyaga clan with white eyes and no caged bird mark on her forehead, except Hyaga Hinata. Go and say hello. Xian smiled. He still has a good impression of this Hinata. Hinata may not be the most popular female character in Hokage, but she is definitely the most popular. That kind of gentle and kind, easy to shy character is really pleasing. Hi, let's meet, my name is Xian. Xian came to Hinata's side, showing a gentle smile. This is the most normal first-time greeting, but to Xian's surprise, Hinata's face turned red in an instant. Damn it, is Hinata the kind of character who would be so shy when meeting anyone? Xian felt something was wrong. Hinata, my name, Hyaga Hinata. Hinata's voice clicked, and the voice was very small, which seemed very cute. Xian Jun, thank you for the matter of last time. Hinata seemed to notice that Xian's eyes had been looking at him. Hinata's voice became smaller and smaller. What happened last time? Xian looked at the girl who was about to bury her head on the table in front of her, and tried her best to recall. It seems that there was a real contact with Hinata. It was when he just crossed over. It was snowing heavily, and he saw a few children from an orphanage bullying a little girl, and was dismissed by Xian. When they were in chaos, they didn't notice the little girl's appearance at all. It can't be such a coincidence. Xian looked at Hinata dumbfounded, but there was a sense of satisfaction in his heart. After all, the feeling of being secretly in love with such a cute girl is not bad. Xian also didn't continue. He was afraid that if he stayed by Hinata's side for a while, the girl might faint. Finding a place, Xian sat in the corner of the last row. This place is very quiet and can have the most open career in the entire classroom. Ha! Seeing Xian leave, Hinata also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know what happened just now, but when she saw Xian walking beside her, she became short of breath and her heart beat violently. This feeling, Hinata couldn't tell, lying on the table, secretly turned to look at Xian in the last row. It's uncomfortable, but it's not annoying. Hinata gave a faint smile. Going to school is really troublesome. Today's potato chips are so-so. Shikamaru, do you want some? Koji, you eat less snacks. There was a loud noise, and 3 children walked into the classroom, who were also Gen's acquaintances: Shikamaru, who was yawning tiredly, Koji, who was eating potato chips, and Ino, who was wearing a ponytail. Due to the relationship between the Ino, Shika, Cho clans, these 3 people seem to have a good relationship since they were young, and they will indeed be the most tacit group of all ninja classes in the future. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the number of students in the classroom continued to increase. There are a lot of Xian who are more familiar: Shino with dog's teeth on his head, wearing sunglasses, wearing tight clothes, Sakura with pink hair, and a little boy who looks very gentle and immature. The 2 pillars that have not been blackened. Urju's personality has actually changed a lot. Urjuzi was a gentle and polite little boy when he was a child, and almost no one disliked him. It's a pity, such a time is so rare. Xian looked at the little boy Urjuzi, who was full of immaturity, and didn't know whether it was good or bad for him to have a big brother like Itaki. Everything was ruined by the big brother, played around by the movie star Big Brother, with the goal of killing Itaki, but in the end it was discovered that everything was fake. After such a huge change, Zuza's personality is not distorted. Ah, that person is such a stinky fart, I'm really upset. A voice full of resentment suddenly came from behind. Xian turned his head and saw that it was indeed Naruto. He squinted his eyes and looked at Sasuke in front of him with a displeased expression on his face. Ugh, I forgot that this guy can grow straight, that's a miracle in the ninja world. Xian looked at Naruto, no wonder little Sakura didn't like him. Naruto was really stupid when he was a child, and he can be so handsome in the later stage. It is the fourth generation in Kushina who are blessed in heaven. The lively situation in the classroom did not last long. Iruka walked in and quickly stopped the chaotic atmosphere in the classroom. After he introduced himself, a third generation wearing a loose white Hokage robe and no Hokage hat came in. Third generation didn't say much, but just told the young buds of this year the will to start a fire. Many children's eyes shine when they hear it, especially when the phrase "as long as there are dancing leaves, the fire will burn, and the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout." Xian could clearly feel the fiery atmosphere in the whole classroom. Even Naruto's eyes lit up, his face full of yearning and excitement. This sentence is indeed very passionate and touching. Even if Xian hears it now, he can't help but feel a burst of enthusiasm in his heart. But Xian will not be like the children around him. Under the encouragement of this sentence of will to fire, his sense of belonging to the village will reach its peak. After all, he has a mature heart, and Konoha not only has the light of the will of fire, but also darkness. Perhaps Konoha's concept of building a village was really bright at the beginning, but after all, it deteriorated from generation to generation, and the appearance of roots explained everything. No, it should have deteriorated since the first generation. It's like what Hashirama said to Madara, as long as it is an enemy of the village, whether it is a friend, a relative, or even my child, I will solve it without hesitation. And Madara had already anticipated this situation at the time. You are putting the cart before the horse, Hashirama. One day, this will turn into darkness in the village. Yes, what Madara said is absolutely right. The cold and calm second generation is indeed a natural brain trust, but since he set up Anbu, the village has formed darkness, and this situation reached its peak during the third generation. An even darker root has formed. Anbu can also be said to be the army that secretly protects the village, but Root is already omniscient. In Gen's view, even sacrificing a small number of people for the sake of the village is worthwhile. If the fourth generation is not dead, it may be possible to bring Konoha back to the right path by virtue of the gentle and wise character of the fourth generation, coupled with its great strength and youth. It is a pity that the Nine Tails riots caused this existence, which was almost at the level of the prophet, to be sacrificed early. Perhaps a new Hokage should be elected at that time. At that time, Jiraiya was still there. Even if it was a mandatory requirement, Jiraiya should be allowed to take over the overall situation temporarily. Unfortunately, it was the third generation that lost its forbearance. The old third generation no longer has the strength to control everything, so he continued to endure and give in to Danzo, and personally brought the darkness of the village to a peak on the night of genocide. The third generation is the one who has been in power for the longest time, but also the one who has done the most wrong things. The young third generation may have really turned the tide and saved Konoha, but the old third generation is really confused. No, I did a lot of wrong things. Of course, although his heart is the same as that of a bright mirror, Xian is still flushed with excitement, looking excited and passionate. In any case, in the early stage of his strength accumulation, he should stick to his development and not show too many differences. After he has cage-level strength, he will be able to calm down a lot. In the early stage, the guy who really felt that he was the second child will be invited to drink tea by Anbu and Gen within a day. The ninjas in the torture class can really search the memory. Looking at the excited children in the classroom, third generation also nodded in satisfaction. Then, Iruka, I will leave the children to you, and I will go first. Third generation waved to the children with a smile and walked out of the classroom. After third generation left, Iruka also started teaching. On the first day of school, I didn't talk much, just some basic knowledge of ninjas. The only thing that was useful was the chakra refining method. However, it is not very useful for Xian. Generally speaking, if there are ninjas in the family, chakra refinement has been taught since a very young age. For example, the children of a big family like Sasuke may have begun to teach the great fireball technique by now. Although Xian was an orphan, Chunin's former father still left behind the chakra refining method and some very basic ninjutsu. After the lecture, Hyan left the classroom with the others. He rejected several naive invitations from little girls, but he is still quite popular in the class. Although he sat in the last row corner, he has exquisite and handsome facial features, a slightly mature temperament, and a Kakashi template. The lazy temperament that comes with it is quite lethal to these immature and precocious little girls. Leaving the classroom, he was about to go to Nanhehi to practice. In the early stage of practice, every point of experience points was an improvement in strength and accumulation. He didn't want to waste every accumulation. However, at this moment, a familiar voice behind him stopped him. "Student Xian, if you don't mind, go eat ramen with the teacher, I'll treat you." Irika, who was holding educational materials, showed a hearty smile to Xian. Xian thought for a while and nodded. 20 days later, Irika's home. Bump. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, heart beheading technique. I lost. Irika was pulled out of the pothole by Xian, and smiled bitterly. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come so soon. Fortunately, Irika was not the kind of ninja who pursued strength, and soon adjusting his mentality, he praised Xian. "Xian, the teacher has nothing more to teach you. Your growth rate has far exceeded my imagination. In my opinion, your talent is absolutely no less than that of Senior Kakashi back then. Thanks to teacher Irika's teaching for half a month." Xian bowed slightly and made a series. No, the only role I can play is to provide you with ninjutsu scrolls. Your progress depends on your hard work." Irika showed a gentle smile and patted Xian on the shoulder. "Let's go, let's eat ramen with the teacher." Irika laughed. "Okay." Xian looked at Irika and said, "In the past half a month, Irika has also taught him various kinds of ninjutsu." Xian also took this opportunity to clean up a lot of basic ninjutsu in the Kakashi template meeting. He is still very grateful to Irika of. In fact, Xian is very aware of Irika's enthusiasm for him. Irika is a very kind, enthusiastic and soft-hearted person, and with Xian's status as an orphan, he inevitably wants to lend a helping hand. In fact, if Irika's parents hadn't died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, he would have treated Naruto like Xianyi. Many people say that Irika is just a bargaining chip sent by third generation to tie Naruto. This is just a joke. I don't deny that Irika can indeed be regarded as the confidant of third generation, but it's wrong to say that everything he does to Naruto is acting. Possible. He is indeed a person worthy of respect. It is precisely because of these ordinary but great people that every village has people protecting it with their lives, such as Irika and Uncle Ichiraku. Today is a different day. Some basic knowledge such as three-body technique and shuriken has been covered. From today onwards, it is already a practical class. After all, ninja is a profession that pursues strength, and many courses in ninja school are prepared for actual combat. It's been almost 20 days since the start of school, and it's been nearly a month. Xian's image in the classroom has gradually tended to be a fringe figure. He is a bit like Hinata, a little transparent. After all, he is too withdrawn. For more than 20 days, except for Naruto, who he has known for a long time, and occasionally teasing Hinata in school, he has hardly made a friend, and has not spoken to anyone in the class. He disappeared immediately after class, and never participated in class activities, which made many people in the class think Xian was a freak. But Xian doesn't care, his mental age is at such a level, how could he play with these little kids? Of course, except for Hinata, he now has a kind of dark belly developed by Lolita. And instead of wasting time building relationships with these brats, Shisui's template is more important anyway. Xian didn't know the exact time of Shisui's death. Shisui's mysterious background board had very little information about him, and he could only cling to the only information about Nanhihi. Okay, students, get ready to gather on the playground. Today you will compete with the seniors from the previous class in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you can learn some fighting skills. Irika clapped his hands, smiled and said to many students under the podium. Hearing about the actual combat practice, these little kids are actually quite excited. After all, many kids come to ninja school because they are influenced by those ninjas who play around and are powerful. What they yearn for is always strong strength. Soon, all the students had gathered on the playground, and on the other side, there were also students from ninja school, but they entered school 1 year earlier than Xian and the others. Look at that, so handsome, that's senior. That's Niji-senpai, right? He's from the Hyuga family. He's said to be a famous genius. Looks like I'm going to compete with Niji-senpai. Just arrived at the playground, the nympho-precocious girl in the black class is already pointing at the aloof Hyuga Niji of the opposite team. Xian really thinks that Niji and Suzuki are just like that, really not that handsome. I really want these nympho girls to see what Kushina's attitude towards Minato was at the beginning. Minato is really handsome, and Suzuki and Niji, probably just happen to be in a good class. Take a look at Xiaoli, Naruto, Shino, Shikamaru, Koji, look at the same period, they both have normal hairstyles, and they look really handsome and shiny with plain features. Cough cough. Irika coughed twice and attracted everyone's attention. This sparring can be regarded as a formal assessment to test your current level. It's not that you can fight whoever you want. Everything depends on you. Follow your usual performance and strength. The students whose names I read next, please stand up. Yes. Team 1, Hyon vs Hyuga Niji. Huh? Xian looked dazed, his performance in class was mediocre and he was not very active, so his grade should not be high usually. But when he saw Irika's smiling eyes, Xian could only helplessly spread his hands. Sure enough, every teacher has an urge to show off his students. There is no doubt that Irika wants to do this. In fact, Xian really didn't care about this kind of small assessment. His character is still very lazy in his daily life, and he finds it troublesome. Besides, his talent and strength have long been passed on to third Hokage by Irika, and there is no need to show his excellent in this way. Of course, the most important thing is that this year's students are really too weak. Although 12 Xiaoqiang is the mainstay of Konoha, all of them are talented, but it's just good. Even Urjuzi and Naruto, who were reincarnated by Indra and Ashura, all made efforts in the later stage, and the others can only be regarded as ordinary geniuses. Looking at the entire ninja world, no, Konoha's history alone is not outstanding, not to mention Kakashi and Guy, not to mention Itaki and Shisui. Kakashi was already talented when he was a teenager, and with Shuomu's careful teaching, he is simply not comparable to the current 12 Xiaoqiang. Even Xiao Li is just a low-profile version of Guy, and he has not blossomed yet. Of course, Xian looked down on Niji, and likewise, Niji, who had a proud face, also looked down on Xian, an unknown person at all. The amount of chakra is average, only slightly better than the common students, and the movement is loose, full of flaws. Can this be called the best student in this class? Hyaga Niji rolled his eyes and showed his muscles around Zhou. Zhang Xian saw through it in an instant, with disdain and confusion on his face. In his opinion, the kid named Uchiha Suzuki in this class is much stronger than the students in front of him, at least in terms of the amount of chakra. In fact, not only he was puzzled, even the students in Irika's class were equally puzzled. Mr. Irika, why don't you let Suzuki come on? Obviously Suzuki is the one with the best grades in our class. There are girls fighting for Suzuki. Although Xian is also very handsome, but his personality is too withdrawn, and he is a little transparent in the class, and has hardly shown his strength. You will know after reading it, Xian's strength is very strong, Irika said with a smile. Suanjun, come on, come on. When Xian walked by Hinata, Hinata lowered her head and said in a very low voice, stammering, I'll do my best. Xian moved to her side and blew into Hinata's ear. In just a split second, Hinata was a little tottering, her face was flushed, and fog was coming out of her head. She looked mysterious and haha laugh. Xian, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Irika glared at Xian. Okay, teacher Irika. Xian said lazily. If you win, I will consider giving you a new ninjutsu, which I asked for from third generation. Irika whispered when Xian walked by. How do you want me to win? Can you play hard? How is it possible? This is just a sparring. Irika glared, trying not to hurt his temper. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Xian immediately put away his lazy look, and his eyes became a little serious. Pretentious. Niji was a little disdainful, in his white eyes, everything about Xian was a flaw. Moreover, he also saw the interaction between Xian and Hinata just now, and he felt even more angry. Originally, because of his father's death, he had resentment in his heart, not to mention that his father was treated as an abandoned son by the clan because he saved Hinata. This has long brought the shadow of hatred in his heart. Although I can't resist the Zong family, I can give you a deep impression. If you want to blame it, blame you for being friendly with Miss Zong's family. Niji muttered silently in his heart, and the eyes from the white eyes with blue veins were getting colder and colder. The assessment begins. Irika shouted loudly. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. As soon as the words fell, Niji rushed up at an extremely fast speed, and there was a faint chakra wave on the palms of both hands. It was the gentle fist technique of Hyaga's family. As long as you hit it once, the follow-up will be continuous. Constant acupuncture is enough to make Xian lose his fighting power in an instant. It's so fast. The student next to him exclaimed. Fast, really fast. Hyaga's family originally took the taijutsu route, and Hyaga Niji is one of the best, not to mention that he bears the resentment of the branch house, practices hard every day, and has a strong taijutsu attainment. But that has to be compared with who? No matter how strong his talent is, can he compare with Kakashi? Can his efforts be compared with Xian's lifeless training? Shua, to put it lightly, Xian directly dodged Niji's attack with ease. Now Niji is too immature, his attack methods are too direct, and his routines are easy to see through. Moreover, the second palm is only the foundation of gentle fist, and its power is average. Seeing Xian easily dodged his attack, Niji also knew that he had underestimated his opponent. The opponent was different from common students, at least in terms of combat experience. However, with these eyes, you can't hide. Niji's eyes turned cold, and the attack speed of his hands became faster in an instant. 8 trigrams, 4 palms. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. The speed of the punches became faster and faster, and Niji's hands seemed to have turned into afterimages. With the pace of his feet, a momentum gradually began to gather. This made Suwon-do a little surprised. Niji was able to practice 16 palms at a young age, which is already an excellent talent, and he even touched the essence of Hyaga's gentle fist method. It's so strong. The students on the side exclaimed in admiration. They could feel the wind of palms coming from a long distance. I'm no match. The big brother is right. There are many geniuses in the village. The little boy Urjuzi looked at Hyaga Niji, a little frustrated. On the other hand, Naruto was a little envious, and at the same time looked at Shien with some worry. Suwon-jun. Hinata held her chest anxiously, very worried. She knew how strong her gentle fist technique was, and also knew Niji's genius. If Suwon-zae hides like this, and waits for the potential to condense, she really can't hide lost. It's pretty good that you can reach such a level at your age. Shien commented with a smile, as if he didn't feel any more cohesive momentum. You make my hands a little itchy, I can't keep getting beaten. Humph, you have no chance. As the momentum gathered, Niji was already very calm. Yeah, swish as if teleporting, Shien disappeared from Niji's sight in an instant. Disappeared? No, he jumped up. Niji was also taken aback for a moment, but he immediately reflected and raised his head slightly. Sure enough, in the air, Shien's whip kick had already been thrown over. It's so heavy. Niji just raised his arm, and gritted his teeth a little bit because he was carrying the whip kick. It's too heavy. It doesn't seem like the strength that a 6-year-old child can kick out. This kind of powerful physical skill is not even mixed with too much chakra, just relying on the strength of the body. What kind of training can kick out this level of power? Niji's knees were slightly bent, and his entire arm was numb. It's not enough. Shien laughed, and then kicked against Niji's body, twisted his waist, and hit the whip leg again. Boom, boom, boom. There was a heavy beating sound, as if it was hitting hard on a thick cowhide drum. One leg followed another, as if there was no end, and the momentum became more and more inflated. The situation seemed to change in an instant. Niji, who was still imposing just now, resisted directly and reluctantly, while Shien seemed to gather momentum. Kakashi learned this series of kicks in the air from Guy. It is very powerful, and once kicked, unless the strength is too weak to hit the ground, you can go straight down. It is a very practical martial art move, and of course there are many people who can use it. It requires a lot of body control and waist strength. Damn it, I can't go on like this, I can only try that. Niji felt as if he had lost consciousness in his hands. He knew that he would definitely lose if he went on like this, so he could only find a way to find a breakthrough. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Under Shien's slightly surprised eyes, Niji actually posed in a barely resisting position. A large number of chakra condensed and rotated around his body, forming a slightly shallow hemispherical chakra shield. Although Hyaga Niji's chakra at the moment can barely support revolving heaven, although his revolving heaven is still very immature, just a breakthrough on the spot, but in any case, revolving heaven is already the top ninjutsu among this group of ninja school students. Even Shien was no exception. He really didn't expect that Niji, who was only 7 years old, could barely use revolving heaven. He couldn't react at all, and was swept into revolving heaven in an instant. Don't look at revolving heaven as a defensive skill, but the terrifying spinning and strangling power is very powerful. Shien! Irika shouted anxiously. He naturally knew the power of revolving heaven. It's not bad. On the contrary, Shien didn't panic at all when he was twisted in, but showed a complimenting smile. Hyaga Niji's excitement of mastering revolving heaven disappeared in an instant, and his heart felt a little chilly. Boom! Being strangled by revolving heaven, Shien instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. Clone technique. Niji froze for a moment. No, it's shadow clone. The voice came from the ground, and a hand reached out directly from the ground of revolving heaven, grabbing Niji's ankle. Earth-style, heart-beheading technique. Boom! The violently spinning revolving heaven collapsed in an instant, and Hyaga Niji was pulled into the ground, leaving only a somewhat shameful and angry head. There is no absolute defense, and, as a ninja, you can't be careless at all times. Shien squatted in front of Niji, smiling slightly. Congratulations to host for defeating Hyaga Niji. Defeating the character can get the character's current template -1 star template. The current character is under 1 star, and there is no drop this time. This battle will give you a template experience point, and you can freely distribute a point experience. Really? There is no template after defeating under 1 star. Shien Momo remembered this in his heart. It didn't affect him much. If there is really too much impact, I am afraid that it is impossible to brush the templates of Naruto and Urjuzi at this time, and can only be brushed when they grow to a sufficient level. In this match, Shien wins. The two sides concluded a seal of reconciliation. Irika was also stunned for a moment before making a sound. He didn't realize that Shien was actually a clone all along. Hyun pulled Niji out of the soil, signed the seal of reconciliation, and returned to the team. Shien is so amazing. As soon as I went back, many girls posted up. Even that Hyaga genius Niji senpai can be defeated, it's too strong. Xian didn't pay much attention to this kind of words. In his opinion, this matchup is really a bully. Niji's strength is not comparable to his now, let alone he knows the shortcomings of Revolving Heaven, so it is even more impossible to fight. Among other things, Shadow Clone alone can fight Niji for so long, and anyone with a discerning eye can see the strength gap between him and Niji. The clone is suspicious on the surface, and the main body is looking for attack opportunities underground. It's a perfect tactic. Iruka secretly admired. Of course, apart from being surprised by the tactics, he was expecting Xian to win. He knew Chu Xian's strength very well, just as he knew his hard work very well. Those daily hell-like trainings made him feel terrified after seeing them. They were beyond the imagination of these children. You are really outstanding, Xian. Iruka looked at Xian, who was surrounded by the crowd and looked helpless, and couldn't help laughing. Compared to me, who only relied on acting stupid to attract everyone's attention, you are much better. Gone. In the next set, Uchiha Suzuki will play against Tenten. Iruka sighed for a moment, and continued to assign the assessment. Xian also silently watched the strength of these boys and girls, and the gap was already obvious at this time. The children of those big families more or less know a little bit of their own secret arts, such as Shikamaru's shadow imitation, Koji's expansion jutsu, Ino's heart-to-heart, Shikamaru's or clone, Shino's worm, etc. As for ordinary children like Naruto little Sakura, there are only some basic physical skills and a little chakra. Teacher Iruka, I'll take a step first. After getting a general understanding of the current strength of 12 Xiaoqiang, Xian greeted Iruka and left directly. Go. Iruka didn't stick to the rules. He and Xian had a good relationship, not to mention that he knew exactly what Chu Xian was doing when he asked for leave. Xian tidied up the ninja bag on his body, and rushed directly towards Nanhahe. He was going to start his hell training, 2,000 push UPS, 20,000 kunao throws, 2 single-handed climbs, and 500 push UPS. I have been training until dusk, and I returned home with sweat all over my body, after taking a shower. Xian was a little surprised to find that someone had entered his room. Master Danzo, please. 2 ninjas wearing umbu masks but with a very cold tone said so, but they didn't give Xian a chance to resist. 3rd generation is really old. Xian was wrapped up, and he couldn't help but sighed secretly. After all, he is also a civilian genius, but Gen dared to hijack him directly, and it is estimated that the 3rd generation may not know anything about this matter. Nominally, the root should also belong to Umbu, but in fact, this is Danzo's own army, and it is not inferior to Umbu at all. You can do things in the village without the consent of the 3rd generation. This kind of abnormal development is also only the strange things that only appear here in the 3rd generation, including the so-called Yutiden Koharu. The strange system of several high-level kanahas were also formed during the 3rd generation's tenure, but Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. The purpose of Danzo's invitation to him this time is easy to guess, and it is nothing more than absorbing him into his roots. It is not once or twice that Danzo and 3rd generation robbed the geniuses in the village, Kakashi, Itaki, Yamato, every time. The purpose of Danzo is to control all the geniuses and powerful people in the root and form his assistants. Of course, the euphemistic name is to protect Konoha. At the beginning, he also proposed to arrange Naruto in the root and control it after completely brainwashing. For Gen, it's a chance. With the black cloth covering his head, Xian thought silently in his heart. Master Danzo, it's brought here. The black cloth on his head was removed, and Xian slightly adjusted to the light. This is a dimly lit basement, somewhat gloomy. The ninja holding him knelt on one knee, and in front of him was an old man sitting on a stone chair, leaning on a cane, and his right hand was completely covered in bandages. There is a fork-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo, a disciple of 2nd Hokage and a close friend of 3rd Hokage, is a natural conspirator who created roots and used them to develop roots in the name of protecting the village. Hokage's top schemer. But he is said to be a conspirator, and he looks very intelligent, but the fact that he does it is nothing to compliment. Every step of his operation gave birth to a powerful villain boss, and Orochimaru forced Yakushi Nanoyu, forcing Do to be blackened at the end. He joined forces with Hanzo to destroy Akatsuki, took over Nagato to blacken, intercepted Shisui, forced Itaki Uchiha was destroyed, and Suzuki was blackened in the end. It can be said that without this product, the ninja world is at least half peaceful. But now, he put his thoughts on Xian. Would you like to join Gen, Xian? Danzo smiled and said with a kind smile. Danzo didn't always have a gloomy face. This natural conspirator is also a natural actor. In front of the ignorant villagers of Kamen, Danzo may still be a respected elder. What is the root? What is this place? What do you want me for? Does Master Hokage know about this? Xian asked vigilantly as he took out kunao from the ninja tool bag behind him. He didn't act too flustered, that was too fake, and it didn't match his usual personality. Compared with these old foxes, his acting skills were still too tender. He just performed the performance that a precocious genius should have according to his own personality, which should also be the performance expected by an old fox like Danzo. Don't worry too much, Xian. Gen is an organization that hides and protects Konoha in secret. It is responsible for maintaining the safety of the village and secretly protecting Hokage. What Gen needs most is a genius like you, Danzo said with a smile. But why haven't I heard of this organization, Master Hokage? Does he know Gen? Shien didn't relax his vigilance. Of course, Sarutobi approves of roots. You can rest assured that you haven't heard of roots. It's normal. Roots are one of the biggest secrets in the village. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to touch roots. What leads this big tree is buried deep in the ground, the will of our roots. The so-called rooted person has no name and no feelings. There is no past and no future, there is only the task of protecting Konoha. We are the shadow of the flame and the will of fire. We guard Konoha and endure all the darkness, just to make Konoha, a big tree, more luxuriant. At the end of the talk, Danzo was a little proud and fanatical. It has to be said that if he can reach the top level, he is at least quite eloquent. Not to mention the third generation, Danzo, a conspirator, is actually quite contagious when he speaks. I believe in your evil, you are a bad old man. Shien lowered his head and complained silently. Join Gen, Shien, you are a genius, only Gen can give you a world to display your talents. Danzo smiled kindly. Shien thought about it for a moment. Danzo also waited patiently without urging. In the dark environment, Shien's face was cloudy, as if he was making a decision. I am willing to become a root, as a shadow in the dark, to protect Konoha, Master Danzo. Shien finally said seriously. This will be the most correct choice you've ever made. Danzo's expression softened instantly. He stood up, walked to Shien's side with a cane, and put one hand on Shien's forehead. Remember the idea of root, there is no name, no emotion, root is silent, can't speak, especially some things that shouldn't be said. I think you are a smart child, you should be able to understand what I mean. Shua. Under the fluctuation of chakra, one after another Black's curse march ran along Shien's forehead, and finally gathered on his tongue. What is this? Lord Danzo, Shien said in horror. Some tricks, as long as you don't talk about the root, you'll be fine. Danzo smiled and said, as for what will happen, he didn't say, because it's already obvious, only dead people don't reveal secrets. Yes, Lord Danzo. Shien's face was ugly. Fang, take Shien away. Danzo waved his hand. Yes, Master Danzo. Gen Ninja codenamed Fang made an emotionless voice, and disappeared on the spot with Swanyanshin technique. After Shien left. Master Danzo, these geniuses have a lot of thoughts, I'm afraid they won't really join the root. The remaining root ninja said lightly. Don't worry, he has the seal of tongue and root of disaster. He knows what to do. Geniuses are like this. They are too smart but not strong enough. They can only be reduced to pawns, Danzo sarcastically said. He seems to like the feeling of playing with geniuses, turning geniuses into pawns, and controlling everything, just like drawing Kakashi and Orochimaru in the first place, keeping the useful ones in his hands and kicking out the useless ones. Then shall we arrange tasks for him? No need. Danzo said lightly. Sarutobi seems to value this kid very much, that's right. After all, he likes to support this kind of civilian ninja the most. Regardless of this kid, I will release his mission in the future. Maybe he will become Sarutobi's side a very good pawn. By the way, what happened to Uchiha? Danzo changed the subject and asked about Uchiha, who has been getting more and more noisy recently. Uchiha has already planned to hold a clan meeting at the Nanhi Temple 10 days later, gathering all the Uchiha people, as if to discuss matters of rebellion. The root ninja kneeling on one knee said respectfully. 10 days later? Time is getting tighter and tighter. What the hell is Sarutobi doing? If you haven't made a choice until now, you are old and indecisive. Danzo snorted, leaning on his crutches with both hands, and said coldly, directly move to the level Uchiha, this kind of unrest shouldn't exist in Konoha. Continue to monitor. Danzo said lightly, especially Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi should also pay attention. Yes, about root, don't say too much, genius. The ninja codenamed Feng sent Shien back to the room, with a sarcasm in his tone. Heh. Shien looked at the disappearing wind, and all the previous fear and pretended composure disappeared in an instant, with a disdainful smile on his face. Organizations that are not on the stage will not be able to jump for a long time. Besides, who is using whom as a pawn? Master Danzo. Shien's smile was sarcasm, and a template with a faint light emerged in his hand. Character template, Omino Irika, Ninja School Teacher, Quality, Grade B rating, 2 stars experience required for ascension to star 0/100 abilities, 3 body technique, Taijutsu, Basic Illusion, Fuma Shuriken Technique, Great Shuriken Technique. Debuff attribute, Seal of Tongue Eradication. Star potential, 1 star Irika, Boy, 2 star Irika, Ninja Teacher. He said more than 20 days ago that he wanted to get a new template again, how could he not have planned earlier? The ninja school is not only a few students with 1 star or less than 1 star, Irika is also accessible to Shien. The 1-star template obtained after defeating yesterday was added to the 2-star template by Xian Yang's free experience points the moment he obtained it, just to leave a way out. The Irika of the 2-star template has about the same amount of chakra as the Kakashi of the 2-star model, or even a little more. After switching, even if you look away, you can't see much difference, let alone Danzo. System: decompose this template. The current template is obtained by defeating the opponent. Within a year, you can only obtain the template once by defeating the same character. Do you want to disassemble it? Can the same character only use the template once in a year? Xian knew this information for the first time. After all, since he got the system, he has only defeated two. One is Niji, who has not lost the template, and the other is Irika. Silently recorded this information in his heart, Xian insisted, decompose. Irika's template. Xian is not going to stay. Irika is not that kind of powerful ninja. The real upper limit is the Chunin level, and even in Chunin it is a very common existence. The current Irika has been promoted to 2 stars with 10 points of free experience. Although he can continue to accumulate experience, it is no longer necessary. Moreover, he wanted to use this disassembly to explore information. The system did not tell him a lot of information, such as the information that the same character can only drop 1 template a year, and he only knew it when he disassembled it. Congratulations to the host, the decomposition was successful, and 11 freely distributable experience points were obtained. Sure enough, decomposition can completely transform the template experience into freely distributable experience. Xian listened to the system's prompt. Although it was expected, he was also a little happy. He upgraded the Irika template and used 10 points of free distribution experience to convert it into template experience points to raise it to 2 stars. At the same time, after a day of training, Irika's template increased a little template experience points and successfully converted it into free distribution experience. This means that if he has a good template, he can practice even if his potential is insufficient, as long as he breaks it down when there is a better template in the end. Of course, this is not limited to those very precious or even out-of-print templates, because after decomposition, the template completely disappears, leaving only experience points. The less important templates can be disassembled, but the templates that are too difficult to obtain should not be disassembled. Xian made a decision, which had nothing to do with strength, but purely to satisfy his collection addiction. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed, and it has been 2 months since Xian unlocked the system. Joining Gen didn't have much impact on Xian's life. He was still the same as usual. In the morning, he went to ninja school, listened to some basic knowledge about ninjas, practiced with a group of little kids, occasionally teased little Hinata, and enjoyed the lowlies cultivation. In the afternoon, there will be more rigorous training. Of course, Kakashi's template will be used. Kakashi's template experience points will increase rapidly, but there is still a gap of more than 10 points before unlocking the 3-pointed jade at 50 points. If Shisui still has no news, then you can suspend your practice. The village is still very calm, without any fluctuations at all. But Xian found that the Uchiha people of the Konoha security department patrolling the street became more and more irritable and hostile. There have even been several incidents of Konoha civilians surrounding Uchiha patrols. If there is really a change, I'm afraid it will be in these few days. Xian walked on the street, thinking secretly, it seems that in these few days, I will go to Nanhehi more frequently and stay longer. He knew very well that this was a harbinger of Uchiha's imminent rebellion, and the conflict between the village and Uchiha became more and more difficult to reconcile. Now it is not just the conflict between the village seniors and Uchiha, but also the conflict between the villagers and Uchiha. This kind of contradiction has been slowly accumulated since second generation set Uchiha as the security department. After all, even the third generation is singing a bad face. As an open-faced force that maintains order in Konoha, Uchiha has a bad reputation in the hearts of the villagers. Yes, coupled with Uchiha's natural arrogance, this contradiction has long been buried. When it came to the Nine Tails rebellion, the fuse had already appeared. Uchiha did not appear to participate in the battle during the Nine Tails rebellion, which made many broken families extremely dissatisfied. Even after the Nine Tails rebellion, there have been rumors that Uchiha's people will only nest. However, he did not dare to confront Nine Tails, and Konoha's impression of Uchiha changed from awe to contempt. But in fact, this is really not Uchiha's fault. When Nine Tails was in turmoil, Uchiha once asked to play, and third generation agreed at the time, but Danzo and a group of high-level officials blocked this decision. Of course, there is no reason to think about it. Second generation left ideas, and a group of old men's fear of Uchiha. So why did Uchiha want to rebel? They really have no choice. If they don't rebel, they will be completely isolated by Konoha. As one of the 2 major families of ceremonial foundation tree, they got mixed up after the Nine Tails turmoil. The clan land was moved to the edge of the village, and the power was cut again and again. Even the villagers who worked so hard to protect were hostile. Who can bear this? As long as it is not everyone is against it. It was also Uchiha's rebellion that made everyone see the darkness of Hokage world politics. The third generation compromised, and on the surface they kept saying that they had come up with a way to get the best of both worlds, but they did nothing, not to mention appeasement, and left everything to Danzo by default. Danzo is also awesome. After learning his Inaki, for the sake of Sharingan, he wanted to destroy Uchiha who was out of control. Under the current political environment, if there is no accident, Uchiha will definitely rebel tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Of course, Shisui will come out at this time and put his cards together, just in exchange for a chance. A chance to modify all Uchiha concepts with distinguished heavenly gods. Only in this way can Uchiha be saved, and the village can be saved as well. If there were no accidents, the rebellion would have been quelled by Shisui's powerful spell and dissipated in the undercurrent without even a trace of commotion. Of course, this accident is bound to happen, because Konoha has Danzo, a shit-stirring stick. I have a mission tonight, put on this mask, use the transformation technique to cover up your figure, and follow me immediately. In the evening, a root ninja wearing a fox mask came to Xian, and threw a set of black cloak and umbu mask. The voice of this man was very familiar to Xian, and it was the ninja codenamed Wind last time. Xian didn't ask too much, he knew it would be useless to ask. Gen's ninjas are the most inhumane, tight-lipped, colder and darker than umbus. Using the transformation technique to change into the figure of an adult man, Xian put on the cloak and put on the white tiger umbu mask. What exactly is the mission? Xian was a little puzzled. He didn't know what mission would call him, a ninja school student. The strength he has shown now is at the most Chunin level. In front of Gen, who has been in business for countless years, this strength is fundamental. Nothing. Especially when he followed the wind to the root gathering place, this doubt was magnified to the greatest level. It is conservatively estimated that there are 40 or 50 root ninjas here. Moreover, Shin just made a rough induction, and found that every ninja is not considered weak, and the weakest is the strength of elite Chunin, especially Jonin, and even Jonin can be found everywhere. The power of years of management can be seen as Madara. What is the purpose of preparing so much power? Xian murmured in a low voice. This kind of strength may be used to assassinate the third generation. Secret well, don't say too much, Master Danzo said, you don't have to take action on this mission, just watch from the side. Fang turned his head and shouted at Xian Lo. Hidden in the big tree, Xian stared at the open space in front of him like other root members. Finally, 10 minutes later, a figure appeared in the open space. Black short-sleeved, wears a triangular protective gear, trousers of the same color, leggings, and a katana on his back. He has curly hair and a round nose, exuding a powerful aura. Finally, Xian finally understood why Danzo would deploy so many people here. Because, for this person, no amount of arrangement is necessary. This man, Uchiha Shisui, was Konoha's first genius, and he deserved that title. Even Kakashi, in front of Shisui, is not talented enough at all. Even though he is younger than Kakashi, he has already made a name for himself in the ninja world. He is known as the strongest phantom ninja, Shisui, which is a ninja-level title. But now, at a young age, he has been called the strongest in Uchiha. No matter how amazing the praise falls on him, it is not an exaggeration. Especially when he also opened Mangekyo. If it is really counted, I am afraid that the first man to open Mangekyo in modern times is Fugaku, and Shisui is the second. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha's rebellion has been difficult to conceal, no one would have thought that this young ninja, who is not even over 20 years old, has already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in Legendary. Gen's expression is a bit complicated. To be honest, the person he admires most in Uchiha is Shisui, and his senses are even better than Itaka's. Among all Uchiha people, there are 3 people who have righteousness and inherited the so-called will of fire. One is Uchiha Fugaku, but between the village and Uchiha, he is more inclined to Uchiha. After all, he is the patriarch, and the other is Itaki. But between the village and Uchiha, he prefers the village, but feels disgusted by the Uchiha people. Only Shisui really loves the village, inherits the will of fire for the village, and has a heart of tolerance for the tribe. His personality is actually very similar to 4th generation, and he is a very sunny and warm person. This kind of personality is nothing short of a miracle for the arrogant and extreme Uchiha people. There is no negative emotion in him, and even at the end, there is no trace of resentment. He still thinks about the village and family before he dies. If the 3rd generation has enough courage, the position of this Hokage can be given to Shisui. Shisui, who is young, full of talent, and sunny and gentle, is simply a replica of the 4th generation. Even the conflict between Uchiha and the village can be easily resolved. However, if there were no ifs, the senior management of the village would have been corrupted long ago. Even a ninja who said he believed that Uchiha had the will to inherit fire like Kagami would not let go of the power in his hands. It's a pity. Xian looked at Shisui in the open space in front of him, and secretly sighed with emotion. He had a strong affection for Shisui, and couldn't help but sigh for his tragic death for a while. He really didn't want to witness Shisui's death if possible, a gifted genius who shouldn't have died under Muyahei's dark politics, but he didn't have the strength to organize it. The time he travels through and the time he unlocks the system is still too short after all. If he traveled through World War III or earlier, maybe he would start to modify the tragedy of Uchiha. Still the same sentence, there is no if. He is an emotional person, but he is also a rational person. Sensibility cannot affect rationality. At this moment, he may be called cold, but there is no way this world is like this, and he will cleanse this world when he is stronger in the future. Everything, but I will not risk my life for a little touch now when I have no strength. After all, Uchiha Shisui is Uchiha Shisui. Even though he is so anxious at this moment and wants to quell Uchiha's rebellion as soon as possible, he still senses something wrong ahead in an instant. Come out, your secrets are too conspicuous. Shisui held the small Tadeo behind his back, his eyes fixed. As expected of Shisui, Uchiha's strongest. What a formidable young man. Leaning on crutches, Danzo walked out from the shadow of the forest, smiling like a kind elder. However, Shisui didn't like this at all. Although Shisui, who represents the light side, was born in Umbu, he didn't have any affection for the dark roots. He looked at Danzo coldly and said, "What does this mean? Why do you want to block it?" "My way, Danzo. Distinguished heavenly gods, a powerful illusion that can create false experiences. This kind of ability is too wasteful to prevent a coup d'etat." Danzo didn't fluctuate at all, and still had that flat expression that deserved to be beaten, but what he said was terrifying. Even if you use this technique on the clan, as long as the Uchiha clan still exists, there will definitely be another coup. No one can guarantee that such a thing will not happen again. Konoha and Uchiha will fight each other sooner or later. If this is the case, why not kill Uchiha right now? Won't the village be peaceful in the future? What he said seems to make sense, but in fact it is all nonsense. If Shen had the strength, he would have gone out and slapped Danzo in the face by now. To completely destroy Uchiha. It's all your conspiracy, Danzo. Shisui's eyes had completely cooled down, and the scarlet Sangha Jade appeared, exuding an indifferent light. No, everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Danzo said calmly, "I will keep your eyes properly and use them in appropriate places." Danzo. Shisui pulled out the katana, and walked directly to Danzo's side in an instant, so fast that it even left an afterimage on the spot. Of course, Danzo's strength is not weak. After all, he was also in existence among second-generation disciples who could compete with Sarutobi. He has the strength of the veteran cage level. The force was extremely tyrannical, tearing the ground into a deep trace. To protect the village, some sacrifices are necessary. Why don't you understand? Danzo snorted coldly. You think you need to sacrifice. This assumption itself is wrong. In fact, you are only for my eyes. Shisui doesn't dismiss this at all. He is a master of illusion, and he has a very thorough understanding of people's hearts. Jen didn't get Danzo's instructions, so he didn't act anymore, and Suanya hid in the grass, watching the battle between the two cage levels. Although Shisui didn't activate Susanoo now, relying on his extremely fast body flicker technique and superb fire-style knife skills, he firmly suppressed Danzo, and Danzo didn't dare to look up at Shisui's eyes. Because sword technique, body flicker technique, and fire style are not Shisui's strongest method, but his strongest method is the famous ninjutsu genjutsu. However, Danzo still did not escape from Shisui's illusion after all. Even Shien didn't see how Danzo was tricked. Danzo never looked directly into Shisui's eyes, but he still fell into the illusion. He suddenly remembered a plot in the anime. During the Third Ninja War, Miss Shinobi had a secret team led by Ching to sneak into Konoha, but inexplicably fell to the ground one by one in the forest. Shisui outside abandoned the mission on the spot. 100 meters away, no matter how you think about it, they will not look at each other, but the Miss Shinobi team is still hit by the illusion. It can only be said that Shisui's illusion has reached a certain level. The double illusion Manjikyo is indeed powerful, like a dual time-space ninjutsu. Obito's Manjikyo also exists at the bug level. Seeing that the leader had been brought under control, the root ninjas who had been hiding in the dark jumped out one by one. Numerous kunao with detonating charms and even poisonous smoke shot towards Shisui from all directions. For a moment, the sound of the explosion was inaudible, and a large amount of poisonous smoke filled the entire open space. Even Xian, who was next to him, felt a little chilled by this vicious method. It was really hard to imagine that it was used to deal with his own village. Means. Ahem. Shisui also staggered a little. He accidentally inhaled some poisonous smoke. Too many ants can kill elephants, not to mention that these are not weak, all of them are masters cultivated by Gen over the years, and there is no shortage of Jonin and elite Jonin. After all, Shisui is still too young. Even though he is extremely talented, Susanoo has not yet awakened at the moment, and it is a bit difficult under this kind of siege. However, in the next second of his situation, he really fell into hell. Shua. Behind Shisui, Danzo, who had been completely controlled, instantly moved behind Shisui, and when he was responding to Root's attack, he stretched out his hand from behind. Hiss. Shisui groaned in pain. Xian couldn't help but sigh. He could clearly see that Shisui's right eye was gouged out by Danzo, bleeding profusely. The severe pain can be imagined, but Shisui gritted his teeth and endured it. I recognize your title of the strongest Uchiha, your will, your strength, but unfortunately, Shisui, you still have to be buried here today, with Uchiha. Danzo sneered as he looked at Shisui, who was wrapped around his right eye. The bandage slipped off slowly, and a 3-tomo Sharingan was gradually losing its light. Isn't a key, so that's the case, Danzo, you really are planning the Sharingan, Shisui said a little angrily. Give up, Shisui, you can't stop anything, this is the tide of the times. Danzo looked condescendingly at Shisui, who was kneeling on one knee. He could see how bad Shisui's body was. With the loss of his right eye and poisoning, he has run out of fuel. No, I want to stop all of this. Shisui's dizzy pupils froze instantly, and he suppressed all the negative states with great willpower. Boom! He smashed a smoke bomb to the ground, and dense smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. Shisui's body flicker technique was played, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Chasing, he can't escape very far, Danzo said coldly. Yes, dozens of root elites shuttled through the dense forest, and Xian also followed. It was also this journey of pursuit that allowed him to see what willpower is. Shisui had already run out of energy, but he dragged such a body to avoid the pursuit of dozens of elite ninjas. Catch up, someone in front shouted. Aim at the legs, don't aim at the face, the root leader ordered. At this moment, Xian also saw Shisui's back, which was already a little staggering. She wanted to bear everything, the village, the family. He was about to succeed, but the mountain from the darkness was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The strong-willed ninja who was finally oppressed couldn't bear it anymore. Xian didn't speak, and took one last deep look, and then quickly backed away. Even if the tiger was seriously injured, it wasn't something a group of cats could offend. He saw the man's determination and will, and that was enough. Susanoo, 99. A muffled growl sounded. Countless huge spear-like green chakras pierced through the entire forest in an instant, and the chasing ninja suffered heavy casualties in an instant. A huge chakra titan appeared in the forest, covering and protecting Shisui, with a hideous face and a pattern of rays of light like a Tai Chi figure on his chest. It's a pity. Xian sighed, it was too late. This Susanoo was open too late. Shisui can open Susanoo with one eye, enough to see how powerful his pupil power is. If he is given another year and a half, then the outcome of today's battle will definitely not be like this. Before he reached his peak, he was swallowed by the darkness of the village. He could obviously become the patron saint of the village, but now he was about to die here quietly. I should go too. Xian listened to the sound of the air bursting in the distance, and there was an angry blazing fire coming from there. Fire style, dragon fire technique, Shua. Xian jumped down from the canyon, which is the lower reaches of the Nanhe River, feeling the scabbard gusts of the canyon cutting across his face like a knife. Maybe this would make his heart feel better. Xian has never been so thirsty for strength like today. He traveled to the darkest moment in Hokage. This kind of darkness is different from the bloody and cruelty of war. He twists people's minds and makes people filthy. He kills people with blunt knives, and kills those who really care about the village. What he kills is the most precious part of the village. Nauseous, nauseating, breathless. Third generation, you are really old. Xian closed his eyes, unable to express what kind of mood he was in. Only when you are truly in this era and see the darkness, can you know how many unscrupulous methods are behind the kind surface. After all, politicians have thousands of faces. When third generation became Hokage for the second time, he was no longer its ninja, but a politician. He didn't want to look at the follow-up. It was nothing more than a heroic figure. Even at the end of his life, he had to entrust his own path and the future of the family and the village to the latecomers, and he didn't even have a chance to complain. Xian waited for about an hour at the lower reaches of the Nanhe River. The wind in the canyon was very cold, but Xian's heart was even colder. He saw Shisui's dead body, with blood in his eyes, but a relieved smile on his face, which was simply the biggest mockery of the village. Proud of the wish entrusted to his friends, his eyes after death still show the right path. He is a tragic hero. Because he was too excellent, he was involved in the tide of the times, and died in order to lay the foundation for the village. Xian suddenly remembered the evaluation of Shisui by the Book of Arrays, and muttered silently, "Is it worth it?" Xian fished Shisui's body out of the icy river, looking at the smile on his face. Perhaps the answer was already obvious. His eyes will still show the correct path in the future. Maybe there will be days in the dark. He entrusted the family to Itachi, and Itachi obviously failed to achieve the situation Shisui wanted, because he had completely lost hope for the small family and chose the most extreme approach. This I did not save Uchiha, but it saved the ninja world in the future. The art of protecting Konoha played an important role in the Fourth World War. You are not wrong, it is the village that was wrong. Rest in peace, Shisui, all of this will be cleaned up in the future. Xian buried Shisui's body deep in the ground, as if saying goodbye to an old friend. This night's operation ended in failure. Danzo's goal was Shisui's 2 eyes, but in the end he only got one, which made him furious, but it was useless. Shisui had already given the last eye to Itachi. Even Danzo really dug 3 feet to find Shisui's body, and it was impossible to get another distinguished heavenly god's Mangekyo after all. As for Xian, after this operation ended, he returned home directly, and now he can roughly guess Danzo's intentions. I want to train him to be a pawn next to the third generation, so I try not to get him involved with General. The task this time is equivalent to casting a certificate. No matter whether Xian is just waiting and watching in this operation, at least one of the clues to assassinate the genius of the same village cannot be escaped. In this way, Xian can only be tied to this thief's ship. Up. But Xian didn't care too much. Gen won't be brilliant for a long time. What he remembers clearly is that after the night of genocide, third generation came into contact with Danzo Hokich's assistant position, and Gen was also purged, and his strength in the open most of them were disbanded, and it was only during the Shippuden period that they took a breath. And even if third generation didn't disband Gen, Xian doesn't care much about Gen now. He already has the ability to protect himself. Character template Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Quality, S grade rating, 4 stars. Experience required for star promotion 0/10,000, experience points reach 5,000 to unlock Susanoo, abilities Shurinan, Mangekyo, 3 body technique, illusion, Taijutsu short sword, flash cut, double flash, ninjutsu fire style great fireball technique, fire style great dragon fire technique, fire style impatience claw red, Uchiha flow swordsmanship, sword leaping flames, wind sword, sun halo dance, shadow clone technique. Crow Ninjutsu, Distinguished Heavenly Gods Light. Debuff attribute Mangekyo S Devour, frequent use of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil spell will cause blindness, star potential 1 star Shisui, youth 2 star Shisui, Sharinan 3 star Shisui, for star Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, strong, really strong, compared to Kakashi's template, Shisui's template is much stronger. It is true that there are no shortcomings in all aspects. In terms of illusion, he is known as the strongest illusion ninja, and there is the strongest Distinguished Heavenly Gods in illusion. In terms of taijutsu, not to mention, Shisui's body flicker technique and the self-created ninjutsu Uchiha style fused with fire style are already super powerful. The last ninjutsu, although there is only fire style ninjutsu, but Shisui's fire style talent is definitely the top kind, plus Uchiha is naturally good at using fire style. His fire style is definitely not small. This is the real world, not anime. The power of fire style is not the stock of anime that claims not to kill fire style. In terms of strength, the strength of the Shisui template is properly cage level. If Distinguished Heavenly Gods is not counted, it is not a very top level one. It is far inferior to some perverts in cage level, but it is a sequel. It's completely different if you can use Susanoo, which is definitely very strong in the cage level. Coupled with pervert's illusion, it can be said that there is no shortcoming. Up to now, Xian's strength can be regarded as a leap, 2 months since he unlocked the system, from a common person, to now possessing cage level power. The embarrassing situation he was in now has enough room to turn around. He even said that at this moment, he can attack and retreat in Konoha, and he can judge Konoha at any time. Although this series is indeed due to a matter of opportunity, it is absolutely inseparable from him. If he is not familiar with the plot, he planned early and inquired about the news. If it weren't for his hard training, he won the appreciation of third generation and Irika's care. At the same time, he got the latest news from this springboard and participated in this battle. If it wasn't for his efforts to push Kakashi's template to 2 stars, gain Jonin level strength, and be able to slip away in this chaotic battle for a while without being noticed, then it is impossible for him to obtain Shisui's template so easily without causing trouble. Anyone's attention. Switch the Uchiha Shisui template, Xian silently said in his heart. Shua. The huge chakra filled the body in an instant. It was a chakra that was countless times stronger than the Kakashi template. If it wasn't for Xian's efforts to control his body in an instant, I am afraid that this large amount of chakra breath would instantly attract Umbu's attention. It's so strong. Xian could feel this kind of powerful power. Hokich's world strength and speed are all linked to chakra. He couldn't imagine how powerful it would be once such a powerful chakra was converted into ninjutsu output. It is detected that the gap between the current template and the host is too large, and the transmission of practice information will be passed on in batches. When all the information is inherited by the host, all the strength of the template will be obtained. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. The span of strength is too great. Xian also smiled wryly. The strength of his Kakashi template has been improved little by little. From the common man to the strength of the 1-star Kakashi Chunin level, and then from the Chunin level to the lower limit level of the 2-star Jonin level, the intermediate span can still be tolerated. After all, besides physical skills, he also learned just some basic ninjutsu. But the Shisui template is completely different. From the lower limit template of Kakashi Jonin to cage level, the span of strength is simply a big stage, and it is a huge stage. In the entire Hokage, generally speaking, ninjutsu school students can become genin after graduation. Xiaoli graduated from such a rubbish school and became a genin. After genin, he is a chunin. He can become a chunin by mastering some low-level ninjutsu and accumulating mission experience. The requirements for jonin in the latter part may be higher, but a ninja village, especially a ninja village, does not lack much jonin, and there are many. In fact, there is no particularly large gap between jonin and jonin. Special jonin refers to a special jonin who has a strong attainment in a certain aspect, and a jonin that is more balanced and comprehensive in all aspects. Just like Ibuki is a special jonin, because of his ability to torture, Kakashi became a jonin at the age of 12. His strength is definitely not as strong as Ibuki, but he is more balanced in all aspects, so he is a jonin. But cage level is completely different. It can be said that the number of strong Yamato cage levels in a village definitely has a lot to do with it. In the world of Hokage, even if it wasn't for the 4 wars of gods and demons in the later period, the strength of one person can exceed the effect brought by the number. It's like how the 4th generation managed to turn the tide in the Third World War by himself. At the level of the 4th generation, killing more than 50 ninjas in an instant, that level is no longer the effect that jonin can produce with the accumulation of numbers. You know, white-tailed beasts are so valued and become a strategic level power, not only because of their powerful destructive power, but also because Jinchuriki is a stable cage level power. It can be seen that the status of cage level powerhouses in the ninja world, each of them is a well-known powerhouse in the ninja world. Between the template of the 4-star Shisui and the template of the 2-star Kakashi, it is not an exaggeration to say that there is a world apart. Suan-jun, good morning. Hinata stood at the gate of the ninja school, her head still buried low. Let's go, Hinata, class is about to start. Hey, you two, don't sprinkle dog food in the early morning, really. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Yo, Shikamaru, you are still so lethargic today. Shien didn't care, and greeted Shikamaru who was yawning behind him. Shikamaru is considered to have a good relationship among the 12 Xiaoqiang. The key is that this guy has a high IQ and a high EQ, so he won't give Shien a childish impression. And for his usually lazy, reliable character at critical times, Shien also admired him quite a lot. Because of the shyness of being bumped by an acquaintance, Hinata took Xien's arm and hid behind Shien, not daring to make a sound. In fact, what she didn't know was that the whole class already knew about her relationship with Shien. After all, they were in pairs every day, and it had become a daily habit for Shien to flirt with Hinata, which seemed completely uncommon to others. Thanks to this, most of the girls gave up on Shien. When Shien easily defeated Niji, he was almost surrounded by precocious little girls. It's rare that you weren't with Ino Koji today, Hyun joked. These 3 people obviously have very different personalities, but like conjoined twins, they are separated all the time. Koji overslept. Ino's words are waiting for Suzuki with flowers. Shikamaru scratched his head, with a look of disgust on his face. Really, are children so precocious nowadays? Trouble is dead. Aren't you a child too? Shien Dan complained. Speaking of which, he had also heard about Zuzi. The precocious little girls in the class knew that Shien already had a girlfriend. After these precocious little girls were also sad for a while, they turned their attention to Zuzi. At this time, Zuzi is not the iceberg in the future. Uchiha's background, coupled with his strong strength and handsome face, instantly became the object of jealousy among the little girls in the class. However, Zuzi's good days may come to an end soon. Shien narrowed his eyes slightly. It has been more than a year since Shisui's death. The death of a cage-level genius was silent and did not cause the slightest fluctuation. The village is still peaceful as usual. Even the villagers of Kama know that Uchiha genius with a sunny smile has passed away, buried in the cold Nanhi River. 3rd generation also smiled at Mimi every day, and occasionally wandered around the village, and talked to Shien kindly and encouraged him. But this made Shien Gang feel the darkness of Konoha politics. Shisui's death is not a possibility. It absolutely has the acquiescence of the 3rd generation, used on the upper echelons of the village. Likewise, Gen saw nothing the village did to appease Uchiha when Uchiha delayed the rebellion for more than a year because of Shisui's death. On the contrary, it is Umbu, where secret activities are more frequent, and the conflict between the Konoha village residents and the Uchiha security department is becoming more and more serious on the street. Konoha is still peaceful on the surface, but the smell of gunpowder in the dark is getting thicker and thicker. But this time Shien is not sure when Uchiha will have a coup d'état. Judging from the current situation, even if there is a coup tonight, Shien will believe it. However, the original data show that Uchiha postponed the plan for 2 years because of Shisui's death, and it is obviously not enough time now. According to the data, Suzuki witnessed the demise of the tribe when he was 7 years old, but that is also a 1-year time span, and all the information is only it can be accurate to the unit of year, not even to a certain month. But although I don't like Suzuki very much, his big brother Itaki is really good. Shikamaru sighed. I became the captain of Umbu at the age of 13, and even my father praised him full of praise, saying he's a real genius. Shien was not too surprised that Shikamaru knew about Umbu. Although some low-level ninjas might not know about Umbu's existence, Shikamaru, a member of a big family, definitely knew about it. His father, Lu Ju, is Konoha's think tank. Wait, Itaki was promoted to the captain of the Umbu branch? Xian's eyes narrowed suddenly. It seems that it's been a few days. Itaka's promotion to the captain of the Umbu branch is a signal for the village to appease Uchiha, or Suying should be said to be a signal to paralyze Uchiha and make Uchiha lose his vigilance. In fact, I am afraid that the village's butcher knife has already been raised, and Danzo has already begun to contact Itaki. The original data also has this point. Not long after Itake became the captain of the Umbu branch, the night of genocide happened. Be careful these few nights. Xian secretly thought, this is an opportunity, an excellent opportunity, allowing him to complete a large wave of accumulation, but it is too bloody. Thinking of the bloodbath of the entire Uchiha clan, Xian frowned slightly, and unconsciously exerted force on his palms. Suan-jun. Hinata gently patted Xian's hand from the side, worry flashed in his eyes. Sorry, I hurt you. Xian quickly let go of his hand with some distress. Hinata shook her head, suddenly seemed to have the courage, looked straight into Xian's eyes, stood on tiptoe, and whispered softly in his ear. No matter what happens, I will be by Suan-jun's side, so if something happens, don't support it alone, I'm still here. Hinata's voice was soft and thin, but firm. Xian was suddenly touched. He knew that Hinata had the kind of character that was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. However, when this kind of shy girl whispers affectionate and firm words in your ear, even the hardest heart was broken down. Thank you, Hinata. Xian was a little touched. Xian has always felt that he was able to stay in Konoha all the time, and not be completely distorted and devoured by the darkness he came into contact with, because there are more beautiful things in this village. Just like the girl in front of him, Xian hugged Hinata tightly, but he didn't choose to tell Hinata. It's fine for me to bear some darkness, Xian said softly. Beautiful people and things should not be tarnished. In Konoha's 55th year, it was a dark night. I don't know if it was an illusion of many people. Today's moon seems to be blood red. Uchiha's rebellion has not yet begun, and a man has already despaired of the strength of this clan. What he bears is the entrustment of his friends, what he wants to protect is the peace of the village, and the one who sacrifices can only be the family who wants to start a war, and the condition is only to leave the name of his dearest brother. A genius ninja who was only 13 years old held the sword in his hand, tore off the mask on his face, and launched a massacre of the family, codenamed Cleansing Operation, to cleanse the Uchiha clan and cleanse the most unstable factors in this village. It is definitely impossible for Itake to do this kind of thing alone. For the shot, there are root ninjas who kill and collect Sharingan, and there is a ninja wearing a single whole Uzumaki mask, exposing the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. Shua. The Uchiha civilians who begged for mercy died instantly, and everyone seemed to be crazy tonight. Whether it is an old man or a child, whether it is a ninja or a commoner, as long as it is Uchiha, it is all cleaned and cleaned. After all, ninja is a bloody profession. When the huge machine of Ninja Village targets a certain person or family, the kind of cruelty is simply chilling. Who? The root ninja who raised the butcher's knife suddenly turned his head, and in an instant found the strange man approaching him, the man in the black cloak and the Shinigami mask used for sacrifices. Wind style, chopping blade. This is a Jonin-level powerhouse. His perception is very keen, his reaction is very quick, and his chakra has strong fluctuations. With a single slash, the sharp chakra seems to be able to cut steel in half. However, when his eyes met those scarlet Sharingan, his death was already doomed. Quack quack. The root ninja wearing the Baihu mask was horrified to find that the people who were hid in front of him instantly turned into crows, and the sky had turned into a deep blood red at some point, just like the blade on his blade. Scarlet. I think the moment you kill someone, you should be ready to be killed, so I plan to give you a ride. A cold voice rang in his ears, and Jonin's eyes fell into darkness for an instant. Boom! The headless corpse fell to the ground, spattering little bits of blood. Picking up the fallen Samsung template, Xian glanced at the fallen body next to him a little bit unbearably. This is a family of 3, and the father died at the door. It was definitely not an escape posture, but desperately trying to stop it. The mother took her son running away, a knife in the back pierced the two of them directly. They're not ninjas, they're just civilians of Uchiha, and now they've been purged. Xian has no position to accuse anyone, or to feel sad for whom, after all, he is also an executioner tonight, who came here to make bloody money. Thinking of this, Xian frowned, and his expression turned cold instantly. Gently shaking off the blood on the blade, Xian took a step out of this hell. He didn't come to be the savior tonight, he was just a seducer from hell. He didn't want Sharingan, he didn't clean, what he needed was human the templates left behind after death. The entire Uchiha clan has been reduced to hell on earth, with screams and screams everywhere, hunting and fleeing everywhere. Xian didn't care about it, he collected templates one by one along the way. Most of these templates were 2-star, and there were not a few 3-star templates. There are almost no 1-star ones, which shows the background of Uchiha. The family with perfect strength preserved in the Nine Tails Rebellion has a strong background and a lot of ninjas. It is a huge force. If it weren't for being caught off guard by the village, coupled with Itaka's rebellion, Fugaku's non-resistance, and Akatsuki's joining, Many factors led to Uchiha's one-sided defeat. Otherwise, it would be the number one clan in Konoha. How could it be almost defenseless like it is now? Collecting templates, there are also many root ninjas who don't know how to live or die. Seeing Xian's strange costumes, they come to kill them, but under the 4-star Shisui template, these elite ninjas are just food for mouth, and they are simply vulnerable. In a year, Xian has already thoroughly understood Shisui's template. With cage-level strength, even in this chaotic and killing environment, he is like walking in the garden. Like an ecological circle, he is standing in the food chain. Top man. Who the hell are you guys? If you dare to make trouble in Uchiha, Itaki will definitely kill you. Don't underestimate me, don't underestimate Uchiha. At this moment, Xian suddenly heard a coquettish call from the side. He turned his head and saw a girl with long straight black hair and a small mole on her right eye, driving a 3-tomo Sharingan, holding a kunai, was confronting a man wearing a black-red cloud robe and a single-hole spiral mask. However, in Xian's view, it was just a one-sided confrontation. That girl is definitely not an opponent of the masked man. Even though she has already activated 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age, her talent is quite good. But opposite her is the pervert who opened up the Hashirama Cell and Kamui Hollow, which is not something he, a little Uchiha girl, can compete with. Holding a kunai in her hand, the girl rushed towards Obito briskly and agilely. The kunai stabbed straight at Obito's mask, and the attack was normal. Unfortunately, this kind of normal attack was useless against the masked man. Sure enough, the piercing kunai pierced through the mask in an instant, as if everything was just a phantom, but the iron chain blade lock in the masked man's hand, the clang and sparks produced by the friction with the ground showed, none of this is an illusion. The girl's pinpoint pupils reflected the oncoming sharp blade hanging on the iron chain. If there is no accident, in the next second, the iron chain full of blades will be wrapped around the girl's body, and then strangled. Goodbye, Itaki. Uchiha Izumi said with some regret in his eyes. It's obvious that I haven't had time to see him for the last time. Dang. A huge metal trill sounded, and there was no severe pain as imagined. The girl opened her eyes, and what she saw was a generous back, just like the big brother who guarded them before. Brother Shisui. Izumi murmured softly. I'm sorry, can you give me this girl? The cold voice said witty words, which seemed extraordinarily weird in this bloody night. What's even weirder is the hideous and terrifying Shinigami mask, and the three-god jade with a fishy glow in the pupils. A Shinigami mask, a pair of scarlet three-pointed jade, and a sharp katana dripping with blood. Uzumaki mask and a single Sharingan, huge hideous chain blade on bloodline Madara. Under the blood moon, this is a confrontation between two equally terrifying and weird people. Boom! Without any words, after a short confrontation, the two sides rushed towards each other at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Stepping on the blood flowing on the ground, Short Sword cast a layer of blood in the haze, and then, this layer of blood seemed to turn into flames in an instant. Huge flames wrapped around the blade, and the air was scorched instantly. Uchiha Flow Blast Sword. Shua. Xian's figure turned into an afterimage at the moment when the masked man was about to touch it. In an instant, a huge flaming blade slashed through the masked man's body, pierced through the mask, passed through the long tail flames, and turned the gate of the nearby security department into ashes. This level of Muji fire style, this body flicker technique, who are you? There doesn't seem to be a character like you in Uchiha's data. Obito's voice is very low, even with a little majesty, which is intimidating. The current Obito is not the A-Fei who hides his identity in the future. When he touches the darkness, he is the dead man holding his beloved girl in the sea of blood. His heart is dead, his belief is crazy, and he falls into darkness. It's just an unknown person. Xian's voice was cold, but still very magnetic. It was not his own voice, but Shisui's voice. Tonight, he was Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha is really a genius. First Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, Itake, and now you are such a hidden master. Is this the most brilliant moment for Uchiha after Uchiha Madara? Obito laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. What a sad family. It is indeed ironic that there are countless geniuses appearing in the same era, but Uchiha was destroyed in the hands of these geniuses. Most of the corpses and blood here and there were caused by Itaki and Obito. Forget it, taking your Sharingan, I have gained a lot tonight. Obito said indifferently. He didn't pay much attention to Xian, even though Xian's skills had already stepped into cage level in just a moment. Because of this ninja world, when the man he admired died 7 years ago, he was confident that no one in the whole ninja world could hurt him, and he didn't think that the mysterious person in front of him could match that man back then. In the same way, he can figure out his ability in a single round of fighting, not to mention, he is no longer the same as he was 7 years ago. Obito moved his wrist, and 2 sections of iron chain covered with blades were wrapped around his wrist. This attack method is the most concise. As long as Hollow dodges the attack, he can use the iron chain to strangle the opponent in an instant. Not everyone knows Flying Thunder God, instant strangulation, few people escaped. You've been chattering since just now, who do you think you are? Black's robe fluttered up, and the snow-like blade slashed 3 flames from the flight control in an instant. Uchiha Halo Dance. It's useless, no matter if it's taijutsu, ninjutsu, or illusion, it's useless to me. Obito swung the iron chain and charged directly at Shien's blade. Mangekyo. The sharp blade passed through Uzumaki's mask in an instant, and the sword pierced through the center of the scarlet Mangekyo without spattering a single drop of blood. But that's all. Mangekyo faced the pair of three-pointed jade. Obito's tone contained a trace of disdain. Unexpectedly, he did not see any emotional color of fear in the pair of three-pointed jade. The moment their eyes met, the three-pointed jade spun rapidly, and a Mangekyo in the shape of a four-pointed jade windmill shuriken appeared instantly, and the scarlet light became more intense. Distinguished heavenly gods. Suguya Mangekyo spun quickly, faint bloodshot eyes emerged, turned into blood tears and remained. The strange thing is, looking at the four-pointed jade Mangekyo, Obito didn't move at all, and his movements didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't see the three-pointed jade turned into a Mangekyo at all. I won. When Shien's body completely penetrated Obito's body, Obito said lightly, without a trace of complacency or fluctuation, as if he was saying a reasonable ending. Puff. The iron chain wrapped around Shien's body. The sound of the blade piercing into the flesh made people feel chills all over. Quack quack. The body that was supposed to die instantly turned into countless crows, and the crows screamed piercingly. The blood moon in the sky was huge, as if it was about to descend to the ground. What? Illusion? How is it possible, this kind of mere crow illusion? Obito's tone finally changed slightly. Mangekyo revealed a slow shock. Whoever said that all attacks are ineffective against you, you think too highly of yourself. The crows condensed a strange Shinigami mask in midair, and their faint voice seemed to slap Obito on the face. Shua. This time it was the real sound of sharp knives piercing flesh. The crows and the blood moon all dissipated in an instant, and Uchiha was still bleeding everywhere, and there was a faint scream coming from a distance. At the gate of the Uchiha security department, Uchiha Izumi stared blankly at the two people in front of him. At the moment just now, the mysterious man wearing the Shinigami mask stabbed straight with the short sword in both hands, while the man wearing the Uzumaki mask stood there in a daze. Only at the last moment did he hurriedly block the short sword with his hand. Who the hell are you? Uchiha Shisui has long since died. How could Uchiha still have an illusion master of your level? Obito's voice was no longer flat, but filled with extreme anger and deep chill. The worst thing you did was that you shouldn't have stood in front of me when the illusion was broken. Obito said coldly. The pierced hand was a little abnormally white, holding the knife tightly. The handle, that kind of powerful and somewhat abnormal force even made the 100-forged fine steel blade bend a little. As if it was the sound of the palm bone rubbing against the blade, Obito actually endured the pain and pinched Shien's hand holding the handle of the blade. Caught you. Wood style, cutting technique. A sharp wooden thorn protruded from his arm hidden under the robe, and stabbed towards Shien vigorously. This is not the cutting technique of 10 tails, which is like launching a spear. This is a very powerful existence in Wood style's conventional ninjutsu. Obito once used it when saving Linear. Once hit by a wooden thorn, no matter what part it is, it will instantly absorb the vitality and chakra in the opponent's blood, grow up in an instant, and generate countless wooden thorns in the opponent's body to penetrate the body. Can be called a one-hit kill attack. Obito used this trick to destroy all of Miss Shinobi's troops chasing Kakashi. I still underestimate you. I didn't expect you to break free from my illusion so quickly. Shien slightly sighed. However, since I dare to approach you, how could it be possible that I don't have a means of self-protection? Dang! A sharp voice sounded, but the wooden thorns had no effect, and a green light, like ribs, wrapped Shien in it. Green's chakra was like a flame, condensing into a solid body in an instant, and a chakra titan with a height of 7 or 8 meters appeared beside Shien in an instant. Boom! A huge spiral sword descended from the sky, like a magic sword that opened the sky, splitting the entire street into pieces. This is the power of a real god and demon. Susanoo? Your pupil power can actually support Susanoo. Obito Kamui Hollow exclaimed after dodging the slash in an instant. There are quite a lot of surprises today. Obito glanced at Shien, who was wrapped in a green titan with apprehension, the powerful illusion that could affect him, and the completely defensive Susanoo. Frankly speaking, he was gone. He had the chance to win at the beginning, and even in the short fight, he was always in a state of being suppressed. Let's go. Sharinan has collected almost everything. If we stay any longer, we will attract Konoha's attention. On the ground next to Obito, a strange creature covered with plant leaves emerged from the ground, with one black body and one white body. Doesn't look human. Black Zetsu. Shien was secretly vigilant. No matter how vigilant he couldn't be too vigilant when facing this figure who had stirred up storms in the ninja world for hundreds of thousands of years. I see. After a moment of silence, Obito regained his composure and responded lightly. Then he looked at Shien. The eyes under the mask were devoid of emotion. Although I don't know who you are, I think we will meet again. Maybe we will become like-minded people. If necessary, you can go to Akatsuki. We are in the land of rain. Perhaps. Shien Dandan replied, non-committal. You will. Obito seemed to smile. How long will your eyes last? Leaving a faint sentence, the space Uzumaki lifted up, and the body was gradually swallowed by the space Uzumaki. The last Mangekyo took a deep look at Gen, who was shrouded in the Shinigami mask, and disappeared. After Obito left, Shien also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The huge Susanoo was released in an instant, and only a little bit of chakra was left, and the eye that had just released the distinguished heavenly gods was still a little sore. It was really a thrilling battle. Although he had been in the upper hand just now, suppressing Obito, it was because Shien knew Obito's ability very well from the very beginning, plus Obito's complete ignorance of Shien and his conceit towards Hollow. All of these formed the situation where Shien just had the upper hand. In fact, even with Shisui's template, he is not Obito's opponent. There is too much difference in basic quality. Hollow alone has completely restrained all physical and ninjutsu, and general illusion is useless to Obito. He is Mangekyo himself, coupled with the blessing of Hashirama cells to the power of pupils, and the cultivation practice that has been honed under Madara for several years. Obito is no longer the tail of the crane. In a sense, he is even more powerful than Chao's shadow is even more difficult. And Obito's illusion ability is not weak at all. He once killed the perfect three tails Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage Yagura with an illusion, and used illusion to control Yagura for so many years. One can imagine his illusion attainments. Just now Shien's only chance was at the moment of using the distinguished heavenly gods. He used the illusion to activate the illusion to fix Obito, and then the short sword took the lead, but what he didn't expect was that Obito came back to his senses so quickly. Distinguished heavenly gods was actually broken free. Something is wrong, there should be Uzumaki on him. Shien suddenly woke up. Uzumaki is definitely a special white zetsu. He can use a strong with style, and at the same time, he can envelop a person like clothes, and increase the body technique chakra and other aspects of the enveloped person. This is why Obito was able to control 9 tails in just 1 year, and was able to fight against Minato, because he added buff to him. Of course, this is also related to his failure to fully activate the pupil power. The power of the distinguished heavenly gods is related to the pupil power activated. The stronger the pupil power is, the more permanent it is to change the memory. Of course, after obtaining the Shisui template and mastering the distinguished heavenly gods, Shien also found that the distinguished heavenly gods are not so invincible. The first is the required pupil power. The longer you want to tamper with the memory, the more pupil power will be consumed, and the stronger the will of the target will be. The stronger the strength, the more pupil power will be consumed. This is reality. How could it be like the anime? And there is a so-called cooling time. It is because the pupil power is consumed too much. How can such a terrifying technique have no price at all? The reason why Atake burned Shisui's eye without hesitation was probably because that I was probably blind after using the permanent distinguished heavenly gods. It's not that Shien didn't want to kill Obito with distinguished heavenly gods just now, but for Obito's level, distinguished heavenly gods needs to consume too much pupil power and chakra. I am afraid that if you really use that level of pupil technique, this template will be blind from a distance not far away. The more I learned about the Uchiha Shisui template, the more Shien also understood the sacrifice that Shisui wanted to make at the beginning. He wanted to permanently rewrite the memory of the whole clan, and he probably did it with the determination to die. And he is also very clear. I am afraid that the chance of success is not high, maybe only the top management can be changed. That's why Atake didn't use Shisui's eye to stop the rebellion, and why Danzo didn't use Shisui's eye to permanently distinguish heavenly gods against third generation. After thinking a lot in his heart, Shien sighed silently. The gap between him and the top figures in the ninja world is still not small. Even if he had the upper hand just now, the damage he caused to Obito was only a penetrating knife wound, and he was still Hashirama quickly recovered under the cells. On the other hand, Chakra lost a large part of his cards and played all his cards. No, Obito should have another chance to meet his Inaki. Thinking of this, Shien suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The more I think about it, the more thrilling I feel. Just a little carelessness in the battle just now would be an abyss. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill Obito at the very beginning, he just wanted to force him to retreat. Otherwise, if he really kept fighting, I'm afraid he would be here today even if he tried to abolish the Shisui template. In the final analysis, after all, the time of practice is too short and the background is too poor. If he has a 5-star template in his hand now, it is not in vain. However, the hint has been given. The next time we meet, it should be more interesting. After calming down, Shien showed a faint smile. Back then, 4th generation left a mark of Flying Thunder God on Obito. How could he not keep back? He is a master of illusion. Using distinguished heavenly gods to keep back is enough to give Obito face. The real illusion is not something that can only be released in person, but unconsciously, you have already left behind the illusion. In the anime, Itake is one of the masters, which is why since he fought, others have lived in his illusion, because he gave hints in advance, and Shisui, illusion is stronger than Itake. The battle is over, sum up the battle experience, fight against the top ninja powerhouses, and always have the upper hand, get 300 template experience points, and freely distribute 300 experience points. The template experience and freely distributable experience add up to 600 points, which is already a lot of experience points. You must know that a 3-star template with 0 experience only has 100 experience points after disassembly, and almost 6 blank 3-star templates were obtained in one battle. Unfortunately, this level is not considered a defeat, otherwise we would have obtained an Obito template. Xian was a little disappointed. The Obito template has a very high potential, it is definitely a 6-star template, and it is just the opposite of Kakashi. The Obito template may be rubbish at the first 2 stars, but when it comes to 3 stars, 4 stars, or even 5 stars, it is estimated to be very strong. The presence, although its 6 paths mode is rubbish, but with Hollow and Hashirama cells in the early stage, it is almost invincible. Well, thank you for saving me, are you brother Shisui? Just when Xian was still a little dissatisfied, Uchiha Izumi next to him spoke timidly. Xian turned his head to look at Uchiha Kwan, this girl who was very low in popularity and probably unknown to many people. To be honest, Izumi's appearance is very common, without the beauty of that kind of experience, long straight hair like vermicelli and clear soup, common facial features, and I didn't say that I have any excellent figure, even the mole on the right eye really ruins the beauty. But this is Itaka's childhood sweetheart, the person who loves Itaki and Itaka the most. But her ending was miserable. In the animated version, she was directly strangled by Obito on the night of the genocide. Itaka died in the hands of Itaki and Tsukuyomi and spent her life in Tsukuyomi. No, Shisui died in Nanga River long ago. I'm just a Uchiha who lived in seclusion in Konoha. Xian silently sighed in his heart, didn't look at this tragic girl again, and continued, come with me, I can find the Itaki you want to meet. I just hope that you can withstand this blow. Xian didn't say the last sentence. At this moment, Uchiha has almost been killed, and the screams can no longer be heard. The silent environment, coupled with the strong smell of blood, makes people shudder. Xian took Uchiha Izumi, killed several root ninjas who were digging up the Sharingan along the way, collected some templates, and finally came to the center of Uchiha, the home of the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. Here, of course Uchiha Kwan also recognized this place, the quiet Heffen courtyard without a single light, and the faint smell of blood gave her a bad premonition. Go! The person you are looking for is inside. Before Xian finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi rushed in, and she didn't realize at all that behind the terrifying Shinigami mask and the pair of scarlet mangekyo, there was a touch of pity mixed in. Because she was a childhood sweetheart with Itaki, she knew the way very well. Through the wooden corridor, Kwan quickly came to the place in the middle of the living room. Itaki. Kwan opened the door, but what he saw was a strange scene. Itaka's parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato, were already lying on the ground with 2 short knives stuck in their backs, and Itaki was wearing Umbu's combat attire, sitting cross-legged, holding the short sword, with bloody tears on his face. The strange look in her eyes made her feel terrible. Kwan, how did you come here? It seemed that he hadn't expected Kwan's arrival at all, and Itaki was a little surprised. His voice was very hoarse. It was a man wearing a Shinigami mask who saved me. Izumi threw himself into Itaka's arms, his voice a little sad. Everyone is dead, everyone, all the clansmen, the whole street is full of corpses, and people wearing Umbu clothes are everywhere. People are being slaughtered. Why is the village treating Uchiha like this? Sorry, the tribe rebelled. Shisui and I have no way to stop it. For the sake of the peace of the village, we can only sacrifice the family. Itaka gently stroked Izumi's long hair, a trace of softness flashed in his eyes, but there was it turned into grief in an instant, and then into determination, which was unimaginably complicated. Itaki? Izumi looked up in shock when he heard Itaka's words. She couldn't believe that Itaki, who was guarding Uchiha, swung a butcher knife at the tribe, but when he saw Itaka's complicated eyes, he felt a little relieved up. As if wanting to show the most beautiful side to the one he loves, Kwan raised his face and patted Itaka's back lightly. I should have thought of it earlier, Itaki, all you bear, the pain in your eyes, the smile you haven't shown for a long time. I'm sorry, Itaki, I've let you bear all this alone. It must be very painful, Itaki, I'm sorry. Kwan had a sad smile on his face, but tears kept streaming down his face. Tsukuyomi. Sanguyu instantly transformed into Mangekyo, and the scarlet light condensed into blood-colored tears and stayed down. Kwan's body fell softly, with a smile on her face. Her spirit had been completely destroyed, leaving only the last sentence in the air. Don't worry, Itaki, I will always be with you from now on. Sorry, Izumi, sorry. Itaki hugged Izumi's body, feeling the only warmth. He thought that after he stabbed the blade into his parents, his tears would have dried up, but now I can no longer suppress it, although what is left is not pure tears, but tears of blood. Sigh. Xian, leaning on the wall outside the door, let out a long sigh. He didn't agree with Uchiha Itaka's choice of exterminating the clan, but when this precocious man hugged his beloved girl and cried like a 3-year-old child when he suddenly couldn't say any words of accusation. For the sake of peace in his heart, this man gave up everything, family, love, friendship and the village. He alone carried all the darkness. Suzuki has been resenting Itaka's cruelty, Itaka's ruthlessness, Itaka's deceit, but perhaps he has never really understood what Itaka really bears. Thank you. At some point, Itaka came out, his tears had already dried up, and there were 2 dried blood scabs on his eyes. Without saying any more, Itaka clenched the short sword in his hand and walked towards the door. He had to do one last thing, cut off that stupid Ototo's last practice with Uchiha, and use the last bit of hatred help him open his eyes, just like Shisui back then. His heart is dead. Shien looked at Itaka's eyes. Under the scarlet light was a dull color, lifeless. He had seen too many such eyes, the eyes of those who fell in front of him, that was the eyes of the dead. Watching Itaka's lonely back disappear into the blood-colored night sky, Shien opened the door at the back. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato were lying on the ground, and on the inner wall, leaning against the Uchiha spring. They had all lost their anger, but they had faint smiles on their faces, as if they were saying, Itaki, we don't blame you, go all the way. Shien bowed slightly. In this ninja world, darkness devours light, and light creates darkness, which is not as beautiful as imagined. Shuttle through the dense forest, avoiding several Umbu sentries, Shien rushed back towards the house in the village. Back in the village, what happened in the Uchiha clan outside the village didn't seem to attract anyone's attention, and the whole village was peaceful. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, all the villagers will find that the formerly powerful Uchiha will become a scorched land, and the Uchiha people who patrolled the security department in the past will disappear. At this time, the high level will come forward. They will not say that Uchiha rebelled and was wiped out by the village, but that Uchiha Itaka killed the Uchiha clan and defected to Konoha, so that everything will be blocked and all the darkness will be buried. The village is still a peaceful village. The biggest unstable factor, Uchiha, has been eliminated. Konoha's only loss is the addition of an S-rank rebel. Back home, he sealed up all his clothes, destroyed the Shinigami mask, and the shadow clone on the bed turned into white mist and disappeared. A memory entered Shien's mind. Nothing happened. The cleaning didn't reach him, only a rooted ninja came here to confirm the situation. Perhaps it was because of Gen's identity that third generation did not choose to purge him, a civilian genius who had almost never dealt with Uchiha. In short, he was not cleaned, which relieved Xian Yi's bad mood all night. It seemed that the higher UPS didn't clean him up tonight, but this was an opportunity Xian gave the higher UPS. If the higher UPS really went crazy and wanted to clean him up, he would defect out of the village without hesitation, and then play a ruthless hand in Konoha Honkai's plan, kicking Konoha into the abyss. Now at least there is no need to rebel against the village. If it is really not forced, Shenzhen does not want to rebel against the village. Rebelling against the village may look very handsome, as if all shackles have been removed. But that also means that he cuts off all relationships, people, and things he likes, friendship, etc. Just like Itaka, he is not the second pillar of crazy revenge, he does not want to be a loner. Open the template. Xian lay on the bed, thinking silently. After seeing the cruelty of the village, he would want more strength. He couldn't wait to see what he got tonight. The template is opened in the heart, and when you look around, there is a gleaming light. The top one is naturally the Shisui template. The Shisui template has 4 stars, and the experience points have exceeded 5,000, unlocking Susanoo. Next, there are 30 templates for Samsung, and about 100 templates for 2-star. These experience points add up to 4,000 experience points, which is enough to upgrade 3 or 4 1-star templates to 4 stars. Even adding Shisui's template can already upgrade a template to 5 stars. But Xian didn't intend to do this. He didn't intend to disassemble Shisui's template. This template may be said to be the only one. Shisui is dead, so he has no chance to continue to use templates, let alone the low probability lottery. Said. Moreover, the night of genocide has passed, and there will be a period of peace that lasts for several years. In this period of peace, Shisui cage level strength is completely sufficient. Even in the Konoha Honkai plan, it is also the top strength. As for the subsequent Pen invasion and the Fourth World War, it was still very early, and he had enough time to develop. Finally, Xian looked at the last template, which is a 4-star template, Uchiha Fugaku, Mangekyo, character template, Uchiha Fugaku, Mangekyo, quality, S grade rating, 4 stars experience required for ascension to star 0/10,000 abilities, 3 body technique, Taijutsu, illusion, fire style ninjutsu, Mangekyo Sharinan, Tsukuyomi, flame control. Debuff attribute, Mangekyo S devour star potential, 1-star Fugaku, boy, 2-star Fugaku, open eyes, 3-star Fugaku, 3 wars, 4-star Fugaku, Mangekyo. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku's attributes are not very good, at most it is a low-profile version of Itaki, and Mangekyo S abilities are Tsukuyomi and flame control. This is not surprising, from the ability Fugaku showed on the eve of Genocide Night, he also has the ability to show the illusion space. As for flame control, it is used to control his powerful fire style. Although the attribute is also considered strong, compared with Shisui, the gap is too big. Physical illusion is probably not as good as Shisui. Relying on flame control or fire style slightly suppresses Shisui, but Sharingan's ability is completely blown by Shisui, let alone saying it didn't unlock Susanna's potential. Keep the Shisui, Kakashi, and Fugaku templates, and disassemble everything else. After thinking about it, Xian still kept the Fugaku templates. In fact, they can be disassembled. The decomposition was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,000 freely distributable experience points. The current experience points are 5,200. Have you already got more than 5,000 points? Xian was quite satisfied. It is worth mentioning that in the past year, he found that the upper limit of experience points obtained by templates of different levels is different every day. For example, for the 2-star Kakashi, the upper limit per day is 2 template experience points, which can be allocated freely, while the 4-star Shisui template can obtain 4 template experience points, and 4 free experience points can be allocated. In 1 year, he has accumulated more than 1,000 freely distributable experience. In fact, if he hadn't broken down a large number of templates to unlock Susanna during the battle against Obito, the free experience points in his hand would have exceeded 10,000. With these enough experience points, he also has enough confidence. If he really cannot resist, he can disassemble all the cards at any time, superimpose the Kakashi template to 5 stars, and directly destroy the current Konoha. This Uchiha genocide has come to an end. This 3-party conspiracy operation, Danzo, 3rd generation, Obito, each has their own ideas and interests. Danzo, under the banner of protecting the peace of the village, got Shisui's right eye and a part of Uchiha Sharingan, while Obito got most of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3rd generation may be the simplest, it's true for the sake of the peace of the village. Danzo was allowed to take the lead in this operation. He gained nothing, but he also gained the peace of the village. It seems that the 3 parties have gained a lot, but in fact, the one who gains the most is always the fisherman who is familiar with the plot. Xian didn't do much, but he gained the most. He completed the most primitive accumulation in this bloody night. Now he can reach the pinnacle of the ninja world whenever he wants. 10 days later. The country of rain. A country shrouded in rain all year round. I brought new members. 2 figures walked into a secret cave, and then the light in the cave revealed an Uzumaki mask looming. Has his strength passed the test? In the cave, the man in the red cloud robe with a black background asked, with a black stick stuck in his nose, and his face was as delicate as a puppet. This is Tiandeo Pain made of Yahiko's corpse. There is no need for assessment, his name is Uchiha Itaki. The masked man said indifferently, his voice was low and uncompromising. Is it the weasel of extermination? A female voice sounded. It was a woman with purple hair and purple eyes, with exquisite and beautiful features, but unfortunately her expression was very indifferent, as if she was dying after losing something important. Ah, if there is no second extinct Uchiha called Itaki, it would be me. Itaka said blankly, his expression was very similar to Conan's, but more indifferent and dead. Code name Vermilion Bird, team up with Loquat Tenzo, and Loquat Tenzo will tell you the contact information and missions. Absolutely, take him to find Tenzo. Pain threw a ring over and said lightly. Itaki took the ring, and there was a black letter on it, which was what he would wear in Akatsuki. Mr. Itaki, please follow me. A huge half-black half-white leaf emerged from the ground and said respectfully. After Itaki left, Tiandeo Pain said to Obito, it's really rare, there are people who pay so much attention to you, and personally introduced Xylee. The voice was very low, it was definitely not a joke, but just a question, as if mocking. Itaka's strength and potential are very strong, and Sharingan is of great benefit in catching tail beasts, Obito said lightly. When will the plan be launched? After a long silence, none of the 3 were good at chatting, and finally Conan spoke first. The time is not yet ripe, the funds are not enough, and the manpower is not enough. Now we must accumulate funds and expand manpower. Obito walked to the stone chair next to Tiandeo Pain and sat down, handing over a piece of paper. I have a few good ones. Candidates, you can think about it. Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Hashigaki Kisame. Tiandeo Pain said lightly, the name was a little strange. All you have to do is look for the people on the list. All this is for the peace of the ninja world. Obito walked outside the cave in the heavy rain, and Uzumaki appeared in a faint space, and the whole person disappeared. Is there a clue? Sitting on the tallest building in the land of rain, soaked by the heavy rain, Obito asked Black Zetsu beside him. There is no clue, that person seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Compared with all the information of the Uchiha tribe, there is absolutely no such person. Black Zetsu reported, paused, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. One thing is very strange. From the information I have collected, including the pair of Mangekyo, the powerful Muji fire-style sword technique, and the weird illusion technique, and even the Susanoo, they are all the same as Uchiha Shisui, but according to the data, Uchiha Shisui died in the hands of Danzo more than a year ago. One of his right eyes should have fallen into the hands of Danzo, and then Shisui was left by Itake, and the last left eye should be in the hands of Itake's hands. But these eyes, which contain the strongest illusion, fell on a mysterious figure intact, right? Obito said coldly, with no emotion in his voice. He silently looked at the middle of his hand, that although Daikai Black's knife marks had mostly healed, that knife left the deepest impression on him, even far surpassing the one in the teacher's hand 7 years ago. This knife was really close to death. If he hadn't brought Uzumaki with him, he would have been killed by now. I don't care if you are Uchiha Shisui, even if you are, you can't stop the general trend of this era. That is the ultimate power, any ninja is a joke in front of it. Obito stood up in the heavy rain, spread his hands, and only Sharingan is full of indifference, which is indifference to the whole world. Shua. With his back to the ground, he fell from the tallest building like a madman. A dark room somewhere underground in Konoha. The dim light flickered on and off. On the stone chair, Danzo closed his eyes and put his hands on his cane. His tone was indifferent, and he couldn't hear any emotion. A mysterious person wearing a Shinigami mask and a black robe, who seems to have opened Mangekyo, mastered the power of Uchiha Madara in legendary Susanoo, and fought with the mysterious person wearing a Uzumaki mask. Aside from Fugaku, Itake, and Shisui, does Uchiha have such a #1 character? It's terrible, Uchiha. Go all out, check that mysterious man in the Shinigami mask, and that Uzumaki mask. Yes, the root ninja kneeling on one knee said respectfully. Wait a minute. Danzo looked at Mangekyo soaked in glassware on the table and said, contact Orochimaru. How far has he researched about Sharingan transplantation? Yes, Master Danzo. After the ninja left, the basement regained its calm, and it took a long time before a faint voice sounded, seemingly disdainful. Uchiha, it's finally over. Hokage office. Master 3rd generation, all Uchiha have been wiped out. When we arrived, there was only one Uchiha Suzuki left on the scene. A ninja wearing an Umbu mask reported. 3rd generation exhaled a puff of smoke and blamed himself. Take good care of that Uchiha's orphan, and also issue a rebellion order to the other 4 major ninja villages to hunt down and kill Uchiha Itaki. What about setting the level? Ninja asked. S rank. After thinking for a moment, 3rd generation sighed. S class. It is already a cage level, other level of hunting down a village. Giving this level of arrest warrant to a boy who is only 13 years old shows that Konoha attaches great importance to Uchiha Itaki. By the way, there is another Uchiha person. How about that Shien? 3rd generation asked lightly. It's still the same as usual. I went to the back mountain to practice, and my strength has improved rapidly. Umbu ninja couldn't help but praise. What was he doing that night? 3rd generation asked, with no emotion in his voice. According to the monitoring results of other members, he has been sleeping and has no other actions. That's good. 3rd generation raised his pipe and smiled. Master Hokage, do you want to contact him in advance and absorb him into Umbu? No need. The 3rd generation looked at Yinjian in the distance and sighed. Let him spend a few more years in the ninja school. Entering the ninja world too early is not necessarily beneficial. Now is not your era. Well, it was the village who was sorry for you, Kakashi. No, everything is your choice. The voice under the mask said in a low voice. Okay, you go down. 3rd generation waved his hand. Yes, Lord Hokage. Danzo, you've gone too far this time, it's time to talk. 3rd Hokage's face was shrouded in smoke, his eyes flickering. There is an undercurrent in the ninja world outside. Akatsuki's actions, Gen's search, Umbu's surveillance, all of them are intertwined and mixed, like a big chess game, and the moves have already begun, each with its own layout, each has its own plan. On the intertwined chessboard, everyone wants to be a chess player, and the comparison is who is better behind the scenes, who is the praying mantis and who is the cicada, who is the oriole and who is the fisherman. On the other hand, Shien's life is just the opposite. He is completely relaxed and uses Uchiha Fugaku's panel to practice every day. The reason why he uses Uchiha Fugaku's panel is because compared to Shisui's template, he must decompose Fugaku's template, although also unique. Of course, the place of practice has changed to a hidden small valley, where there is a small waterfall and a small spring. As for why he came here, because it is hidden enough that no one can disturb the two-person world between him and Hinata. What happened to Itaki and Izumi made a deep impression on Shien, and Shien is even more rare. Hinata. Shien, I succeeded. Hinata, who was drenched in the distance, stood on the water, waved happily at Shien, and smiled. Hyun waved at Hinata. The girl stepped on the water, her body was covered with water stains. Hinata, I ask you, will you be with me forever? The boy's voice rang in my ear. Of course, Suan-jun. Hinata's eyes softened instantly. She might have sensed the boy's deep thoughts, and she gently hugged the boy. I will always be by your side. Although his voice was soft and waxy, the emotion contained in it was firm and undeniable. He suddenly remembered what the humpback whale said to Lu Mingfei. Sakura, let me tell you a truth. It is often more expensive for a woman to love a man than for a man to love a woman. Sometimes the price is a lifetime. So, women, in the final analysis, are very expensive. Stupid guys, so love them. At this moment, the sun is mild, sprinkled on the grass, warm. Xian suddenly felt very lucky. It was the first time he was lucky and traveled to this world. He didn't carry too many attack eyes, nor was he the cowardly dead child Lu Mingfei. He was Xian, common people. In order to protect the tenderness in his heart, he can raise his sword, he can harden his heart and circle in the dark. Everything is to protect the softness and the pure land in his heart. If we are all little monsters, then I will kill all Ultramen. Xian whispered something Hinata couldn't understand. Hinata. The response was very soft and low. Grow your hair long hair looks better, Xian said with a smile in her ear. Good, time flies, and 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. In 5 years, a lot can be changed, but in Konoha, it seems that nothing has changed. Xian, get up, we're going to be late, and we have to take class exams this morning. A soft little hand pinched his nose, and Xian opened his eyes, and his eyes were as gentle as water. Sorry, Hinata, I practiced too much yesterday, and I overslept. Xian stretched lazily, then got up quickly, and after washing, he hugged Hinata. Body flicker technique. Switched to the Shisui template, and Xian nodded a few seals. Shua. A moment later, Xian directly brought Hinata to the classroom of the ninja school. Today's assessment does have a different meaning for Xian, because today is the beginning of the plot. Ninja school assessment in peacetime is very simple, just assessing the application of 3-body technique. If it was in Kakashi's era, 3-body technique was just an entrance assessment. It can only be said that ninjas are the product of war. There is no war. The overall strength of the ninja is regressing. During World War III, the average graduation age was 9 to 10 years old, and the strength was generally not weak. Now the graduation age has reached 12 years old, and the strength is very average. Like Sasuke, mastering a great fireball is already called a genius. The assessment is very simple, only Naruto did not pass the test among the 9 Xiaoqians in the same session. I went with Hinata to take a photo of the ninja's ID. After spending an hour, there were not many people left in the ninja school. At dusk, there was only a somewhat lonely figure on the swing, looking lonely at the bustling crowd in front of him. This is Naruto, even though he has always been a mischievous and super energetic person. In fact, he is just a child. He has been rejected by the people in the village all the time, and coupled with the failure of the assessment this time, he is probably about to collapse to the limit. Don't play with that child, he is the embodiment of ominousness. That demon fox child is indeed a waste. It's no wonder that such a person can become a ninja. Master 3rd generation, why don't you drive such monsters out of the village? What if there is another riot? Countless vicious words were like sharp arrows, directly piercing Naruto's immature heart, that heart that lacked love since childhood. No matter how big the heart is, it is impossible to bear this kind of viciousness all the time. Promise. Just as Naruto's head was hanging lower and lower, the hand holding the swing rope was getting stronger and stronger, and his fingers turned slightly white. A popsicle sticks out. He raised his head in surprise, and saw Xian's faint smile. Eat it, this ice cream tastes pretty good, it's one of the few I can barely eat that I've found over the years. Xian took a bite of the ice cream, stood by the side, and looked at the adults with vicious words in front, with indifferent eyes. Naruto looked at the ice cream in his hand, but tears kept falling down, silently, dripping on the ice cream. Because of his practice, his relationship with Xian is not as close as that of the orphanage, coupled with the identity of the chief student of Xian. But now Naruto realizes that when you are really lonely, sincerely treat your friends where. Hurry up and eat, the ice cream is melting soon. Xian's tone was flat, as if he didn't notice Naruto's tears. Yeah. Naruto wiped the tears off his face indiscriminately, smiled and stuffed the ice cream into his mouth. It's ice. Hey, eat slowly, and no one will grab you. Xian sighed, looking at Naruto who was biting the ice cream in his mouth. He is obviously the son of a hero, but he enjoys the treatment of a sinner. 4th generation, can you really see it in Naruto's body? Hey, Xian, am I really the demon fox that caused trouble in the village? Naruto looked at the people in the distance, and said in a low voice, why do everyone hate me so much? I don't know. Xian leaned against the big tree with his hands behind his head, but I know that not everyone hates you. In your heart, there are 2 people who love you the most and who gave their lives for you. Xian said lightly, without further explanation, you will know in the future, Naruto, your life is no worse than others. Suddenly I feel that there is a sentence that suits you very well, Naruto. Xian suddenly thought of something, turned his head and smiled and said, people in the world slander me, bully me, insult me, laugh at me, belittle me, despise me, hate me, and lie to me. Tolerate him, let him, avoid him, endure him, respect him, ignore him, stay for a few more years and watch him. Congratulations, Xian, you have graduated from today and become a genin. Irika handed a genin forward protector to Xian, patted his shoulder and said, be careful when you go out to do missions in the future. The teacher believes in your strength and your efforts, but the ninja world does not need a village, it is very dangerous. After a long pause, I slowly said, the first time the teacher saw you, he saw my original shadow. Of course, you are more promising than the teacher, and you will have a wider world in the future. Xian, you've graduated. Irika smiled and patted Xian's shoulder. Thank you, teacher Irika. Xian gave Irika a hug with some strength. This common man is not very powerful, but he is really respectable. Like Naruto, he was also an orphan when he was a child, and he was ridiculed and bullied, but he grew up to be a gentle and kind teacher. I really envy their relationship. Ino in the class looked at Irika and Xian enviously. Their relationship has always been very good. I often see teacher Irika invite Xian to eat ramen and barbecue. If teacher Irika often treats me like this, our relationship will be even better, Koji said while eating snacks. Hey, Koji, that's not a treat. Teacher Irika poured his original dream on Xian. Shikamaru smiled and sat on the desk. Maybe this is a kind of inheritance, Dad. I understand what you said about the Will of Fire. Okay, after receiving the Genin Forehead Protector, you will be Konoha's official Genin from now on. From now on, as long as you go out to do missions, you must bring this Forehead Protector. Come to the classroom at this time tomorrow, assign teams and lead teams Mr. Jonin. Alright, let's dismiss. Yes, teacher Irika. From the reluctance in the voice, it can be seen that this year's students recognize Irika. Xian, wait, let's eat ramen together later. Irika called Xian who was in the crowd, and said with a smile. No problem. Xian Ying said, took Hineda's hand again, and said with a smile, is it okay to add one more person? Mr. Irika, hello, I belong to Suanjun, yes. Hineda shyly said in front of this Irika-sensei who was like a big brother. Xian, stammering, and didn't know what to do when it came to the relationship, said, blushing with shame. Of course, it was Irika, who smiled, touched Hineda's head, and scolded Xian with a smile. Hineda is a good boy, don't lead him into trouble. No, Suanjun is fine. Hineda waved his hand and hurriedly defended Xian. Don't worry about him, Hineda, teacher Irika likes to preach to me. You can eat whatever you want later, and eat as much as you want. It's best to empty out teacher Irika's money bag. Xian said a little black-bellied. No problem, the teacher is not married anyway, the salary is enough for you to eat. Irika smiled generously. He knew Xian's appetite, and seeing Hineda's gentle and shy appearance, he probably wouldn't be able to eat much. After an hour. I'm sorry, Uncle Ichiraku, please, can I pay you on credit? Irika looked at least 20 or 30 bowls on the table, and whispered to Uncle Ichiraku with a wry smile. No problem. Ichiraku glanced at Irika with some sympathy, and smiled generously. Sorry, Irika-sensei, did I eat too much? Hineda put down the ramen bowl, blushing slightly. It's alright, eat whatever you want, the teacher still has a little savings. Irika touched the empty purse, a little bit like crying. Who would have thought that such a petite and cute girl could eat so much? Sigh. Irika patted Xian on the shoulder. Boy, I'm just treating you to a treat. This is what you will raise in the future. Work hard. Xian is also a little stunned at the moment. He also knew in the anime that Hineda has the setting of a big stomach king. He didn't expect it to be really shocking. More than 20 bowls of ramen entered the stomach, but the stomach still didn't rise and fall. Could it be that the meat is long? Did it go where it should grow? Xian couldn't help but look at Hineda's undulating mountains. He was only 12 years old, and already had a sense of ups and downs, which was simply tempting to commit crimes. Xian Jun? Hineda's small face was still a little flushed, looking at Xian who was a little dazed, and asked in doubt. Sorry, I was distracted. Looking at Hineda's youthful and ignorant pretty face, Xian quickly retracted his gaze, and expelled some evil thoughts in his heart. That's it, teacher Irika, thank you for your hospitality. Xian took Hineda's little hand and said goodbye to Irika. After saying goodbye to Irika, Xian also took Hineda's hand and turned around on the street. Konoha is actually quite good. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Konoha's business is the most prosperous. The bustling street brings a lot of interesting things, at least not enough to make this less technologically advanced world less boring. Xian looked at the Ichiraku ramen shop, and he saw Mizuki pulling Naruto into Uncle Ichiraku's ramen shop. What's wrong, Xian? Hineda followed his gaze and asked. No, it's nothing, I seem to have seen Naruto just now. Xian explained with a smile. Would you like to say hello? Hineda said empathetically. She knew that the relationship between Xianyi and Naruto has always been good, or that Xianyi has been paying attention to Naruto. This is what she observed after several years of intimacy of. No need. After thinking for a while, Xian refused. The next thing should be what happened in the plot. Mizuki bewitched Naruto to steal the sealed book. This matter is definitely beneficial to Naruto. Under desperate circumstances, people's understanding potential will be raised to a limit. Naruto also learned multiple shadow clone techniques instantly in this state. Control the flow of chakra. In fact, Naruto's talent is not bad, and he works harder than others. The reason why he can't even practice a basic 3-body technique is because the chakra that escaped from 9 tails has been disrupting his control over chakra. And as long as he can master the control of chakra, it will definitely change Naruto's body. This is exactly what the fourth generation expects. He deliberately loosened the seal of 9 tails a little, just to improve Naruto's performance by the imperceptible influence of the dissipated chakra constitution, while increasing the amount of his chakra. I really miss it. Maybe this is the beginning of Naruto's rise. Xianwei smiled, and the scene of countless shadow clone beating Mizuki in the original book is also very exciting. Of course, he didn't intend to get involved in this plot. All of this was planned by third generation behind the scenes. He wanted to use Mizuki to test the danger of Naruto. Everything was monitored by a crystal ball, and Umbu's protection, unless it is Orochimaru's level, is absolutely foolproof. After sending Hinata back to Hayaga's house, Xian walked alone under the starry sky, and suddenly said with emotion, 60 years of Konoha, it's here. On the top floor of the dilapidated attic, Xian's kennel. With the bright lights on, Xian picked up the Genin forehead protector on the table. The iron protector was a little heavy in his hands, with a cold metallic texture, and the breathable silk scarf used for binding should not be cheap. This is the real Genin forehead protector. Xian is still a little excited. In his previous life, Zhong-Er, he also bought an imitation on a certain treasure, but no matter how high quality imitation is, it is not as real as the one made in the real world. Picking up the forehead protector and thinking about it, Xian did not wear the forehead protector on his forehead, but tied it loosely around his neck, forming a couple style with Hinata. It's kind of handsome. Xian looked in the mirror. His appearance was not low, otherwise he would not have attracted the attention of the girls in the class. A genin, more like a battle-hardened jonin. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to host for being promoted to Konoha Genin. The first evolution of the template system has begun. Whether you spend 1000 points or not, you can assign experience points and a 1-star template to evolve. Yes, Xian was suddenly a little excited. The function of the character template system is already very powerful. I don't know if this evolution can optimize that part or add more powerful functions. Consume 1000 freely distributable experience points, 1-star Irika template, and the evolution begins. Fortunately, I remember to brush teacher Irika every year, and it finally came in handy. Xian thanked Irika in his heart. For the past 5 years, he insisted on blasting Irika every year, striving not to waste every opportunity every year. That is to say, Irika has a good temper, otherwise he would have been hammered to death. The evolution is over. This evolution unlocks the main template system, adds the main template fusion function, rewards the main template fusion opportunity once, increases the on-hook practice position x1, increases the experience lottery function, and increases the lucky draw chance once a year. Congratulations to host for being promoted to Genin, and rewarding a lucky draw with high-quality probabilities. F***K, this is the correct way to open the system. Xian looked at the new functions added after evolution, a little dazed. He originally thought that the most evolution was to optimize the basics, or add a general function, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful, adding 3 functions, and the original template of emotion is an incomplete template. Yes, the complete template system will only be unlocked when the host officially becomes a ninja. The previous ninja school student stage only unlocked some functions. Then is there any chance of evolution in the future? Xian asked. He felt that the character template system or Suying should still have functions, and it was impossible to fully unlock it at the Genin stage. Yes, the next evolution, host is promoted to Chunin, the promotion task, pass the Chunin exam, and obtain the Chunin forehead protector approved by the village. The system prompted. Chunin exam? Xian didn't take it very seriously, even if Konoha Honkai's plan was really implemented. As long as the successor Tsunade is not blind, he will definitely be given a Chunin forehead protector. What about Jonin? Hyun continued to ask. After the host is promoted to Chunin, the second system evolution is completed, and the task of promotion to Jonin will be refreshed. The system responded. Forget it, let's talk about it when the time comes. Xian scratched his head, not thinking about the future. Now he can't wait to see the new functions after the evolution of the system. Open the main template. Suinzin said silently, opening the most important main template system in this evolution. Master template, Gen, weak Uchiha bloodline, quality, B rating, 2 stars experience required for ascension to star, 100/100 abilities, 3 body technique, basic illusion. Hey, is this really my main template? The quality is too low, Xian said helplessly, covering his face. He couldn't bear to look at it. Not to mention comparing with Shisui, Fugaku, and Kakashi's templates, even Irika's templates are not good enough. To be honest, Xian also has a little understanding of his natural talent. After all, the original book is a cannon fodder that has never shown his face. He has exercised this body well during the 6 years of time travel. Even if he has the experience of many geniuses in the template, 6 years later, it's still a scumbag. Barely reaching the level of everyone's strength, the weak Uchiha blood really didn't open his eyes. Although he is an eye-opening genius on the bright side, in fact he only used Shisui's template. I am afraid that my own weak bloodline will not think about it in this life. Originally, the previous mother was a common person of Uchiha. After passing through the generations, the blood of Uchiha and Senju also began to decline. Senju lost its sage body, and fewer people opened Uchiha's eyes. Genin rewards the master template with a chance to fuse once. The host can choose a template from the existing templates for fusion, and can obtain all the abilities of the fusion template, including quality, package star-up potential, and all bloodline skill ninjutsu of the template. System reminded me next to me. The first thing Xian thought of was Kakashi's template, and the Kakashi template is considered to be the highest quality template in his hands. But he was a little hesitant. Although the 5-star Kakashi is very strong, but in terms of physical fitness, Kakashi's template is really average. First, he does not have a special blood successor, and second, he does not have a strong body. His power is more from Obito's forced opening, and he still has a little doubt in his heart. He hasn't passed the 5-star template yet, but he has a 4-star Shisui in his hand. The 4-star Shisui has a debuff attribute, which is Mangekyo S Devouring. Excessive use of skills will cause Sherinan to lose his sight. Then, will Kakashi's 5-star template also have debuff attributes? For example, if Obito's 6 paths power is exhausted, will it become 6th Hokage Kakashi? It's really going to kill people. Just like Guy, the top strength of his template should be in the state of opening the dead door. Can using the template continue to open the dead door? It should be impossible, there must be some kind of restriction. It is precisely because of these that Xian hesitated, because he still has a better choice. After waiting for a while, during the Chunin exam, he might be able to get the template of Naruto or Sasuke, and those two templates are genuine 6-star template. Host still has 7 chances to draw a lottery. You can try the lottery first. If you save enough 10 draws, you will get a high-quality probability bonus. When Zheng Xian was struggling, the system prompted, "Yes, there is still a lottery draw." Xian suddenly said, except that he had drawn a lottery once in the first 54 years after opening the system, and he had drawn a lottery once before the night of genocide in 55 years. The 1-star Kano Amuro was drawn that time. He was so angry that he directly disassembled the template, and he has never drawn a prize since then. The system's lottery draw is too tricky. It's obviously not easy to get a chance, but the chance of getting garbage is very high. However, you can try it this time. You have a chance of a probability bonus, plus the probability bonus of 10 draws. You should be able to draw a high-quality template. Shen Momo thought, if possible, he thought the high-quality template you want is the one that stands firmly in that realm by yourself, rather than opening a short-term hang-up. System, can the high-quality bonus of 10 draws be superimposed with the high-quality bonus effect of the reward? Xian asked. Yes, you can choose to keep the rewards for the high-quality bonus draw and place them in the last 10 draws, and you can enjoy double blessing effects, the system affirmed. Okay then, just do as you said, keep the quality of the reward and draw the lottery, and draw everything else. Xian waved his hand. The lottery draw begins. Congratulations to host for getting the A-level template Asuma. Congratulations to host for getting the B-level template Kodzuki Izumo. Congratulations to host for obtaining the B-level template Gangzi Iron. Congratulations to host for getting the A-level template Guja. Congratulations to host for getting an A-level template. Congratulations to host for obtaining the S-level template Black Soil. The draw is over. It really is a bunch of garbage templates. Xian felt helpless. The system's lottery pool is facing all the templates in the entire ninja world. It is conceivable how small the probability of getting a god card is. There is no probability blessing, and the ones drawn are all rubbish. Of course, for ordinary people, these templates are not bad. 2B, 3A, 1S, the highest template can reach cage level strength. But the real pit of S, Black Soil, if it is Oniki, it will definitely make a lot of money. A Black Soil is not as good as some Jonin templates. As for the others, Kodzuki Izumo Goko Tetsu, this Xian is no stranger. Konoha 10,000 years looks at the door. Asuma is average in strength, Jonin level, there is no trump card, only fire style have an escape. Kasuke is an old ninja from the second Hokage era, known as 10,000 years Genin, but his strength is definitely at the level of Jonin, and his Konoha-style swordsmanship is very strong, and Xian most values his ability to survive in the wild. Ching is Mist Shinobi's ninja, 5th Mizukage's guard, Jonin strength, and white eyes, which can be regarded as an investigative ninja. Guji and Ching can practice for a while, and forget about the rest. Xian sighed, these templates are enough for Guji's ability to survive in the wild and Ching's supercilious eyes, other templates are not helpful to him now. Especially the templates drawn by the system lottery are all 1-star templates, even if they are broken down, it is a little experience, which is better than nothing. Wait, there's still one lottery draw left. Xian couldn't help but be taken aback when he looked at the lottery page in front of him. From 1954 to now, Konoha's 60th year, there are 7 chances to draw a lottery. Coupled with the evolution of the system, there is one more chance to draw this year, for a total of 8 times. I remember unlocking the experience lottery drawing, right? Xian looked at the lottery page and found that he could use freely distributable experience for lottery drawing. 1,000 experience points at a time, just to smoke this garbage, is too expensive. Xian looked at the price, a little crazy. With 1,000 points of free experience, you can upgrade a 3-star template to 4-star, and instantly create a cage-level combat power. It's the way it is and it can't be changed. Just smoke it, anyway, it's just one time. Xian scratched his head and said helplessly. In 5 years, his daily practice experience added up to about 6,000 points. After disassembling Fugaku's template, he could squeeze out another 7,000 points, plus the remaining 5,000 points after the Night of Genocide. He now has almost 18,000 freely distributable experience points, and he can still get 1,000 points of experience. The lottery draw is over. Congratulations to host for winning the S-level template, Lulu. Dilu? Hearing this strange name suddenly, Xian mumbled it lightly, and then remembered who this person was. Like Asuma, he is the Guardian Ninja 12 warriors, but Chilla should be the strongest among the Guardian Ninja 12 warriors. Steady cage-level strength, the angle of hitting alone and Haydn has no power to fight back, but it is a pity that he was exhausted. It's interesting, land and land template. The reason why Xian is interested in the land and land template is because this person is like Haydn, and has a setting different from the mainstream of the Hokage world. The setting of Haydn is the product of the evil god religion. This sect has not surfaced until the end, and the special thing about Lulu is the exclusive chakra of the Temple of Fire, the talent of the Fairy Clan. This is a very interesting setting of the Temple of Fire. I don't know how this exclusive chakra was cultivated, and through the ninjutsu performed by this talented chakra of the fairy race, Senju's killing power is also very powerful. Come and welcome Senju Killer is the talent of the Fairy Clan. Chakra has condensed the immovable king appearance and has absolute defense. The super speed attack through the fist condensed by chakra is very powerful, which is equivalent to a small Susanoo. Of course, the attack power is not as powerful as Susanoo, and he can't move, but that kind of super speed attack is also something that Susanoo doesn't have. Let's keep it, you can play it later. Xian is quite satisfied. It's not bad for 1,000 free experience in exchange for an S rank, but it can be said that it is not a loss. System, let's do the last lottery draw, and use the chance to use the high quality bonus. Xian rubbed his palms nervously. His luck should not be particularly bad, otherwise he wouldn't be able to draw the first lottery. I went to Kakashi in SS, and that time it was a high quality probability bonus. Don't ask how awesome it is, just get one of the 6 paths level, 6 paths Madara, 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Suzuki, Otsutski Tonari, anyone is okay. Shua. The lottery page in front of him was full of gold, and Xian was a little surprised. It was this golden light when he drew the Kakashi template last time, and this time the light seemed to be even brighter than last time. A card exuding golden light appeared, with the word Zayaswan on its back, and a line of commentary appeared on the card. The man who quelled the war by himself, ended the Dark Sengoku era, and created a new ninja world. He is known as the God of Ninja. He is the closest ninja to Sage of 6 Paths. F***K, first generation. Anyone who has seen Hokage will know who this familiar comment is. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a man with a strong sense of presence from beginning to end. Open the template, Xian said impatiently. Character template, Senju Hashirama, Sengoku Boy, quality, SS rating 1-star experience required for ascension to star 0/10 abilities, sword art, taijutsu grandmaster, shuriken throwing, primary sage body. Star potential 1-star Hashirama, Sengoku Boy, 2-star Hashirama, with style awakening, 3-star Hashirama, birth of the tree world, 4-star Hashirama, would dragon/experience points reach half to unlock the birth of the flower and tree world, 5-star Hashirama, half of first Hokage/experience points unlock sage mode/experience points reaches 80% to unlock true several thousand hands, top Hwahong. The attributes of the 1-star first generation are very simple, there is no 3-body technique, and there is not even redundant ninjutsu, but Xian knows very well that if he can survive in the cruel Sengoku, the physical attainments and sword skills of the first generation are definitely not what the current ninja can do. And there is primary sage body, the physical fitness is absolutely strong, and the amount of chakra is estimated to be huge. Moreover, first generation is one of the few, crushing ninjas from the beginning to the end. 1-star Hashirama should be the weakest of the same level as first generation, and awaken with style a 2-star, plus the huge chakra of sage body, plus tempering, it should not be much worse than Yamato, and Yamato is already a strong existence among Jonin up. Samsung's Hashirama has unlocked the birth of the tree realm, and it is enough to wrestle with cage levels, and even completely consume some cage levels. The 4-star Hashirama opens the wooden dragon. The power of the wooden dragon is similar to that of the incomplete Susanoo. It can also absorb chakra. With the upper tree world, it is almost invincible. When the experience points reach half, it can unlock the flower tree world. The power of the flower and tree world is much stronger than that of the tree world. Madara almost made Gakage lose his combat power with this trick. In the last battle between Uchiha and Senju during the Sengoku period, the power of the flower and tree world could not even be resisted by Madara. Only by completely Suzuo can it be unaffected. The last is 5-star. 5-star is the most advanced grade that Hashirama can reach. This level has Wooden Golem, which is comparable to the complete Susanoo. All abilities have almost reached the peak, and then unlock Sage Mode. Hashirama's Sage Mode should be the most perfect, no need accumulation, no time to absorb, and extremely long duration. Hashirama in this period already has a super ninjutsu that combines with style and seals like Myojinman. The true several thousand hands unlocked by 80% experience, the top Hwahong. It can be said that Hashirama is at the top at this time. The state of the Battle of the Last Valley, can play the complete 9 tails plus a Madara level, absolute 6 paths the first person below. That's it. Shien directly made a decision. The main template is integrated with the Hashirama template. Ghosts do not integrate the Hashirama template. Hashirama is really the number one person in Konoha's basic quality. Even Madara, even Naruto Suzuki, is not as strong as Hashirama in terms of basic quality. If there is no gift from Sage of 6 Paths, Naruto's final state should be the level when he solved Obito, and Suzuki can probably open a full body. This kind of power is too far behind Hashirama, and even if he appears, it is not the dirty body in the fourth battle, but the real Hashirama at the peak of the Valley of the End. He can kill 6 Paths Obito by himself. He has no shortage of senjutsu and chakra. His power is stronger than Naruto, and his ninjutsu is more comprehensive than Naruto. It's a pity that he died young, otherwise Hashirama might really be able to reach the realm of 6 paths on your own. Hashirama has even surpassed the power brought by Ashura's reincarnation chakra in the later stage, and has grown to the point where Sage of 6 Paths is surprised. Just look at his Hashirama cells. The biggest cheats in Hokage in the early stage are never white eyes, Mangekyo, dust shields, but Hashirama cells. Including Naruto and Suzuki Brokeback Mountain in the later stage, Naruto also received the arm cultivated from Hashirama cells. Needless to say, the power of Hashirama cells increases the amount of chakra, enhances ninjutsu control, perfectly increases the power of Sharingan pupils, repairs the body with strong resilience, and speeds up the cooling time of some bug skills. It takes 10,000 freely distributable experience points to integrate the main template, whether to integrate the Hashirama template. The system's prompt sounded, making Shien somewhat suspect that he had heard it wrong. 10,000 points, that's too much. Shien vomited blood a little. He suspected that the system had done the calculation. After spending 1,000 points to upgrade the system and 1,000 points to draw a lottery, he still has more than 9,000 points of experience left. Originally, he wanted to get a good card and go straight to the 5-star. Now it seems that his hope is shattered. Because the quality gap between the main template and the fusion template is too large, the consumption of experience points is a little higher. In the future, the consumption of experience points will not be so huge. The systematic explanation made Shien feel better. There is a 5-star template and a fusion Hashirama template. Which one is better? If it is an age of war, Xianhao will definitely choose 5-star without hesitation, but now it is an age of peace, and there is still enough time to develop in the future. The current 10,000 points investment in the future will definitely make a profit without losing money. Decompose the Uchiha Fugaku template and perform fusion. Shien finally decided to fuse. Using other templates always gives him a feeling that he does not belong to his own power, especially when he removes the template to exercise the body every time. That kind of weakness, the feeling of powerlessness, is simply maddening. The Uchiha Fugaku template has been disassembled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7,000 freely distributable experience points. Consume 10,000 free experience points, and the main template fusion begins. The fusion is complete. Hashirama's template disappeared into the template space, and a white light flashed around Xien's body. He felt a lot more relaxed in an instant, as if the shackles had been completely opened, and it was like a piece of pig iron being forged into steel, with all the impurities. Go! Open the main template, Shien said impatiently, and the pain of losing 10,000 free experience points disappeared. Character template, Shien quality, SS rating 1-star experience required for ascension to star 0/10 abilities, Sword Art, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Shuriken throwing, primary Sage body, 3 body technique, basic illusion. Fusion template, Senju Hashirama. Star rising potential. As the star rating increases, the ability to fuse templates can be gradually unlocked. System, if I integrate other templates in the future, do I still need to spend experience points to upgrade? Shien suddenly thought of this question and asked. In the future, the main template fusion will retain the current star rating for fusion, and you only need to pay the experience required for fusion to obtain the full capabilities and potential of the fusion template. That's good. Shien breathed a sigh of relief. He plans to integrate the 6 paths Naruto and 6 paths Suzuki templates in the future. If he really wants to restar, it will cost at least 5 or 600,000 experience points. Use free experience points to raise stars. To solve the worries, Xian directly put all the remaining freely distributable experience into the main template. He had been reluctant to use free experience to upgrade other templates before, because the other templates were borrowed power after all, not his own. Now that he has the main template, he doesn't have to worry about it. The main template has been upgraded to a star. Character template, Xian quality, SS rating, 4 stars experience required for ascension to star, 5100/10,000 abilities, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Shuriken throwing, advanced sage body, 3 body technique, basic illusion, strange power, Muji healing, 5-fold Rashomon, illusion dark walk technique, wood style ninjutsu, 10th edict on enlightenment. Birth of the Tree World, Birth of the Flower and Tree World, Wooden Dragon Technique, Wood Expulsion Jutsu, Laughing Buddha Jutsu, Vidra moves wood. Fusion Template, Senju Hashirama. So strong. The accumulation of 5 years of hard practice exploded at this moment, and Xian was confident at this moment that he was already one of the top few people in the cage level. The same 4-star template, the gap can be seen at this time. Xian can feel the chakra contained in the body now, which is dozens of times that of Shisui. You must know that Shisui's physical fitness is very good, and his chakra is not too small in the cage level, but there is still no way to compare with Xian now, which shows how powerful the integration of the first generation template is. And he feels warm and comfortable all over his body now, which is the benefit of exuberant vitality. Shisui's strength in terms of templates is also extremely strong, but every time he fights, the feeling of Mangekyo running is very different from that of Susanoo. The stimulation of the whole body is absolutely uncomfortable. The main template has a bonus effect on the secondary template. Host can try it, especially Hashirama's Sage Body, which can greatly alleviate the side effects of Mangekyo. At this time, the system prompted on the side. Oh? Xian said, switch the Shisui template. Shua. The cold chakra fluctuated, and Xian's eyes instantly turned into Scarlet Suguya Mangekyo. Sure enough, Xian sensed the state of the body with some surprise. There was a huge chakra flowing in his body. It was the chakra belonging to the main template Sage Body. It was huge and warm, and contained powerful vitality. Not only that, after he turned on Mangekyo, he could clearly feel that his eyes were clearer than before, and the damage to his body caused by turning on Susanoo was also slowly repairing. All the powers of the secondary template and the main template can be perfectly superimposed, so that my strength will be even stronger, and with the cooperation of the Shisui template, my current attack methods are already very comprehensive. Xian was thinking happily. In terms of physical attack, he has a superwood style, and in terms of mentality, he can use the Shisui template illusion. It can be said that he has no shortcomings at all and is quite comprehensive. In the ninja world, it is necessary to have comprehensive means. Kakashi is known as 50-50, not only for its super high combat IQ, but also for its comprehensive ninjutsu attacks. It can choose different attack methods according to different enemies. Obito, see you next time. Maybe Suying will be very interesting. Obito, who had fought against each other 5 years ago, was heard, and Xian smiled. Obito's ability is very incomprehensible, and can make many super cage level people helpless, but it is different in front of him. Xian has at least 3 or 4 ways to limit or attack Obito. By the way, system, why wasn't my body able to boost the sub-template before? Xian asked. The sub-template is a powerful weapon, and the main template is the person who wields the weapon. If the weapon is too powerful for humans, then they can barely control the weapon, let alone influence it. On the contrary, if a person is strong, they can perfectly control the weapon, and even be able to exert a more powerful ability of the weapon itself. The system explained. So the reason why I didn't have any boost before is because the main body is too weak? Suonruo thought. No, it's because the host's previous physical attributes were too rubbish, so the system cut off the connection between the main template and the secondary template by default when using the template. Well, I have nothing to say, the previous body is really rubbish. Xian didn't expect the system to have such a vicious tongue, spread his hands and said helplessly. After all, his predecessor is a cannon fodder who has never shown his face, and it is unrealistic to dream of possessing Jonin or cage-level potential, at least not sea-level potential is enough. By the way, what is the function of the last on-hook training position? Xian asked, remembering the last new function obtained after this update. The on-hook training position can help the host to speed up the practice of the secondary template. The host can set a template to enter the on-hook state, and can get template experience and free distributable experience equivalent to the template quality every day. C level 1 point, B level 2 points, and so on. You still have such a conscience. Xian couldn't help complaining, the system's swallowing of experience tonight really frightened him, and he didn't expect that the final function was to increase the output of experience. There is no doubt that after he has the main template, the focus of his future practice will definitely be on the main template, and it is even more impossible to add free experience points to the sub-template, so this function is very useful, and can be used to practice some useful sub-templates. Templates increase instant combat power. Moreover, some pit templates with high quality and low combat power are also useful. As a spare experience package, they can be directly disassembled after hanging up for a period of time, which can also speed up the practice of the main template. The output of experience points of this function is still considerable. If a 5-star Kakashi template is hung up, 5 free experience points a day, 5 template experience points, and more than 3,600 free experience points can be obtained after 1 year of hanging up. This is already a lot. After 3 years of hanging up, you can easily hang up a 5-star template, Super Shadow Combat Power. Let me see, set Dailu to hang up. After thinking for a while, Xian didn't set Kakashi's template, he was more interested in Dailu's template after being promoted to 4 stars. See if you can use chakra to simulate the effect of the talent of the fairy clan and use it to welcome Senju to kill. To be honest, the Senju kill is quite powerful, with absolute defense and super speed attack, otherwise the Angle and Haiden would not be able to fight back. You must know that both Angle and Haiden are ninjas with good physical skills. This move is really a bit like true several thousand hands, the same can't move, the same use of extended arms to attack, the same consumption of chakra. He really wants to try his huge chakra to meet Senju's kill no matter what level of power it reaches. It might be possible to produce a weakened version of true several thousand hands in advance. Just when Xian was a little excited because of the main template, he couldn't fall asleep. Shua. Suddenly, a few shadows flew past the window. Kakashi, Hong, Asuma. Xian looked at the backs of the 3 going away, and Mangekyo could see through it slowly. Tomorrow's team leader is all here now, so I should go after Naruto. What a careless brat, but it's a good thing to want to become stronger. The most indebted person in this village is you, Naruto, so just ask what you want, and take whatever you want. These are what the village should give you. Xian looked at the forest in the distance. In that forest, there was a crane tail that was about to take his first step. Damn, it seems that I'm the one who cheats the most. Xian shook his head and laughed softly. He is 12 years old this year, and has traveled through 7 years to the present. He has integrated Hashirama's sage body and wood style. He has a cage-level Shisui template in his hand, and he has just decomposed a cage-level Fugaku template. Several quality templates. In terms of strength, he can now wrestle with the weaker Chaoying. After 6 years of penance and development, his equipment is now roughly formed. Master, it's really lonely like snow. Facing the moonlight, Xian faintly pretended to be aggressive. Early the next morning, Xian followed Hinata to the ninja school classroom. Today is the day to assign a teacher to lead the team. Yo, Xian, look at this and this. On the way, Xian saw Naruto approaching, pointing at the genin forehead protector on his forehead and showing off. Congratulations, Naruto. Xian said with a smile. There was one thing he didn't say. Compared to this forehead protector, congratulations on getting an Irika teacher who treats you sincerely, Naruto. Congratulations, Naruto. Hinata followed Xianyi in congratulations. Hey, I'm a ninja from today. Naruto laughed with his arms akimbo. This is my first step towards Hokage. I heard that after assigning the team leader teacher still has an assessment. If he fails to pass the assessment of the team leader teacher Jonin, he will be sent back to the ninja school to study again. Xian said while pouring cold water. In the early stage, Naruto's character was too jumpy, so it's better to suppress it. I just learned a super powerful ninjutsu, I'm sure I can pass the test. Naruto said a little bit. Then congratulations in advance. Xian spread his hands, but later said a little darkly, I heard that among the leading jonin this time, there is one named Heide Kakashi, and none of his students passed the assessments over the years. Yes, Naruto, you have to be careful. If you are assigned to his class, it will definitely be cold. My luck shouldn't be that bad. Naruto smiled and didn't care. As time passed, more and more people in the class, Shikamaru, Koji, Kiba, and Shino also entered the class. Yo, Xian. Shikamaru, who was familiar with Xian, walked to the last row and said hello, but he immediately regretted it. You guys are really well dressed. Shikamaru held his forehead and was a little speechless. He felt that he had been stuffed with dog food again. The two of them even brought a forehead protector in the same way. Maybe it's a mutual understanding. Xian nodded fondly on Hinata's nose. Well, Suinjun and I didn't discuss it in advance at all. Hinata blushed and nodded. Forget it, you two are often like this, you must be too precocious. The children nowadays are really scary, forget it, I will talk to you less in the future. Shikamaru shook his head and turned towards walk over to Koji. Wait, there's a good show coming soon, Hinata. Xian suddenly said to Hinata, with a wicked smile on his face. Ha! It was the first time Hinata saw Xian showing such a wicked smile, and couldn't help but follow his gaze, wondering, what's wrong with Naruto and Sasuke? But in the next second, Hinata's gaze changed from puzzled to stunned. Not only him, but the entire class was stunned. When Naruto came to the table and Sasuke looked at each other, a buddy in the rear made an assist, directly. Kiss? Sasuke's first kiss. In an instant, Naruto was directly surrounded by the murderous intent of countless girls. Ouch. Naruto, who was feeling sick, was instantly beaten up by a group of girls. Ha 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 ha. Shen couldn't help laughing. This is the live-action version of a kiss. Maybe the reason why Naruto Sasuke loves and kills each other so much in the future is because their first kiss was taken away by each other. Really, that B asterisk 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 D Naruto is always creating riots. In Hokage's office, third generation was smoking a pipe, looking at the crystal ball, and said unhappily. Around him, there are some powerful jonin. These are the jonin who are in charge of this year's team assessment, and they will also be informed of the students they lead here. That's the teacher's child? Kakashi scratched his hair, feeling a little headache, but soon his eyes fell on the last row, the laughing teenager with the forehead protector on his neck. Is that kid also from this class? Kakashi was very impressed with this kid, because when he was in Umbu, he watched Shen for a while, and he was very impressed with his crazy training attitude. After all, he used to be the same. Well, Lord Third Generation, I want to know which class this child will be assigned to in the end. Kakashi raised his hand slightly and asked, if possible, he really looks like coaching this talented and hardworking boy. This kid, I think he is the chief student of this year. He defeated Hyuga Niji led by Guy before. Hong pondered slightly, and she also had some impressions. That's really amazing. It actually defeated the genius of the Hyuga family. Asuma smiled lightly and praised, but that's all. For people of their strength, these things are nothing, it's just a fight between kids. Shen? Third generation flicked his pipe, squinted his eyes and smiled. I have my own plans for his arrangement. Hey, the old man of third generation really likes to peep. Shen raised his eyes slightly, and he felt a little sense of peeping. After his strength became stronger, he could also sense the peeping of third generation. But he didn't show it, he just watched Naruto being surrounded by angry girls, like a common melon eater. Good morning, students. Just when Naruto was hammered, Iruka walked into the classroom and ended the farce. Standing on the podium, Iruka's eyes were both gratified and sentimental. Congratulations, you are now independent ninjas, but you are still a novice genin. The real hard work has just begun. From now on, you will be divided into groups of 3, to carry out missions with a teacher called Jonin. A group of 3? Iruka's words immediately made the classroom lively, and almost everyone looked at Shen. The mission career of a ninja is still very dangerous. If there are strong teammates, the danger can undoubtedly be minimized. And Shen is undoubtedly the strongest teammate. Even though he hasn't made a move for a long time, all the students still believe in his strength. Can you form a team freely? Teacher. Naruto raised his hand and said, if possible, he would certainly like to be on the same team as Shen. Of course not, Naruto, these divisions are prescribed by Hokage-sama, Iruka explained. Ah, there was booing in the classroom instantly, and the fiery eyes looking at Shen gradually weakened. First group. Soon, the first 6 groups have been divided, and the next is the 7th class of Jixiaoqiang in the plot, the 8th class and the 10th class. Which class will I be assigned to? To be honest, Shen is also a little curious about his own class. The third generation definitely knows his strength and talent, so he shouldn't be assigned to a common class, but it's hard to say. Excluding the necessary quota for 1 female, there are only 6 quotas for these 3 classes. Don't think about the 10th class of Ino, Shika, Cho, that third generation will never be split. Naruto Nine Tails, the orphan of Suzuki Uchiha Oritaka's entrustment, third generation probably won't be demolished, and they will be thrown to Kakashi, who has the most experience and strength, and the last red 8th class, the obvious perception class, the tooth sense of smell, Hinata the white eyes, Shino's comprehensive and meticulous search. Forget it, it depends on what the old man of third generation thinks. Shen put his hands behind his head and looked at the podium where Iruka had already started to read the list. 7th class, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Suzuki. After suppressing Naruto's dissatisfaction as usual, Iruka continued to read 8th class, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, Abarame Shino. Shen Jun. Hinata tightened Shen's hand. Shen knew that she was a little nervous. After all, she was originally an introverted and shy character, and what she was most afraid of was dealing with strangers. Don't worry, your leader Jonin is a very gentle female Jonin, she will take good care of you. Shen comforted. To say that Hong is really good to Hinata, and even confronted the patriarch of the Hyuga clan head-on because of Hinata. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji. Sure enough, Shikamaru sighed with a bored look on his face. What does the old man third generation think? Shen felt helpless. At this moment, everyone recovered from the emotions of excitement or resistance, and focused their eyes on Shen, because they found that in all the class assignments just now, teacher Iruka did not pronounce Shen's name at all. Shen, congratulations, you don't need to participate in Genin's survival exercise assessment. In view of your usual performance and strength, Master Hokage decided to grant you Genin qualification directly. Moreover, you don't need to participate in groups to accumulate mission experience. Master Hokage decided to accept you as a Hokage guard training. Iruka smiled. The other students also looked at Xian enviously. Hokage guard, this status is already very high. Smart people have already thought of a deeper level. Now that Mr. Hokage is old, and the guard team does not lack genin level Xian, then the meaning of focusing on training is already sufficient. Ah, it's so troublesome, the old man of third generation really has an idea. Xian scratched his head, feeling a little helpless. However, compared to chasing chickens and dogs with a group of genin all day long, the Hokage guards are much easier. Under the envious eyes of a group of people, Xian began to close his eyes and rest his mind. He really didn't care about this position. With his current strength, the ninja world is so big that he is always a guest. What he is reluctant to part with is just this village. Some people, some things, cannot be parted. Unforgettable. As the lead jonin came one by one, there were fewer and fewer people in the classroom. Hayaga Hinata, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kiba, come with me. A beautiful jonin walked in and softly read 3 names, Korone Ui, a very gentle jonin. Squeezing Hinata's hand, Xian pulled Hinata out. The people outside are almost gone, but there are still a few jonin who have not left. Heide Kakashi's 7th class, Asuma's 10th class, and now Hong's 8th class. Well, Teacher Hong, I will leave Hinata to you. I hope you can take good care of her. If there is anything you can't solve, you can come to me at any time. Xian pulled Hinata, walked in front of Hong, and said seriously, "Oh?" Hong looked at the serious Xian and showed a gentle smile. You are really a little adult, the teacher remembers it. Don't worry, it is every teacher's responsibility to protect his students, and the teacher will definitely protect him. Your little girlfriends. With a slightly teasing tone, Hong said to Xian, then squatted down slightly, smiling with squinted eyes, and wanted to touch Xian's head. Then I'm counting on you, Teacher Hong. Xian bowed with a smile, then stepped back slightly, easily dodging Hong's head-touching attack. The body flicker technique was activated, and disappeared instantly. Eh? Children are really mature now. Hong glanced at Xian who was dodging, and couldn't help chuckling. Haven't you noticed it? Red. Kakashi's eyes suddenly became serious. The speed of that body flicker technique. Asuma dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Is that boy really just a genin? No, it's that kind of chakra. Kakashi's eyes became serious in an instant, and he appeared next to Hong in an instant. He squatted down, and gently pushed away the dust, revealing the kingshi floor underneath, with cracks like spider webs on it. There is a layer of light stone powder on the surface, as if it was shattered by something. Red, your chakra perception is the sharpest, you can take a look at the remaining chakra on this crack, Kakashi said. Hong squatted down, lightly tapped his fingers on the crack, and after a while he was a little shocked. It's hard to imagine that just using the body flicker technique to dissipate unconscious chakra shattered the stone slab. This chakra is extremely huge, conservatively estimated it may be dozens of times more than ours. Kakashi, you mean, it was caused by that boy just now? Hong suddenly remembered what Kakashi meant, and blurted out in shock. I'm afraid so, judging by the time when the crack appeared. Kakashi's eyes were serious. It's only 5 years, how far have you grown? Xian. My lord, it's true that such a monster stays by your side. Can you manage it? Should I report it to Lord Hokage immediately? Asuma asked urgently. Come on now, I'm afraid the adults of third generation don't know about this. Kakashi touched the crack and said, his eyes were complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the other hand, Naruto Suzuki and the others looked at the 3 Jonin's operations with a dazed expression, and always felt that the 3 Jonin were a little low. If Xian knew what happened after he left, I'm afraid he would have to admire. After all, he underestimated these Jonins. Although their strength may not be that high, their years of experience in completing tasks and their analytical ability far surpass him. He was just a little mistake caused by chakra without the surge of the perfect mastery main template, so Kakashi and the others analyzed a rough strength. Of course, Kakashi's analysis is not correct, that is, his chakra is not only dozens of times that of Jonin, but at least hundreds of times. To be honest, after class division, Xian also had nothing to do, and wanted to practice with Hinata, but the self-introduction of the 8th class is estimated to take a long time. After wandering around the street for a while, several Umbu ninjas wearing Umbu masks appeared beside Xian in an instant. Master Hokage, please, lead the way ahead. Xian said calmly, and Umbu ninja wanted to step forward, but he was sweating coldly from the pressure of the huge chakra in the air, and dared not move rashly. Looking at the posture, third generation should know his strength. Although he doesn't know how to expose it, Xian doesn't intend to keep it hidden. It's time to show some cards, Xian Momo thought, but he didn't care too much. His current strength is enough to deal with all accidents, and third generation should be able to make a correct judgment. Hokage office. After Xian arrived, he found that there were quite a few people here, except for third generation, Kakashi, Hong, and Asuma. Master Hokage, Hyundai is here. Okay, let's go. Third Hokage sat at the desk and waved his hand. Yes. After the returned Umbu ninja left, third generation squeezed the pipe in his hand. His face was very serious, and Hokage's majesty instantly permeated. Then Xian, Who are you? I don't believe that a 12-year-old child can achieve that terrifying strength. Before answering, can I ask a question first? Xian spread his hands indifferently and said with a smile, I thought I hit it well, but where did it get exposed? I discovered it. Kakashi stared at Suandeo. Your control over chakra is too poor, and the amount of chakra remaining after using ninja is too ridiculous. Any ninja with a little experience will find it. I understand. Xian smiled wryly and scratched his head. There is really no way around this. Hashirama's chakra is dozens of times higher than that of the same level. He controls the main template Sage Body's chakra with the same level of control power as he used to control Shisui. Is really a bit rough. In fact, it's nothing, just met Kakashi. Don't look at Kakashi's usual lazy look, but his observation and analysis ability is the top existence among all jonin. Since we've been discovered, there's nothing we can do about it, Xian said lightly. In an instant, the atmosphere in Hokage's office became chilling. Kakashi instantly lifted the blindfold and opened the Sharingan, while Red held up Kunao, Asuma put on Fiian, and the famous jonin in Konoha instantly felt like a formidable enemy. They really had to do this. Judging from their judgment, Xian was definitely at cage-level strength. If a battle broke out in this place, it would be hard to imagine how much damage would be caused. Put it all away. I think if Xian wanted to make a move, he wouldn't have come here in the first place, Third Generation said in a low voice. After all, he was old and mature. He could see that Xian didn't have any murderous intent at all, and he spoke naturally, emboldened. Of course, I am very sincere. At least I have lived comfortably in Konoha, and I have no intention of leaving. With a faint smile on Xian's face, everyone was relieved by what he said. I think about where to start. Then let's start with the Sage of Six Paths that opened up the ninja section. Xian thought for a while and said, Ninja? Kakashi and Hong were a little stunned. They knew about Sage of Six Paths, but they had never heard of ninja. But Third Generation was thoughtful. He had seen Ninzo too in some ancient books of Konoha. Character. Not caring about their thoughts, Xian continued to fool around. Sage of Six Paths distributes the power called chakra to people. This is the origin of ninjas. After the founding of ninja sect, later on, Sage of Six Paths got married and had children. The son was named Indra, who inherited the fairy eye of Sage of Six Paths, and the second son was named Ashura, who inherited the sage body of Sage of Six Paths. The two children are growing up. Indra is a natural genius. He created the seal and can control the flow of chakra in the body to use ninjutsu. Xian threw a heavy bomb, which shocked Third Generation and others. Jain and ninjutsu were created by the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths? What a genius! Asuma couldn't help saying in shock. Third Generation, Kakashi, Hong, these normally shrewd and powerful Orchid or Jonin are all in a state of shock at the moment. It is not that they do not doubt the authenticity of Xian's words, but all experience shows that what Xian said is very likely to be true of. Especially for Third Generation, when he connected Xian's words with the vague deeds recorded in some ancient books in his mind, he found that all the explanations made sense. I won't kill you guys. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xian laughed inwardly. This was all introduced in the original plot, but how could these people who have experienced the Sengoku Fault era still have these records? These things are naturally, there is no mistake, it is the history of this world, and what he wants to fool is the latter. The youngest son, Ashura, is a born slack. Not to mention his strength is not as good as that of his elder brother, he is even inferior to some common ninjas of the ninja sect, but he works very hard and has a deep relationship with everyone in the ninja section. Slowly, the ideas of the two brothers began to differ. Indra believes that power can make everything possible, while Ashura believes that love is necessary for peace. Sage of Six Paths recognized Ashura's ideas and regarded him as the successor of the ninja section, and Indra, who has always dreamed of becoming the heir of the ninja sect, is dissatisfied. Thinking that power can make everything possible, he started a long-term struggle with his younger brother Ashura. Xian recounted the feud between Ashura and Indra. Should be able to find something. After all, Konoha has the two oldest ninja families, Senju and Uchiha. Of course, he also concealed some things, such as Black Zetsu's bewitching and the like. The Senju clan is the descendant of Ashura, and the Uchiha clan is the descendant of Indra, so the two clans have been hostile before Sengoku, on their descendants, fighting continuously. The reincarnation of Ashura in the previous life is first Hokage Hashirama, and Indra is Uchiha Madara. They are also the two most dazzling ninjas in the Sengoku era. With a faint smile on Xian's face, he threw one bomb after another, which made Third Hokage dizzy. Third Generation frowned and put down his pipe. Intellectually, he didn't quite believe in these distant histories and the secrets of the ninja world, just like listening to myths, but when he argued with some knowledge in his mind, he was shocked to find that everything Xian said might be right, especially the fact that Shodei is the reincarnation of Ashura and Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra. The Third Generation still has some beliefs, otherwise there is no way to explain why these two godlike existences appear in all people, and they are not at the same level at all. He is a real person who has experienced in that era. Although he has only experienced the end, he is very aware of the strength of those two people, their godlike might. The reason why the statue was built in the Valley of the End is to commemorate that battle. The valley was shattered, the mountains were moved to flat ground, and a waterfall was created. The aftermath of the battle can even be clearly seen dozens of miles away. Having said so much, what does this have to do with your identity? Third generation pinched his eyebrows and asked with some headaches. He put aside all the secrets that Xian had instilled, and asked, "Because I am the reincarnation of Chakra of Ashura in this life," Xian said with a flat expression on his face, without any trace of deceit. What he said shocked everyone present. There was silence in the entire Hokage office, and no one spoke for a while. The hand of the third generation old man holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He took a puff of the cigarette but was choked and coughed. "How is it possible? You said that you are the reincarnation of Ashura, but you are obviously a Uchiha person with Uchiha's blood." Third generation calmed down and said in disbelief, "How long has it been since the incident of Sage of Six Paths? Maybe there is Senju blood flowing in my body?" Xian smiled nonchalantly. Ashura inherits the sage body of Sage of Six Paths, so his chakra was huge, just like mine now. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, a substantial chakra erupted from Xian's body. This chakra was like a flowing blue flame, covering Xian's surroundings. The chakra that escaped even spread like a storm, centered on Xian, and a large number of documents were captured, rolled up in the sky. "Hey, I'm just kidding, this chakra." Kakashi blocked the wind blowing towards his eyes with his arms, looked at Xian who was in the eye of the wind with his arms folded, and lost his voice. This is how huge the amount of chakra can cause this effect. You must know that Xian K has no seals at all, and just releases chakra faintly. Yeah. Third generation pulled down the brim of Hokage's hat, slightly covering the shock in his eyes, and the chakra that just appeared was no weaker than when he was young. Shua. Dozens of figures exuding a powerful aura broke through the window in an instant, holding short sword kunao, protecting the third generation in groups. They wore Umbu masks, and these were elite Umbu members who secretly protected Hokage. Each of them remained silent, pointing at Xian with kunao in their hands, although their hands were still steady and firm, but the sound of heavy breathing and heartbeat showed their inner fluctuations. Outside the window, dozens of figures were gathering. "Konoha Hyushin, Lord Third Generation can test my strength at will, and I will convince you." Even though surrounded by Umbu ninjas, Xian didn't panic at all, and said calmly. In other words, when he only had the Shisui template before, he would never have dared to make such a big deal. He has not reached a certain level. It is not difficult to kill Cage level with too many Jonins, let alone the Cage level of Third Generation. But now, after incorporating the Hashirama template, he is completely worthy. Fighting with Hashirama, is the wood style map canon a joke? It's not the Yamato who engages in greening. The wood style of first generation really has the power to judge troubled times. Moreover, from the very beginning brought up by Umbu to the present, he has been releasing his kindness all the time, but after all, people should not be too kind. Kindness is deceived by others. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. He needs to take this opportunity to show tighten your muscles, lest someone secretly do some shit in the future. "Okay, you all go down." Third generation smiled and waved his hands, and said, "But..." Captain Umbu glanced at Xian with some apprehension, and said worriedly, "There is nothing, this is Konoha, and I am Third Hokage, is there any place in the village that I can't go to?" Third generation said somewhat hackily, and only at this moment, can still vaguely see a few shreds of ninja in his youth heroic. "Kakashi, Hon, Asuma, you all come with me." After Umbu left, Third Generation said again. To be honest, it kind of ruined the feeling of haki before, but Third Generation also knows it in his heart. He is 69 this year, almost 70 years old, and his strength is not as good as before. Yes, Master Hokage. Kakashi and the three of them were also a little worried. If it was the fourth Hokage in front of them, they probably wouldn't have anything to worry about, but for the old Third Generation, they were really afraid that the Third Generation would fall into Xian's hands. Although on the surface, this is only a 12-year-old boy, but no one would regard him as a common boy in terms of that terrifying chakra. "Come with me." Xian jumped out of the window. Third Generation took off the Hokage robe and hat that were on the outside, revealing Black's combat outfit inside, and put on a protective helmet in the style of Sengoku. Master Third Hokage is ready to use his full strength. Kakashi thought to himself, when was the last time Third Generation wore armor? It seems to be the time when Sun and Orochimaru defected. Follow closely. Asuma reminded, holding Fiiin tightly in his hands, his knuckles turned white. "You know, Third Hokage is his father, can you not worry?" Xian did not drive at the maximum speed, and brought Third Generation and the others to Muye Hyushin. This is the place where he often practiced alone at the beginning. There is a large open space, a river, and a towering cliff. Here, ninjutsu with almost any attribute will have a bonus, or at least not a debuff. Xian knew that the Third Generation Grandmaster's 5 escape ninjutsu specially chose this good place for him. Sure enough, when third Hokage saw this place, his heart was more than half relieved. It can be said that this place is very suitable for him to fight. Actually, you can go together, I don't care. Xian tilted his head slightly, stretched his shoulders, looked at Kakashi and the others and said, "No need, it's not a life and death battle, it's just a school test." Third generation said, "Forget it, let's go together. I'm afraid you, old man third generation, don't have the strength you had when you were young." Xianwei smiled, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, which was a huge real chakra storm moment than in Hokage's office before. Burst out. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. What? Third Hokage was completely shocked. He suspected that his ears had misheard, that Xian would use wood style from first generation. Could it be the child in the wood style taboo experiment? Is this child bred by Orochimaru? A thought flashed in third generation's mind, and his Yamato was the product of Orochimaru wood style experiment. It is obvious that he regards Xian Ya as such a product. However, in the next second, he knew that he was wrong, and the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment would never have such power. The entire land was trembling. Countless horned dragon-like trees rolled out of the ground, like a dragon swimming in the sea. Countless green and vigorous trees instantly covered the previous open space at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Kakashi and the others in the distance couldn't escape the scope of the technique, and they were enveloped in it in an instant. This is too exaggerated. The scope of this technique has completely changed the terrain. That child, what a huge chakra he has. Standing on the newly grown tree, Hon sighed. Don't be careless, this should be the wood-style secret technique of first Hokage, be careful of these trees. Kakashi has fully opened the Sharingan, holding the kunao and nervously guarding against the surrounding trees. Here we come. Kakashi's Sharingan turned wildly in an instant. Branches entangled from all directions, like a flurry of demons, as if they wanted to completely entangle Kakashi and the others here. Damn it, this tree is so hard. Asuma cut off the entangled tree with some effort, only to find that the texture and hardness of the tree he got was much stronger than the common tree. Reikuri. Kakashi's hand shone with a dazzling light, cutting off the roots and trees directly. His Reikuri's penetrating power and cutting power are indeed very strong. If it weren't for the fact that Kakashi chakra is too little, maybe it would be even more powerful. No, the trees are endless. We have to find a way to get out, or we will die here. The red-handed kunao is protected by Kakashi and Asuma. She is a phantom ninja, and she can't see her opponent at all. Now, she has no room to play at all. I'll clear the way, Asuma, let's rush out after you're done, Kakashi said decisively, and now he can see that the gap in strength is too big, and they can hardly do anything by staying here. It has made them so embarrassed. Oh, the resistance is more tenacious than I imagined. Suinran would not just sit back and watch Kakashi and the others leave, he still had to do the template. How could such a good opportunity be wasted? Then, let's try this trick. Xian put up his index finger and middle finger to make a seal, and slightly sensed Kakashi's position in the tree world, and said silently, "Ninja, the birth of the flower tree world." Kakashi and the others, who were struggling to cut the densely packed tree trunks, suddenly discovered that strange flowers bloomed on the trees. Be careful, Hong reminded. As soon as the words fell, a large number of flowers sprayed out tiny invisible pollen, flooding the forest. Hold your breath, Kakashi yelled, but it was too late. Or it can be said that this trick of Huashuja cannot be solved simply by holding their breath. The existence of this 4-star Hashirama template killer is even more powerful than the wooden dragon. It can even be said that it is beyond cage level other abilities. This move has indeed surpassed the power of cage level. Now Xian just released this small area of flowers and trees. As long as he thinks, the entire tree world will release this kind of hypnosis paralyzing pollen. This kind of pollen can't be undone even by medical ninjutsu, and the range of the tree world has become so large that almost no one can escape except Flying Thunder God. The point. The original 5 cages were almost planted in Madara's unauthentic flower and tree world. If Onoki forcibly relied on comprehending the will of the stone to continue his life, the 5 cages would have been directly wiped out by this ninjutsu. It's solved. Retracting his perception, Xian calmly said, "The power of Huashuja is much more useful than he imagined, it's just a small piece." Kakashi and the 3 of them have already fallen to the ground, this time Kakashi can't do anything opened. Hashirama's wood style is such a rogue style of play. I don't care whether you are good at ninjutsu or fighting IQ, I will directly open the tree world. As long as my chakra is not exhausted, I guarantee that you will not even be able to touch the shadow. If you can't kill the tree world, just bloom the tree world, and the whole forest will be covered with a pile of paralyzing pollen. If it doesn't work, then there will be a few more wooden dragons that absorb chakra. This is why Kakashi can support Tiendeo pain for so long, the reason why Lee can't walk around. Chakra is not terrible, ninjutsu pervert is not terrible, chakra has many ninjutsu and pervert, and the cooling is almost non-existent, which is very stupid. It was resolved so quickly? Kakashi and the 3 of them, Third Hokage looked at Xian with a flat expression, shocked. The three of Kakashi and the others are not weak, but after he felt it, he really didn't feel the chakra fluctuations of Kakashi and the others. It's so strong. This feeling of oppression is very similar to the feeling of teacher first generation. Third generation tightened his wrist guard, bit the blood, and swiped on the ground. Summoning, Ape Demon. Sarutobi, you haven't summoned me to fight for a long time. Remember the last time it was the Nine Tails turmoil, this time it's a child. The old ape looked at Xian and asked in surprise. Haven't you figured it out yet, Ape Demon? Third generation said in a low voice, what about your fighting instinct? When you put it this way, there is indeed a very dangerous feeling around. This feeling of being surrounded by enemies' chakra is very familiar. And this kind of environment, could it be, first Hokage's birth of the tree realm? How could it be so little child? The ape demon looked at Xian solemnly, a little in disbelief. Are you ready? Master third generation. Xian smiled, a little excitedly, he clasped his hands together, and a large amount of chakra blue light emerged around him, ready to attack at any time. The key to Xian's excitement was the system's words just now. It is recommended that the host defeat the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to obtain its template, and collect all the Hokage templates from the first generation to the sixth generation to unlock Super Ninjutsu, Shinsu Hokage hands. That's Shinsu Hokage's hand. Xian was a little excited. When mentioning Hashirama, you will think of the pervert true several thousand hands, and Kahiro on the top, that is, the big Buddha who hangs the majestic Susanoo. It is precisely because of this trick that Hashirama sits firmly in the top spot under 6 paths. But in fact, there is an upgraded version of this move, but that one does not exist in the ninja world, but only exists in the game. In the Ultimate Storm, Hashirama, Tobirama, 3rd generation, 4th generation, Tsunade plus the ultimate ninjutsu used by Kakashi, Hokage Chakra completely activates the 1000-meter-high Buddha, giving it a terrifying speed comparable to the body flicker technique and attack power. Wood style, Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Xian extended his right hand to 3rd Hokage. In an instant, several large wooden hands surrounded it. Is this ninja world so crazy now? Such a small kid has such terrifying strength. The ape demon dared not say anything. Stop talking nonsense, ape demon, and quickly transform into a Vajra cudgel. 3rd generation scolded in a low voice. Understood. The ape demon chakra surged. Crack. When the laughing Buddha's large wooden hand completely enveloped the 3rd generation, a huge stick directly pierced several layers of the large wooden hand. Shuriken giant body technique. 3rd generation took out a shuriken not seal from the ninja bag, and the small shuriken instantly became bigger than a person. Drink. 3rd generation threw out the huge shuriken directly, forming tiger marks with both hands. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Shua, Shua, Shua. The gigantic shuriken instantly transformed into a shuriken shadow screen, roaring and cutting a large area of the tree world. It has to be said that the power of the shuriken shadow clone is not small, let alone with the gigantic shuriken. Shuriken. The efficiency of 3rd generation's ninjutsu cutting the tree world is much faster than that of Kakashi and the 3 of them. It really deserves to be 3rd Hokage. Xian sighed in admiration. In terms of the number and collocation of ninjutsu under his control, even Kakashi can't compare with 3rd generation at all. Wood style, wood expulsion jutsu. Xian put his hands together, and the surrounding trees instantly condensed into a wood style with a huge grimace. The defensive effect is very powerful, even a giant shuriken can't penetrate it at all. Surface wood style. Listening to the clinking of shurikens outside, Xian suddenly felt a violent chakra wave, and he quickly left under the wood style of wood expulsion jutsu. Fire style, fire dragon bomb. A blazing light emerged, and the violent almost incandescent flame swept across in an instant, swallowing the huge grimace wood style and turning it into ashes. Xian knew that the fire style of 3rd generation was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Others' fire styles were all flames, but this fire style of 3rd generation looked like a laser. It's not okay to hide in the air, that will only increase the chance of being hit by ninjutsu. 3rd generation reminded, his hands forming seals at a speed almost like an afterimage. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Combined ninjutsu, Fire Flow Earth Fire Bomb. Shua, Shua, Shua. Dozens of flames wrapped in stone bullets, like meteors, shot toward Xian. The clods of soil can increase the cohesion of the flames, and the flames can strengthen the killing and impact of the clods of soil. This is the combination of ninjutsu. The power has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Uchiha Flow, Sun Halo Dance. 3 Tomo Sharingan opened instantly, and Xian instantly saw through all the attack routes of this ninjutsu, and the flame knife flashed, intercepting all the fire flow earth flame bullets. Shua. In the middle of the flames produced by the collision of ninjutsu, a stick stabbed out in an instant, and pinpointed Xian's position through the flames that blocked his sight with great precision. Dang! The small Tadeo in Xian's hand rubbed against the Vajra Ruyi stick, making a sharp metallic tremolo, and sparks shot out. Xianzhu exhausted all his strength and fell from the sky, surrounded by countless trees automatically, forming a cloud under his feet to support him. Be careful, the enemy won't wait for you to stand firm. The voice of third generation came from beside Xian's ear, and the person had already appeared behind Xian, and the iron rod fell on his head. Dang dang dang. Sparks are flying everywhere. Xian's small Taideo is really at a disadvantage compared to third generation's Rui stick, not only the difference in material, but also in terms of function. Third generation's Rui stick can be long or short, and it is really advantageous in close-to-body surgery. And third generation's physical skills are also very strong. You must know that at the age of 69, he was still completely crushed by physical skills against Orochimaru in the Konoha Honkai project. However, he chose to fight with Suanpin's closed body skills, which is really a bad choice. Xian Suo discarded the cracked short sword and directly faced third generation empty-handed. He inherited Hashirama's physical skills, plus 3 Tomo Sharinan. The old third generation is really not an opponent at all. After abandoning the tasteless short sword, the gap is obvious. It's so heavy. Third generation hit Dang Xian with an iron rod and kicked his legs. The whole person was bent 3 points, his legs were slightly bent, and a large number of wooden thorns were stepped on the hard tree. He really didn't expect that Xian's physical skills were so powerful, just a single kick, and what he displayed was a strength that didn't match his young body at all. Dang! Xian punched third generation's iron rod, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. The first generation competed with Madara, who has the eternal Mangekyo, to win the existence. The third generation is really not enough, let alone a Shisui template attribute superimposed on him. When the fist hit the iron rod, Xian didn't feel very well, blood dripped down drop by drop, but soon, the blood stopped, and apart from a little pain, he couldn't even see a certain wound. This is the pervert of Sage Body, super recovery ability, so that they can drag almost any enemy of the same level to death. Sarutobi, if you go on like this, you're bound to lose, use your best, the 8th demon said anxiously. It was originally a school test, but it would be too embarrassing to lose like this. Third generation smiled bitterly, and then shouted at Xian, I can't defend the next move myself, if I can't bear it, don't fight hard. Multiple shadow clone technique. After shouting, third generation directly separated 4 shadow clone. Are you really going to use that trick? Xian had already guessed the trick that third generation was going to use. 5 duns, Dalian playing technique. Third generation snorted, and the 4 clones plus the main body formed a completely different seal. Huge chakra fluctuations erupted instantly. The ninjutsu of the 5 energies of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth burst out with powerful power in an instant, and the tree world blocked along the way was directly swallowed. This time, it is different from the 5 attribute ninjutsu in the original anime to resist a phase attack, but the real fusion of the 5 attribute ninjutsu. The 5 attribute ninjutsu did not cancel each other out, but amplified each other, bursting out more powerful power. Interesting, you 5 dragon bombs, I don't know if it is as strong as my wooden dragon. Xian clasped his hands together and said with a smile, wood style, wood dragon technique. A huge wooden dragon gushed out from the ground in an instant, as if a potential dragon had risen to the sky, and directly headed towards Wooden Dalian. Boom 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 boom. There was a huge and strong explosion, and the violent shockwave spread to the surroundings, uprooting some trees, and boulders flew like bullets. Wood style, wooden ingot wall. Xian slapped his hands on the ground, and the conical wood style wall was lifted up layer by layer, isolating the aftermath of the battle. I didn't expect that you really mastered wood style thoroughly, and even master first generation's wooden dragon technique. After the aftermath cleared, third generation, who was tightly protected by the 8th demon, also came over. His face was pale, which was due to chakra's excessive consumption, and he looked at Xian with complicated eyes. I'm getting old, I can't fight anymore, now it's the world of you young people. Third generation sighed and directly admitted defeat. After all, he is not young anymore, he is old. Not only physical skills are weakened, but also the amount of chakra is weakened. It is already very difficult to use a 5-dance daily in ammo. Up to now, chakra is almost exhausted. Ding, congratulations to host for winning the S-level template Samsung Sarutobi Hiruzen, World War I. Congratulations to host for completing the battle with the veteran cage-level powerhouse 3rd Hokage. He has been imbued with 3rd Hokage's combat experience. He has gained 500 experience points for the main template, 500 experience points for the sub-template Uchiha Shisui template, and 500 freely distributable experience points. There are so many experience points. Xian was a little surprised. It was just a battle, and the experience points reached as many as 1,500 points, which already exceeded the decomposition value of a 4-star template. But when you think about it, this battle really benefited Xian a lot. Third generation is different from Obito, who is famous all over the world. He is the most traditional common ninja. He doesn't have any outstanding abilities, and some are just honed combat experience and endless ninjutsu and ninjutsu collocation. If we look back at this battle, what Xian can feel is that third generation's battle is very smooth, with a feeling of flowing water, and it is third generation who is making the first attack from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for Xian's ability to crush third generation in all aspects, I'm afraid this battle would be really difficult to fight. It's really a hero born out of a boy. I didn't expect to see the perfect fusion of Uchiha and Senju's abilities in my lifetime, third generation said with emotion. I'll leave first if there's nothing else to do. Xian didn't care about third generation's emotion and said lightly. After jumping on the tree, Xian turned his back to third generation, paused for a moment and said, although I may not have the will of fire that you were talking about, I like this village very much, and there is something I want to protect, so don't disturb my peaceful life. In exchange, I will take action when the village is in danger. But if someone really takes action against me or my friends, third generation, you will know the consequences. After leaving a few harsh and even threatening words, Xian disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Unexpectedly, third Hokage, who should have looked very ugly after being threatened, showed a relieved smile at this moment, and whispered, this is also the will of fire, Xian. Master Hokage, you are not injured. At this time, the three of Kakashi and the others also rushed over from the lush forest, and it was shocking to see the field left after the battle. It's okay, the school exam is over, I lost. Third generation said generously. Even you lost the third generation, is that child really so powerful? Hong was shocked, could it be that he is really the reincarnation of Ashura? Perhaps. The third generation didn't believe it at all, but when they saw the perfect wood style and the huge chakra, which was exactly the same as the first generation, they were inevitably a little shaken. After a pause, third generation smiled and said, whether he is Ashura's reincarnation or not, what can be confirmed is that he is also a good boy who inherited the will of fire. By the way, Kakashi, how did you get dealt with? Third generation suddenly thought of this matter and asked himself. He asked himself that it was impossible to get rid of the three Jonin masters so easily and in such a short time. It's embarrassing to say, we didn't even see Xian's shadow, and we were stunned by the pollen released by the flowers blooming on the tree. The hypnosis effect of this pollen is very powerful, and it covers a wide range, even with wind style blow it away, and soon the pollen will continue to come up again. Kakashi analyzed calmly. Hua Shuja, the third generation was taken aback after hearing this, and then smiled wryly. I didn't expect to keep a hand, I still underestimated him, what a terrible boy. Maybe it's time for Su Ying to hit Danzo again, and it's time to win over Hyaga. Third generation thought in his heart, although he also cared about Ashura's matter, but the most important thing now is to tie Xian to Konoha, on the big ship. If Xian knew what third generation was thinking afterwards, he probably wouldn't care much. He didn't keep one hand, but a lot of hands, not just Hua Shuja. There is also Mangekyo, distinguished heavenly gods, super illusion, Susanoo, enough to take his offense and defense to another level. As for whether the third generation believes in Ashura's reincarnation, Xian doesn't care, and he won't be so naive that a single Ashura's reincarnation can completely convince third generation, but at least these things can divert some of third generation's attention and put him down. Be wary. As for the future, at least the third generation can live until then. The Konoha Honkai plan is not far away. 3 months passed in a flash. To be honest, these 3 months were quite boring. The Genins who were divided into classes followed Mr. Jonin to perform D-level tasks to accumulate experience. D-level tasks are actually the simplest tasks, either weeding or helping to find lost cats and dogs. The task difficulty is very low, just to match the tacit understanding. The profession of ninja sometimes feels quite lofty, but in fact it is very down-to-earth. It is a commissioned organization that can do everything from murder and arson to chasing chickens and dogs. In essence, there is not much difference between Konoha Village and Akatsuki organization. The only difference is that one is a formal organization certified by the government, and the other is an underground organization operating without a license. Naruto and his genin are so busy all day long that they are exhausted and angry every day. On the contrary, Xian is so bored that he explodes. Every day besides practicing, I still practice, and I don't have Hineda's company by my side. I feel that my cultivation motivation has dropped by 50% in an instant. Let's go to the old man of third generation to find a task to do today. If you stay in the village all day, your bones will be rusted. Xian yawned and walked towards the Hokage building. Slightly squinting his eyes, Xian saw that far away seemed to be Hineda's 8th class, Hong, Ya, and Shino, and an uncle wearing a bamboo hat beside him. Maybe it's to go to the mission. It's interesting. Are Hineda and the others also exposed to missions outside the village? Xian smiled and didn't care. Generally speaking, genin with a little experience like Hineda and the others should do some sea-level missions with Mr. Jonin by this time, roughly escort missions and the like. They will not come into contact with ninjas, but will come into contact with some of the fierce gangsters. Exercise the courage of the students. Hey, third generation old man, is there any task suitable for me, such as catching tailed beasts, which are more challenging? Xian walked into the office and leaned on the table unceremoniously. Oh, really? How could there be such a mission at this time? Do you want to provoke a ninja war? Third Hokage sighed. he really didn't want to send Xian as a ninja to carry out the mission. If this kind of ninja of nuclear bomb level is really sent out to carry out missions, there may be a lot of conflicts. Squeezing the space between his eyebrows, third generation said helplessly, just now your little girlfriend accepted a sea-level mission, which is an escort mission for the Kingdom of Waves. If you are really bored, you can go to the Kingdom of Waves for a while. There is no Dai Ninja village in Nami country, and third Hokage is more at ease, as it is a public-funded tour for Genbu. The Kingdom of Waves? Xian was stunned for a moment and asked, is the client called Dazna, a very wretched uncle? Why, you know him. Third generation was a little puzzled. No, I don't know, but this mission is quite interesting. Xian showed a smile on his face. He didn't expect that the mission of escorting the Kingdom of Waves in the original book would fall on the 8th class, but the strength of the 8th class is far inferior to Naruto's 7th class. In the original book, Shiro was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, not to mention Hong. Although his strength is good, he is still a bit unsatisfactory in front of Zabuza. No, I'll take care of my past. Thinking of this, Xian waved his hands and said, thank you, old man third generation, I'll just take a trip. Well, forget it, let's talk about it when we come back, let the kid go out to play for a few days first. Third generation looked at Xian, who disappeared instantly, and said helplessly, it's been a long time since the 3 wars, and some forces are ready to move. This show of strength should be very interesting, haha. Third generation picked up a document with a meaningful smile on his face, and then stamped that document. About the application for the joint holding of the Chunin exam by the 6 ninja villages. Agree. Leaf door. Catch up. Xian stood on the top of the Konoha gate, looking at the 8th class in the distance. Forget it, let's follow in secret, this time is considered a good training opportunity. Xian didn't show up immediately, and restrained his breath in the dense forest in the distance. This task is a good test, and it can be regarded as a test for genin. Whether it is facing local ninjas or seeing blood, it is a very valuable experience. These things are what a ninja has to go through. This time, he is taking care of him secretly, maybe it will be better. Until noon, Red took Hinata, the others, and Dazna on their way. Red was at the front, Dazna was in the middle, Shino, Hinata, and Ya were all around. This is the standard formation for escort missions. To be honest, the strength of Hong's 8th class is really not weak. Originally, the team had Hinata's white eyes, a sense of smell with teeth, and Shino's bugs. Don't worry, Mr. Dazna, although these are still children, they are already tested genin, and they are no problem at all against gangsters and thieves. Hong seemed to see Dazna's nervousness, and smiled, said comfortingly, I'm not worried about those gangsters and thieves. Hearing Hong's words, Dazza took a sip of his wine and remained silent. He knew very well that the enemy this time was definitely not common gangsters and thieves. Lack of ninjas. But he couldn't say that, because when it came to ninjas, it wasn't a simple sea-level mission, and the money needed to go up the mission was not something he could afford. The rewards for ninja tasks are not low. Hong glanced at Daz with some doubts. As an experienced jonin, she had already found a lot of things wrong along the way, but she didn't say much. Terminate the mission due to a little guesswork. The atmosphere in the team became more and more heavy, and no one spoke. After walking for a while, her red face changed, and she saw the puddle in front of her. Really? Mist Shinobi's Chunin doesn't even have a brain? Using such a low-level cover-up. Xian Dia couldn't help but said helplessly behind. On such a hot day, there are no puddles along the way. If a puddle suddenly appears on such a flat road, anyone with an online IQ will be suspicious. To be honest, the existence of this kind of rubbish Chunin made it too hard for a group of children whose strength was almost as good as Jonin in the Konoha Chunin exam. Think about Niji, Xiaoli and the others didn't get Chunin with that kind of strength. However, this kind of occlusion is indeed enough for these genins who have little experience. When Hinata didn't roll his eyes, and the stagnant water blocked his teeth's sense of smell and Shino's bugs, they really didn't find anything wrong. Hong didn't show it, as if she didn't see the puddle, but unconsciously, when passing by the puddle, she walked to the end. The other 4 didn't say much and continued on their way. When a group of 5 people turned their backs to the puddle, a head popped out of the puddle. The sound of cracking metal collisions sounded. The first one. A deep, murderous voice sounded from behind, and 2 figures appeared behind Hong in an instant. Crack! The iron chain covered with sharp blades instantly entangled Hong, and the sound of sharp blades piercing into the bone sounded, and the 2 figures pulled the iron chain in their hands vigorously, and Hong's whole body was instantly divided into pieces. Teacher Hong. Seeing such a bloody scene when performing the mission for the first time, Hinata even trembled slightly. Kiba and Shino could barely maintain their composure. On the tree not far away, Hong pushed aside the leaves and watched the disciples' response. In fact, with her strength, she was enough to instantly kill these mediocre Chunins in an instant. But this is a good opportunity, a chance to test the will of the disciples. Teacher Hong, you are really ruthless. I was taken aback when you were dismembered just now. A lightly teasing voice appeared beside Hong's ear. Shua. Hong's reaction was extremely quick, holding Kunao in his hand and making an instant move. However, what surprised her was that Kunao was easily clamped by 2 fingers, and she couldn't save it at all. Hey, Teacher Hong, don't kill me as soon as you come up, it's me. Xian looked at Ku Wujian, who was only a little away from the tip of his eyes, and smiled wryly, but he still ignored Jonan's ruthlessness and determination. Sure enough, none of these ninjas honed in blood and fire were easy to mess with. Xian, why did you come here? Hong asked with some doubts. I found that there was something wrong with Dazina, so I don't worry that you will be rescued. Don't worry about us, I think you are worried about your little girlfriend. With a narrow smile, Hong stretched out her hand to touch Xian's head, and said very affectionately, what a reliable little man. Even though Hong knew that the boy in front of her had terrifying strength, she still couldn't regard this immature and handsome boy as a cage-level powerhouse, especially when she knew that this boy liked one of her subordinates. Forget it, you can touch it if you want. Xian spread out his hands. This time, Hong probably wanted to avenge his body flicker technique last time, avoiding Motoosha and Washuja for killing them, and kept touching them all the time. Of course, the most important thing is that Hong is a big beauty, and it's okay to touch her head. If you change to Kakashi or Gayasuma, you can guarantee that you will not be able to take care of yourself in the next second. Although the two were talking, most of their attention was still on the battle of the 8th squad not far away. The strength of the 8th class is good. Both Kiba and Shino come from big families, and they have practiced the secret ninjutsu of the family since they were young. Secret technique, worm wall technique. Shino summoned a bunch of black worms to defend the surrounding ones, blocking a missed shinobi Chunin's attack. On the other hand, Ya also fought back and forth with Chunin. Beastman's avatar has teeth. Even Chunin did not dare to resist the 2 fierce winds. Zeno and Iba already have Chunin-level combat power, they are very strong. Xian commented, especially GNA. To be honest, Xian felt that Suzuki, who did not open the Sharingan, would not be GNA's opponent. Attack the mission target directly. Yaetanya, who avoided Ya, the 2 Chunin of Mist Shinobi directly abandoned Ya and Shino, and rushed towards Dazna. This can be seen the difference between regular Chunin and these newcomers Genin. After all, there is still no tacit understanding between Genin, and this time the task is obviously to protect the mission target, but they were easily led away. The 2 Mist Shinobi's Chunin were extremely fast, stretched out their iron claws, and grabbed Dazna, who was already frightened. As for Hinata standing in front of Dazna, they had completely ignored her weak appearance. To be honest, when the 2 Mist Shinobi Chunin rushed towards Hinata, seeing Hinata's frightened and weak expression, Shenjin wanted to go out in an instant, and immediately dropped the 2 tricks. But he still held back after all. He could not deprive Hinata of his ninja path. As a ninja, these are all things that must be experienced, only in this way can he grow. Of course, Xian doesn't mind Hinata being a vase, even if it is fragile porcelain. Xian will protect her well, but he respects Hinata's choice. Don't worry. Hinata is a good child. I believe in her, and you should also believe in her. Hong patted Xian on the shoulder and comforted her with a smile. Xianying said, the Mangekyo Sharingan had been opened in an instant, and his hand was holding the short sword on his back. Seeing the 2 ferocious Chunins rushing up, Hinata was also very confused, especially the respected teacher Hong was dealt with right in front of her eyes. She has a weak and kind nature. Facing the thugs, all she can do is to stand in front of the target of the mission. This is the dignity of a ninja, but the instinctive fear makes her weak body tremble a little. No, I can't go on like this. A figure suddenly flashed in Hinata's messy thoughts. I have to work hard to face everything. I want to stand beside Suanjun and be able to protect him, instead of being so useless and hiding behind Suanjun. I want to change myself, who is so cowardly and inferior. Successful. 2 Ironclaws grabbed Hinata and Dazna. Cruel smiles appeared on the faces of the 2 Mist Shinobi Chunin. They wanted to kill Hinata together. Cultivate hard, catch up with Suanjun's back, until one day I can guard him by his side. This is my way of ninja. Hinata raised her head abruptly, with a determined expression in her open white eyes, instantly seeing through all the movements. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, drink. Nanny. There was a look of shock in Mist Shinobi Chunin's eyes, but it was too late. The finger wrapped in the light blue chakra touched the 2 Chunin's body, attacking at a terrifying speed, obviously just pressing the acupuncture point with the finger, but under the impact of the dissipated chakra, what erupted was an extremely terrifying impact force. Hinata, you've grown up too. Xian had a gratified smile on his face, looking at the girl with firm eyes in the distance. Hinata's talent is not low, and everything is very good, but unfortunately, under the strong education of Hayaga's family, she has formed a somewhat inferior and timid character, without self-confidence. Teacher Hong, I will leave it to you. This is a very good training task. I hope you can continue. I will protect you in secret. Xian smiled and patted Hong on the shoulder. Understood, it's really hard to imagine that you're just a 12-year-old child from what you're doing. Hong said helplessly, and then disappeared into the tree in an instant. The disciples had all overwhelmed the enemy, and she was the one who came out to clean up the mess. It's time. You guys are doing very well, especially Hinata. Your performance is beyond my imagination. Hong instantly appeared beside Hinata and the others and praised. Teacher Hong. Hinata and the others said in surprise, looking at the original pile of flesh and blood. It was just 3 or 4 pieces of stand-in wood. Then Mr. Dasna, can you tell us the real mission situation? Hong looked directly at Dasna coldly. To be honest, she doesn't like Dasna at all now. The consequences of lying about missions are very serious. A ninja who does not have enough information will easily die if he falls into a high-level mission that is difficult to lie about. But a child is still a child after all. When Dasna told about the situation of Kato and the country of Bo, Hinata's kindness made her want to help this poor old man and the country. What's more, Dasna also used the moral kidnapping in the original book, which is also very speechless. I don't have the ability to carry out this task, but this time is an exception. Hong touched Hinata's small head and thought secretly. She is not Kakashi, Hong is just a common jonin, and she is far from being able to compare with Kakashi in terms of strength and fame. This kind of mission that is likely to appear as a jonin is not something she can handle. Kakashi in the original book almost capsized, because it was not Kamen's jonin waiting in the land of waves, but Miss Shinobi's genius. Kakashi is not much worse in terms of strength. Pushing the boat along the way and accepting the task, Hong and the others continued on their way. The land of waves is a small country surrounded by the sea. There are no ninjas, let alone ninja villages. Before the bridge was built, Hong and the others could only enter the country by water. The water was covered with fog and visibility was very low. Did Hinata observe with supercilious eyes to ensure that there was no sneak attack by ninjas, while Kiba and Shino also maintained the highest vigilance. I have to say that this kind of high-level task is really training people. As long as they can survive, their strength will definitely improve. Unexpectedly, Hong and the others were not attacked on the foggy sea, which was most suitable for sneak attacks. The boat crossed the fog-shrouded bridge and arrived in the land of waves. But it is still necessary to go through a dense forest to get to Dasna's home. Walking on the inaccessible forest path, Hinata and the others have completely lifted their hearts and gave up the sea, so the only thing left to sneak attack is this short distance. If the ninja hired by Kato wants to complete the task, he will definitely choose this place. Suddenly, Hinata's pupils shrank, and he opened his mouth to remind, there is a chakra wave ahead. Be on alert immediately. Hong still believed in Hinata-bin's detection ability, and ordered immediately. Shua! A rotating big knife flew out from the woods, making a whirring sound of cutting through the air. Its power was astonishing. Get down! The red horse said. Who? A whistling sword flew over his head and nailed it to a nearby tree. A man with a Mist Shinobi Jonin forward protector and a white bandage wrapped around his lower half of his face and neck. It is the ghost man of Mist Shinobi. The Peach Land will never be cut again. The white eyes of the Hyaga clan. No wonder you can find me. Many people in the village covet these eyes. Zeibuku ignored Hong and stared at Hinata's white eyes. It's Mist Shinobi's ghost man. It's very dangerous if you don't cut the peach ground again. You all stand back and protect yourself and the mission target. Red holds kunao in her hand and looks at Zabukut with solemn eyes. You are very unfamiliar. Zabuzen looked at Hong and said, I have almost paid attention to Konoha's famous jonin, and I can be sure that I have never heard of you. So, can you hand over that old man to me? I can consider letting you die. And then I don't pay attention to Hong at all, pointing to Dasna, and said a little coldly. Konoha's ninjas never said they would surrender without a fight. Hong's voice sounded, but it was not in front of Zabuzan, but behind him. Body flicker technique? How could there be such a fast speed? Zabuzan's face changed slightly, but immediately showed a dull expression. I see, is that a phantom ninja? Such a rare attack method. However, do you want to use this kind of pediatric illusion to deal with me who came out of the mountain of corpses and blood? Boom! The huge murderous aura directly swept away, causing Hong to lose his mind for a moment, and the illusion was also broken in an instant. What a powerful murderous aura! This kind of murderous aura has only been seen in those senior jonin. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hong's face. Shua! Zabulat and Jean jumped directly on the side of the river, forming a seal with both hands. A large number of chakra surged, and shouted in a low voice. Mist Shinobi technique. The dense fog instantly spread from the river surface, covering the entire surrounding area in a very short time. This is near the sea. Mist Shinobi's ninjutsu boost effect is too great. Hong said helplessly. Hinata, be alert, always watch Zabuzan's movement, he is best at silent killing. Hong Zia ordered. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, heart, kidney, so which one should be chosen? The voices came from all directions, and the majestic murderous aura had filled the surrounding area, making the bodies of these novice genin who had never experienced real advanced combat tremble slightly. After all, they are still too immature. Although they are not weak in terms of strength, they are far worse than these top jonins. His chakra is moving fast, so fast, Hinata reminded, fighting back the fear in his patience. After a sudden pause, he said, he's right behind us. What? Kiba and Shino instantly turned their heads and looked behind. At some point, Zabujan appeared between them and Dasna with a huge beheading knife on his back. Is this the strength of Jonin? Kiba and Shino wanted to fight back, but under that kind of murderous pressure, it was as if the whole person was frozen, and they didn't dare to move at all. It's over, brats. Zabuletin raised the beheading sword in his hand, without a trace of expression. Magic tree-bound killing technique. Hong quickly formed a seal, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Zebuzan, who raised the beheading saber, gave a sudden pause, and his whole body was bound in place by a big tree in an instant. And above the big tree, Hong held kunao in his hand, and stabbed hard towards the head that was no longer cut. Didn't I say it all? Illusion is useless to me. He showed a weird smile, and instantly turned into a pool of clear water. Water body? Not good. Hong turned pale with shock. My goal hasn't changed since the very beginning. Zabuletin appeared behind Hong in an instant. The beheading sword in his hand was raised high, and swung down violently. The wide and thick blade made people have no doubt about its lethality. It might be able to cut a group of 5 people in half in an instant. Dang! A huge metal trill sounded. Hey, let me ask you, what are you going to do to my lovely classmate and teacher? A faint voice rang out, and what appeared in the thick fog was a 12-year-old boy dressed in black. How is it possible, brat? Zabujan looked at Xian and said in astonishment. A little ghost actually blocked his beheading sword with the broken blade held behind his back with one hand? A second ago he would not have believed such absurd things, but now it is the truth, and this brat is actually quite relaxed, not even stepping back a little. You are really rude when you talk, I hope you can still be like this in a while. The corner of his mouth grinned, and Xian lightly shook his wrist. On the slender short sword, an irresistible force erupted in an instant, pushing Zabujan all over the place. This kind of power, who is that guy? No longer cutting and pushing back, he jumped onto a big tree in an instant, and looked at Xian underneath with extreme shock. Xian Jun. Hinata shouted with some surprise. If it wasn't for the mission, Xian had no doubt that she would immediately throw herself into his arms. The fearful experience these days is still too much for this weak girl. Don't worry, Hinata, with me here, no one can hurt you. Xian comforted the girl in his arms. Xian, did the village discover any doubts about the mission and send reinforcements? Ya asked excitedly. No, it's just me. Xian replied. Ah, what should we do? Up to now, we can only fight desperately. This Jonin of Mist Shinobi is too strong, Fang said in despair. In his opinion, only the reinforcements from the village can save their lives. As for Xian, even teacher Hong is no match, so how could Xian play such a big role? Calm down, Kiba, as a ninja, you must remain absolutely calm at all times. Hong scolded. Sorry, teacher Hong. You stay here, I alone is enough. Xian sent Hinata to Hong's side, and said flatly 1 minute is enough for this kind of thing. Hey, kid, what are you kidding? 1 minute, try it if you can. A cold voice came from the lake, and the huge chakra poured out like a flood. Water style, Great Falls technique. Boom! Tens of feet of water flowed out of the lake in an instant, turning into a waterfall that fell to the sky, showing unparalleled impact. Even if it is water, after the amount reaches a certain level, the attack power is extremely powerful, and the strength of not cutting is already very strong, not to mention that under this kind of home field, water-style ninjutsu has been greatly increased. Nanny! The waterfall that swept past did not cause the damage that Zebuzan imagined, and when it touched those Konoha shinobi, the space cracked like glass. Not only that, this place is no longer a forest full of rivers, but a blood-colored space. The blood moon hangs high in the sky, black crows fly around, and the ground is red, as if covered with a layer of blood mud. This kind of doomsday, the scene like this made Zebuzan a little dazed, as if he had returned to the night of the ninja assessment. Illusion, when, Zebuzan asked in shock, a majestic murderous aura instantly spread out, and he wanted to use the same method to break the illusion. Solution. The handprints were followed, and chakra condensed, but the surrounding scenes remained unchanged, as if this was the real world. You said that illusion is a child's science. The crow condensed Xian's figure on a dead tree. With an indifferent expression, let's feel the power of the strongest illusion. Distinguished heavenly god's light. The ground split in an instant, and countless auroras pierced through the blood-colored sky, falling from the sky, completely devouring Zebuzan, as if attacking with the collapse of a world. Ultimate's pain and darkness instantly swallowed Zebuzan. Go all the way, Mr. Ghostman. Standing among countless auroras, these were the last words Xian left in this collapsing world. Congratulations to host for killing Zabuze and obtaining the A-level quality template Samsung Peachland Zabuze, Rebel Ninja. Congratulations to host for getting 50 experience points for the main battle template, 50 experience points for the sub-template Uchiha Shisui template, and 100 freely distributable experience points. It's over, Xian said lightly. As for Zhe Bulletin Choi in the distance, his eyes had lost focus, and he fell to his knees on the ground, completely out of breath. His spiritual world has been completely destroyed by Xian. Don't think that Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods with illusions are used to control people. The light of distinguished heavenly gods is a pure attack illusion. The power of light is even higher than Tsukuyomi. In addition, he didn't hold back at all this time, and there was no possibility of surviving if he didn't kill him. His ending was already doomed from the moment he saw Xian's eyes. Unlike Hong's half-baked illusion, Xian is a real master of illusion. Shisui's template plus the Sage Body Chakra link has increased the lethality by several levels. Hey, those who are hiding over there can come out now. Xian turned his eyes away from the undecapitated corpse, and looked at the trees and the dense forest in the distance. There are chakra fluctuations. Hinata also rolled her eyes in an instant and said, there. Since we've been discovered, there's nothing we can do about it. A ninja wearing an umbu mask jumped down from the tree in an instant, appeared in front of Xian and the others, and gave a slight salute. Dear strong men, I have no intention of being your enemy. Thank you for killing Mist Shinobi's traitorous ninja. I don't know if Mamakai Zebu's body can be brought back to my life. This is the task of the village, please forgive me. In just a few words, the strange ninja used several honorifics, and his attitude was very respectful. You are Umbu from Mist Shinobi. Hong recognized it, and reminded Xianzir Umbu from Mist Shinobi pay attention to seeing the corpse after death, and it is indeed their Umbu tradition to clean up the corpse. Xian didn't care about Hong's words, looked at the masked Bai, and said lightly his spirit has been completely destroyed by me, although he still has some signs of life, but he is already dead now. You really want to take him back? What? Bai came to Zhe Bulletin Zhan's side, put his finger next to Zhe Bulletin Zhan's neck, and found that his body had gradually cooled down. The only little sign of life that was shown before has completely disappeared. Mister, don't kill again. Bai's fists were clenched instantly, and with a wave of his cuff, 7 or 8 silver needles flew toward Xian in an instant. Dang 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 dang. Xian just used the short sword to form a semicircle, and all the silver needles were instantly blown away. Are you really going to fight with me? Xian said calmly, you should know that as a ninja, you are already prepared to die before performing the mission. Besides, you know that you are not my opponent. Attacking me is just killing me. Shouldn't you really kill the people who hired you? I know you hate killing. Now you have a better choice. Kill Kamuch, and then you can be buried with your Mr. Zabuchi. If possible, I don't want to kill you. Xian raised the short sword in his hand, and the blade was ignited with flames. I understand. Bai picked up the dead body that was no longer beheaded, jumped onto the tree, turned his head and said coldly, after killing Kaduo, I will come to you again, and if I don't behead you and die at your hands, I will punish you an account. Sigh. Xian sighed, inserted the short sword back into his back, and said seriously, you are always welcome. Another person who wants to die. Xian clearly saw Bai's eyes when he left at the end, full of death. Can you really kill Kato? Dazna asked in surprise at this time. Ah, that person's words are absolutely fine. Xian replied lightly, when the important person who guards dies, those who don't kill will also kill. After Beihi didn't cut him off, there was no danger on the road ahead. Soon he escorted Dazina back home with the 8th squad, and recuperated at his home. I'm going to take a rest. Xian yawned, he was a little tired. Red and the others came by boat to the wave country. He really ran across the sea all the way hanging behind. If it weren't for Sage Body, an ordinary ninja would have been tired and lay down. Hinata raised his heel upon seeing this. Yeah, it's nice to be young. Hong took a sip of tea from the teacup and sighed in a narrow tone, making Hinata's little face even more flushed. Shino didn't ask until Hinata's figure disappeared. Is this really okay? Teacher Hong, let Xian let go of the hostile ninjas. Shino asked. Some hostile ninjas are worthy of respect. Shino, ninjas are not cold machines. We can guarantee the completion of the mission, but I hope you have more thoughts and feelings on other things. Hong said a little seriously. Yes. In the room, Xian looked at the blushing Hinata who followed with some surprise. I want to use my own way to help Suanjun as much as possible. Hinata's tone and eyes were firm. Actually, it doesn't need to be like this. Xian's eyes softened and said, I don't need you to do anything for me. I dote on you and love you, but I don't want these to become your burden. It's not a burden to me, I just want to stand quietly by your side. Hinata's tone was weak, but firm, and the radiance that emanated at that moment made Suanda look sideways at him. Xian, this is the only thing I can do for you now. Hinata knelt down slowly, allowing Xian to lean comfortably on her lap. You're tired, take a rest. Hinata gently rubbed the acupuncture points on Xian's head. Yeah. At this moment, Xian was indeed tired. The comfort of the soft little hands moving the acupuncture points on the head, and the exhaustion accumulated all the way were also fully released at this moment. Xian just put down his guard and fell into a deep sleep. There was a slight breathing sound in his ear, and Hinata couldn't help feeling a little distressed. "Stop being so tense all the time, okay? Xian," Hinata said softly. She knew Xian's hard work, she knew Xian's sweat. She kept going all the time, never daring to slack off, as if something was chasing after her. A flash of ultimate tenderness flashed in her pure white eyes, and she said softly, "I will always be by your side, Xian." The evening sun shines on the eyes, and the sound of birdsong is heard outside the window. Xian opened his eyes. It was the most comfortable time he had ever slept. Opening her eyes, Black's long hair brushed her face a little itchy. With exquisite facial features and a small face, a girl of this age can't be said to have a stunning beauty, but she has a different kind of pure beauty. Hinata lowered her head, her little head bouncing up and down. She felt a little cute, so cute that it exploded, and there was a faint scent of a girl's body, with a little bit of milky fragrance. Xian really wanted to just look at it like this, but he couldn't do it. It was already very late outside, and the knee pillow was very comfortable for a man, but it was very unfriendly for a girl. "Ah, Xian." As soon as Xian raised his head slightly, Hinata woke up, his four eyes met, the extreme distance, and the breathing of each other seemed to blend with each other. In an instant, Hinata's face turned completely red, and her two fingers were twitched together nervously, so cute that she exploded, right? Anyway, Xian couldn't take it anymore, so he rushed over and pressed Hinata under him. "Xian." Hinata blushed, feeling dizzy all over. "Wait." Xian suddenly raised his head, and a strong murderous aura emerged from the dense forest outside the window. "I'll go out and have a look." Hinata also noticed something was wrong, immediately packed up her clothes and followed Xian out. When they walked outside Dazna's house, Hong and the others were already on alert. Xian's face was a little unhappy, such a good opportunity just now was ruined. But when he really saw the person coming, all the anger disappeared, and he just sighed helplessly. "Why do you want to die?" "Bai." The one who appeared in front of Xian was Bai, this beautiful young man with a delicate and feminine face, not even wearing the umbu mask at this moment. His face was expressionless, his eyes were full of death. He gently put aside the body that would never be cut again. "Mr. Zebuzan is dead. I have no meaning to live. Kato has been killed by me. In the end, all I can do as a tool is to avenge you who killed Mr. Zebuzan. Under the witness of Mr. Buzan, I will fight for him one last time as a tool." Bai Dandan said. Ice escape secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. Bai quickly formed a seal, and dozens of huge ice mirrors appeared out of thin air, wrapping Xian in it instantly. Water style secret technique, Qiansha Shuixiang. Shutting through the ice mirror, Bai made a seal with one hand, and a large number of Qianben shot towards Xian like rain. There was no dead angle at 360 degrees, and there was no room to dodge at all. Dang 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 dang. The thousands of nails turned into water nailed the green essence chakra, making a crisp sound, but there is no doubt that it did not cause the slightest damage. Water-style secret technique, Kill Shuixiang. Without showing any surprise to Susanoo, Bai condensed chakra even more crazily, unleashed a large amount of ninjutsu desperately, blasting and killing Xian. However, with his current strength, it is too early to break through Susanoo's defense. The 15-year-old boy, Ice-Dun Bloodline, has formed a seal with one hand and created his own secret technique. If he is given enough time, he might be able to. It's a pity that he has lost his heart. "After you die, I will bury you and the body that will never be beheaded again." Xian pulled out the short sword on his back, and said calmly, "Uchiha Flow, Sun Halo Dance." The huge chakra erupted, and three huge flaming saber auras spread around Xian. A huge pillar of fire rose into the sky, and the hard ice mirrors in all directions shattered, revealing the boy with a relieved smile inside. Swish! Xian Yu got up and drew the knife, landing the short sword into the sheath. "Farewell." "Thank you." There was a relieved smile on Bai's face, and a small knife mark appeared between his eyebrows. "Hinata, ya, Shino, Teacher Hong," Xian said to the people beside him, "bury the two of them together, I promised." "Okay." Hong was stunned for a moment, and replied, "I don't quite understand, Xian, why did this ninja rush over to die for Zebuzan in the end? Zebuzan obviously just used him as a tool." Hinata watched Xian put Zebuzan. It took a day to rush back to Konoha. Xian followed the 8th class to Hokage's office. First of all, he changed the level of the task. Changed from C level to B level. In fact, according to the difficulty of this mission, it can definitely be classified as A level. Leaving aside a ghost whose strength is almost equal to that of Kakashi, Bai alone is not that easy to deal with. With Bai's Ice Shield secret technique and one-hand seal, if he kills more decisively, Jonin with stable strength, even stronger than Red, an elite Jonin, a Jonin level, and the armed forces of Kato, the Kingdom of Waves, the difficulty of this mission has definitely risen to the level of a country. If it weren't for the mission issuer being Dazna, if Nemonakuni issued this mission directly to Konoha, this mission would surely reach A level. But it's nothing, it's not good to set the level too high. The village usually assigns tasks based on the task history. If Hinata and the others add the history of completing difficult missions to their files too early, then the missions in the future will definitely exceed their capabilities. As for Xian, he doesn't really need this mission history, although he almost completed this mission by himself, but he is different from other ninjas. He doesn't have Jonin teacher, and he doesn't need mission experience, because the third generation knows his strength. Hinata, come to my house tomorrow morning and practice with me. In front of the Hokage building, Xian said suddenly when he and the 8th class were separated. For some reason, Hinata's face turned red instantly, but she still answered in a low voice, lowering her head tightly. Mr. Hong, then it's settled. I'll take Hinata away. Xian smiled at Hong. Xian, is it really okay for you to flirt with my subordinates in front of me like this? Hong teased. This is not about love, Mr. Hong, the test is coming soon. I will let Hinata's strength improve in a short time. You should also train Kiba and Shino well, this test and it's different in previous years, Xian said meaningfully. Hong was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized that she was Jonin after all, and she had heard some rumors before, and said solemnly, I see, yeah, Shino, gather at the training ground tomorrow morning, your special training will begin. Xian walked towards the house alone, looking at the somewhat skewed dusk, thinking about what happened next. Chunin exam, Konoha collapse, death of third generation, Sunin war. Thinking about it carefully, there are quite a lot of things, and many high-quality templates can be harvested, and these things happened in just a few months, and the time is still quite tight. However, the closest one is the Battle of Chunin. In terms of training people, the Battle of Chunin should be regarded as the most training of ninjas. You need to integrate everything you have learned, and without the protection of the guide Jonin, you can be alone. So Suin-Kei decided to give Hinata a special training to strengthen his combat power. After all, in the Chunin exam, killing is really allowed, and everything depends on himself and his teammates. I don't know what role the old man of third generation will arrange for me, or ask him to arrange me into a random team. Xian had a smile on his face. The task of system evolution is to require him to take the Chunin exam and be recognized, becoming Chunin. And he is also very interested in the so-called Chunin exam, which is known as the most classic in Hokage, the first collision of the 12 Xiaoqiang, the Sand Shinobi Trio, and Jiraiya Orochimaru's return home. There are also first appearances of first generation and second generation, and it's quite interesting to suppress the arrogance of these brats, haha, Xian laughed. Also, Naruto and Suzuki's SSS level template should be harvestable this time, next morning. Xian was awakened by a scent, opened his eyes and found Hinata was busy in the kitchen wearing a small apron. The relationship between the two has already reached the level of a couple, and Hinata naturally has a share of the key to the mysterious room, and to be honest, the attic can't stop the ninja from sneaking in. Xian Jun, you are awake, you can have breakfast after washing up. Hinata looked at Xian, holding a spatula and smiling. The tenderness at that moment dazzled Xian, as if this kind of life existed in his imagination. Hinata. Xian suddenly spoke seriously. Seeing you in your apron, I can't even think of our baby's name. Suan Jun. Hinata's face turned red instantly, and there was a little water in his eyes. You bullied me again. I'm sorry. Xian raised his hands begging for mercy. I'm going to wash up first. Seeing Xian's fleeing appearance, Hinata suddenly cupped her face and whispered, I'm looking forward to that day too. To Xian's surprise, Hinata's handicraft is really good, not the ordinary level, but a very good one. It can be seen that she is indeed talented in being a good wife and mother. Suan Jun, you can't eat these cup noodles anymore. Hinata suddenly pointed to the cup noodle box inside the trash bag. If possible, of course I want to eat Hinata's dishes every day. Xian drank a sip of soup and teased. If Suan Jun is willing, I can come every day. Hinata blushed and whispered. That's really helpful, I really love you, Hinata. Xian pinched Hinata's somewhat delicate Kyang nose, and said dotingly. Of course, tenderness is indispensable, but Xian did not forget the purpose of today. A large open space in the mountain behind Konoha. Today's training content is to practice revolving heaven under the waterfall, and try to use the acupuncture points to release chakra, Xian Dan said. Revolving heaven? Hinata showed an unconfident expression on his face. Revolving heaven is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. It is very difficult to practice, and only geniuses can learn it. Trust me. Hyun squeezed Hinata's hand and gave her an affirmative smile. Hinata's talent is actually not weak. It is enough to see that she can create soft steps, double lion fists, and guard 8 trigrams 64 poems in the future, but her temper is too soft and easy to give up, which is why there are many reasons why ninjutsu is not learned. What Xian wants to help her is to give her confidence and the physical strength to practice infinitely. Cultivate at ease, I will restore your physical strength by the side. After Xian finished speaking, a soft light shone on his hands, much like medical ninjutsu. This is Hashirama's unique Muji medical ninjutsu. Unlike Kamen's medical ninjutsu, he completely relies on the huge chakra and the vitality contained in the chakra for healing. Xian used this trick to restore Hinata's physical strength. Since there is not enough time, he can only work hard to make up for it, and spend more time and practice to achieve the greatest effect. If he has integrated Naruto's template, then there is a better choice at this moment, that is, to distribute the chakra made by 9 tails directly to Hinata, and consume the tail beast chakra during cultivation, and the improvement efficiency will be higher. But sage body chakra is similar, milder, and good for the body, and can improve physical fitness after hard training. Maybe it will be very hard, can you bear it? Xian said with some pity. Well, I want to be strong and be able to stand by your side, Hinata whispered, but said firmly. Okay, then the practice will begin. Xian smiled, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the huge chakra condensed into substance and exploded. Earth style, earth flow city wall. Water style, long hue technique. Wood style, giant wooden post technique. Under Yamato's greening 3 times, a huge waterfall directly appeared in the open space out of thin air, which brought a little reverence to Hinata's gaze, which greatly benefited Xian. Okay. Xian took Hinata directly onto the wooden pillar, and a large amount of water fell, instantly soaking Hinata and Xian's clothes. Release chakra to resist. Suinkai Mangekyo pointed aside. Release stable chakra from each sheath, and then manipulate these chakra to rotate. Hinata heard the words and began to practice hard. Looking at the girl's delicate body that was wet by water, Xian thought for a while, and made a wood-style seal. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. Numerous trees rose from the ground, covering the waterfall, and it has been a private forbidden area since then. 20 days later. Pay attention to every attack. Gin's ability is very powerful, but if the reaction can't keep up, everything is useless. Watch the attack of each arm. Use 8 trigrams palms to attack and attack. Pay attention, I will start to attack. Xian reminded loudly. On the surface of his body, golden light shone, and chakra agitated. Common welcome, Senju kill. The golden statue of Fudo Mayo appeared instantly, and dozens of chakra arms attacked Hinata. His land template is not as advanced as it has been improved, it is only at the 3-star level at the moment, and under restraint, the attack power is not so powerful. He just likes to exercise Hinata's 8 trigrams palms through the super speed attack to meet the Senju kill. Originally, 8 trigrams palms was also a kind of super speed attack. The more you practice, the higher the requirement for palm speed. See through the attack, and use the attack to counter the attack. Hinata's white eyes opened instantly, and the whole person became firm and serious. 8 trigrams 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. The hands wrapped in the pale blue chakra have turned into afterimages at this moment, but under the speeding attack of Senju's killing, it is still not enough to see. Faster, faster, I want to go faster, I don't want to disappoint Suinjun. Hinata's eyes became more determined, and he shouted in his heart, as if the world in his white eyes slowed down at this moment. Gentle fist act, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Finally, under the extreme exercise, Hinata yelled softly, and the palm speed turned into countless afterimages in an instant, and chakra escaped wildly. I did it. Hinata smiled at Suindeo, then his body softened. Well, congratulations, Hinata, you have worked very hard, take a good rest. Xian looked pitifully at the girl who had fallen asleep in his arms, and tapped her forehead lightly. During the 20-odd days of crazy practice, Xian saw the girl's hard work. Even if he had been recovering his physical strength by the side, the mental exhaustion was not something ordinary people could bear. Fortunately, the girl persevered and successfully broke through herself. You never need to be inferior to others, you are a genius yourself, Xian said to Hinata with a smile. So, don't be so cowardly in the future, I will stand behind you. Heian repaired Hinata's wear and tear with chakra, which contained a lot of vitality, and then carried her back to Hayaga's house. Well, under the strange eyes of my sister-in-law Hayaga Hanabi. Hokage office. Notify all the guide Jonin with Genin to gather here. Third generation said to his side. Yes. There was a reply from the shadows, and several Umbu ninjas disappeared in place in an instant. Sending back to Hinata, when Xianzheng was walking on the street with nothing to do, he suddenly heard screams from the side. Naruto? Hearing this familiar voice, Xian showed a smile of interest. He said that it was time to test Naruto's strength. He lost the wave mission. I don't know how far Naruto has grown at this time. Hey, brat, it hurts. When Gen arrived, he happened to see the scene where Kankuro grabbed Konoha directly. By the way, Kankuro is really not afraid of death. Xian somewhat admires this guy's courage. When he comes to other villages, he can still be so rampant. The key is that he still captured the grandson of third Hokage. Suindo can sense the aura of several Umbu Jonins around this street, and I am afraid that as long as Kankuro moves a little too far, he will be killed immediately on the spot. Hey, put Konohamaru down quickly, Naruto yelled and rushed over. Hey, this is too bad, Naruto. Suindu, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand it any longer. He didn't even need Shadow Clone, and rushed directly to the main body, and there was no routine at all, just recklessness. I have to say that Naruto in the early stage is really reckless, and has no strength, reckless and inferior. He can burst out with strong strength and combat IQ at critical moments, but usually he can't even compare with a common genin. Sure enough, Kankuro tripped Naruto straight up with just a common chakra line. Sigh. Xian sighed, too lazy to read on. He is 100% sure that Naruto is definitely still a 1-star level. As for how far he has grown, he can only wait until the Chunin exam. Only then did he find out, now is the time for him to go out and clean up the mess. Well, little brother, can you put down the child in your hand? Xian directly jumped onto Kankuro's puppet, patted his head and smiled. When Kankuro let go of Konohamaru, pulled away suddenly, and looked at the boy standing in front of him, between him and Temari, with a look of shock on his face. Temari also supported the big fan behind her in an instant, because even if she was facing him head-on, she didn't see Kingsuan's movements, and when she realized it, she was already in front of her. This man. There was a drop of cold sweat on Temari's pretty face. It's dangerous. Let me give you a piece of advice. With a flat smile on Xian's face, what he said made people feel a little scared. In other villages, it's better to be less arrogant. If you really meet someone I value, I will destroy you. 10 light blue chakra lines emerged from Kankuro's hand, trying to urge the puppet in the package behind him. However, can't move. Kankuro's movements froze instantly, and a lot of cold sweat drenched his back. This level of murderous aura, is it really something that a person of the same age can release? Not only Kankuro, but also Naruto nearby, Konohamaru and others, and Suzuki sitting on a big tree nearby. Here again, this level of murderous aura is the same as Kakashi's, but not stronger than Kakashi's. It seems that if you move your eyes or move your feet, you will be killed. The template of Zabugian is quite easy to use. Xian smiled. Samsung Zabugian template has a very practical skill, murderer. Able to release a terrifying killing intent that can shock people's hearts. The less determined a person is, the greater the shock he will receive. This group of boys and girls may not be weaker than the average elite Chunin in terms of strength, but in the final analysis they are still too young, too immature, and their willpower is not up to the mark. Not to mention that Xian not only has the bonus of killing intent, he is cage level himself, and his aura is also very powerful. Kankuro, I told you, don't make trouble for Konoha. When there was only the sound of heavy breathing, an indifferent voice sounded. Gaara? Xian Yuguang glanced at the Gaara hanging upside down on the tree next to him, then looked at the Konohamaru trio who were about to cry, smiled, and withdrew his murderous aura. As soon as the murderous intent was withdrawn, there were a few more breaths of relief in the presence. Everything just now was too depressing, as if buried in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What's your name? Gaara came to Kankuro and Temari in an instant, looking at Suandeo seriously. I know you, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. With a faint smile on his face, Xian didn't answer Gaara's question and said with great interest, how long has it been since you had a good night's sleep? Shinobi sealing technique is really bad enough, even a small tanuki can't trap it. Who the hell are you? Gaara's face was no longer indifferent as before, but rather ferocious, with fine sand floating around her. You will know during the Chunin exam. In short, you should restrain your killing intent first. If Zei Konoha goes berserk, Sand Shinobi may not be able to protect you. Xian waved his hands. Gaara. Just as Gaara was about to make a move, a mature voice came from afar. Xian looked and found that it was a ninja with a white turban covering half of his face, and a Sand Shinobi forward protector on his head. Sand Shinobi's lead jonin, Beiki, possesses a very powerful wind style. In the original book, he killed the existence of Moonlight Gale with one blow. He is also Gaara's master and an important figure in Tsunagakur. Beiki's words brought Gaara back to his composure, and he also knew the plan this time. When we meet in the exam, I will kill you with my own hands. Gaara looked at Xian and said coldly, if you can do it, try it. Xian plucked his ears indifferently, wanting to kill him. Even if he has become a perfect Jinchuriki now, he has the ability to kill the tailed beast. Beiki took a deep look at Xian, then took Gaara and they left. Hey, Xian, who are these bastards? Why did the village let these people in? As soon as Gaara and the others left, Naruto yelled. Be quiet, Naruto. Xian sighed and pushed Naruto down before explaining. They are ninjas taking this Chunin exam. Chunin exam? Little Sakura asked with some doubts. The Chunin exam, to test Genin strength and experience, to evaluate and select a Chunin who can stand alone. This Chunin exam is quite different from previous years. Several ninja villages united and sent elites to participate. The assessment is also a competition of strength between countries. Wait a while, Kakashi should tell you. Xian Dan glanced at the excited Naruto and said, although I don't want to hurt you, your current strength is still too weak. Among all the candidates, you can only barely ranked in the middle reaches. How is it possible? Naruto was about to refute, but Xian Yi stared him down. Especially you, too, Suzuki. Xian glanced at Suzuki with a cold expression and said, although your current strength is not bad in Genin, but in this assessment, it is not enough. Do you know my real strength? Xian. Suzuki was a little unconvinced and said coldly, Of course, what I'm talking about is when you activate the two Tomo Sharinan. Xian didn't care and said, of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's up to you to accept it or not. Don't think that you are a genius, even more genius than you. There are plenty of people who work harder. That's all for now, let's work harder. Xian waved his hands, intending to leave. The first meeting this time was quite interesting. Seeing these stinky guys in the original book slumped in their hands, Xian felt a sense of wickedness. What about you? Xian, you are also a genin. Where can your own strength rank? Suzuki shouted at Xian's back. Gaara beside him, and Xian's words. My strength. Xian smiled softly at Suzuki, you still haven't figured it out. Since a few years ago, my strength is not at the same level as yours. Damn it. Suzuki hammered the big tree next to him hard. Hokage office. Red, Kakashi, and Asuma have all arrived, and there are still many leading guides Jonin here. I, Heide Kakashi, in the name of Jonin leader of Class 7, recommend Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki, and Harino Sakura to participate in this Chunin assessment. I, Kurane Ui, in the name of Jonin, the leader of the 8th class, recommend Hyuga Hinata, Abarame Shino, and Inyazuka Ya to participate in this Chunin assessment. I, Sarutobi Asuma, in the name of Jonin, the leader of the 10th class, recommend Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Koji to participate in this Chunin assessment. Really, this year's 9 Genin rookies all participated in the Chunin assessment. It's the first time for a rookie to participate in the Chunin assessment in the first year. It seems that Kakashi and the others have great confidence in this disciple. The words of Kakashi and Hong immediately aroused the surprise of many Jonins who lead the team. Newcomers participated in the Chunin assessment, which had never happened in previous years, but this year, all 3 Jonins recommended their newcomers to participate in the assessment. Oh, does that mean that all 9 newcomers are eligible this time? Interesting, so that's it, 9 newcomers will participate in this Chunin assessment. Finally, add this one. Third generation exhaled a puff of green smoke, showing a strange smile. Xian, the above 10 newcomers are approved to take this Chunin exam. Hey, did you make a mistake? Asuma looked at the last list and murmured. Oh, Kakashi said with a helpless expression. Master third generation is hanging up and beating the genin of other ninja villages, and put a tiger into the flock. I'm sorry, Naruto Suzuki, little Sakura, the difficulty you are facing this time may be the most advanced in history. Phew. Hong let out a long sigh of relief. At least if Xian was there, Hinata and the others' clearance difficulty would drop by at least several notches. This is the guard Hokage-sama is focusing on accepting this year, right? Interesting, he was a famous genius chief back then, but now I don't know how far he has grown. Jonin looked at Xian's list and talked with great interest. Then, it is announced that 7 days from today, on July 1st, the Chunin assessment will begin. Third Hokage raised his pipe and said seriously, Konoha, the gathering place of Sand Shinobi. Gaara, don't go too far this time. Restrain your murderous aura and don't let Shikaku go berserk. When it's necessary, do whatever you want, but don't do anything out of the ordinary before the plan is implemented. Beiki said lightly rode. It's so noisy. Gaara snorted coldly, and a lot of sand rushed towards Beiki. During the exam, I'm going to kill that guy. You can do whatever you want during the exam. Killing is allowed in this exam. Naturally, Beiki would not be dealt with by Gaara, so he easily stepped aside and said coldly, I see. Gaara replied impatiently, and walked out the door. Tamari, Kankuro, watch Gaara more. After Gaara went out, Beiki warned, it's best not to let him cause conflict with that Konoha genin. That genin gives me a very dangerous feeling. In the end, Beiki's face was serious and gloomy. He didn't know if the plan could go smoothly this time. The water in Konoha seemed to be much deeper than expected. He was just a teenager, but he was able to bring him not weaker than him. Kazekige's sense of danger. Somewhere in the leaf forest. Hey, have you heard that there will be novices participating in the assessment this year? This is the first time in years. Tian, who was wearing a bald head, was turning a handle of kunao in his hand, and said with a smile, Newcomer, will that guy also participate? Hyun. Hyuga Niji stared coldly, and said, that guy, I will beat him with my own hands. I will also challenge Suinjun. This year's chief genius, I will prove to Mr. Guy that I don't need those geniuses at all. Under Lehig's thick eyebrows, he has a firmness that is different from ordinary people, exuding the powerful momentum even overwhelmed Niji beside him. Here we go again. Seeing a cold-blooded guy, Tian sighed helplessly. However, I still have some expectations. I don't know what kind of opponent I will meet this time. Oh? There are quite a few geniuses this time, and the average age is actually younger than in previous years. In a hidden and dark corner, I looked at the card in my hand with my pockets. I was a little surprised by the information of the ninjas who participated in the assessment recorded on it. Master Orochimaru, with this plan, do we really want to fully help the Land of Winds? The people in the Land of Winds don't seem to trust us very much. All plans are fine as usual, but they are just for mutual use, and Sand Shinobi is too underestimating Konoha, but that's okay, I need the group of Sand Shinobi to pull Konoha's combat power. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, everything goes according to the original plan, just cooperate with the Sand Shinobi gang. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. While Konoha was secretly turbulent, Shien was called to Hokage's office. Let me be the chief examiner. Shien looked at third Hokage, who was calmly smoking a pipe, and couldn't react immediately. The general assessment has been decided. You don't need to take care of the details. Ubiquity and Anko will do it. All you have to do is to ensure that the Chunin test does not deviate from the general direction. Third generation seems very satisfied with Xian's reaction. He said with a cheerful smile, when the assessment is over, I will represent the village and give you the position of Chunin. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Compared to your strength, being the chief examiner is more than enough. How much power do I have? Xian didn't refuse. To be honest, being an examiner is indeed much more comfortable than he thought, leading two pig teammates to advance. He didn't expect this before, and he didn't expect third generation to be here. It is actually so courageous in this matter. You have a lot of power. As the chief examiner, you can even change the examination questions at will, and even the assessment method. Of course, the final selection must be a ninja with strength and ability to stand on his own. Do you understand what I mean? Xian, I understand. Xian said with a smile. What the old man of third generation meant was that within the limits allowed by the rules, he can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't mess around. By the way, old man third generation, you chose me as the chief examiner this time not only because of my strength, Xian asked suddenly when he was about to leave. Third generation snorted in a low voice, facing Xian, with a tired tone, just treat him as an old man's prudence. This assessment, I don't know why, always gives me a feeling of dissatisfaction. Good hunch, I see. Xian didn't say any more. The premonition of the old man of third generation is correct. Sand Shinobi wants Konoha, Orochimaru wants to kill Shishi, Danzo may have heard a little wind, but he will not remind third generation. Konoha seems to be peaceful and strong now, but in fact, the foundation left by the first generation second generation has already been defeated by third generation Danzo without knowing it. Uchiha Senju was destroyed, and Konoha's advantage over other villages was nothing more than Hyaga's supercilious eyes. Just like that, it was already difficult to keep Konoha's current fertile land. The Kingdom of the Wind, which is the closest, is just the first one to strike. But this is also an opportunity to stand up from behind. It is because Konoha is led by the indecisive and lethargic old man of third generation that the current situation where the village's high-level officials are fully dispersed and each has their own ghosts. It is necessary to use the sharp knife of Orochimaru or Sand Shinobi to cut off the rotten old meat of third generation, so that a new, more vigorous, and courageous leader can lead Konoha. The third generation might have sensed something in advance, so it immediately thought of the unfathomable Xian, and wanted to be an insurance policy for this exam. Unfortunately, Xian's thinking is different from his. What Xian likes is this village, some important people and bonds, not third generation. Third generation has been working as an agent of Hokage for too long, and should have gone down by now, instead of being brought into the abyss together with Konoha. I'm sorry, third generation old man. Xian he came to the door, glanced at third generation somewhat aged back, and said sorry in his heart. The shadow who was appointed to succeed Hokage at a critical moment is also the longest serving shadow, and will soon sacrifice for the village. Perhaps third generation has indeed done a lot for Konoha, but some things really cannot stand scrutiny. For example, Senju's disappearance, Shisui's death, Uchiha's genocide, Gen's disbandment after the genocide. Konoha's strength is getting weaker and weaker in the hands of third generation, such as Naruto's so-called protection, such as Agency Hokage has been in office for 12 years, and Jiraiya and the others found Tsunade as the 5th Hokage in a month, and Tsunade handed Hokage to Kakashi and Kakashi to Naruto in a short time. People will change. The ninja who was famous in the ninja world back then may now be just a bad old man corrupted by power. July 1st. It's a big day for Genin. The Chunin exam finally came today. Today is the first exam for the Chunin exam. But before the first exam, you still need to complete the registration, and the location is on the 3rd floor of the assessment building. Although Xian didn't need to register for the examination, but because of Hinata, Xian was pulled up and walked towards the examination building with the 8th class. Suzuki, come on. As soon as Xian entered the examination building, he heard a familiar voice. Through the gaps in the crowd, Xian also saw a very familiar scene. I saw Suzuki, and a boy of the same age with bandages on his hands and watermelon hair and kelp brows had already set up a posture. The Chunin exam hasn't even started yet. Are these brats already impatient? There's a good show to watch. Xian pulled Hinata and said with great interest. Xian, are you coming to the Chunin assessment too? Naruto greeted. Well, be it. Xian replied, you'll know in a while. Isn't this Suzuki? Who's on the opposite side? It looks like he's very strong. The tooth standing on the side looked at the two confronting each other in the field and said, I don't know, it's just that this guy with thick eyebrows insisted on fighting once he heard about Suzuki. Little Sakura said helplessly, but no matter how you think about it, Suzuki will win, after all. After all, he has already activated the Sharingan, right? Xiandan said, do you think that you can run amok in Genin if you activate the Sharingan? I have already said that there are many people who are stronger than Suzuki in this assessment. Then this time's battle. Little Sakura was a little worried when she heard the words, Suzuki will definitely lose, and he will be crushed. Xian yawned, a little casually. Little Sakura couldn't believe it, not only her, but even Naruto, who was against Suzuki, couldn't believe it. Can't believe that proud Suzuki will be crushed. But that's the truth. Sure enough, Suzuki was crushed from the beginning of the battle. From the beginning to the end, he had no time to react to Xiao Li's movements. The physical skills he was usually proud of now seemed stiff and childish, even after opening the Sharingan. In this way, how is it possible? Little Sakura exclaimed, obviously the Sharingan is turned on, and the other party should be seen through whether it is ninjutsu or illusion. How could it be possible? Well, I'm too lazy to answer, Hinata, please explain. Xian said helplessly. Well, because the other party uses pure taijutsu. Hinata explained softly, there is no ninjutsu or genjutsu, just the purest taijutsu. The reason why Suzuki-kun has always been important is because he can't keep up opponents' actions. How is it possible that simple physical skills can be so fast? Kiba and Shino's eyes also became serious. This kind of unsolvable physical skill speed, they also ended up being crushed. That's not his fastest speed yet. Xian looked at the crowd and said helplessly, so, don't just refine your esoteric ninjutsu, your physical skills can't keep up, and your reactions can't keep up with each other's. Just like the current Suzuki, even if Sharingan is turned on to see through the opponent's movements, the body can't react at all. Well, anyway, don't think too much. In a short time, you are not the opponent with the thick eyebrows. He should be the strongest existence in this genin. Xian looked at Li, who was like an afterimage, appreciation in his eyes. Because he is the kind of person who practiced crazily, he can better understand how difficult it is for a person without talent to cultivate to the strongest genin within a year from almost the end of the crane. Hinata, hurry up and sign up. If I have something to do, I will go first. Xian waved at them and walked towards the top floor. On the top floor, a majestic man in a black coat, with several torture scars on his face, was talking to a female ninja with an excellent figure and extremely bold clothes. These two are the invigilators of the first and second exams, Ubuxi and Anko. Hey, Ubuxi, have you heard? This year's exam, I heard that there is also a chief examiner who was personally appointed by third generation. I heard that he is a rookie ninja, really. Anko licked his lips. Just accept Mr. Hokich's appointment, don't talk so much about Anko. Ubuxi was a little indifferent, and he was also the best at keeping his mouth shut when he tortured the minister. Even in normal times, he didn't like to exchange information. TCH, it's really boring, I don't want to be commanded by a brat. Anko complained a little bored. It's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their backs, Anko-sensei. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Even in the hinterland of the village, Anko and Ubuxi subconsciously opened up the distance. Looking along the source of the sound, there was a 12-year-old black-haired boy squatting on the eaves of the top floor. With a faint smile, black clothes and black pants, a Konoha genin forward protector around his neck, and a short sword on his back, he looks like a common genin. But neither Anko nor Ubuxi regarded this boy as a common genin. How could a common genin sneak in behind two special jonins, and they were two experienced and veteran jonins? Then, let me introduce myself first. Perhaps seeing the defensiveness of Ubuxi and Anko, the young man lazily raised his hand and said, my name is Xian, and I am the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. Please take care of me, two examiners. Interesting. Anko licked the corner of his mouth, showing an expression of staring at his prey, like a beautiful snake. I didn't know there was such an interesting newcomer in the village this year. On the other hand, Ubuxi returned to his normal state, with a serious face, and said with a stern look, Ubuxi Marino, the examiner for the first assessment of the Chunin assessment, please give me your advice. The three suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Ubuxi was not a person who liked to chat very much. As for Xian, he was not familiar with the two of them. Anko liked to chat and had a carefree personality. Looking at Xian with strange eyes, no one knows what she is thinking. After a while, it's almost time. Marino Ibuki said suddenly, the first assessment is about to start, Lord Examiner, let's enter the examination room. Yeah, Xian nodded. Then it's time for me to prepare for my examination room. Anko smiled at Xian, then leaned down slightly in front of Xian, and smiled in Xian's ear, then take care of me, Examiner groaned UPS. When talking about adults, Anko even stuck out his tongue and licked Xian's earlobe, then left with a smile. Anko has been traumatized in her heart, and sometimes her personality is a little different from ordinary people. Yubixi said on the side. Xian glanced at Anko's leading back. Anko's somewhat nervous and trembling character should be the shadow left by Orochimaru, but having said that, even through the ninja's gauze clothes, it still feels so big. Quiet me up, you bastards. Yubixi came to the door of the assessment classroom, kicked the door open, and yelled loudly at the messy classroom. Among other things, Yubixi's ferocious face, coupled with his majestic body and the cruel aura of the torture center, shocked the candidates in the classroom in an instant. The chaotic atmosphere instantly quieted down. This assessment was originally a test of the will of the genin. Yubixi is an expert in mental torture and exposing human fragility. This exam was also designed by him. With a book, he walked to the podium and sat down in a low-key manner. However, he forgot his current age and identity, how high-profile it was to make such an action, and almost instantly attracted the attention of all the candidates. Why is that guy sitting in the examiner's seat? He's just a genin. A completely unfamiliar face, there is no record of him in the data at all. What's going on? Xian, what's going on? Why are you sitting in the examiner's seat? Naruto, who sat in the front, couldn't help asking. As you can see. Xian closed the book, looked at this group of somewhat unruly genin, and said calmly, I was appointed by 3rd Hokage to be the chief examiner in charge of this genin assessment. You can call me Xian, if it is not necessary, stop whispering, especially after the assessment officially begins, all the examination rooms will be cleared. Just kidding, examiner, classmate Xian. After listening to Xian's words, the students in the same class as Xian looked at Xian in surprise. That guy is even more exaggerated than expected. Kankuro looked at the boy with a plain face on the podium, his eyes full of shock. Damn it, how far is the gap? What level is his strength now? Sasuke looked at Xian unwillingly. Although some people disapproved of Xian, almost all the elites of the villages who came here were able to come here. Naturally, it is clear that the one who can be appointed as the chief examiner by Konoha's Hokage as a genin is definitely an extremely extraordinary existence. This also made most of the genins here feel a little bit uncomfortable. Everyone is also a genin, one is just an examinee, and the other has become an examiner. Most of the gazes are unbalanced or malicious, and there is only one gaze that contains love, and that is Hinata's gaze. She was originally the kind of gentle person who would give everything when she fell in love with someone. Seeing Xian as the chief examiner now, she couldn't help but feel even more admiration and joy in her heart. Xian also saw Hinata and smiled at her, giving her confidence. The classroom finally became quiet, and the other ninja proctors who accompanied them began to distribute the test papers, and Yubixi also began to explain the test rules. This assessment is similar to the distance in Xian's impression. There are 9 questions on the test paper that are more difficult for genin. This assessment examines the candidate's intelligence-gathering ability. Under the supervision of several invigilators around, try to obtain the correct answers as much as possible by means that are not too clumsy. This is the purpose of these 9 questions, which means that this exam is conducted on the premise of cheating. Of course, the cheating methods that are too clumsy will be eliminated, but with all the examiners turning a blind eye, most people should be able to pass this level. At least in Xian's view, these students' ability to collect information is too immature and too obvious. However, there is still someone who is a master of intelligence. Xian looked at Yakushi Kabuto with interest, and he just remembered that the current template of Naruto Sasuke cannot be harvested, and there is another template of Yakushi Kabuto that can be harvested. This guy can support the high-end combat power of the entire 4th World War by himself, and the quality of the template is definitely not low. Speaking of Yakushi Kabuto, this guy set off 4 wars and once became the big boss behind the scenes. Speaking of it, it has a lot to do with Danzo, a shit-stirring stick. Do was originally a spy sent by Scorpion to Konoha, but it was about to be corrected by Yakushi Nanoyu. As a result, Danzo directly forced Nanoya to be a spy, and then trained Do to become a spy. In the end, he tampered with the photo of Do, so that Yakushi Nanoya could not recognize Do. After killing the most respected Yakushi Nanoya with his own hands, Do was completely blackened and lost. When Xianjing had a large number of Yakushi Kabuto, the latter also became very curious about this young examiner. He thought that all the people worth noting in this examination had already collected all the information, but he did not expect a mysterious the chief examiner. What kind of ninja would he be to be delegated by 3rd Hokage to take charge of the important assessment of Chunin during Genin? Do secretly raised his head and looked at Xian on the podium. What he didn't expect was that she was also looking at him, with a half smile on her face. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. But Do is also a multifaceted spy. He even lost his body for a moment, showing a harmless smile, and then lowered his head again, as if the raising of his head just now was just unintentional. Did I feel wrong? Yubixi on the side looked at Xian with some doubts. He seemed to feel the fluctuation of chakra just now, but it was vague and illusory. Time passed by every minute and every second, and soon, more than half of the 1-hour assessment time had passed. In just a few tens of minutes, dozens of wastes have been eliminated. They are all wastes who can't even cheat, and their methods are so clumsy that even the waterproof invigilator can't stand it. Seeing that most of the examines have completed the first 9 questions, Ubixi also showed a ferocious smile on his scarred face. Okay, everyone stopped writing, and now we will start the last question. Xian sat in front of the podium, propping his chin with one hand, watching Ubixi use the question in the original book that he could choose to answer or not to answer. If you choose to answer the question, you must put yourself and your teammates' lifetime Chunin promotion right, otherwise all members of the team will be eliminated. I have to say that especially Jonin is skilled. An examiner like Ubixi who is good at torture and tormenting the mind can deal with this group of students with ease. A simple question can test the determination of this group of Genin degree. Although it is very simple, it is really useful. Many candidates can't bear the pressure and leave. The function of the first 9 questions lies in this. The first 9 questions are already difficult enough. Abstain. However, Xian still felt that this kind of assessment was not strong enough, and it was precisely because of this in the original book that there were so many ninjas who passed the first assessment, especially under Naruto's mouth. Mr. Ubixi, as the examiner, I wonder if I can temporarily change the topic. Xian suddenly interrupted Ubixi and asked. Of course. Ubixi was stunned for a moment and responded, but she felt a little disgusted in her heart. Anyone who was dictating others in their own field would not be happy. Xian also didn't care about Ubixi's emotions, and glanced at the genin in the classroom. Some were still watching, some were so nervous that they were on the verge of giving up, and some were afraid but unwilling. The original 10th question remains the same. Now add one more. Those who can't answer the question will die here, and the team members will also be implicated, losing the qualification to be promoted to Chunin for life. Xian smiled and said the words made the temperature in the classroom even lower. Ubixi on the side froze for a moment, and showed an appreciative smile. The classroom, which was already tense, immediately caused an abnormal commotion when Xian's words came out. Just kidding, it's just a written test. Why do you need to pay with your life if you choose to answer the question? There is no one left in Konoha. Not to mention excluding a kid as the chief examiner, but still acting like this, I will report it to the village Jonin. You guys are too unreasonable. You are just an examiner, how can you have such great power? Ubixi looked at the chaotic scene in the classroom. He was good at grasping the psychology, he knew the scene very well. These genins may have been on the verge of collapse, but now they encounter more severe oppression. Some of them may collapse directly, but most of them want to take advantage of this unreasonable regulation to escape the cruel answer of the previous 10th question. Perhaps in the case that the law does not blame the public, they can pass this written test. It's just a group of trash barking wildly. Ubixi was very disdainful. In fact, the ones who shouted the loudest were just the group with the weakest will. The real geniuses with strong will did not speak at the moment. Then what will you do with it? Xian. Ubixi was suddenly curious about Xian's handling. Ever since the young man changed the exam questions, he had looked at this young examiner who was a bit too much. Faced with this chaotic scene, Xian's expression was very calm, and he just glanced roughly at the whole classroom, those who were shouting. Since you question my words, let's start with the loudest one. Xian Dan said. Puft. A ninja with a white face scarf wrapped around his face and a Sand Shinobi forehead protector suddenly pulled out kunao from his ninja bag and stabbed it directly into his throat. The most frightening thing is that even so, the ninja still had an angry expression on his face, repeatedly ignoring the slightest pain at Xian. What? The pungent smell of blood shocked everyone in the classroom. What a strong illusion. Is this guy really just genin? Only then did everyone look at Xian in shock. As we all know, although the effects of illusion are powerful, most of them are just confusing or restraining, because most illusions will wake up from the illusion when they feel severe pain. And the ninja just now didn't get rid of the illusion until he stabbed Kunao in the neck with his hand, even died. Don't look into his eyes, that guy is from Uchiha. He turned on Sharingan. Someone saw the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Xian's eyes and shouted quickly, Uchiha? That guy is also from Uchiha, how is it possible? Suzuki, who was sitting in the back row, looked at the 3 Tomo Sharingan with blood-red eyes on the podium in shock. He couldn't believe it. As a member of Uchiha, he could naturally see the difference between Sharingan and Kakashi that comes out of Xian is indeed their own. Ubixi also glanced at Xian in shock, deep doubts flickered in his eyes, he suddenly couldn't understand. 3rd Hokage's confidant newcomer was from Uchiha. This examiner is crazy. I'm going to complain. This exam has gone bad. A few ninjas lowered their heads, not looking into Xian's eyes, and wanted to rush out of the classroom. Xian didn't care, as if he didn't notice that a few ninjas had run away. However, when those ninjas ran out of the classroom, the same movements as the previous Hanyan ninjas appeared. Their faces were terrified when they were running away, but their hands had already reached out to the ninja bag unconsciously. In the next second, a handful of kunao had been sent into their throats by themselves. The smell of blood became stronger and a little pungent. This time, let alone these genins, even Ubixi and the proctor ninjas who accompanied the exam were all shocked, because even they can't understand at all how these ninjas were recruited. Illusion always needs to be triggered, either seals, voices, or eye contact, but those who escape ninja doesn't fit any of the above. Even Xian didn't have seals and chakras fluctuations, and those ninjas just fell into the illusion and died inexplicably, exactly the same as the previous Sand Shinobi ninja. Looking at the classroom that became quiet for a moment, Xian slowly tapped the table with his fingers, and said with a smile, "You may not understand the meaning of this chief examiner, that is to say, I am fully responsible for this assessment and have all the powers and rules. Within the scope, I have the right to kill, but the rules, I can change at any time. Does anyone have any questions? I can continue to explain." Xian glanced at the classroom, and no ninja spoke again. At least until they figured out the cause of death of those ninjas, no one would be the first bird. Then the assessment will continue. Those who want to abstain can raise their hands and escape privately. Xian smiled, "But you will die." The strong smell of blood in the classroom intensified the pressure in my heart. As soon as Xian's words fell, 10 or 20 ninjas raised their hands. "I abstain. I also abstain. Feel sorry." A ninja raised his hand in apology to his companion, and his companion also comforted him, leaving as if fleeing. "Then is there any more?" Xian asked coldly. Under the premise of betting their own lives, even some ninjas who were confident that they could answer the 10th question but were not firm in their will hesitated. "If not, start with the 10th question." Xian Dan said. "Shua." Naruto, who was sitting in the front row, raised his hand tremblingly, and after hesitating for a moment, he just slammed it on the table. "Don't underestimate me. I won't run away. It doesn't matter if I don't become a Chunin for the rest of my life or die here. Since I choose this path, I won't regret it. I want to participate." The 10th question assessment. Naruto stood up and shouted with big hands. After Naruto yelled, Xian obviously felt that the eyes of the remaining hesitant people in the classroom became firmer. "Naruto, as I said, loud noises are not allowed during the assessment period. Do you want to die?" Xian looked at Naruto with some gloominess, and the three-gold jade in his eyes shone with a scarlet and strange light, with a strong murderous look gushing out. "Not good." Naruto's face froze instantly, breaking out in cold sweat. "Just kidding, congratulations, you've passed the test." Xian suddenly withdrew his murderous aura and said with a smile. "Huh?" Naruto said with a confused face, "Pass the test. Then, Examiner Ubuxi, you can announce it." Xian looked at Ubuxi and said, "Well, I'm afraid it won't be effective if we wait any longer. The effect of this assessment is better than I expected." Ubuxi glanced at the people left in the classroom and smiled appreciatively. "Then, for everyone left in the classroom, I will judge you to pass the first test." IBI laughed and said loudly. In fact, the first assessment was very simple. The first 9 questions were just to screen out ninjas with poor intelligence gathering methods. The focus was on the last question, which was to test the will of the reference ninjas. "Wait until all candidates have left the examination room." IBI smiled and said, "What an interesting guy. That little yellow-haired kid is called Uzumaki Naruto. Go and read his test paper, you will find it more interesting." Xian propped his chin with his left hand and showed a helpless smile. "Do you really think that Naruto's accidental first title is for nothing?" Hearing Xian's words, Ubuxi was also slightly surprised, walked to Naruto's examination table, and collected all the papers. "Interesting, someone actually turned in a blank paper and passed it." Ubuxi stared blankly at the paper, then laughed loudly. "Ah, although that guy has poor strength and talent, and a weak personality, but..." Xian showed a smile of appreciation only in terms of will, he is indeed the strongest in this class. 6 years of growing up under cynicism, tempered by loneliness, Naruto's forbearance was also honed in this extremely difficult and harsh environment. Although you know that he is reckless, he is also very slow-moving, and dragging his feet, but you have to admit that it takes a lot of tenacity for him to be able to grit his teeth and participate in this assessment when he has not written the first 9 questions. It can be said that Naruto chose the 10th question because he endured several times more than others, even knowing that he would die. Sure enough, some people will bloom no matter what. Xian smiled faintly. He deliberately increased the difficulty of this assessment, and Naruto still made the same decision as the original. There are quite a lot of excellent students in this class. Ubuxi smiled and glanced at the blank test paper in his hand, but his eyes turned to the boy sitting on the desk with his chin propped up. His eyes were so deep that it was impossible to guess what he was thinking, full of a sense of maturity and mystery that did not match his age. "However, I am most interested in you, Xian, Uchiha's bloodline, 3rd generation's value, weird illusion, and unknown strength, and that keen insight." Ubuxi sighed in his heart. Speaking of this assessment, it is not only for candidates, but also for him to assess Xian. It was precisely because of this that he deliberately did not tell Xian, the chief examiner, the exam questions in advance. Unexpectedly, what Xian handed in was a more perfect answer sheet than he had imagined. Not only did he see through the meaning of the 10th question at a glance, but he also made the most appropriate improvement with great courage. The 10th question seems very simple, but it is facing a group of genius genin with keen insight. It is really difficult not to be seen through by these genin and to be under enough pressure because of it. And Xian's increase in difficulty is just right, increasing the difficulty of his own choice, that is, at the cost of his own name. The involvement of his companions remains unchanged. If it was a little more, and changed to wrongly answering the 10th question, all companions would be implicated in death, then some ninjas with enough wisdom would discover the real purpose of this assessment under such unreasonable conditions. Similarly, the extremely courageous killing also killed the time for the ninjas to think about the meaning, increased the psychological pressure of everyone, and the strange ability suppressed the turmoil even more, so that everyone did not dare to act rashly. Strength, mind, insight, everything is indispensable, forming the perfect first assessment this time. It is really hard for Ubuxi to imagine that this is something that only a 12-year-old boy can do. Even he, who has been in the torture center for many years and has a lot of experience in missions, has to praise perfection. Then, Mr. Ubuxi, I will go ahead, and there is a second assessment. Xian greeted Ubuxi. Yes, Lord Examiner. Ubuxi slightly said with some teasing in a respectful tone from a subordinate to a superior. This big man looks fierce on the surface, but unexpectedly he is a good person who is easy to get along with. Xian thought in his heart, and left the teacher instantly. The second assessment, Death Forest. The Death Forest is a rather distinctive place in Konoha, full of traces of ancient forests. The huge ancient trees that cover the sky and the sun, and Madara's crisscrossed roots, each one is like a titanic python, thicker than a big tree outside. Moreover, there are also huge beasts and poisonous insects in this forest. It is even difficult for ordinary genin to survive in such a jungle. 17 teams, each team is assigned a scroll of the sky, or a scroll of the earth. All the teams enter from different entrances. After gathering the earth coiling scrolls, they pass through a distance of about 10,000 meters. Within 5 days, if you rush to the central tower, you will be considered qualified. Anko held 2 scrolls and explained the rules, still the same 3 rules as the original book. Because of the relatively large number of people eliminated in the first round, it seems that not many people participated in the second round of assessment. There are probably 17 teams, with about 51 people. This number is much smaller than the original book. The original book has 78 people, and there are 26 teams. In other words, the appearance of Xian directly eliminated 9 teams in the first assessment. Then let me say one last thing, killing is allowed in this assessment, so don't die in it. Xian smiled and said coldly. Slightly, Xian, you can't scare me. It must be the same trick as the first assessment. I saw through it at a glance. Naruto jumped out and smiled. This idiot is really hopeless. Seeing Naruto's smug face, Xian sighed and said helplessly, it's really hard to imagine how this guy grew up in the later stage. I can only say that Jiraiya is really the number one in the ninja world. A teacher. Shua. A kunai flew directly across Naruto's face, drawing a scratch on his face, bleeding out. Anko walked behind Naruto in an instant, brushed the wound with his fingers, and more blood flowed out. With a trembling smile on his face, teacher, I really like this kind of fearless person. You brat who is not afraid, but generally speaking, such ninjas are also the fastest to die. Anko pulled out a kunai and scratched it around Naruto's face, looking very dangerous. Shua. Xian's figure instantly disappeared in place. Sorry, I hope you can restrain yourself a little in front of the examiner, and don't release your murderous aura casually, if you don't want to die early. Xian's short sword was tapped on the forehead of a grass-hidden ninja, with an indifferent smile on his face, exuding a cold murderous aura. Sorry, I'm the kind of person who gets excited when I see blood. The Kayan village ninja wearing a bamboo hat smiled coldly, licking his lower lip with his long tongue, looking like a snake. That's really a disgusting constitution. Xian slowly retracted the short sword, squinted his eyes and took a deep look at the man, and then left. This is really an interesting seedling. Ninja Kusanagi touched a drop of blood left on his forehead and licked it. In front of the dead forest, the second hand of the clock passed by little by little. Then, the assessment begins. All teams enter the examination room through their own entrances, and the 5-day survival exercise in the dead forest is just beginning. Anko shouted loudly. So far, there are a total of 17 entrances in all directions in the death forest, all of which are opened in an instant. All the teams entered the death forest as quickly as possible. When you step into the forest of death, you must be prepared to kill and be killed. Ninjas are inseparable from killing. 17 teams come from different ninja villages, with different strengths and personalities, and different choices. Some are good at ingenuity, hiding their bodies when entering, and slowly planning in secret. Some are good at perception, can quickly capture the opponent's route, and arrange traps along the way. Some are confident in their own strength, do not hide their whereabouts at all, and attract the enemy come to fight. But behind all of this, fighting is inseparable, because no matter what, the hard requirement of the earth coiling axis is doomed in the last day. Everyone who wants to qualify for the promotion must pay the price of eliminating a team. In fact, this is only a superficial plan. There are more twists and turns in this assessment, including ensuring that the team members will not be reduced, and that they will not be deceived by the enemy's transformation technique. It doesn't even matter who hides the scroll. It is a process of psychological game. Only 10 minutes into the opening, Xian had already heard the screams in the Death Forest. It started faster than expected. This time the brat seems quite decisive. Hearing the screams in the Death Forest, Anko licked his lips excitedly, facing Suandeo. Hey, Lord Examiner, do you want to predict how many people will be left after this assessment, or how many people will die? Boring. Xian propped his chin to read the book, ignored Anko's somewhat nervous trembling speech, put a book at hand on the examiner's desk, and stood up. A big fish got mixed into this assessment. Xian looked at the deep and dark Death Forest, stretched his muscles a little, and said to Anko with a smile, I'll go meet this big fish for a while. You don't want to stay here? Move. What big fish? I just want to go in and play. Anko pouted casually. But immediately her expression became a little painful, and she stretched out her hand to cover the 3-curved jade black curse mark on her neck, showing a somewhat sick smile. Damn, this feeling. You are right, Mr. Examiner, this time it's really a big fish in the assessment. Orochimaru. The last 3 words are full of strong hatred, but there may be a little respect mixed in it, no one can say for sure. The environment here is very suitable for using with style. Xian Yi can feel the exuberant vitality of this forest as soon as he enters the Forest of Death, an ancient tree called a heterogeneous species. Orochimaru is not in a hurry, it's not too late to let him plant a curse seal on the second pillar first. Xian decided, Anko was right, in fact, he really came into play. Orochimaru will go to meat for a while, but he doesn't plan to fight with all his strength. Now Orochimaru is in his peak period, and he is not slippery, and he is very difficult to deal with. As for what Orochimaru is going to do, Xian does not intend to stop it. Orochimaru does not intend to provoke Naruto. At most, he will add a 5-element seal to disturb chakra, and then Jiraiya will naturally be untied. As for the second pillar, to be honest, the curse seal is still very important to the second pillar, especially in the early stage. It is equivalent to opening a plugin for the second pillar, which can fight against Naruto who has activated the state of the tailed beast chakra. Even in the midterm, the curse seal has a great boost to Urjuzi. The Urjuzi who has turned on the curse seal state can even suppress Itaki in the competition of Great Fireball technique, which shows its power. Of course, there are also problems, but who can let someone have a good big brother? Itaka specializes in solving Suzuki's intractable diseases. Let's go to Hinata and the others first. Feeling the surrounding area, there is no other chakra fluctuation. Xian directly added Qing's template to Samsung. Switched the Qing, 5 Shadows Talks, template. Xian Mo read, then made a seal with his hand, and shouted, brown eyes, open. With the surge of chakra, the blue veins around Xian's right eye were instantly exposed, with a 360-degree direction and a 1 kilometer surrounding full perspective. A large number of chakra were as conspicuous as lights at night. It has to be said that Bin's strategic ability is indeed far superior to that of Sharingan. This kind of bloodline, which even Genin can instantly possess the top perception ninjutsu, really makes many ninja villages jealous. It can be said that Bin is bloodline at the strategic level, while Sharingan is only at the combat level, and of course it is the case below Mangekyo. This is also the reason why Xian keeps many templates. Although some templates are not very powerful, some bloodlines and abilities in the templates are really useful, just like Qing's white eyes, which is the perception he lacks most now. Interesting, have you met Gaara and the others? Xian observed the direction, switched back to Shisui's template, and moved towards the previously perceived direction. Bypass us, the scroll is here for you. The 2 genin with the ranged shinobi village forward protector begged for mercy. However, only Gaara's indifferent expression and outstretched hands responded to them. Sandbound coffin. A large amount of sand surged from the ground, and at an extremely fast speed, it wrapped the 2 genins of ranged shinobi village into the air. Sandstorm funeral. Invisible fluctuations emanated from Gaara's hands, and the raised sand mass burst instantly, and a large amount of blood and flesh spurted out in the air, spilling all over the ground, looking extremely bloody. There is no pain, because my strength is so strong that he doesn't have to suffer. The blood of the dead flows into the rolling sand, giving Shura stronger power. Gaara held ranged shinobi's paper umbrella, full of murderousness. No, run away, if you don't run away, you will die here. There are 3 people hidden in the bushes on the side. They are the 3 members of the 8th class, Hinata, Shino, and Ya. The strength of the 3 of them is pretty good in this session of Genin. His powerful physical attack, Shino's secret insect technique, and Hinata's gentle fist, especially Hinata, after Xian's special training, his strength is extremely strong. It can be said that, now the overall strength of the 8th class is much stronger than that of Suzuki and the others, but it depends on who you compare it with. Gaara is a pervert-level existence in the early stage, and it shouldn't be classified as Genin at all. There are 3 more people there. Gaara already had a very strong perception ability, and had already spotted the 8th class on the side. Slightly stretched out his right hand, a powerful chakra waved, and a large amount of sand condensed and rotated in his hand. It's over, I'm going to die. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ya's face. Suan Jun. Sensing the powerful chakra behind him, Hinata covered his chest with both hands, calling silently in his heart. If I were you, I would obediently put down that hand. Just when Gaara was about to attack, a familiar voice sounded directly in the forest. At the same time as the voice sounded, Xian had already appeared beside Gaara in an instant. Boom! With a powerful kick, Shisui's template is already very good at the body flicker technique, and Gaara-san can't react to this instantaneous speed. Xian's kick directly kicked Gaara's body, and there was a concussive shock wave, and Gaara was instantly sent flying. Xian's body art doesn't have too many fancy moves, only 2 points, speed and strength. Speed relies on Shisui's body flicker technique, strength relies on the power of the sage body, and the massive chakra. Anyway, the strength of physical attacks is linked to chakra and power. Since the power is sometimes exhausted, it is better to stack chakra wildly. Anyway, the most important thing for Xian now is chakra. One can imagine the power of this foot. You guy. Gaara walked out of the grass that was kicked away, with a hideous expression on his face, and there were cracks all over his body, which were the result of his sand armor being kicked off by Xian in an instant. Gaara. Kankuro was a little worried, but when he saw a hint of red at the corner of Gaara's mouth, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, it was over, Gaara was injured, and the real beast was about to come out of the cage. Blood, mother, this is my blood. I will let you absorb more delicious blood in a while. Gaara shouted nervously, releasing the killing intent all over her body, and the chakra around her seemed to be boiling. Around the body. Gaara, it's too bad, Gaara has gone berserk, he lost all his sanity. Temari looked at Gaara's crazy look and said in horror. More, use more moves, is this all your moves, use your power, ah. Gaara said frantically, a large amount of sand surrounded him, as if forming a small tornado. Shashiger. Gaara stretched out his hand, and part of the sand was suspended in the air, turning into a large number of sand bombs with strong impact and falling down, while the other part turned into a bound hand on the ground, affecting the dodge. Your strength is already very strong for your age. Xianfang seemed to be taking a walk in the garden, avoiding several huge hands of sand, and pulled out the small short sword on his back. Shua. Uchiha Flow Blast Sword. As if teleporting, Xian appeared directly behind Gaara, and a huge flame blade bloomed on Gaara's chest. The flames condensed by the huge chakra showed unparalleled explosive power, directly blasting Gaara's sand armor into pieces, turning them into pieces of fine sand. Ouch! Gaara put her arms on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. Hey, it's true, Gaara was completely crushed. Kankuro's eyes were full of shock. Although he didn't like this younger brother very much, he had to say that he was still in awe of Gaara's strength. It was so powerful that it was far beyond this age group. Even if it was to carry out Jonin's mission, it would be able to remain unscathed. However, today, they saw this kind of unbelievable thing, that after running berserk, the defense was completely broken in just a few rounds. Aha! Gaara roared loudly, and her body was gradually wrapped in fine yellow sand. It's not good, things are getting serious, Shuhi will not come out. Temari said in horror, looking at the yellow sand densely covered on Gaara's body. Hey, what a child spoiled by his mother, he can't stand any blows. It would be a bit troublesome if you let Shuhi go here. The 3-pointed jade in Swanyan's eye spun instantly, turning into a more complicated 4-pointed jade windmill Mangekyo. Give me some peace, you stinky cat. Xian gave a low snort, watching the one tail in Gaara's body, who was approaching the riot, guarding the way of the crane. Those eyes, you kid from the Uchiha family, what's your relationship with Uchiha Madara? He screamed angrily as he wandered the street. As a tailed beast that existed in distant times, Shikaku was absolutely no stranger to Uchiha Madara in the Sengoku period, and may even have suffered more than one loss from Uchiha Madara, which is why he was so frightened and angry. Relax, I don't have much to do with Uchiha Madara, and I don't intend to use these eyes to control you today. This is what I want to treat you to. Xian smiled and raised his right hand. On the palm of his right hand was it looks like the word seat formed with black ink. Senju Hashirama. One tail showed a more frightened expression, wanting to resist, but he is still in a sealed state. It's good to come out to take a breath, not to mention being able to resist. 10th Edict on Enlightenment. Xian snorted, and slammed his hand on Gaara's forehead. There was a crisp sound of snap. Under Kankuro and Temari's ghost-like eyes, the yellow sand in their eyes quickly fell off, and Gaara fell into sleep. You must know that when Gaara was asleep, he thought that Shuhi was released, but now Xianyi slapped him as if to completely seal Shuhi. Even though Gaara was asleep, he didn't run away. Ding, congratulations to host for defeating Gaara, Shin an assessment, and getting a 1-star down template, an S-level 1-star template Gaara, juvenile, ... It's alright now, since your scrolls are complete, take him to the central tower. Xian looked at the unconscious Gaara, and said to Temari and Kankuro. If he hadn't read the original book, it would be really hard for him to imagine that the lunatic Gaara in front of him would be trained by Naruto to be such a magnificent and upright character in the future. Sure enough, the most powerful character in Hokage is his mouth. Yes. There was no original provocation in Kankuro's eyes, full of respect for Shien. After all, even that Gaara was crushed so easily. The strength of the boy in front of him may have surpassed Mr. Baki. They exchanged glances with Temeri, the two took Gaara with them, and after saying goodbye to Xian Gongjing, they left. Xian, on the other hand, looked at the template he had just obtained in his hand. Character template, Gaara, teenager, quality, S-grade rating, 1-star experience required for ascension to star, 0/10 abilities, Sand instant body, Sand bound coffin, Sand automatic body protection, Sand hand. Star up potential, 1-star Gaara, juvenile, 2-star Gaara, Chunin assessment, 3-star Gaara, Suzuki exchange, 4-star Gaara, 5th Kaze Cage, experience points reach half to unlock Ninja Coalition status / experience points reach 80% to unlock and defend Crane perfect fit mode. The quality is S level, but it is definitely very strong in cage level, and the most rare thing is that Gaara is also a perceptual ninja. Xian Jun. With a gust of fragrant wind, Hinata threw herself into Xian's arms, and it was obvious that Gaara's bloody killing left her with a bad feeling. Sorry for being late. Xian comforted Hinata while stroking Hinata's long hair. After a little tenderness with Hinata for a while, Xian also didn't stay too long. After all, in terms of identity, he is the chief examiner of the Chunin assessment, and it is not suitable for him to be in contact with the contestants for too long. Although Xian doesn't care about these things, he doesn't want others to think that Hinata passed the examination through the back door. In fact, his shot against Gaara has already violated the rules, but Gaara's temperament will not sue others. Temeri and Kankuro may report to Baki. However, it is impossible for Baki to complain to Konoha foolishly about Xian. Sand Shinobi can't stand Konoha's investigation at all, and he doesn't want to attract too much attention, especially at this juncture. It's a pity. In the final analysis, Sand Shinobi is the worst of the 5 great ninja villages. They are being played around like a fool. I'm afraid they don't know until now that their own Kaze Cage died in the desert long ago. Walking through the death forest, Xian had a funny expression on his face. 3rd Kaze Cage was attacked to death by a teenage scorpion. Sand Shinobi only knew that his own Kaze Cage had disappeared, and 3 wars were set off for this. However, until now, Kazecage's guarding power has not been strengthened, and it has been played by Orochimaru at will. Xian didn't want to complain about this ninja village anymore. 2 consecutive cages were killed by sneak attacks, but after a long time after their deaths, Sand Shinobi didn't even know who the murderer was. In the original book, Gaara was even worse. He was captured by Deidara within Tsunagakure. If it wasn't for Naruto and the others, if it wasn't for Cho's reincarnation with the forbidden technique, Gaara would have died too. Oh, it's almost there. After walking through the dense forest for a while, Xian could already feel the strong fluctuations of fire-style ninjutsu ahead. To say that this year's genin, the ability to use is more weird than the other. On the contrary, there are very few people who really use the regular 5-sense ninjutsu. In detail, only Suzuki uses fire style, Temeri uses wind style, and other candidates it seems that water style, earth style or lightning style are not used. In the early stage, it seems to rely on esoteric ninjutsu, or some physical techniques, and weird technological power. In the later stage, it is all kinds of blood succession and super powerful 5-dome ninjutsu. It seems that I came too late, and the beating was really miserable. Xian stood on the branch of a giant tree, looking at Suzuki who was being beaten by Orochimaru Taijutsu. On the big tree not far away, Naruto was nailed to the tree by a kunao, and the little Sakura was trembling beside him. Heaven's curse seal. Orochimaru kicked Suzuki flying, losing the ability to resist, and then his neck stretched instantly, and he bit Suzuki's neck with one bite. Black blood flowed from the 2 wounds that seemed to be bitten by Lion Majesty, and slowly condensed into 3 black guyu, just like 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ah! Suzuki touched the wound on his neck, as if he had suffered unimaginable pain, and passed out instantly. Suzuki! The little Sakura shouted in despair, holding a kunao in front of Suzuki, but her trembling body had completely exposed her fear. Who the hell are you? What did you do to Suzuki? Don't worry, if I really want to kill you, I can finish you off in an instant. Orochimaru showed a pervert smile, and licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue. It's just a pity. Let's take a look what kind of potential does Itaka's younger brother have, and leave some small gifts by the way. Besides, if I really want to kill me, I'm afraid the one over there will do it. Orochimaru looked at a giant tree not far away, and said with a smile, You think so, Lord Examiner? I've been discovered. Xian didn't feel the slightest panic when he was discovered, because he didn't intend to hide his aura from the beginning. Xian squatted on the branch of the giant tree, looking down at Orochimaru with a smile on his face, but he was not polite at all then. As a big man who has been famous for a long time, he came here to bully a genin. You are really leisurely and elegant, Master Orochimaru of Sunin. You should remember your identity, Konoha's S-rank rebel. Interesting kid, you have spotted me from the very beginning. You have not concealed your murderous aura before the Death Forest. Orochimaru looked at Xian with a pair of golden vertical pupils with interest, and said, I am also very interested in you. I have seen many geniuses, White Fang Shuomo, 4th generation, Kakashi, but they are not as good as you, Xian. You are the first one who can make me feel a strong sense of danger at the age of 12. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. You are also the first one who can make me feel strongly disgusted right now, Mr. Orochimaru, Xian said mercilessly. The long tongue, disgusting attack methods, these methods of Orochimaru are enough to cause strong discomfort, and it is far more disgusting to see in reality than in anime. Well, you can say whatever you want, although I really want to test your potential here now, but the timing is not very good. Orochimaru smiled darkly, and the whole person slowly merged into a big tree. Xian didn't stop him either. To be honest, he doesn't want to fight with Orochimaru now. Orochimaru's registration ability is too strong. It's weird that he doesn't know when to release the body replacement technique, and the Orochimaru flow body replacement technique developed with reference to the snake shedding skin. It's like Xiao Qian who can't be killed. Many people saw that Orochimaru was once killed by Attaka's illusion, and thought Orochimaru was weak, but it was not. Perhaps because of the excessive number of living corpse reincarnation, the resistance to the illusion of the spiritual system is very poor, but Orochimaru can use a substitute or other ninjutsu such as Shadow Clone to confuse others, while the body uses impure world reincarnation. You must know that Orochimaru still holds 3 bombs in his hand, a first Hokage Hashirama, a second Hokage Tobirama, and a fourth Kazekage Rosa. In a real fight, Xian has no certainty of winning. Excluding those ninjutsu that are so powerful in the later stage, impure world reincarnation is the most disgusting jutsu in the Hokage world. A ninja who has mastered impure world reincarnation cannot measure his strength at all. Strength. However, when Xian Jingjing watched Orochimaru leave, a voice with strong hatred sounded directly. Orochimaru. The voice was elongated, and a ray of kunao had been shot directly from a distance, nailed to the big tree that Orochimaru had merged into. Really, didn't you tell her to stay outside and not come in? Xian sighed with some headaches. Hiding shadow snake hand. Anko, who came forward, shot mercilessly. Several big snakes came out of her cuffs and bit Orochimaru, bursting out with powerful power. Come here. Anko directly pulled the cuffed lion majesty, and pulled Orochimaru out of the big tree with a strong yank. Ding! Anko directly took out a kunao, and under Xian's eyes like a fool, he nailed himself and Orochimaru's hand to the big tree with the kunao. So girl, you can just nail his hands, why do you want to top your own? This way you won't be able to escape. I will use the forbidden technique you call me to kill you in one go. Forbearance, 2 snakes kill each other. Anko showed a determined expression with a bit of a relieved smile, and said slowly. Inside the dark Konoha Death Forest. On the branch of a giant tree that looks like a skyscraper, Anko, with determination, uses Orochimaru's hand mudra. She wants to use the forbidden technique to kill Orochimaru completely. The reason why forbidden technique is called forbidden technique is because it has a high price. Under the powerful power of 2 snakes killing each other, it is based on the premise that they will die together. Hey, do you want to commit suicide? Xian couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted. If he doesn't speak anymore, Anko's subordinate, who is actually a big idiot like Naruto, is going to GG. Leave me alone, this is a private matter between me and Orochimaru. I've been waiting for this for a long time. I swear that I will kill this man, even if it's both, Anko said with deep hatred on his face. The teacher she once loved the most has now turned into a deep hatred after a profound betrayal. The love is deep, the hatred is deep, and the pain of the curse mark on the neck year after year seems to be a reminder. Anko's hatred reached a peak. But in the hatred, there is an indelible respect. This is her childhood idol, the once gentle teacher, so there is only one way she can think of, and that is to die together. Just follow the former teacher, and bury it all together in this dead forest. It's over, Mr. Orochimaru. Anko's fingers moved slightly, and he was about to make the last seal, but a hand interrupted the seal roughly. The annoying voice next to her ear remembered again. Anko has always hated brats, just like she hated her naive self, especially Xian. She hated such self-righteous brats the most. Well, although your determination is indeed firm, it's still hard for me to see my subordinates foolishly dying with a puddle of mud. Xian did not know when he had come to Anko's side, ignored the hatred and anger in Anko's eyes, pulled out the short sword behind his back, and pierced through the head of Orochimaru, who was nailed to the tree by Anko. Your perception is really sharp, Xian. It's been a long time since anyone has seen through my body replacement technique so decisively. Orochimaru's slightly flattered voice came from behind. Anko suddenly looked at Orochimaru in front of him. The Orochimaru whose head was pierced by Xian with a knife showed a strange smile, and then his whole body turned into a puddle of mud. How come? Body replacement technique? Anko couldn't believe it. From the beginning to the end, she never realized that it was just a substitute. Although I really don't want to hit you, Examiner Anko, the gap between your strength and Sunen's is really too big. There are some things that you can't do if you think about it. Facing this man, it's really hard for you, a special Jonin, to do it. He died together. Xian pulled out the short sword, confronted Orochimaru, and said to Anko with a sigh, well, after all, he is an incompetent disciple, his talent is not very good, and his head is not brilliant, but it is good to be able to maintain this kind of hatred all the time. I still like the feeling of being killed by a disciple all the time. Orochimaru smiled slightly nervously. Then, the time is almost up, let me leave you some gifts at the end, my dear disciple. Orochimaru laughed, and quickly made a seal with both hands. Shua. The incandescent flaming knife gas mixed with unimaginably high temperature directly vaporized one of Orochimaru's arms, and then broke several towering trees. Boom! A huge pillar of fire exploded in the distance, and a powerful shock wave mixed with high temperature spread out. Sorry, although I'm not very familiar with it, but I really can't turn a blind eye to my subordinates attacking in front of me. Xian slowly put down the broken blade that was raised just now, looking at Orochimaru and said, interesting, I still underestimated your strength. Even though one arm was cut off, Orochimaru didn't show the slightest pain. After turning his head slightly to see the damage caused by the flame knife energy behind him, he turned his head and admired. But when he turned his head and saw Xian's eyes, he said badly to himself, Sherry-nan? You even have a Sherry-nan? It's over, Orochimaru. Suanzanguyu exuded scarlet light, and the surroundings were no longer a forest, but a black and white world. Puff, puff. The sound of a sharp knife piercing through the flesh sounded. Countless blades suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing Orochimaru directly. Suddenly I am looking forward to the next meeting, Suanjun. I will come to you after I finish more important things. Orochimaru, who was pierced by the sharp blade, raised his head from the blade, spitting blood and smiling sinisterly Deo, and then turned into countless tiny white snakes, spreading in all directions. Perhaps, I hope you will still have the courage to say this. Looking at the scattered white snakes, Xian Gubo said without surprise. Damn it, it's a substitute again, what on earth is that man going to do? Anko pulled the kunao from his hand, clutching the wound and said bitterly. Sarah, who knows? Maybe, just like you, I also want to settle it. Xian glanced at the sky covered by the giant tree, and said lightly, come with me, go to the central tower. There should be some students who have passed the examination by now, and your wound needs to be bandaged. I don't want to be said that as the chief examiner, I can't even protect my subordinates. Xian glanced at Anko lightly and asked, is this woman stupid? He stood by the side the whole time, and Orochimaru didn't dare to make a move. This guy just made blood on his own. Big breasts and no brains may be talking about this situation. Xian helplessly shook his head, ignoring Anko's reaction, and stepped on the trees towards the central tower. Surprisingly, he is a good man. Looking at Xian's back, Anko narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. It was obvious that she was dying just now, but now she is like this, so it is hard to guess whether a woman's heart is on the bottom of the sea, especially Anko, who is still a little nervous. The little Sakura on the side was directly ignored by the two of them. Although they were really miserable, they met the top big boss in the novice field of Chunin assessment and were abused all the time. But the same is true for performing missions in the future. It is not said that there will be missions that are absolutely safe, and there will always be various accidents. Ninjas who have passed the first level of assessment should have enough will to deal with various accidents. Besides, Xian and the others have forced Orochimaru away, and the rest is up to them. They cannot just give them the qualification to advance just because of an accident. This is unfair to other candidates. The only thing the examiner can give directly is the qualification to withdraw. Urjuzi and Naruto would not agree. Instead of this, Xian might as well just ignore them and let them fend for themselves, not to mention that there are still many Konoha shinobi in this forest, who will help them out, and the second pillar is about to wake up. Mantra the Prince status is still pretty good. As we all know, the two major cheats in the Hokage world. One is the tailed beast, especially Nine Tails. Chakra has a lot of violence, becoming the perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which is directly super cage level combat power. The second is Xianju hanging. Xianju chakra is created by the natives of the Hokage world. It combines with chakra to form special energy, which can not only increase physical energy by dozens or hundreds of times, but also increase ninjutsu energy and enhance perception. In fact, the state of the Heaven and Earth curse seal is a kind of fairy art, and the curse seal state is actually a kind of sage mode. The curse seal itself is researched with the help of Kongyu's body fluid, and Kongyu can naturally and automatically absorb the fairy magic chakra. After being successfully developed by Orochimaru, the magic seal of Heaven and Earth was actually applied to Suzuki's body. The reason why the state of the spell seal is so powerful is the increase of the body of the magic spell. As for the high mortality rate, it is also because of the magic spell of chakra. Dangerous, not everyone can master the magic chakra. Of course, it is not the most formal Sage mode after all, it is a coincidence, so the damage of the spell seal mode is very large, it has a strong erosive effect on the body, and it also has the characteristics of Komu's runaway. However, in the current state, as long as he can survive the death of the Heaven's Curse seal, this Heaven's Curse seal will definitely only have benefits and no harm to Zuzi. Moreover, the powerful power brought by the Curse seal of the sky may also make Zuzi completely firm in his determination to rebel against the village. Everyone has their own growth path. If you really want Suzuki, the reincarnation of Indra, to stay in Konoha and strengthen the so-called bond, then in the end, there is only the way of raising and abolishing him. Well, when Suzuki fully grasps the status of the spell seal, it will probably be almost 2 stars, a template of SSS quality. I am looking forward to it. Xian's mouth unconsciously evoked a smile. After waiting for such a long time, Naruto and Suzuki are finally fattening up, and it's time to harvest a wave of templates. The distance of 10,000 meters is not very long, especially compared to the speed of the ninja. Soon, Xian felt the central tower. Arrange for a medical ninja to come over, someone is injured. Xian came to the central tower, said to a Chunin in a tower, and pointed to Anko behind him. Yes, Lord Examiner. Chunin saw Xian and said respectfully. This respectful attitude made Xian a little surprised. Although he is not the kind of protagonist who likes to slap wildly pretend to face, there are ZZ supporting roles everywhere to provoke, and all kinds of dissatisfied protagonists. But it is a bit unreasonable for a Chunin to respect the genin examiner who met for the first time, especially in the stricter ninja system. There's nothing to be surprised about. Anko covered his wound behind and said with a smile, in my opinion, with the strength and wisdom you showed in the first assessment, there is no Chunin who will not open his eyes to you be a lucky genin. It seems that you always thought I was a lucky genin. Xian casually joked. Of course, sister, I'm also a special jonin, and I'm unwilling to be the subordinate of a genin novice who has only been a ninja for a year, Anko explained with a smile. But the next moment she posted it immediately, giggling and saying, I'm so convinced now, Lord Examiner, who would have thought that a 12-year-old boy could force Sunin or Akimaru to retreat? Well, anyway, you should take good care of your wounds. I'll prepare for the 3rd assessment first. Xian couldn't bear Anko's enthusiasm. He is also a little hot. Although his body is only a 12-year-old boy, his heart is already mature. Let me go, I'm still just a child. Some helplessly thought in his heart. Xian left immediately. He was afraid that it would be ugly to raise the flag to salute. Well, he's still a pure and innocent boy, which really doesn't match that powerful and ruthless strength, but it's more interesting this way. Anko narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a somewhat dangerous light. Little did they know that with her thinking, it took 3 years to start properly. Xian went directly to the chief examiner's office prepared by the central tower, where he saw a very interesting and very contrary thing. VCR. It's the old-fashioned one that can put videotapes in and has a TV set. To be honest, the technological development of the Hokage world is really fast enough. Before the Sengoku era, there was still nothing. The hand-to-hand battles between pure ninjas and ninjas, between families, were still wearing old-fashioned and very ancient armor. And Konoha has only been established for 60 years, and has already pointed out a series of technological products such as radio communications, cameras, video recorders, computers, electronic panels, etc. It has to be said that the Hokage world is better to engage in technology than to engage in ninjas. According to this development speed, I am afraid that in another 60 years, there will be no need for Naruto Suzuki Sage of 6 paths. When Daytime Mukagaya comes out, I am afraid that technology will be able to point out strategic weapons such as celestial weapons or star destroyers. Of course, this is just a joke. Xian squinted his eyes for a while in the office. He has been feeling a little sleepy lately, since he merged the Hashirama template. The system has explained that it is because the essence of life has jumped too fast. As a result, although his strength has completely obtained the strength of the Hashirama template, the deeper integration is still going on, and there is no major impact, just a little lack of energy. Just wait. Xian was not too impatient, and he is much better now. It took him a full year to switch to the Shisui template before he fully mastered all the power of the Shisui template. After sleeping for a while, Xian was awakened by the sound of pushing the door. He looked up and found that it was Anko who had been bandaged. Immediately behind Anko are 2 ninjas wearing umbu masks and carrying short swords on their backs. Did the old man 3rd generation send you here? Xian glanced at the 2 umbu ninjas lightly, and said lightly, Yes, Master Xian, because I heard that Orochimaru, the S-rank traitorous ninja, has returned to the village, so Master Hokage sent us over to ask you for specific information. The 2 umbu ninjas immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, They are trembling, are they afraid? This is to Xian, and they even used honorifics? Anko was slightly moved by the side, and then quickly calmed down. She was very keen to observe when Xian looked at the 2 umbu ninjas, the trembling of the 2 ninjas. As an experienced special jonin, she knew very well that this reaction was the tense defense and uncontrollable trembling of her whole body when facing a much stronger enemy. It seems that your identity is even more terrifying than I imagined. You really are getting more and more mysterious, Xian. Anko secretly glanced at the boy sitting on the sofa with a calm expression and smiled. In the examiner's office, Xian sat on the sofa, and two Umbu ninjas stood beside him, his whole body tensed up and trembling slightly. Xian didn't care about their tense guard. These two Umbu ninjas should be the two who had seen Umbu, who was attracted by Xian to Hokage's office to protect the third generation, and had seen part of his strength. You can ask Anko for information about Orochimaru, I don't know much more than her. Xian pointed to Anko and said, then leaned back slightly to make the sitting position more casual and comfortable, and asked lightly then, third generation old man, what do you mean by this? The appearance of Orochimaru is not good news, especially at this juncture. You must know that Konoha at this time can be said to be the most vigilant, but it is also the time when the defense ability is the worst. Because of the Chunin assessment, a large number of ninjas from outside ninja villages entered, and no one knew what was hidden inside, and whether their purpose was simply to participate in the Chunin assessment. At this time, Orochimaru, a conspirator, suddenly appeared in Konoha, showing a strong taste of conspiracy. In this case, even if the third generation is shameless and directly interrupts the Chunin exam, Xian will believe it. Master third generation means that you are the chief examiner of this Chunin assessment, and you can take full responsibility for all actions. Umbu Ninja looked at Xian's face carefully and respectfully. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Xian laughed, and the third generation's courage has gradually recovered. It is because they know that there are ninjas with his strength in the village, so both their courage have increased a lot. Then you go back and tell the old man of third generation that he doesn't have to worry about this Chunin exam at all. He doesn't need to terminate this exam. He just needs to strengthen the security of the village. Xian said lightly, without any conspiracy against Orochimaru. Put it on for appreciation. Because from the very beginning, the focus of all these conspiracies was not on the Chunin exam, and no one thought about playing tricks on the Chunin exam. Although the Chunin exam is Konoha's face, Orochimaru and the others didn't consider hitting Konoha's face from the beginning, but a bigger plan. What they wanted was to kill Konoha directly. The Chunin exam was nothing more than a cover, a bait to attract Konoha's attention. Yes. The two Umbu ninjas saluted slightly and were about to leave. At this moment, a Chunin hurriedly opened the office, holding a videotape in his hand, a little urgent. What's the matter? We're discussing something important here. Anko frowned and scolded. This Chunin is really a little too edgy. It stands to reason that he can't just push the door in this kind of examiner's office. Sorry. This Chunin apologized with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, but you have to take a look at this thing. Videotape? The larger Umbu ninja asked in surprise. Yes, watch the time carefully. This Chunin inserted the videotape into the video recorder, and a burst of surveillance images appeared on the screen. Gaara walked in front with a gourd on his back, Temari and Kankuro followed behind. Gaara glanced at the monitor lightly. This is? Anko looked at the time on the screen with a look of surprise. This was taken in the tower 1 hour and 57 minutes after the start of the second assessment, which means that the Sand Shinobi team passed the assessment in less than 2 hours, breaking the previous 4-hour record. Their strength is not at Genin's level at all. Not only that, but the red-haired boy walking in the front is very unusual. Anko watched carefully for a while and said seriously, in the death forest full of poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, and dangerous dangers, it only took 2 hours to cross a distance of 10,000 meters without entering the rough, and it turned out to be unscathed. This kind of strength is definitely not something a genin can do. Yes, no, not even Chunin can necessarily do it. And did he discover the surveillance at the last moment? His perception is also very keen. He is really a monster-like kid at this age. The Umbu ninja in the silver-haired bird-shaped mask praised. Well, he should indeed be the strongest genin this year. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to some jonin. Xian sat on the sofa at the back with his head resting on his arms, watching Gaara on the screen faintly. Road. Gaara is indeed very strong, especially at his age, with a weird sand control ability. Chakra, who guards the crane, and his mother Gaara turned into a sand gourd to protect him. It can be said that he is definitely the first in terms of defense, and in terms of attack. Strength, he is also at the top. Hard power is even stronger than some jonin. At least if it's Hong and the current Wo Leluo facing each other, I'm afraid they really aren't opponents. Then should he be kicked out of the assessment list? An Umbu ninja suggested. Why do you want to kick him out of the list? His age is qualified, and his level is indeed genin. If he is kicked out, wouldn't it make people look down upon him? Xian looked at brother Umbu like a fool. He is very strong and has a brain. Woolen cloth? Konoha is a big ninja village, and Konoha is fully responsible for this assessment. Really kicking Gaara is tantamount to being completely shameless, which is even more embarrassing and conspicuous than Gaara winning the first place in the assessment. Well, although it is very strong, there are not too many existences on our side. Xian smiled and didn't care too much. Leaving aside the fact that Xiaoli will directly open the fifth gate, the outcome is still unknown, and even if he really fights until the end, the Chunin exam is cancelled this time, and Gaara will be completely moved by Naruto's mouth, and become Konoha a staunch ally. So there is no need for small tricks at all, just wait quietly for development. 5 days passed quickly, and the last group arrived at the central tower. So far, 51 people and 17 teams had passed the first assessment. After passing the assessment of the second survival exercise in the Dead Forest, 21 people from the 7 teams that passed the assessment successfully arrived at the central tower. After receiving the pass certificate, they all gathered on the first floor of the central tower. Complete. Notify Chunin in the central tower to form a search team to see if there are any ninjas alive in the Death Forest. Xian ordered Anko beside him. Yes, well, let me take a look. 7 teams. Xian Fan looked at the list in his hand that passed the assessment. The 7th class, the 8th class, the 10th class, the 3rd class, the Sand Shinobi Trio, the Sound Ninja Trio, and the Red Copper Armor, the Sword Beautiful Orange, and the Sound Ninja Spy team composed of Yakushi Kabuto. Interesting. Xian Fan looked at the roster. Konoha is undoubtedly the most, with 5 teams passing the assessment, including 3 rookie teams. Sand Shinobi and Otonin each have a group. Of course, this is on the bright side. In fact, Yakushi Kabuto's team is all spies of Otonin, so the number of people passing the assessment for a small Otonin is actually more than that of Sand Shinobi. There are still too many people. Soon he went to the roster and showed a gentle smile, as if an instructor in a university military training suddenly thought of a better training method. Then what should I do? Yueguan Gaifeng, the examiner of the 3rd round who was somewhat sickly and pale beside him, asked. Then let's have another life-threatening assessment. Xian's smile was very gentle, but what he said made Yueguan Gaifeng tremble all over. I'll be the examiner for this assessment myself. On the first floor of the central tower, in front of the huge sculpture of the imprint of the future, there is a huge open space. Now 7 teams that have passed this assessment have gathered in this open space, a total of 21 ninjas. After just 5 days of survival exercises, although most of these novice genin seemed to have suffered serious injuries, their aura seemed a little fiercer, and there was also a trace of evil spirit between their brows. Compared with before taking part in the assessment, a lot of childishness has faded away, and it has become capable and mature. In addition to the genin who participated in the assessment, there were many jonin and special jonin of Konoha, as well as jonin who passed the assessment and the leaders of other shinobi village teams, and even 3rd Hokage was present. First of all, congratulations to all of you, 21 of you present, have successfully passed the 2nd round of assessment. Xian walked in front of all the examines and said with a smile. September 20th, however, what I didn't expect was that after the 2nd round of assessment, there are still so many people left. It seems that most of you still haven't figured out the meaning of the Chunin exam. Xian's expression turned cold, and he said lightly, well, isn't the meaning of the Chunin exam just to select Chunin who can stand alone? Is there any other meaning? Naruto raised his hand in the crowd and asked. Sure enough. Xian sighed helplessly, I thought you were not so naive, but it seems that you are still so naive, which makes me feel a little funny. Without waiting for Naruto's response, Xian said directly and coldly, I don't know how the village whitewashed this assessment, but I want you to be clear that this assessment is a struggle between countries, and you are burdened with what matters is the prestige of the country, as well as the development of the village. After the 3rd assessment, there will be important figures from various countries coming to watch. If you perform poorly, the village you represent will be underestimated, and the task entrustment will be reduced. In contrast, ninjas who appear to be excellent, so the commission of the representative's village will rise with the tide. So, don't think that the villages are allies. These have nothing to do with you. What you have to do is to kill with your life and eliminate your opponent. This is your only choice. Xian Lang rode. Xian's words made everyone a little silent, and the field was filled with a chilling atmosphere. So, before the 3rd assessment, you still need to conduct a life and death qualifier, and eliminate half of the people before you can advance to the next assessment. Xian showed a murderous smile and said, in this assessment, I allow you to kill all the forbidden techniques that you usually keep, and those you don't want to target, you can shoot at will today, because if you have any mercy, the corpse lying on the ground is likely to be your own. As soon as Xian's words fell, it was as if another knife had been added to the heads of all the candidates. In the already chilling atmosphere, there was an invisible murderous aura colliding in the air in an instant, although it was still very immature. There are also candidates who can't accept it. After all, they have passed the 2nd assessment with great difficulty, and there will be another qualifier immediately after taking over. However, their objections were of no use. The importance of the 1st assessment was completely different from the first 2 assessments. It can be said that the first 2 assessments were to eliminate waste and retain the elite, in order to show the strongest strength of the village. The 20 or so people left now seemed to Xian to be too many, too much waste. Then those who want to quit can raise their hands now. If you don't have the determination to die, don't participate in this preliminaries. Xian lightly glanced at the flustered candidates in front of him and said. However, no one raised their hands. After all, they were all ninjas who passed the first assessment, and there was no major problem with their mind and will. Oh no, except on a few days. A ninja raised his hand, wearing round-rimmed glasses, with a gentle look. Sorry, I'm quitting. Yakushi Kabuto, right? Xian gave him a deep look. Yes, Lord Examiner. Just staring at it, Do felt as if he had been seen through, and his back was soaked in cold sweat instantly, but he still nodded, pretending to be innocent. Is there anyone else? Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the other candidates. This time, no one really quit. Some people looked at Do Li's back, and their eyes couldn't help but sarcasm. They were mocking and disdainful. This man was really too timid. But who could have imagined that this man who was a little embarrassed when he left would become a terrifying existence in the future? Xian Yuguan glanced at the departing Yakushi Kabuto, then turned his attention back in front of him, and said lazily, then the assessment officially begins. Exactly 20 people, divided into 10 groups for assessment, random matching, name matching. Those who arrive will fight against each other, and the winner will be qualified to advance. As Xian's words fell, the big screen on the wall began to flicker, and the names of the candidates present were displayed on it. After a few seconds, the two names freeze. Uchiha Suzuki versus Pressed Copper Aluminum. The ninjas from the first group of assessment stayed, and all other irrelevant people left the venue and moved to the second floor. Xian announced loudly. Soon, all the ninjas, except Xian, Uchiha Suzuki and the red copper armor, all left the first floor and went to the second floor to watch. At this moment, a large number of eyes focused on the field on the first floor. Unexpectedly, Master Hokage actually sent a rookie genin as the chief examiner. Compared with these candidates, I am a little curious about this mysterious newcomer, but I think, as an examiner, I can also see part of his strength. Guy folded his arms and stood straight on the second floor, looking at Xian Wangdao with a strong desire to explore. Maybe I disappointed you, Kakashi said lazily with his eyes downcast. This simple assessment can't show that boy's strength at all, Asuma said with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes condensed. You can't even imagine that kid's true strength, Red 2.2 added. Hey, it's real or not? Guy's eyes changed instantly. The evaluation of the three powerful jonin was not like the evaluation of a genin boy at all, as if they were giving the ultimate praise to a famous ninja good review. He couldn't help but take another look at the boy below him. He has black hair and black pupils, black clothes and black trousers, a short blade on his back, and white leggings. He looks very capable, and his eyes are a little lazy. There is no longer much peculiarity to be seen. Xian didn't care about how others looked at him, looked at the two people on the field, and then swept his eyes to the second floor. That's where Otonin is. Besides Otonin's trio, there is also a rather handsome leader jonin next to them. Orochimaru, you are really bold. Xian retracted his eyes without any trace, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Have you been discovered? Orochimaru on the second floor had extremely keen perception, and he sensed the meaningful gaze that Xian swept over him just now. But Xian immediately withdrew his gaze, and didn't take any other extraordinary measures, which seemed to show that he hadn't discovered anything. Could it be that I was wrong? For a while, Orochimaru also questioned his always keen perception. But no matter whether he sees it through or not, Orochimaru looks at Xian with more and more serious eyes. Obviously everything is under his secret control now, but after meeting this mysterious boy, he has a strange feeling. That is, everything he does now seems to be exposed to this young man, acting like a marionette, to achieve a certain purpose for a certain existence. Xian didn't expect his casual glance to make Orochimaru think so much. But Orochimaru's premonition is not wrong. Everything he did, from the Chunin assessment until now, and even after Konoha Honkai, third generation's death, everything was under Xian's gaze and prediction. Of course, what the marionette said was exaggerated. Xian just didn't intervene, and secretly promoted his plan. If 26 wants to destroy Orochimaru's Konoha Honkai plan, he can do it at any time, whether it's in the Forest of Death or now, even in the future. Xian also has countless ways to find countless suitable opportunities to interrupt Orochimaru's plan. But why would he do this? From the very beginning, Xian was waiting for Konoha's collapse plan, but his purpose was not to destroy Konoha, but to make Konoha, a somewhat decayed tree, reborn in the flames of turmoil. However, Orochimaru's inability to move does not mean that other people cannot move, especially those who are more annoying, such as the two Konoha's Otonin spies, such as the Otonin trio, then obediently become a whetstone. With a smile on Xian's face, he wanted to turn these guys with insignificant strength into experience points, a whetstone, to better train newcomers like Suzuki and others with extraordinary potential. Then, the first set of assessments has officially begun. Xian waved his hand, stepped aside, and said calmly, "The chief student of Konoha's newcomer genin, against the unknown and unremarkable genin. It seems that the outcome is already obvious, but the fact is beyond everyone's expectations." Suzuki was almost powerless to fight back, and was beaten by the copper. How could it be? The surrounding onlookers couldn't believe it. Not bad ability. Xian glanced at the red copper armor holding Suzuki's head, and said lightly, the ability mastered by the red copper armor is absorbed by chakra. This is a very pervert ability even in the later stage, not to mention the early stage. Of course, chakra absorption also needs to be divided into people. Hashirama's wooden dragon absorbs chakra with a huge range. Hungry Kido can not only suck up all the chakra of enemies it touches in a short time, but also absorb all ninjutsu and make them invalid. In contrast, although the ability of the red copper armor is also called chakra absorption, it has too many restrictions. First, it must be able to touch the body, and second, the absorption speed is very slow, which can only be said to be a bit tasteless. However, in the genin realm, most of them are physical combat. This ability is quite powerful, especially against Suzuki in this state. Because the curse seal of the sky has just been placed, his body has not yet fully accepted the transformation of the seal. Once the chakra is condensed, the magic seal chakra will instantly arouse all his chakra, and his spirit will also be awakened by the seal. The runaway character devours. It seems that the limit has been reached, and it's time to stop the game. Standing on the guardrail on the second floor, Kakashi looked at Suzuki with a grim and painful expression and secretly thought, if it goes on like this, it is very likely that the curse seal will go berserk. Don't suppress it, the energy of the curse seal can be relied on for now. You have to learn to use your own power to control the power emperor of the curse seal. Looking at Suzuki, who was about to lose his ability to resist, Xian reminded lightly, it is undeniable that the curse seal is indeed very corrosive to the body, but it is not fatal, and there is a risk of running away, but the will is strong enough to completely suppress this tendency to run away. What's more, the darkness of the curse seal, the evil attribute chakra and Suzuki are relatively compatible, and the greater the hatred in Uchiha's heart, the faster the strength will grow. The existence of the curse seal is completely an accelerator. Even if it weren't for Orochimaru's control over these curse seals, Suzuki could have kept the spell seals, the sage transformation brought about by the curse seals, and the celestial chakra produced even in the late stage. It can achieve a huge increase. If you can't even control the small curse mark, don't talk about revenge against Itachi. The gap between you is really too big, Xiandan said. Ferret. Suzuki's slightly closed eyes opened instantly, and there was ultimate's hatred in them, and others couldn't help being terrified when they saw it. Shua. Pieces of red curse marks spread from the black three-pointed jade pattern on Suzuki's neck. The powerful and evil chakra spread instantly, filling the entire assessment site. No, the curse seal is out of control. Kakashi's face darkened, and he disappeared in place in an instant. He is going to organize this assessment. Boom! At a faster speed, Kakashi flew back to the second floor directly, and Kunao drew a long scratch on the ground before completely venting his strength. Sorry, Mr. Kakashi, during the assessment period, please don't interfere with the test at will, otherwise I will be a little embarrassed as an examiner. Xian warned with a faint smile as if he hadn't moved in place. Did he make the shot just now? Just kidding, Genin forced Jonin back. The ninjas of the same period as Xian 910, perhaps from now on, have discovered that they have always been ignorant of Xian's strength, and before they know it, the opponent has come. They looked up to the point where they couldn't see their faces clearly. That guy is as scary as ever. Fortunately, they didn't participate in this assessment. Lie on the railing, Shikamaru smiled faintly. Perhaps among the 12 little strong, except for Hinata, he was the first to guess a part of Xian's strength of Kakashi. Guy shouted in amazement, his face became serious in an instant, even he didn't catch that movement at the moment just now. So fast body flicker technique, at this speed, there is only one person I can think of. Orochimaru's face was a bit ugly, he was the one who could barely see through the mysterious body flicker technique among these people, but it was precisely because he barely saw through that he was able to feel that kind of horror. Because the last one who used such a quick teleportation was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who reversed the 3 battles by himself. Damn it! Kakashi looked down at Suzuki, whose entire face was already covered by the black curse mark. If this continues, the curse mark will completely go berserk, and Suzuki will most likely die. But he couldn't interfere with the exam at all. If it was another examiner, Kakashi could break through directly, but facing that boy, Kakashi knew that his current strength was not enough to intervene. Suzuki, who has turned on the spell seal, is definitely the top strength in this genin. He was hanged and beaten by the red copper armor before, because of the severe pain caused by the spell seal and his inability to condense chakra. Now that the spell seal state is fully activated, naturally there is no need to worry about these. Not only can you condense chakra at will open Sharingan, but your body has also gained several times the increase of the magic chakra. The red copper armor was directly kicked into the air, spitting out a big mouthful of blood in the air. Didn't you feel comfortable fighting just now? Suzuki, whose body was covered with curse marks, twirled with blood-red eyes and a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Then how about trying this trick? After finishing speaking, Suzuki disappeared in the same place instantly, and when he reappeared, he appeared behind the red copper armor and in the air. This is. Xiaoli on the second floor stared, a little surprised. My shadow dance leaf is exactly the same as the prelude to Lotus's attack. This is not an imitation, all the moves that follow are my own creations. Suzuki's eyes flashed a trace of tyranny. He kicked directly at the red copper armor in the air. It's too tender. The red copper armor stretched out its arm to block the heavy kick. It's over. Xian shook his head. This was obviously a combo of martial arts in the air. How could there be only one kick? Sure enough, following the shock of the kick, Suzuki hit the red copper armor on the face with an elbow, then turned around and kicked at the waist again, lifting the red copper armor and tilting his body. Any slight inclination in the air is considered a large deformation of this movement. Suzuki just pulled the red copper armor under his body, and finally took advantage of the huge impact of the landing, kicked directly on the red copper armor's stomach. This move is called lion bounce. Suzuki looked at the red copper armor that had fallen to the ground and had no ability to resist, and said ferociously, "In the first round, Uchiha Suzuki wins." Xian announced the suspenseless battle without the slightest fluctuation. "Suzuki, come with me quickly, your curse seal has gone berserk, you must prepare to seal it immediately." As soon as the battle was over, Kakashi immediately came to Suzuki's side and said urgently, "Why seal it, Kakashi?" Suzuki turned his head to look at Kakashi and laughed. "I have never felt so good like now, this feeling full of power, ha ha ha. It's really worthy of being one of the four masters of Uchiha's wild laughter. This laughter is quite magical." Xian stood aside, looked at Suzuki's maniacal laugh, picked his ears, and complained, "It's over, the curse seal has completely swallowed the mind." Kakashi looked at Suzuki, not as calm as Xian at all. He knew very well that this is the state of the curse seal swallowing the mind. If it is not suppressed immediately, Suzuki will be completely fascinated by the power, either died under the erosion of the curse seal, or became a puppet of Orochimaru. With this kind of power, it's absolutely possible. Suzuki clenched his fists, and then disappeared in place in an instant. It's so fast. Kakashi was shocked. Is this the power of the curse seal? This speed has reached the level of a general new jonin. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Xian's head, and Chakra, who was full of ominous aura, kicked Xian's head, which was already at the level of death. "Xian, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, and I don't want to look up at anyone's back anymore." Suzuki had a ferocious expression on his face, and those scarlet two-tomo Sharinan were completely eroded by the black curse mark. Xian didn't even look behind him. He stretched out his hand to grab the void, and directly grabbed that powerful kick. "You really let me down, Suzuki. Have you lost your mind just with this level of strength?" Xian directly grabbed a leg, swung it up and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The hard ground was smashed into cracks, and the dust raised by the strong shock wave spread instantly, filling a large open space. "Xian, don't hit the killer." Kakashi was directly shocked by the terrifying power, and shouted quickly. He was afraid that if he didn't shout again, Suzuki would really die here. "Don't worry, I have a measure." Suandeo kicked Suzuki, who was knocked unconscious, and a miniature wooden dragon grew out of the palm of his right hand. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Xian directly pressed his palm on Suzuki's stomach, and the magic chakra absorbed by the curse seal was instantly absorbed by the wooden dragon. And the curse mark on Suzuki's face dissipated instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally Black's curse mark was all shrunk back into the black three-hooked jade on his neck. The reason why the Heaven's Curse seal ran amok is that you can't master the spell seal to absorb natural energy, and create a large amount of celestial chakra to stimulate the Kongya Rampage gene in the spell seal. Sage transformation. As long as you absorb all the celestial chakra, the curse seal of runaway the state naturally all fades away. Here, you can seal it. Xian threw Suzuki, which had returned to normal state, to Kakashi directly, and said lightly, "Although I don't think the magic seal of sealing evil can have much effect on the seal." 17 Kakashi didn't care about Yuxuan's words, and hurriedly left with Suzuki in his arms. The assessment continues. In the second round, Abarame Shino will face Zack. In fact, this battle is quite interesting. Jinai is a ninja who is very mysterious in the early stage but not weak in strength and resourcefulness. His strength is enough to rank among the top 5 in this year's 12 small powerhouses. Zack was trained by Orochimaru. His ability is to emit air pressure sound waves through the air holes of his hands, and his strength is not weak. But Xian didn't pay attention to this assessment anymore, because just now, after defeating Suzuki, the system sent a reminder jar. Ding, congratulations to host for defeating the 2-star Uchiha Suzuki, the first form of the curse seal, and obtaining the 1-star template. Congratulations to host for getting SSS quality template, 1-star Uchiha Suzuki, class 7. Switch the Uchiha Suzuki template. Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said silently. In an instant, all the information about the Uchiha Suzuki template appeared in his mind. Character template, Uchiha Suzuki, Class 7, Quality, SSS rating, 1-star experience required for Ascension to Star 0/10 abilities, 2 Tomo Sharinan, 3 Body Technique, Taijutsu, Basic Illusion, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, Sharinan, Windmill 3 Greatswords, the Lion Even Bombs. Star Potential 1-star Suzuki, Class 7 2-star Suzuki, Chidori / experience points reach half to unlock the state of the Curse Seal of the Sky 1 / experience points reach 90% to unlock the state of the Curse Seal of the Sky 2 Samsung Suzuki, Shippuden / experience points reaches half to unlock Orakai mode / experience points reaches 80% to unlock Lightning Style Kyland 4-star Suzuki, Mangekyo / experience points reaches half to unlock Susanoo 5-star Suzuki, Eternal Mangekyo 6-star. Suzuki, 6-star Suzuki, 6-Guya Rinnegan / experience points reach 50,000 to unlock the ultimate form of Susanoo. As an SSS level template, Suzuki's attributes can already be said to be very good. Although it may not be as powerful as the Hashirama template before 6 stars, compared with most templates, it is not too inferior, or even better. Especially the unlock status of each level is simply a small plug-in. It should be said that it is the second protagonist of Hokage. Of course, the most important thing for Shien is the ultimate state of Susanoo, which is unlocked after Suzuki's 6 stars. This state is probably the state with the highest regular output among all templates except Kagaya. With all the chakra of the 9 tails, plus Rinnegan, and the full-body Susanoo, which is not inferior to 9 tails, it can be said that the last thing Suzuki lacks is Sage Body and Immortal Chakra, and Xianjing has both. He can't even imagine what level his strength will reach at that time, and even at that time, he can use Shinsu Hokage Senju as a container which style accommodates the 9-tailed beast chakra, with a full-body Susa on the outside. Of course, thinking about it now, that realm is still a bit too early for the current Xian. 4-star is okay, 5-star is upgraded to 6-star 3.77 million experience, he is still a little scalp numb. However, the template of Suzuki reveals a very important message. Xian looked at the template of Suzuki in his mind. Although the Curse Seal Suzuki was judged to be 2-star strength this time, the template was dropped after defeating it, but judging from the potential of the template for star promotion, the real 2-star strength Suzuki template should be when he learned Chidori. That is to say, the character's strength is not just as simple as the real hard power, but also represents a realm, which is equivalent to a realm that was quite great breakthrough before. In the original plot, it is a small climax. When the character obtains or when you acquire a far-reaching ability, that is when your strength rises to the top. Xian felt as if he had grasped some information. With more and more templates in his hand, he also discovered that not all templates are simply divided into stars according to Genin, Shinin, etc. Otherwise Suzuki and Kakashi already had the strength of ordinary Jonin when they were 2 stars. It should be classified as Samsung. For some important plot characters, perhaps at a turning point in the character's life, the star rating will be raised. Just like Suzuki Naruto, when he was in ninja school, he was just sporadic, and in the 7th class, he was in a 1-star state. It was not until the Chunin exam, tempering and sublimation, or because he obtained the Curse Seal, or learned Chidori, that he was promoted to the 2-star level. In this case, Naruto's 2-star template should be when he learned Raiznan, and it was almost the time of the Sunin War. Xian thought for a while, smiling, it seems that there will be another big harvest at that time. Except for Tsunade, Sunin is not easy to deal with. Jiraiya's Sage Mode even touches the edge of Super Shadow. Orochimaru's troublesome body replacement technique and dirt make him difficult to defeat, but it's different when it comes to Sunin's battle. Bloody Sunin can be harvested in one wave. Switch the Uchiha Suzuki, 7th class, template to on-hook mode. Suonmo said. The one who hung up the phone before was Lulu, with S-level quality. You can get 4 template experience points and 4 free experience points a day, a total of 8 points. Compared with Suzuki SSS quality templates, the 12 experience points gained every day are not enough. After doing all this, Xian also returned his attention to the assessment in front of him. This battle, which was no different from the original book, was ultimately won by Shino. This was a battle of both resourcefulness and strength. Shino secretly blocked Sak's outlet with bugs and directly won the victory. To be honest, few people in the world of Hokage feel very stable. The so-called very stable feeling means that as soon as he appears, you feel stable. No matter whether you can win or not, you feel that he will not lose. There are not many people who can give people this feeling. Guy is one of them. Even when his strength is not high in the early stage, Guy gives people a very stable feeling. Although it is very funny, but whether it is against Kisame or CGFE, in front of Itaki, I feel that Guy has never suffered a loss. On the contrary, although his fateful opponent Kakashi claims to be 50-50, but every time I look at Kakashi, I feel that he is walking on the verge of collapse. Except for Guy, Hashirama counts as 1, Itaka counts as 1, and Jiraiya hardly has the feeling of being stable as soon as a shot is made. The remaining one is Shino. Although Jinao's strength is not high, he has always been mysterious, and he feels that he is sure to win when he makes a move. The people above, if they really look for the battles in their plots on the bright side, they will find 10 very interesting points. That is, whether it is Hashirama, Guy, Itaki, or Shino, they have almost never lost. Only in the 4th battle, at the last moment, they lost a game. The rest are almost total victories. The third battle, Toth vs. Lee Locke. Xian gave a approving look to the victorious Shino, and then announced while looking at the big screen. This can be regarded as a little selfishness of his, and it is also a secret operation. Xiao Li, a ninja, he really appreciates. His situation may be slightly better than Naruto's, and he has been ridiculed since he was a child. But he has put in more effort and sweat than Naruto, and his will is stronger than the current Naruto, and he has always carried out the way of tolerance from the beginning to the end. So the battle between Xiao Li and Gaara is also the most exciting battle in the Chunin exam, bar none. Even when the bloody BGM sounds, Xiao Li breaks through himself over and over again. In Guy's memory, the teenager kicked thousands of times against the stake, and finally cried bitterly while hugging the stake late at night. The scene of opening the fifth gate at the end, enduring the pain of muscle tearing all over the body, and crushing the mighty Gaara is really touching. It's really like what Guy said, Xiao Li is a hard-working genius, he has nothing. Even Guy said at the beginning, Xiao Li has no physical skills are not as good as the average genin, compared to Guy's original to be bad. But being able to take the Chunin exam and open the fifth gate in a year, I really can't imagine how much this young man has paid. But it was also like this, Suinkei didn't want him to face Gaara so early, it was too unfair to Xiao Li. Gaara is almost invincible at this time, he hangs too much, almost no seals, less consumption, powerful sand control ability, Chakra who guards the crane when he is a little rampant is supplemented, and the sand formed by Gaara the automatic guardian of the gourd. Putting the current Xiao Li on it, it would be very difficult for him to kill or defeat Gaara even if he opened the fifth gate purely by physical skills. Then the assessment begins. Xian retracted his memories, looked at Xiao Li who held his head up and his chest up, with a confident smile on his face, and said with a smile, "This can be regarded as a tribute to the blood at the beginning." Xian shook his head and laughed, feeling grateful. There is nothing to watch in this battle. To be honest, although the trio of sound ninja were also trained by Orochimaru, their talents are generally not high. After relying on Uncle Snake's core technology transformation, they are relatively strong genin. Nay, he is really not as good as Xiao Li. In the original book, Xiao Li, the guardian of the Death Forest, Xiao Sakura was defeated by the trio of sound ninja. But now it's completely different. Xiao Li's movements, even if he wears heavy shackles, in Xian's opinion, he is the top of this genin, and a mere toss is no match at all. In the third round of assessment, Ji Luke wins. "You are very good, Li. In my opinion, you are the most well-deserved strongest in Konoha genin this time." Xian looked at Xiao Li, who was almost completely useless, and approved with a smile. This is also the first time he publicly expressed his appreciation and praise to appear in this Chunin assessment. If Xian was just a common genin, Xiao Li might give him a thumbs up, and then show a trademark flashing smile. But after so many times seeing Xian Weiwei's strength, coupled with the identity of the chief examiner, many genin no longer regard him as a student of the same age, and look at him with awe. Therefore, being able to get Xian's approval is really touching for Xiao Li, who has always been lacking in recognition, especially to be recognized by Xian, the 10 real geniuses. "Xian, I'm really happy that you can recognize me like this." What made Xian a little speechless was that Xiao Li, who was full of emotions, immediately burst into tears and was very excited. "That's great, Li, hard work pays off." Guy stood on the second floor, watching his lover cry with excitement. I'm afraid no one knows better than him how much his lover needs to be recognized. "Then, please allow me to make an unreasonable request." Li wiped away tears and suddenly bowed 90 degrees to Xianwan, respectfully. "Please allow me to challenge you," Li said loudly, his voice was very firm. "Become a first-class ninja even if you don't know ninjutsu, use your own efforts to surpass geniuses, this is my way of ninja. So, please, Xian, please accept my challenge. I will use the results of my hard work and sweat for a year to measure the gap between me and a real genius. I want to prove to Mr. Guy that he didn't see wrong person, my youth is no worse than those geniuses." Listening to Xiao Li's words, even Xian couldn't help but feel slightly moved. As for all the other ninjas, they were also looking at this thick-browed, earthy, and even ugly boy. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. It was also only when they realized that this extremely powerful young man was just a waste who didn't know ninjutsu. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid to reach such a point by relying solely on physical skills. Besides, not every genin has enough courage to challenge Xian, especially Temari and Kankuro. They are more aware of the horror of that black-haired boy. It is simply unfathomable. Every time they think they have seen the bottom, but the result just the tip of the iceberg. "Ha!" Xian slowly let out a breath, looking at the determined young man in front of him who was bowing vigorously. To be honest, he didn't want to accept Li's challenge, because it would bring a devastating blow to his will, and he would see the chasm-like gap between him and Xian. Because Xian is not a genius of common, he does not lack in hard work, nor in talent, and he is even stronger than Naruto, Gaara, Sasuke and the others. But he also didn't want to reject this young man who put everything into practice to carry out his forbearance. That would be an insult. Well, if Li really gave up so easily, he wouldn't be the hard-working genius I know. Xian suddenly figured it out. Xiao Li is not a child, he is a ninja with his own forbearance, he does not need anyone to protect him, he is a strong grass in the wilderness, although he is not good looking, but he is tenacious and can withstand all blows and trials. I accept your challenge. After this knockout round, here, you and I will fight to the death, Li Lok. Xian put up a sign of opposition and said seriously. Yes, thank you very much, thank you very much. Xiao Li said happily, bowing several times in a row, and then as if thinking of something, he also formed the seal of opposition and bowed slightly. Xian also gave the gift in return. This is the battle of ninjas, concluded. Unexpectedly is a good boy. Guy looked at the two teenagers who were opposing each other off the court with some relief. Watching Kakashi being repelled by a single blow earlier, although he was shocked by Xian's strength, he was more dissatisfied with his unruliness, but now it seems that he was wrong, and he was able to treat Xiao Li so seriously. It will not be ruined by his easy-to-create pride. Well, that guy Xian is still the same. Naruto touched his nose and smiled. He may be able to understand Xiao Li's current mood very well, the feeling of being recognized by others, without a trace of discrimination in his eyes. So, this is a ninja. Even though you say no, the light of fire on your body is already very dazzling, Xian. Third generation lowered his Hokage hat and smiled in relief. He seemed to have seen the somewhat indifferent young man standing on the tree again, and said the words, I may be what you call the will of fire, but I like this village. I also have people I want to protect. This is the will of fire, passed on from generation to generation, guarding this hard-won village, the hard-won peace. Ruayo Wu's voice came from under the Hokage hat, with indescribable joy and joy easy. I accepted Li's challenge, but the assessment will continue. In the fourth game, Jin played against Sakura Jr. To be honest, Jin's strength is very average, and he is good at Senbon, but little Sakura is not much better there. The current little Sakura, before practicing with Tsunade, except for theoretical knowledge, insight, and better control of chakra, physical skills and ninja skills, techniques are not outstanding. However, this battle also showed little Sakura's determination, fighting to get injured, and defeated Jin. Many people say little Sakura is AB****ch. It is true that many of her actions in the future make people feel disgusted, but now little Sakura, I have to say, as a civilian ninja, she has indeed done everything she can, including confronting Orochimaru with Kunao in the Forest of Death, silently guarding Naruto and Sasuke by herself. Her current will is worthy of praise. Fifth assessment, Jian Michin vs Hyagon Niji. Xian Dannen announced, it was another black box, another crushing battle. He didn't arrange for Hinata to fight against Niji. Although he knew that after special training, Hinata's strength would not be much worse than Niji's, but a gentle and kind-hearted person who refuses to fight, and a cold-hearted one who holds hatred for the clan in his heart, Hinata has no hope of winning. At the same time, standing on the second floor, Orochimaru, disguised as Otonin and leading Jonin, looked at the just concluded assessment, and his face became more and more dignified. Coincidence, Orochimaru murmured, but quickly denied it. Don't others know that he still doesn't know? The first 5 assessments directly eliminated all 3 of his Otonin, including the 2 spies. Never before had Orochimaru felt seen so clearly. Maybe it's time to find a time to talk, Xian. Orochimaru said with a gloomy face, and the matter has completely escaped his control. It seemed much more comfortable now. Xian looked at the next candidates. 5 villains have been eliminated, and the rest are positive characters with more plots in the original book. Then next, Xian looked up at the 2 names on the big screen, slightly surprised. Hyaga Hinata, fight, every day. This time he didn't operate in the dark, it was completely random. In fact, with Hinata's current specially trained strength, unless he met Gaara with extremely bad luck, the rest of the few people including Temari, Kankuro, a few strong ninjas in the early stage, Hinata has a great chance of winning. Niji. Before Tian Tian left, she glanced at Niji. As a teammate, she certainly knew what Niji cared about most. Tian Tian, strike with all your strength, and don't show mercy. Niji clenched his fists and said coldly, Ning 947 times. Guy snorted, this disciple is very talented and good at everything, but the hatred in his heart is too strong. He also heard about what happened back then, and although he felt it was unfair, it had nothing to do with the girl from the main family below. The Hyaga family and Konoha senior officials made the decisions. I don't know how to release water. Tian Tian said lightly, but that was all. She is also a kind girl, and it is impossible to say cruelty to the ninjas in the same village. Please give me your advice. Hinata still said very gently, she is the most standard soft girl, with a soft voice, always like this. My ninjutsu is more lethal, so please be careful. Tian Tian reminded carelessly. If it were someone else, they would think it was a demonstration. In fact, Xian knew that she had such a personality, carefree and informal, and Wei Wei was once complained about her personality like an uncle. Tianatian's ability is very rare, manipulating knives is a superficial ability, and the actual ability is Rare's time and space ability, and there is also a nickname called the Portable Warehouse in Legendary. Then the assessment begins. Xian glanced at the confident Tian Tian and mourned for her for 3 seconds. In the original book, Tienation's strength at this moment undoubtedly surpassed Hinata. If he hadn't met the restrained Temeri, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Concealed weapons and bombs. As soon as the battle started, Tian opened the distance, took out a small scroll from behind, continuously took out a large number of ninja tools from it, and shot towards Hinata. She was originally a ninja who manipulated ninja equipment and engaged in long-distance combat. To deal with a physical ninja like Hinata, it was natural to fly a kite. White eyes. Hinata immediately opened his white eyes, and a layer of light blue chakra was attached to his hands. Gathering chakra under his feet, Hinata is very fast, dodging the ninja tools fired by Tian, and opening them with 8 trigrams palms if he can't dodge, quickly pulling in the distance with Tian. It's so fast. Tian felt that there was something wrong with Hinata in front of her. Unlike the weak girl with extremely poor talent in Niji's mouth, those pure white eyes gave her a sense of oppression that was not inferior to Niji's. How is it possible? Tian was shocked, but her movements were not at all full, and she quickly backed away. At the same time, the ninja tools in her hands continued one after another. This shows Tienation's skills. Even in this high-speed movement, she can easily hit the target. Successful. When the distance narrowed to a certain distance, Hinata's speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, the whole person seemed to disappear. How is it possible, this speed? Tian was shocked, but he couldn't escape. Hinata dodges directly into Tienation's arms. There is no way to do any defense at this distance. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Like an afterimage, his fingers hit Tian's acupuncture point 16 times in less than a second, sending him flying. It's still too kind, Xian said with a helpless smile. 16 palms are not enough to completely lose combat power, and because the gentle fist method is too powerful, Hinata also specially reduced the number of chakra that penetrated into the human body. But Xian is not surprised. This is Hinata's character, kind and gentle, and this is what he likes. Sure enough, after Tian was knocked into the air, Hinata did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and Tian still had the strength to fight. I'm sorry in advance, the next move is very powerful, and it's hard for me to hold back. I don't want to lose this battle. Tian took out 2 scrolls from his back, looked at Hinata and reminded. Manipulator, Twin Thang Long. Tian jumped up directly, and the scrolls in his hands rotated and elongated, like 2 long dragons. A large number of ninja tools shot out from the scrolls, and the attack range was extremely large, covering almost the entire field. This is, in the field of vision of the white eyes, Hinata can clearly see the transparent threads connecting the ninja tools. Guard the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata stood up slightly, and a large amount of chakra was condensed from both hands, which turned into afterimages. The ninja tools in the air were blown away or smashed directly before they even approached. Is this a self-created ninjutsu? It's really surprising. Guy admired. He is an expert in taijutsu. He can naturally see the way of this move, the amazing chakra control power, condensing chakra into a needle-shaped, precisely hitting every melee attack. This move imitates Revolving Heaven, but it solves the drawbacks of Revolving Heaven. Revolving Heaven is known as absolute defense, but in the eyes of the real strong, there is no absolutely invincible ninjutsu. The disadvantage of Revolving Heaven lies in the rotation. Although it can use less chakra to exert its defensive ability, but facing the current ninjutsu entanglement, those who wear silk threads are just cocooning themselves. Guarding 8 trigrams 64 palms solves this drawback, and it is accurate to each attacking unit. Of course, the difficulty is similar to Revolving Heaven, and it is difficult to practice. Not everyone has such a strong ability to control chakra, and for physical fitness and flexibility requirements are also very high. I admit defeat. Tian fell from the sky, panting. Shuang Sheng Long was already her strongest move, draining her last chakra. It was originally a 2-stage attack, and the ninja can be retracted through the silk thread, but it has no effect. The Guardian 8 trigrams of Hinata 1.6 bounces off all the ninjas around it, even if the ninjas are pulled back cannot cause the slightest damage. Good job, Hinata. Xian smiled and used the head touch kill on Hinata, encouraging him. Hey. Hinata made a cute kitten-like cry. Since before, she has never had the slightest resistance to Xian's movements. You have really grown up, Hinata. I really want your father to watch this scene. Hong looked at Hinata, who won easily, and smiled gratifiedly. The student she likes and loves the most in Class 8 is Hinata, and she also broke her heart because of this student, and even specifically contradicted the Hyaga patriarch. Now seeing her disciple grow and improve so much, she also felt relieved. The next battle is also very interesting, Naruto vs Zanba. To be honest, the current Naruto is not full of strength. His biggest cheat, 9 Tails Chakra, was sealed by Orochimaru, and the 5-element seal also disrupted the flow of his chakra, making it more difficult for him to condense chakra. But the Child of Destiny is the Child of Destiny after all. Even with so many restrictions, even in Xian's view, the current Naruto is commendable. In addition to multiple shadow clone, physical skills, ninjutsu sucks. But still relying on the halo of the protagonist who is the most unexpected, he used a fart to greatly reduce the strength of Fang, who was sensitive to smell, and then cooperated with Shadow Clone to attack, knocking Fang to the ground, and won the final victory. In the 8th match, Koji fought against Kankuro. The powerful body art of the Meat Bomb Chariot should be considered relatively restrained against puppets, but unfortunately the current Koji is too weak. Without the restraint of Shikamaru and Ino, the Meat Bomb Chariot can't use the enemy at all. In the end it was Kankuro who emerged victorious. The 9th game is also a fateful matchup, Temari vs Shikamaru, this classic battle that should have happened in the 3rd test, but because of Xian's interference, it happened in the knockout round ahead of schedule. Although Shikamaru talks about troubles and the like on weekdays, but when it comes time to act, he is absolutely reliable. Unfortunately, this time he still failed like the original one. Although Shikamaru managed to control Temari after a careful layout, his chakra has been exhausted and it is difficult to carry out effective attacks. He's also very self-aware, and chakra is exhausted and he simply surrenders. Of course, it is an honor to lose, because this is a classic battle where the weak defeat the strong. As long as he has a little more chakra, he will definitely win. Telling you to train more usually will only be troublesome, and you will lose the chain at the critical moment. Xian glared at Shikamaru angrily. He dared to say that he should hone his physical fitness more on weekdays, and the amount of chakra would not be so insufficient now. TCH, it's really troublesome, I'll sneak out first. Shikamaru put his hands in Chakra's pockets, waved his hands and left. In the 10th test, Ino was unlucky to fight against Gaara, and was directly frightened by Gaara. If Xian hadn't rescued him, Ino would have fallen under the sand of Gaara long ago. In the final analysis, it was also Ino's bad luck. Although the heart-turning technique is very strong, it has many limitations. The most important point is that this trick has no effect on Jinchuriki at all, because the body of the calendar does not have only one consciousness. In fact, Xian also feels very sorry for the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. If it weren't for his change, Ino, Shika, Cho would still be a Shikamaru. Now breaking away from the original book, the three of them ran into the very strong Sand Shinobi trio in the early stage, and they were powerless to fight back. Well, anyway, the Chunin assessment has been cancelled, so it's always good to meet more powerful people. Xian smiled and put the matter aside. Then, this preliminaries are over. The following 10 people will be qualified for the 3rd round of assessment. Uchiha Suzuki, Abarame Shino, Lee Lock, Harano Sakura, Hayaga Niji, Hayaga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari. Congratulations to the 10 of you who have qualified for the 3rd assessment. Don't worry, you can take a breather this time. In order to show your best form, you have a full month for the 3rd assessment. Go and fix it. Xian said with a smile. In the next month, whether you practice hard or collect information, it's up to you. What I hope is that after a month, you can show your best condition, the strongest strength. Then I won't waste everyone's time. Let's start now. Let's draw lots, and determine your opponents for the assessment. You can prepare 1 month in advance. Xian he put on the roster in his hand and said lightly, Anko. Yes. Anko was holding a box, and Xian came out from behind, and said with a smile, little devils, come and draw lots. 2 people with similar number plates form a group of opponents. Uchiha Suzuki was not at the scene, so the drawing started from Shino, and the last number plate left was Suzuki's number plate. 9 people were drawn one after another, and the last number 3 was left to Suzuki. Soon, the order of the final matchup has been counted. Game 1, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hayaga Niji. Game 2, Uchiha Suzuki vs Gaara. Match 3, Abarame Shino vs Kankuro. Match 4, against Hayaga Hinata. In Game 5, Harano Sakura played against Lee Lock. After announcing the order of the battle, everyone can disband, and the 2-in-1 combination of arduous survival exercises and knockout matches is completely over. However, all the candidates present, even though their bodies were covered with scars and were extremely exhausted mentally and physically, they did not leave, but consciously went up to the 2nd floor, where they wanted to watch the last battle. Lee Lock vs Zhang Xian. Of course, the point is not Lee, what they really want to see is Xian's strength. Although they don't think that the ugly thick eyebrows can show much strength. But a little information is also intelligence. Not only Lee, but even many of them want to see how big the gap exists between themselves and this peer. Then let the old man be the examiner. 3rd Hokage smiled, walked to the middle of the venue, under the sculpture of the imprint of Wei, looked at the 2 outstanding ninjas of the new generation of Konoha, and showed a kind smile. Said, then, the battle begins. The voice of 3rd generation fell. Lee disappeared in place in an instant. It's really courageous to attack from the front. Xian turned his head slightly, and directly avoided Lee's flying kick. However, if you don't even take off the shackles, Lee, this can't be called a life and death battle. Xian directly grabbed the leg that Lee kicked over, and directly picked up the book with all his strength. It flew out, like a cannonball, hitting the wall, and cracks like spider webs spread on the wall. Ahem. Although Xian didn't strike dead, 733 didn't stay strong either. Even with Chakra's protection, the huge impact caused great damage to Xiao Li teacher Guy. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Li looked at Guy on the second floor, with firm and pleading eyes. I agree, Li, let go of the shackles, now is the time to fight for your youth. Guy gave Li a thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Guy. Xiao Li flashed into the field, on a high raised rock, took off his leggings, and took out the 2 pieces of restraints inside, which were weight-gaining leggings engraved with this rune. Taijutsu people also like to tie up this practice. It's just taking off 2 loads. Kankuro on the second floor said with disdain, the gap is too big. In his opinion, Xiao Li's strength is average, even Gaara is not the opponent of that boy, let alone this silly Li. There are many people who think the same as him, but they are not very optimistic about Li. Boom. A huge shock wave sounded, and 2 bursts of huge dust rose under Xiao Li's feet. It was caused by the weight falling to the ground, and cracks were smashed into the ground, which shows how terrifying the weight was. Hey, it's too much, Guy. Kakashi had finished applying the seal of evil, and when he came out, he saw this scene. Yinshin said, well, this is the child's request. I will not let down a child's youth. Guy, who was rare without a hippie smile, said seriously, Li, his youth is more shining than mine, and he will make everyone feel happy. So prized. The dust has not yet dissipated. Xiao Li moved a few times on the stone pillar, with a confident and high-spirited smile on his face. It's much easier this way, then I'm going to go. Shua. As soon as the voice fell, his entire figure had disappeared on the stone pillar. This is really an incredible speed. Xian admired. Xiao Li, who was out of the weight, really, the speed of this pure body technique is no worse than some Jonin's body flicker technique. Leaf hurricane. Wooden leaf broken rock rises. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Li's whole body has turned into an afterimage. No, it should be said that his whole body has almost disappeared, and Song can see a blurry figure flickering as if teleporting. This terrifying speed made the ninjas watching on the second floor dumbfounded. Hey, this speed is exaggerated, it is completely invisible to the naked eye. Shikamaru looked at the railing and said in shock, I can't beat this thick-browed boy. I didn't expect Konoha to have such a ninja. There was a trace of cold sweat on Kankuro's forehead. The strength of this ninja he had looked down on before made him terrified at the moment. The puppet master's body is the most fragile, and Xiao Li's terrifying speed is definitely beyond the grasp of the puppet master, and he can directly attack the fragile body. No, it should be said that at Xiao Li's speed, among all the genins present, except for Hinata, Niji and Gaara who have defensive skills, no one is an opponent. This level of physical skills has reached a level. The naked eye can no longer capture the speed, unless it is a ninjutsu with a large range, otherwise it will not be able to hit at all. It can only be a personal sandbag. In fact, if Gaara's armor was not too thick and Xiao Li's damage was too low, in a normal battle, Xiao Li would press Gaara as a human sandbag and beat him. Unfortunately, the damage was not enough. Of course, this level of speed is barely enough for Xian. His current strength has long been cage level. For this level of speed, even if he does not open the Sharingan, he can fully capture it. Moreover, he has extremely restrained Xiao Li's moves. Come and meet Senju. Xian let out a low voice, making a strange handprint with both hands. A huge radiant Fudo Mingwang Dharma aspect instantly condensed around Suanzou's body. It's so hard, what is this? Xiao Li kicked the Faxiang, feeling a strong shock force. Shua. Unlike Hinata in sparring, this time he shot with all his strength, and the 3-star Lan came to welcome Senju to kill. Dozens of chakras condensed arms perform a super speed attack in an instant. This attack is even faster, even Jonin can't even catch the attack movement. It's just for a moment Xiao Li was immediately sent flying. The attack is so fast. Xiao Li stared in shock at the immovable king's form condensed by Xian in the distance. You must know that he uses the physical technique of the speed line, and his reaction ability has long been trained to an extremely high level with the super speed moving attack realm, but did not see the attack of that arm at all. How? Why did Xian come to welcome Senju to kill? What was more surprised than Xiao Li was Asuma, who also used it to meet Senju to kill. It was given to him by his good friend Jilu when he was guarding the 12 ninja warriors, so he knew very well that Xian was using the most authentic Senju attack, that kind of powerful defense ability, that kind of weird super speed attack. However, can the welcome Senju kill be maintained all the time? Asuma murmured, the welcome Senju kill is very powerful. The reason why he doesn't use it often is because the consumption of chakra is too high. Because the entire King Ming Dharma is formed by the condensed chakra, that state can simply drain a Jonin's chakra. But what he saw, Xian has been holding on to meet Senju to kill. It's really hard to imagine how huge a chakra this would take. Your speed still doesn't seem to be enough, Li. You still need to continue to break through. Faster speed can avoid attacks, and stronger strength can break through my defense. Maybe it's the habit of feeding Hinata. Xian now opens to welcome Senju to kill, and unconsciously starts to feed Li, keeping the attack speed and attack power at Li's limit point. If someone with extremely sharp eyesight can clearly see Xian's intentions, Li's speed is constantly increasing bit by bit. Boom! It was another speeding blow, and Li was directly sent flying. Hoo! At this point in the battle is almost over, and even those genin can see that Li has reached his limit. His face was covered with sweat, dripping down drop by drop. From the very beginning, he had been in a process of dodging. Just avoiding the speeding attack had exhausted all his energy. Enough is enough, Li. Little Sakura couldn't bear to watch it. To be honest, Xiao Li's battle has already won the respect of everyone present. Thinking from another perspective, every genin they present did not have the confidence to persevere for such a long time under the hands of the big devil like Li. Sorry, Mr. Guy, I can't give up here, this is my ninja way. Xiao Li propped his arms on the ground, trembling all over, but his eyes became more and more determined. It was getting hotter and hotter, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Suinjun is really a genius, far surpassing Niji Suzuki's genius, but it is precisely because of this that I have to use all my strength, because this is my youth. Just like Mr. Guy, I can chase after the genius Mr. Kakashi again and again, from chasing the back to keeping pace with the genius, and I will risk my life, burn everything, and see that back. Li Yi gritted his teeth, stood up, and made his confident starting gesture at the beginning. Is he laughing? The people on the second floor were a little surprised. They saw the smile on the corner of Xiao Li's mouth. Li, go, release your youth. Guy is very aware of the choice that the lover can make in this situation, and he is also very aware of the pain, but he did not stop it. Just as his father might die never said let him give up. Then, Wang Zhao ran 5,000 laps on the playground one day, and his father accompanied him all the time until his voice became hoarse and he lost his voice completely. Guy, did you really give that move to that child? Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and said seriously, you should be very aware of the pain of that move, Guy. Xiao Li, he doesn't have any talent. Guy looked at the thick-browed boy in the field, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes, and said, the first time I really got to know him was late at night, and he was training while crying. It was at that time that I really realized that there is no physical technique more suitable for Xiao Li than 8 inner gates. Don't underestimate that kid's determination and hard work, Kakashi. Guy slapped the railing and shouted at Xiao Li, go ahead, Li, now is the time to unrestrain yourself. After Guy's voice fell, there was also a terrifying chakra fluctuation in the field. 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, Shenman, Craftsman. A huge wave of air exploded around Xiao Li in an instant, and the blue chakra that escaped from his body automatically surrounded his body. It was hard to imagine that this was the aura that a genin could erupt. Of course, the price paid for this kind of strength that has completely exceeded the limit of the body itself is also extremely high. At least from Xian's perspective, he could clearly see Xiao Li's bloodshot face and his veined face. His body was twitching slightly due to the pain. 8 inner gates is really a gate, not a forbidden technique that a determined ninja cannot use at all. Among other things, just the tearing pain after opening the limit is enough to make a weak-willed person collapse, let alone said that he endured the pain and carried out a steady attack. Be careful, Suinjun, I rarely use this forbidden technique, Xiao Li said very quickly. Shua. There is really no shadow in this movement. This speed is much faster than the previous release of the restraint. Even what Xian can capture at this moment is a blurred afterimage. Bang 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 bang. Xian activated the Sharingan, and while the 3 hooks were spinning, he completely saw through Xiao Li's movements, and moved to dodge Xiao Li's attack. Can it be faster? Those thick eyebrows, these 2 people are pervert. Only 573 sides are left among the villains who participated in the assessment this time. To be honest, the 2 people who fought in the field may not be in the same realm as most of them. Even Gaara, who had been indifferent before, was moved. With Li's speed, even he was powerless to fight back. I'm afraid this is the first time Xian has moved after the fight. Kakashi watched more than genin, and couldn't help but admire. Guy, you have taught a good student. If you can't force a step back even after opening the 8 gates, that would be too desperate. Guy's eyes were serious. I'm afraid even I don't know how to encourage Li at that time. Based on normal strength, Li, you deserve to be the strongest among all the genins in this assessment. Xian didn't use any ninjutsu, and also used body skills to praise Xiao Li. Not enough, hurt the door, open. Li attacked crazily, as if he didn't care about the pain from his body at all, and even Suindo could hear the creaking sound of bones coming from his body during the fight. It was the sound that had reached the real limit. 5th gate, do gate, open. Xiao Li growled like a wounded beast. It was a strong pain. The muscles all over his body were torn one by one, and the bones creaked. Even this person who has been training himself to the limit, the resolute boy, K, is a little unbearable at the moment. But on the contrary, it was the supply that was still steady, enduring the severe pain, punching and kicking, without the slightest deformation of the attacking action. Li, you are a real genius. Xian laughed, Sanguya twirled crazily, and the body flicker technique was activated to the limit. A dull and heavy sound is emitted in every collision, as if the air is torn apart, making a cracking sound. The people watching the battle are extremely uncomfortable at the moment, because at this level, even Kakashi can't capture the action without turning on the Sharingan, let alone those genin. They can only see after images, and can only hear the thumping sound. The key is that the collision sound also seems to be delayed. When the eyes see the after images colliding, the sound is always a beat slower than the after images. This is because the attack of the two has completely exceeded the speed of sound, and the propagation of sound can no longer keep up with the movement and attack between them. Has it reached the limit? Xian has already seen the blood on Li's nose and the corners of his mouth. With his body that has not opened yet, opening the fifth gate is really too heavy a burden. After attacking for such a long time, even if it is the will if you can bear it, your body can't bear it. This is the last move, Suan-jun. Xiao Li seemed to understand that he had reached his limit, and he said while holding back the severe pain even if it is a crane tail, I want to create my own move. One move is all my youth. Accept the attack and face the sunset. Xiao Li roared with the last of his strength, and the attack speed seemed to rise to a higher level in an instant. How fast can it be? Xian was surprised. This attack speed would be extremely difficult even for him to activate the three-hook jade. No, it's not that it's faster, it's that the attack is more chaotic, without the slightest pattern, like an antelope hanging horns, attacking wildly. Xian couldn't help admiring. He suddenly heard Xiao Li's characteristic, drunken fist. This the final Xianzi balcony undoubtedly combines the characteristics of drunken master. Random and disorderly, unconstrained. The key is to be random but not chaotic. Every blow is as natural as it is. It is precisely because he can't see through the fists that he gives people the illusion that the attack seems to be a level faster. Xiao Li's speed is getting faster and faster, and his attacks are getting more and more chaotic. Xian has already begun to be unable to catch his movements. This is simply an unimaginable thing. Please watch me, Mr. Guy. A powerful and heavy punch directly hit Xian's chest. Boom! Xian was directly sent flying, hitting the wall on the first floor, setting off a huge shock wave, cracks like spiderweb spreading on the wall, and a large number of broken bricks falling down. I did it, Mr. Guy. Xiao Li maintained the posture of punching, but only the whites of his eyes remained. The moment he threw his last punch, he had already lost consciousness. You have surpassed those geniuses, Li. You are a ninja that I also admire. Xian stepped out of the dust, seemingly unharmed at all, even breathing as calmly as ever. Although he didn't take damage, although he could have turned on Mangekyo, turned on Susanoo, and even turned on to meet the hand kill without getting that punch. But this does not affect Xian's admiration for Xiao Li in the slightest. Xiao Li's crazy attack just now is already completely Jonin strength, and ordinary Jonin may not be able to withstand it. Just relying on physical skills, relying on years of hard work, relying on putting everything together, burning all of the forbearance and will, and using that almost crazy attack method, it doesn't matter what the punch is received, who cannot admire such a person. Keep working hard, Li, your youth is still long. Xian squatted down, put his hands on Li's body, a large amount of chakra with strong vitality poured into Li's body, repairing those torn muscles and broken bones. Medical class. After Xian's treatment, Xiao Li was handed over to the medical class. With his chakra delivery, there is basically nothing wrong with him, but some cultivation still needs to be continued. Thank you, Xian. Guy walked up to Xian, bowed vigorously, and left with the medical team. Then I'll go first. Xian let out a breath, greeted third generation casually, and left in an instant. Everyone, all disband. Anko shouted loudly. Some of the genin who watched the battle on the second floor left after guiding Jonin, while some stayed where they were thinking. There was still shock in their eyes. Maybe the battle between Li and Xian just now made them lose their innocence, and they knew the weight of ninja and forbearance. This is not simply the pressure that can be brought to them by questions like the first assessment, but the pressure brought by their own thinking. That is what is a ninja? What is ninja? Is their will qualified to bear their own ninja way? At this moment, the death forest outside the central tower. I knew you would definitely come, Suan-jun. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness, gold's vertical pupils, and a long tongue sweeping his lips slightly, resembling a lion majesty. You are really brave, Orochimaru, you dare to appear here. Do you really think that there is no one in Konoha? The scarlet three-god jade flashed in the dark. Xian said indifferently, if you want to die now, if so, I don't mind giving you a good time. Surprising eyes. Orochimaru stretched out his fingers subconsciously. Swish, the dazzling swordlight of ultimate flashed across, and a long bloodstain appeared on Orochimaru's face, dripping bright red blood. It's best not to challenge my patience, Orochimaru. Xian said calmly. The dark forest was instantly filled with murderous aura, and the poisonous insects and beasts sting without making a sound. Orochimaru didn't care, and looked quite confident. He licked the blood on his face with his long tongue, and said slowly, if you really want to kill me, Suan-jun, you have many opportunities, not now. Meet me in this deserted place. I'm very curious, Suan-jun, you have the strength to overwhelm the entire ninja world at such a young age, why do you still succumb to this small rotten leaf? Until all your actions from the assessment to the present, I finally some understand, you have long been dissatisfied with the narrow size of this village dash. It's like you seem to know everything about me, but you never thought of exposing or blocking me, and even silently contributed to the flames. Orochimaru Gold's vertical eyes stared at Xian Sherinan, and bewitched, join me together, Xian, you are different from those subordinates who were like chess pieces, you should be like me, a real chess player, instead of being buried in this decaying Konoha Ami. Suan-jun, the ninja world is very big, your eyes should not be limited to this small Konoha, this ninja world has splendor beyond your imagination. Orochimaru said enthusiastically, but to his surprise, Xian always had that kind of indifferent expression, without any emotion, which was different from any result he expected. Xian waited until Orochimaru had finished speaking, and then looked at Orochimaru with a mocking smile. Have you finished? Do you think you have seen everything? Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't speak, he hated this feeling, all his plans lost all effect in front of this mysterious boy, everything was no longer under his control. You who just joined Akatsuki, was almost killed by Uchiha Itaki, fled in embarrassment, and founded Otanin village, can you say that you have your eyes on the entire ninja world? Xian said sarcastically. You have been advocating your ambitions, creating sound ninja, teaming up with Sand Shinobi, attacking 4th Kaze Cage, planning everything, it seems that you want to plan the whole Konoha? But in my opinion, you are like a child. You don't have the slightest desire for power. What you want is the end of your ninjutsu. If you want to destroy Konoha, you can only get 3rd Hokage with your own hands. Kill this person you once admired, but look at his teacher who has been corrupting step by step, kill this teacher who does not recognize you. The pain of living corpse reincarnation continues, your body changes more and more frequently, your life continues, but where is your heart lost? You think you will become a wind that changes everything, but in fact you are just a lonely windmill, wanting to change everything, but not knowing that you are being changed. Xian looked at Orochimaru with an extremely ugly face, retracted the short sword behind his back, and said calmly, I will not hinder your plan in the slightest. I am happy to watch you solve 3rd generation with your own hands. He is old and is no longer that ninja. Instead of continuing to decay, it is better to just die in your hands like this. Well, here's your chance, don't let me down, Yinshua. Glancing at Orochimaru one last time, the disgusting smile that had been hanging on his face was gone, and there was only an extremely gloomy look on his face. Xian didn't speak anymore, just jumped onto the giant tree and left the death forest. Orochimaru should give it a good beating, or else something will happen. As for whether he will continue to implement the Konoha Honkai plan, Xian is not worried at all, he is Orochimaru, and he will not give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to show his strength in front of the teacher he once respected. The disciple who once broke up with the teacher seemed to use this method to prove that he was right. In the early morning of the next day, Xian had a rare good sleep. He put in a lot of effort in the Chunin assessment, and now he has a rare 1-month vacation, and he can finally relax. Hinata didn't come, whether it's Chunin's amazing strength in the assessment, or the gentle fist method he created to protect 8 trigram's 64 palms, it's enough for the Hayaga family to pay attention to it. In these 2 days, Hinata probably doesn't have time up. After all, Hayaga Hayashi is not a bad person, nor does he dislike Hinata as a daughter. It's just that her character is too rigid and strict, and as the patriarch of the main family, she naturally knows that her daughter should inherit the whole family, so she lost expectations for Hinata's soft and gentle temperament. He may also want to encourage Hinata to change her cowardly and inferior character, but I have to say that the entire Hokage is full of hypocritical people, except for Naruto, everyone else is hiding their true feelings, giving silently but can't express it. As a result, it became more and more strict and strict. Now under the influence of Xian, Hinata's personality has been greatly improved, and her strength is also extremely strong. I'm afraid yielding will also ease Hinata. After getting up and washing up, Xian didn't go directly to practice. He first went to Konoha Hospital to visit Xiao Li. Although he was still in a coma, his injuries were not serious, and he estimated that he would recover within half a month at most. On the contrary, Guy expressed his warm thanks again, guarding Xiao Li's bedside. To be honest, when Xian looked at Xiao Li and Guy, it was really hard to imagine that these two were not father and son, with watermelon hair, thick eyebrows, the same hot-blooded and funny personality, hard-working talent, and physical skills. Moreover, Xiao Li's father never appeared in the original book, so when I think about it, I feel a little terrified. Of course, this is a joke. The relationship between Guy and Li is no worse than father and son at this stage. I am afraid that in Guy's heart, he has completely regarded Xiao Li as his own child, and what Li cares most about is not being with him. The gap between geniuses, but Guy's recognition, what he wants to prove is that Guy's vision is not wrong. Well, everything is fine anyway. Xian walked out of the Konoha hospital lazily, slightly covering the bright sun that seemed to be too much above his head, and said meaningfully, after a few months, all this will change. Better. Isn't this Xian? A familiar voice came from behind. Xian raised his eyes and found that it was Kakashi and Naruto. The former still looked lazy, with drooping eyes, and Naruto next to him had a look of excess energy, although there were still a lot of small scars on his face. These two are people that Suanze Konoha has a crush on, not to mention Naruto. Although he looks like a D***K now, his hard work and growth cannot be ignored by anyone. As for Kakashi, that is a special feeling. Kakashi is also considered to have a lot of plots in the original book. It seems very irresponsible, but in fact he has been silently watching Naruto and the others. It is a pity that he has seen everything about his disciples, but unable to change. Moreover, Xian's first template was the 50-50 template, and he also started from the 50-50 template, and gradually gained his current strength. Are you here to visit Suzuki? Xian smiled and greeted 493. Ah, that guy Suzuki hasn't woken up yet, it's really shameful. Naruto snorted, but there was worry in his eyes. Their bond had become very deep unconsciously. What about you, Suan-jun? Kakashi asked. Come and visit Xiao Li. Xian nodded at the Konoha hospital behind him. Speaking of which, it seems that I forgot to visit the thick eyebrows. Naruto suddenly said. That's it. Goodbye. You have to work hard in the official selection competition in a month's time, Naruto. Xian waved his hand and said as he left. Of course, I will ask Mr. Kakashi to give me a special training. Naruto clenched his fists, looking very motivated. Hey, Naruto, please spare me. Kakashi sighed, I may not have time to give you special training. Teacher Kakashi, you are our leader Jonin, the other teachers have started special training. Don't worry, I've already found you a teacher who is very suitable for you. Kakashi held down Naruto who was jumping up and down, and said helplessly, It's Ebisu. Xian suddenly stopped, turned his head and said calmly, that guy is very good at teaching students. This month should be able to surprise Naruto's chakra control. Kakashi was a little surprised and said, Do you know him too? Xian. Well, that's right, but Ebisu can't teach Naruto. Xian stared into Kakashi's eyes and said meaningfully, You should understand Naruto's potential. Mr. Kakashi, what Ebisu can teach is just the basics. I'm very clear, but I think that kind of power is not something the current Naruto can grasp, it's still too early for him. Kakashi's face also became serious. He knew exactly what Chu Xian was talking about, but the power of Nine Tails was too erosive. He also saw Naruto explode that kind of power during the mission. Although it was very powerful, his spirit had been swallowed up, just like it's the same as Suzuki's curse seal. It seems that you still underestimate your teacher, Kakashi. Xian smiled, without further explanation, and said directly, Let Naruto follow me, and you don't need to look for Ebisu anymore. Really? Xian, do you want to take me for special training? Great. Although Naruto was confused by the previous conversation, he still looked forward to it happily when he heard Xian's words. That's a good way, if it's you should be able to help Naruto. Kakashi heaved a sigh of relief. He knows Chu Xian's strength, whether it's with style or Sharingan, they can easily suppress the power of the tailed beast. If he makes a move, Naruto's rampage will not be able to cause waves at all. No, it's a pity, I'm afraid of trouble. Xian's words suppressed Naruto's excitement, but I do know that there is a teacher who is very suitable for you, and if you calculate the time, he should have arrived in Konoha by now. Outer village ninja. Kakashi wondered. No, it's just a Konoha Yuzu who has been away from the village for many years. Xian tilted his head lazily and thought for a while, and said, although he looks very unreliable, he is still a very reliable person. In short, don't worry, there is no one who is more reliable than him, suitable to be Naruto's teacher. Come with me, Naruto. Xian yawned. Where are you going? Naruto said weakly. Although he had some expectations for the teacher that Xian said was suitable for him, Naruto was still a little frustrated that he could not practice with Xian. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to discover the secret of such a powerful Xian. Hot spring bath. Xian put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly forward. We are going to catch an old pervert who likes to peep. Huh? Naruto followed with a puzzled expression. Behind him, Kakashi looked at the love heaven in his hand, thoughtfully. Misty hot springs. Calm down, condense the chakra, let the chakra evenly distribute on the soles of the feet, and keep it from dispersing. Xian put a hot towel on his head, rested his elbows on the edge of the kimchi board, raised his face, and said calmly. Speaking of traveling through Hokage for such a long time, it was the first time he discovered that Konoha now has a lot of places to enjoy. In addition to the barbecue restaurant, Ichiraku ramen shop, dessert shop, this hot spring bath is also very comfortable. I still didn't know how to live before. Xian only felt comfortable and wanted to sleep. It will be quite comfortable to come here to soak in a hot spring after practicing. Speaking of which, it's time to buy a house. At that time, we will develop a technique for gushing out hot springs. No, it's not bad to go to Tangian village to build a hot spring. At that time, we can wait for Hinata to grow up. That's really a good life. Xian exclaimed. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto plopping in the hot spring. To say that Naruto's talent is not bad, after talking about the main points, he was able to stand roughly on the water soon, but he couldn't stand firmly, and soon chakra fell away. Wait, Naruto, come here. Xian suddenly wanted to hit something, and looked for Naruto who was practicing. Concentrate chakra, don't talk. Xian squatted down, looking at Naruto's belly. Oh. Naruto didn't ask too much, and formed a seal of infidelity, and began to condense chakra. Sure enough, I almost forgot that Orochimaru gave Naruto a 5-element seal. Xian looked at the black seal formula emerging from Naruto's belly, thinking silently. Although he doesn't know much about these things, in Hashirama's inheritance memory, he knows a lot about the art. After all, the Uzumaki clan has not been destroyed, and they have a good relationship with Konoha. Uzumaki Nito even married Hashirama. Double 4-sign seal, blended into the upgraded 8-sign seal. The 4-sign seal inside is designed to allow the 9 tails chakra to escape, and the 0.94-sign seal on the outside is used to transform the dissipated 9 tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. As expected of you, 4th generation. Xian praised, 4th generation's upgraded 8-sign seal can not only improve Naruto constitution from a young age, expand his chakra amount, but also transform a large number of 9 tails chakra at dangerous times, protecting Naruto. And in this process, Naruto himself is also gradually adapting to the extremely corrosive chakra characteristics of 9 tails, preparing for the future subjugation. That's why Xian said that Kakashi underestimated his teacher too much. 4th generation's talent is really great. It's really hard to imagine that such a sealing technique was released by 10 people in Minato who hadn't learned the seal for a long time. In contrast, Orochimaru's 5-element seal is too rough. Although rough, but the effect is very good. The even-numbered seals plus the odd-numbered seals blocked the effect of the 4th generation sealing technique from transforming chakra, resulting in a complete mix of Naruto's chakra and 9 tails chakra, which is why his chakra is so unstable. Even condensing the chakra is somewhat difficult. Of course, this is only a blocking effect, and Orochimaru does not have the ability to destroy the 4th generation sealing technique. What's wrong, Xian? Naruto stopped condensing chakra, and asked in doubt. As he stopped condensing chakra, the black seal on his stomach completely disappeared. No, nothing? Xian soaked in the hot spring again, waved his hands casually and said, I'm going to practice by myself, your teacher hasn't arrived yet. What, it's always mysterious, what a stinky fart. Naruto snorted, and continued to walk to the center of the hot spring to practice treading water. 10 minutes passed quickly. A soft sound came from the corner of the hot spring bathroom. Well, it's finally here, I'm almost falling asleep after waiting. Xian Yi pulled off the hot towel from his head, walked out of the hot spring, and got dressed. At this time, there was suddenly another person in the hot spring bathroom, a tall, white-haired middle-aged Uncle 26, who was lying on the edge of the bathroom, peeping through the gap, let out an inexplicable obscene laugh. Hey, Uncle. Xian Shun came to Jiraiya's side and patted him on the shoulder. Peeping women taking a bath will be regarded as pervert. Ahem. Jiraiya was also taken aback. After seeing that it was just a young man, she straightened her expression and said righteously, it's not peeping, Uncle is just collecting materials. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I am an uncle, a well-known best-selling novelist. Xian just looked at Jiraiya, and the book of Kissing Heaven in his hand, with eyes without emotion fluctuations, as if looking at a fool. So he still doesn't understand why Jiraiya looks like this. She is tall and handsome, has a very easygoing personality, and is also very strong. She is even more handsome when she is serious. Why does he always treat people with such a wretched image? To be honest, if he was a little more serious, even if he was a little funny, he would be able to get into Tsunade. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya's scalp felt numb from Xian's stare. She coughed a few times, then took back the little yellow book, and said calmly, so, that's all for today's material collection, I'll go first, see you by fate. Jiraiya waved his hand, and summoning produced a toad that was as tall as a man, and jumped out of the hot spring bath at an extremely fast speed. Naruto, practice slowly first, I'll go get your teacher back, Xian said to Naruto, and then disappeared in a puff of white smoke instantly. Ha! Is that lecherous old man just now the teacher of Xian Shuo? Naruto echoed the scene he saw just now, always feeling that Xian's words were extremely unreliable. Xian Shun followed behind Jiraiya, and Jiraiya was very fast, and arrived in the forest of Konoha Mountain in a short time. Boom! Jiraiya, who was moving ahead, instantly turned into a cloud of white mist, and in the woods next to Xian, an extremely fast whip-like object wound toward Xian. Well, brother, don't follow uncle all the time, because the human world is not something a child of your age can peek into. Jiraiya stood on a toad, and the long tongue of the toad was wrapped around Xian, tightly bound brush. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, she frowned and punched behind her with an elbow. Boom! There was a dull collision sound. Xian lightly hit Jiraiya immediately, and said with a smile, hey, do you Sunnins like to bully juniors so much? I've never heard of such a strong junior. Jiraiya chuckled and pulled back. At the same time, he glanced at the figure bound by Toad's tongue from the corner of his eye. Boom! A burst of white smoke emerged, and the figure disappeared. Shadow clone? It's really not easy, even I didn't notice the seal. Jiraiya secretly admired. So, first time meeting, please allow me to introduce myself, Master Jiraiya. You can call me Xian, the chief examiner of this Chunin assessment. Xian said with a smile while holding the tree with his right hand. Are you Hien? Jiraiya asked in surprise. Master Jiraiya, have you heard my name? Ah, your fame now is bigger than you imagined, Genin, the strongest genius in the history of Konoha. Jiraiya smiled, then looked at Xian Tut and said in amazement, I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect you. His strength is really incredible. How about it? Do you want to consider practicing with me, Xian? Jiraiya also thought of loving talent in her heart. In the fight just now, he even saw in this immature boy a more amazing material than Nagato and Minato. No need. Xian directly rejected Jiraiya's enthusiasm. With his current strength, the only thing Jiraiya can teach him is Sage Mode, but to be honest, Xian has a little disdain for Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode. He has the most perfect Sage Mode of Hashirama, and he only needs to wait for 5 stars to master. There is no need to learn Mount Mayaboku at all. What a ruthless boy. Jiraiya spoke with a bit of a playful tone, a little funny. He has a bold personality, but he doesn't care about Yuxuan's rejection. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. You know, there are very few opportunities for me to accept apprentices from Mount Mayaboku. Toad Sage Jiraiya. That's just right. Xian smiled and said, I really have an apprentice here for you. Ha! Jiraiya was puzzled. Uzumaki Naruto. Xian said lightly. Could it be? Jiraiya murmured with a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Well, as you can imagine, the child of the 4th generation in Uzumaki Kushina, the current 9 Tails Jinchuriki. I don't think you will refuse, Master Jiraiya 043, after all. You are the master of the 4th generation. The name Naruto, it is also the protagonist of your novel. Xian said meaningfully. Let me think about it again. Jiraiya was a little hesitant. His current goal was to pursue Orochimaru, and to find the son of prophecy of the ninja world, who would undoubtedly waste his emperor's time. Well, the decision is up to you, but I want to remind you that the village owes that child too much. He doesn't even know who his parents are, and he is treated as a demon fox. I think if Minato and Kushina knew, it might be heartbreaking. Okay, stop talking, the old man took it. Jiraiya helplessly interrupted Xian's words, and if she continued, she was pointing at her nose and scolding her for having no conscience. In fact, when he came back to the village, he planned to take a look at the plans of Minato's children. Then, Naruto will be handed over to you, as well as the 5 elements seal on him by Orochimaru. Xian said with a smile, and then disappeared in place in an instant, but there was a sentence left behind. Finally, aren't you looking for the son of prophecy? Try it on Naruto. Why, who are you? Jiraiya's pupils shrank instantly at this moment, and after a long silence, he sighed, well, it's time to meet the old man of 3rd generation. After so many years, this village has become a little strange to me. A month passed quickly. During this month, Xian also returned to the previous state, practicing crazily every day. There are more benefits for him to practice now. The main template can get experience equivalent to a star, and the associated subtemplates can also get the same amount of freely distributable experience, which is equivalent to 3 times the experience points. The subtemplate he brings with him when he is practicing now is the 4-star Lulu, which is the same level as the Shisui template. Now he is equivalent to using the Dailu template as an experience package. Templates provide experience. Unlike the Shisui template, to be honest, Xian will not disassemble the Shisui template until the time is really necessary. The Shisui template has been out of print. The Jujutsu ability and distinguished heavenly gods attached to the Shisui template are really precious abilities. The template for the hang-up has become a Suzuki template of SSS quality. The high quality of the Suzuki template means that you can get 12 experience points a day when you hang up. Besides, Xian is already preparing for the next fusion. If he does not have a better template for the second MOBA fusion after he is promoted to Chunin and the system is upgraded, then the master template is the best choice. To be honest, at that time, he may have the templates of Suzuki and Naruto in his hands, but after thinking about it, if he pursues the maximum combat power, he still chooses the template of Suzuki. Although the Naruto template is also very strong, but in a short period of time, the Naruto template and the Hashirama template have a lot of overlap, which is far inferior to the combination of the Hashirama template and the Suzuki template. Although they are not the same class, Xian is still quite curious. The Indra and Ashura templates are truly fused. Qualitative change. From the beginning of the plot to the present, he has merged with the main template and now it has been half past. In half a year, under the condition of hang up and practice in parallel, plus the combat experience gained in the middle, it adds up to 0 and 0. His free experience points have also been exhausted from the fusion of the main template, and now there are 2,000. It's about 1 o'clock. and now his main template is almost at the 5-star level. Open main template. Xian silently read. Character template, Xian quality, SS rating, 4 stars experience required for ascension to star, 6500/10,000 abilities, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Shuriken throwing, advanced sage body, 3 body technique, basic illusion, strange power, Muji healing, 5-fold Rashomon, illusion dark walk technique, wood style ninjutsu, Kuang Anru Kuang hangs hands. Birth of the Tree World, Birth of the Flower and Tree World, Wooden Dragon Technique, Wood Expulsion Jutsu, Laughing Buddha Jutsu, Vidra moves wood. Fusion Template, Senju Hashirama. Star Up Potential. As the star rating increases, the ability to fuse templates can be gradually unlocked. The next level is 5-star, the amount of chakra is greatly enhanced, the power of wood-style ninjutsu is enhanced, and the ability to unlock wooden golem jutsu / experience points reaches half to unlock sage mode / experience points reaches 80% to unlock true several thousand hands, top Huaheng. It's very close to 5 stars, Xian Pan calculated. After half a year of practice, his current strength has also made great progress. The main template experience points have increased by more than 1,000 points, from 5,100 to the current 6,500 points, plus 2,000 free experience points, and 4-star land and land. The over 1,000 experience points generated after decomposition are probably close to 5 stars, but he has no such plan, and there is no need to be promoted to 5 stars so early. His current strength, the main template plus the Shisui subtemplate, is not much worse than the general super shadow. In the next few years, this strength is completely sufficient. He also set aside free experience points to upgrade the system and integrate the main template. Immediately afterwards, Xian opened the subtemplate, and his current subtemplate lineup is also very luxurious. SSS Quality 1, 2-star Suzuki, Chidori. SS Quality templates have 2 2-star Kakashi, Minato class. S-Grade Quality 1-star Black Earth, 3-star Sarutobi Hiruzen, World War I, 4-star Dailu, hosted by the Temple of Fire, 4-star Uchiha Shanshui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, a bunch of A-level quality, 3-star No Longer Cut, Ghost Man, 3-star White, Namanakuni, 2-star Asuma, 2-star Red, 1-star Kasuk, 3-star Blue, 5 Shadow Talks. There are not many B-level ones, 1-star Kodzuki Izumo, Goko Tetsu, 2 10,000 years to watch the gate. The revolution is not yet successful, comrades still need to work hard. Xian looked at the template, all the subtemplates were disassembled, and he could probably get more than 10,000 free experience points. This is all the wealth he has accumulated in the past 6 years, but it is far from enough. He knows that in the 4th battle 4 or 5 years later, the final battle must be at least 6 stars to have a decisive battle. As for the little Sakura and Kakashi in the anime, that's negligible. If it's 6 paths Madara, can they be of any help? Song just sold them both in the final Kaguya role. In this kind of real world, Xian Kei is not so naive. The only thing he can do is to strive to ensure that he can have a 6 paths level of combat power before the 4th war comes. To upgrade from 5 to 6 stars requires 100,000 experience points, which makes Suundu a bit of a headache. According to his current speed of gaining experience, even if the secondary template and the main template are 5-star, 15 points of experience per day, and the hang-up template will gain experience according to the quality, up to 12 points per day. According to his current speed of gaining experience, about 5 years, more than 50,000 points of experience, about half of the experience from 6 stars. Of course, he can also kill characters to gain template decomposition experience, and battles can also gain experience, but he upgrades the system. Fusion templates also require experience. In this way, it's a bit mysterious to be able to rise to 4 stars in the 4th battle. Forget it, we can only take one step at a time. First promote to the Chunin upgrade system, maybe there will be a turnaround. Xian closed the template, thinking silently. However, the most important thing now is the Konoha Honkai plan. I should have harvested a large number of good Jiao Jiao experience points today. Xian looked at the slightly bright light outside the window, and picked up the short sword next to him. It's dawn, the 3rd test of the Chunin exam, and I'm starting to be scared today. Today is destined to be an uneasy day. Xian seems to have smelled the faint smell of blood, just like the bloody night 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Konoha cut off his own arm, and 5 years later, Sleepy Leaf will break his pillar. Of course, after the rotten old wood is broken, the people living in the house will always find a way to replace it with a new one, a new pillar, which will be stronger and stronger, and the house will become safer. Xian has been sitting cross-legged in the room, watching the sun rise completely in the sky. Let's go. Xian put the short sword on his back, put on the leggings, and tied the forehead protector around his neck. Although Xian approved Orochimaru's Konoha Honkai plan, but what was approved was to kill the 3rd generation. How could it be possible to destroy Konoha? Today, Konoha is extremely lively. This month's time, famous princes, daimyos, distinguished families, and prominent figures from various countries have come to Konoha one after another, just to watch this Chunin assessment. To be honest, the first 2 sessions of the Chunin assessment were prepared for this assessment. The purely open-air, large-scale assessment venue is enough to accommodate thousands of spectators. Even the patriarchs of some big families in the village will come to watch this assessment. As the chief examiner of this assessment, Xian came to the assessment venue early. To be honest, most of the people present didn't know Xian. After all, his strength was shown in the 2 closed assessments before the Chunin examination. Except for some Konoha shinobi present, few people from other villages know about him. Seeing him come to the venue at this moment, he was just regarded as a common ninja participating in the assessment. Xian stood in the center of the venue with his eyes closed and meditated, and it took about 10 minutes. The personnel of this assessment also entered the assessment site one after another. Naruto, Neji, Lee, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Sakura, and finally Hinata. Haven't seen each other for a month. To be honest, Hyan especially misses Hinata. Seeing the girl, he couldn't help but go up and perform head-touching kill. Suanjun 303, there are a lot of people. Hinata blushed, even though she was much stronger, her personality was also more confident, but this shy personality may not be able to improve until she grows up. Don't worry, they are all strangers, people from other villages, they won't pay attention to us. Xian smiled and distributed dog food to several candidates around. However, what he didn't know was that his intimate behavior with Hinata had already attracted 2 eyes from the audience. Father, what is the relationship between my sister and that person? Hayaga Hanabi asked in surprise. Originally, her elder sister's amazing changes in the past month, which made her father full of praise, surprised her enough. She didn't expect that a timid and shy older sister would be so fast. Is this about falling in love? Hayaga Hayashi didn't speak, and looked down at Jen with a frown. He has known the relationship between Hinata and Xian for a long time. After all, it has been 6 years. Hayashi is not the kind who allows his daughter to fend for herself. The ninja who secretly protects Hinata has told him all these things. To be honest, he won't interfere too much with Hinata's affairs. He has long seen that this daughter's personality is not suitable for carrying the fate of the clan, so Hayashi will not say anything if he can find a ninja he likes to spend his life with. It's just that Xian is too mysterious, so mysterious that even Hayaga, who is now the largest family in Konoha, doesn't have much information. What he has is only the resume of the chief student of ninja school, and then he rises like a comet. Talent, strength, and intelligence are all Konoha's strongest peers in history, and even the strength on the surface, even he dare not say that he can win. And at this moment, Hayaga Hayashi suddenly saw that the boy in the examination room suddenly turned his head and smiled at him gently. This is really an amazing boy. Hayashi was slightly absent-minded for a moment, and said with emotion, "The time is up, then the second assessment begins." After a moment of tenderness with Hinata, the time for the 3rd assessment has come. Xian took out the list and announced, "But, Jen, Suzuki hasn't come yet." Naruto shouted hastily, "There's no need to wait. The 1st assessment will start. His assessment will be in the 2nd. We'll talk about it then." Xian waved his hand and said, "Now, except for Uzumaki Naruto and Hayaga Neji, who are the first testers, all the others are practicing in the Humane Lounge. Later, you will have a big battle." Xian smiled and said meaningfully. Konoha's other genin thought it was a short-term assessment. Only San Shinobi's Temari and Kankuro had a slight emotional fluctuation, and they couldn't bear to look at Xian. Maybe they thought it was a normal Chunin assessment before, but Jonin Beki, the team leader, had already told them the plan and released the Super A-level mission, Konoha Honkai, so it is inevitable that they are a little nervous now. It was also when the candidates all left, the assessment venue, that the audience found the difference. The 2 ninjas held opposing marks, and the boy who came first was now standing as the examiner. "Hey, is it true or not, Konoha sent a kid to preside over the assessment? Such a young child seems to be the same age as Genin who took the test. Is it really okay to let him be the tester?" In the auditorium, Hayaga Hanabi also looked at the young man in the audience with doubts, and asked, "Father, why did the village send a genin to be an examiner?" "Ah, because that kid is a true genius." Hayaga Hayashi took a deep look at Hyon and replied, "A true genius emerges in every era, and their talents far exceed all their peers." Hayaga Hayashi wasn't exaggerating, to be honest, just the information about Gen's part on his desk was enough to shock him. Hokage has no shortage of geniuses in history. Take Sakumo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Shisui, Itaki. But the above, at the same age, did not show such a terrifying capacity at all. "It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era." Hayashi didn't say this sentence. If he hadn't been born in this peaceful age, I'm afraid this boy would have already become famous in the ninja world at this time. Hanabi's eyes exuded splendor. Looking at the black-haired boy below, he was a little lazy, and didn't seem to have much peculiarity, but his father's evaluation, and his identity as a genin, was the position of an examiner, which can already be shown out of its measure. I didn't care about the commotion in the auditorium. To be honest, most of them are common people. To be honest, his strength is really that of a common, not even as good as genin. Then, the battle begins. Xian looked at Naruto and Neji in front of him and said, "The collision between the tail of the crane and the chief student of the previous term, the well-known genius of the Hyuga family, this battle will shock many people's attention. Come on, for a crane like you, 3 minutes is enough." Neji pointed his finger at Naruto, with a look of contempt. "Crane tail, you have to try to resist, this is your fate." Well, the hatred is still so big, and the caged bird of Hyuga's family is also very harmful. Xian glanced at the proud Neji. Among the current 12 Xiaoqiang, there are really many problem children. However, this battle can be regarded as the first step for Naruto to show his true power, and it is also the turning point for Neji to completely let go of the hatred in his heart. Look at the trick. Sure enough, Naruto was a little annoyed by the stimulation, and rushed towards Neji directly. It's still a familiar taste, so reckless, without any rules. In the examination site, the first test, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. The battle between the tail of the crane and the genius ninja of the Hyuga family seems to be a battle without any suspense. Even Xian, if he didn't know the plot, would definitely think that Neji won, because Naruto is now being pinned to the ground and beaten violently. Xian couldn't bear to watch it. You want a ninja who has nothing to do, and you are playing close combat with the Hyuga family's fighting style? Isn't that looking for a fight? Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto used his signature skills to create more than a dozen clones. In fact, Naruto's current strength is really not as strong as at the beginning of the plot. At that time, the avatars separated by Mizuki's beatings, at least Neji is definitely not enough for this assessment. A mere crane tail can do such advanced ninjutsu, but it's still useless. Your strength is too weak, and you only have one real body. Neji snorted coldly, very disdainful. After all, they are Gai's subordinates. Even if they don't use the gentle fist method, just relying on physical skills, Naruto can't compare, let alone a clone. In fact, Shadow Clone is relatively restrained from rolling eyes. Sharingan can see through Shadow Clone, but rolling eyes cannot, because the rolling eyes see the flow of chakra, and Shadow Clone distributes chakra equally, and each clone is an entity. But as Neji said, Naruto's basic strength is still too weak. Even if the clone is one to many, it is not Neji's opponent at all, not to mention the clone's extremely low injury resistance. Bang bang bang. Just a random punch, a seemingly easy attack, Naruto's Shadow Clone dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Revolving heaven. Neji made the last spin, and a large number of chakra escaped, forming a light blue hemisphere. The powerful power turned all the large number of clones close to him into white mist, and even Naruto was knocked out, and even appeared on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 1 meter. The end of the crane tail. Neji approached directly, the veins around the eyes were exposed, and a lot of chakra with light blue condensed on his hands, making a gesture. Gentle fist method, 8 trigrams 2 palms. Neji directly jumped over Naruto's protection, and hit Naruto with a speed of several pieces. 4 palms. 2 more strokes, sealing Naruto's acupuncture points. 8 palms. Neji's attack speed became faster and faster, and Naruto's resistance became slower and harder. Gentle fist is to drive one's own chakra into the body of others to block the flow of chakra. Of course, the powerful penetrating palm force will also cause great damage to internal organs. A strong enough Hyuga family ninja can directly destroy the internal organs of the enemy with 1 palm. 16 palms. 32 palms already had some female audiences who couldn't bear to watch it. Naruto was completely reduced to a human sandbag, and blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. 8 trigrams, into 4 palms. Neji's hand has already turned into an afterimage, and he can practice the gentle fist method to the level of 64 palms at this age. He is already a well-deserved genius. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto was directly knocked out, coughing dryly on the ground. It was gentle fist's damage to the internal organs. If it weren't for Naruto's constitution being too good, he would have been sent to the medical class in a coma by now after receiving 64 slaps. Since the beginning, I have been talking about fate. What about the tail of the crane? What about genius? I said that if I want to defeat you, I will defeat you here, and I will do what I say. This is my ninja way. Naruto stood up with trembling body and smiled. Anyone can say nice words, free people will not experience the despair of a caged bird. Neji said disdainfully, now that your acupoints are sealed and you can't gather chakra, after all, you are only a good talker trash, then give it a try. Naruto yelled, forming the mudra of condensed chakra with both hands. It's the same as the original book. Jiraiya is still stable and knows what is most suitable for Naruto. Xian smiled faintly. Sure enough, Jiraiya didn't teach Naruto any fighting skills or taijutsu, but just taught him how to master 9 tails chakra. This is the so-called teaching students according to their aptitude. Naruto is not a flashy fighting style, but 9 tails is on him, which is the biggest treasure trove. Looking at the return of Naruto Heiei, taijutsu and ninjutsu have not been enhanced much. For a few years, Jiraiya has been laying the foundation for him. The huge amount of chakra and strong physical fitness are also the key to Naruto's rapid growth in the later stage where, this is? Hyuga Neji rolled his eyes, watching Naruto's chakra grow from nothing in disbelief. Red's chakra broke through the chakra blockade he punched in an instant. Even chakra is so much that it has surrounded the body. Have you already mastered the chakra of 9 tails? You have also grown up, Naruto. Third Hokage on the top looked at the red chakra surrounded by Naruto with some surprise, and said with relief, "Is this the power of 9 tails?" Orochimaru, who was disguised as 4th Kazekage, looked at Naruto, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Come on, Neji. With all the red chakra retracted, Naruto directly attacked Neji. But this time it was not like the beginning. Naruto, who was blessed with 9 tails chakra, had a great improvement in both speed and strength. Even Neji couldn't get rid of him as easily as before. Boom! After a brief physical battle, it turned out to be a close match, which was something no one expected. The tail of the crane. Neji's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to support him for such a long time. Since you are a crane tail, you should follow the fate of defeat. Hey! Naruto suddenly looked at Hyuga Neji and said, I don't know the resentful fate of the Hyuga family you mentioned. Since you said that you can't resist, then let him go. Wait until I become a Hokage, it will help you change the fate of the Hyuga family. With each sentence spoken, the red chakra on Naruto's body became more and more intense. In the end, the richness was not far from the level of the tailed beast suit. Boom! Naruto charged directly at Hyuga Neji. Even common people can see the power of this time. Naruto's speed is turned into a red afterimage, and the ground stepped on by his feet is directly shattered piece by piece. Revolving heaven. Neji could barely turn on revolving heaven. Boom! The collision between Blue's chakra and Red's chakra reached its peak at this moment. The shockwave shook up a large amount of dust, and the two figures flew out of the smoke, hitting a big crater on the ground. It's over. Xian was a little surprised. It was different from the original. This time Naruto still retains the last trace of physical strength, while Neji has exhausted chakra in the collision just now. The first test is over, and Uzumaki Naruto wins. Don't talk about fate with a sad face, fate or something, because you are different from me, you are not a crane tail. Naruto reluctantly walked in front of Neji, and said calmly. These words were quite different from his usual funny personality, and Neji also froze in place. Maybe he heard the heavy burden contained in Naruto's voice. Xian has always felt that Naruto's slander is because he has such a heavy experience, so he can better understand the tragic feeling. In other words, you are not as miserable as I am. You see, I am still working hard, I have not given up, I have not fallen into darkness. How can you do this? Everyone is giving up before falling into the darkness. Maybe it is Naruto. It used to be like this, full of enthusiasm, hope, and then swallowed by the darkness, so when they are awakened, they will really pay attention to Naruto. In front of this boy with a miserable childhood, he saw the original self, the self who chased his dreams and refused to admit defeat. In fact, when Hokage is teasing Naruto's cunning, he should go and see those villains who are persuaded by his cunning. Neji, Gaara, Nagato, Obito, 2 pillars. One is bound by fate and becomes a caged bird. One yearns for love but is cut off from all love by his father. One pursues peace in the ninja world, and becomes extreme after killing his friend with his own hands. One aims at Hokage. A kind boy, seeing the girl who gave all his love died at the hands of his best friend. A gentle child lived in a wrong time. His father, brother, clan, and the village were playing games in the darkness that he didn't know. In the end, it only belonged to the bloody night. It wasn't Naruto who convinced them, but they saw themselves at the last moment and recovered their original heart. Neji is the first, but will not be the last. Naruto's growth is connected by countless fetters. Each of these fetters was woven by himself one by one. In fact, the scene that Hokage touched Xian the most in the later period was at the very end. Naruto's Raiznan, a pair of invisible hands that transmitted Mingming's power. Hokage is a very magical world. There is no absolute boundary between life and death. The soul returns to the Pure Land, but it silently guards the world. Well, in short, as Naruto said, there is no unchangeable fate in this world. Xian looked at Neji lying on the ground and said, it's like Naruto, the tail of the crane, defeated you, the genius of the Hyuga family. Are you humiliating me? Xian, Neji said indifferently. The last thing he wanted was to show such an embarrassed look in front of Xian, because 6 years ago, he had been cultivating crazily, and what he was chasing after was the unfathomable strength in front of him. Teenager. No, it's not a humiliation. Xian looked up at the sky, paused, and then slowly said, I've heard about what happened back then, and in my opinion, your father's death was the doctor who acted on behalf of the old man and the senior officials of Ganzi. Job. And caged bird is also an ugly ceremony. Its own people don't even trust their own people, and they rely on compulsive spells to protect them. They don't have the power of a big family. It's just some old man's rotten ideas. Because of this, I feel that this village should be cleaned. It needs a big fire to completely remove all the rotten trees, so that new shoots can grow vigorously. Xian said softly. In the words Neji was shocked by the boldness contained in it. Well, I said a lot as soon as I felt emotional. Maybe it's all beautiful words in your opinion. Go ahead, the next thing will completely untie your knot. Xian stretched out his hand to Niji and said with a smile. Niji was still in a state of absence, subconsciously stretched out his hand, and was pulled up by Xian. Looking at Xian and Naruto in the distance, he inexplicably felt that the resentment in his heart seemed to be much lighter. This world is not as bad as he thought, the tail of the crane is not waste, they also work very hard, real geniuses are not so arrogant, their courage is much bigger than you can imagine. Fate is not irresistible, because my appearance means that the trajectory of fate has deviated. Xian looked at Niji's back, smiled and murmured. He glanced at the auditorium out of the corner of his eye, and when Niji left, Hyaga Hayashi also left. Niji will accept the inheritance left by his father in the lounge, and Hayashi's kneeling is enough for Niji to let go of all the resentment and hatred in his heart. Therefore, there are no real villains in Hokage, and no one knows what stories are hidden behind them. Of course, except for Danzo, the sky is so black that it is disgusting, and it is unacceptable to whitewash it later. The assessment will continue, and Naruto and Niji have made a good start. Although it is a battle between ninjas from the same village, it is still passionate and shows the powerful strength of Konoha Genin. Assessment will continue. Second battle, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara. Xian looked at the list and said, Shua. A stream of sand condensed in the middle of the field in an instant, and then formed a figure. It was Gaara. Gaara should be a relatively comprehensive Chunin technique for this year's candidates, including Sand Instant Body, Sand Clone, and Sand Shinobi skills for various defensive attacks. If there is a chance, I will kill you. Gaara looked at Xian Lang and said coldly, the eyes full of dark circles were full of murderous intent. Well, that kind of thing is up to you. Xian waved his hand, perfunctory. At this time, Gaara is just a child who lacks love. Zhong-Er has an attack and wants to destroy the world. Xian is clumsy and can only rely on Naruto. Desperate, just go straight to Naruto, he can always break the bend, not break back to the right way. Has Uchiha Sasuke arrived yet? Xian looked at the venue and shouted weakly. This was just going through the motions. Anyway, he knew that Zuzu would definitely come to the venue at the most important juncture in the most pretend way. Then, the limited time for the second round has come, Xian said lightly. Then as expected, a whirlwind rolled up directly in the center of the assessment site, gathering countless leaves. Then, the leaves scattered, Sasuke and Kakashi, who changed their clothes and hairstyle by the way, leaned side by side and appeared at the assessment site. Hey, Kakashi, just keep a low profile when you're on the stage, and make a good appearance for me when you come out, be careful that I'll blow you away. Xian lowered his eyes and looked at Kakashi and Sasuke with a displeased face, and the scene was full of leaves. Sorry, 0.4 sorry, I came in a bit of a hurry. Kakashi rubbed his head and apologized with a smile. Really, is your lateness contagious? Xian asked angrily. Sasuke, won't you be disqualified? Hearing this, Kakashi asked helplessly, it would be too embarrassing if he was too late to hurry. No, it's okay, I finally stepped in and came in, and I'm not late. Xian waved his hand, the irrelevant people are leaving, and the assessment is about to begin. Kakashi also had no choice but to leave the field in an instant, and now only Sasuke, Gaara and Xian are left on the field. Xian, after this assessment is over, I will challenge you. Before the battle started, Sasuke turned his head and said coldly, Okay, why don't you two go to bed together when the time comes, really, are all the brats so unruly now? Xian plucked his ears and said helplessly. The assessment site, which accommodated thousands of people, also became lively at this moment. After all, this assessment is where Uchiha's orphan resides. The name of the Uchiha clan, after Sengoku, World War I, World War II, and World War III, the reputation in the ninja world has reached a peak. There are many sayings, among which the most popular, one is not to look into Uchiha's eyes when fighting Uchiha, and the second is never to fight one-on-one with Uchiha's people on the battlefield. However, no one expected that the famous Uchiha would receive the news of extermination shortly after the Third World War, which almost shocked the entire ninja world. Excluding the S-class Itachi who defected abroad, I am afraid that the only Uchiha person they can see is the current Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, the fact that Xian has Uchiha blood is only a small part in Konoha people know it. The battle of Uchiha's orphan has already brought the anticipation of this battle to a certain level. After all, Sharingan has always been the top blood successor in the ninja world, and the fighting power of Uchiha people is also recognized by the ninja world. Then the battle begins, Xian announced. Shua. In almost an instant, Sasuke had disappeared in place, and punched Gaara out in a way that no one had thought of. What's up with Uchiha's boy? The speed is too fast, and the eyes have no reaction at all. The heat in the auditorium reached a boiling point in an instant, and there were discussions about Sasuke everywhere. This speed is not inferior to Xiao Li's speed after he is freed from the shackles. He is indeed one of the two sons of destiny in the ninja world. Xian took a serious look at the second pillar that made the same movement as Xiao Li after knocking Gaara into the air. Many people say that Urju's talent is not high, but he can't stand up to others. The 1 month time left for the candidates for the third ninja assessment is said to allow them to practice and improve their strength. In the final analysis, it is used to collect information and adjust their status. In 1 month, even a genius can improve a lot. But how much has Urju's improved? A month ago, when he opened Sharingan, his body still couldn't respond to Xiao Li's weight-bearing speed. In just 1 month, he was actually able to directly reach the speed of getting rid of Xiao Li, who was burdened. This is really beyond what talent can explain. Fortunately, Naruto said that he has mastered a very small part of Nine Tails chakra in a month, and occasionally bursting out can exert a powerful power. Urju's really didn't even open the spell seal. Although Kakashi said that he had a special speed training for Urju's for a month, but you must know that Xiao Li practiced day and night, and it took several years to get to this point. His speed made him almost stand at the top of Konoha 12 little powers. If this kind of speed can be trained in a month, then it won't be regarded as a trump card by Xiao Li and Guy. So, from the beginning to the end, Hokage is like, hard work may be able to beat geniuses, but hard work can't beat open players. Bang 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 bang. As if copying the battle of Xiao Li in the original book, Sasuke also turned into an afterimage, constantly flickering around Gaara, whether the sand that broke through Gaara was on Gaara's body. Even speaking, Sasuke's movements are more concise, quicker and more flexible than Li's. After all, he has turned on Sharingan, and his reaction ability must be much stronger than Xiao Li's. This is a high-energy, non-P************G battle. It is more gorgeous than the previous pure body art of Naruto and Neji, and it is even higher. The audience's eyes are almost on Gaara and Sasuke. Don't think about it. Miss a little. But at this moment, Xian, who is an examiner, has long since left the field. No matter how talented, it is just a child fighting after all. The real big battle will happen in a while. Then, Orochimaru, it's time for you to act. Xian looked at the high platform, and looked at 4th Kazekage in the field with 3rd Hokage. TCH, have you been discovered again? Orochimaru noticed Xian's gaze again, but he was not so surprised at the moment. He has discovered it, even if he pretends to be very similar every time, and even the more experienced 3rd Hokage has not discovered it, but he will be discovered by Xian, a mysterious young man, as if all the hidden things cannot escape those eyes, all darkness there is nowhere to hide. In fact, if Heian hadn't been familiar with the plot, he wouldn't have discovered Orochimaru's disguise. Because of the camouflage Orochimaru used, chakra wasn't used at all. If it is a transformation technique, the seasoned 3rd generation can definitely see through it directly, but he uses an extremely cruel ninjutsu, the technique of erasing face, melting away other people's faces and taking them away, and pasting them on his own face to disguise his face. This is Orochimaru's best cold-blooded makeup technique. The battle on the field has reached the most critical moment at this moment. Dazzling lightning condensed in Sasuke's hand, making a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. This is Kakashi's ninjutsu that showed his genius in the early days. It is the advanced lightning-style ninjutsu he created when he was a teenager. One trick is most suitable for Uchiha's people, because Uchiha Sharingan can make up for the fact that Chidori's impact speed is too fast to see the enemy's movements clearly. In fact, Kakashi, Chidori, is definitely not that simple. Penetrating power is second. Activate the body, increase attack and speed, this is the real power. If you continue to study, maybe you can develop a secret technique like Cloud Shinobi lightning style ninjutsu of this level of armor. Of course, if there is no if, Kakashi's genius has fallen, and now Sasuke has inherited his ninjutsu. Under Chidori's activation, Sasuke's whole body is faster than before, as if turning into a bolt of lightning, condensing towards the sand of Gaara. The huge sand ball rushed forward defensively. The thunder and lightning emitted by Chidori directly plowed the ground along the road into deep ravines, and the sound was extremely terrifying. Stabbed. It didn't sound like sand being thrown into the sand, but rather like the sound of cloth being torn. Sasuke held Chidori's arm completely, and went deep into the sandball. After a while, some crazy and chaotic voices came from the sandball. Blood, this is my own blood, 910 mother, what's going on? Jiluluo's protection, his father's strictness to him, the village's rejection, Yashamaru's death, and sleepless nights. Let Gaara's spirit collapse to the extreme all the time, and there is only one incentive to completely explode. There is no doubt that Sasuke's attack damage is the cause of this rampage. Damn it, Gaara is injured, he's going to run away completely. Kankuro looked at the chaotic voice from below, as if he saw a bloody hell, and said with cold sweat on his face, "What should I do?" Going berserk in this situation, who knows that Gaara will be injured here, this is the first time. Temari panicked. No, with that man here, he can suppress Gaara, so nothing serious should happen. Kankuro looked at Xian, whose face remained unchanged, and said as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. After all, to be honest, this is not the first time Gaara has been injured. The first time he was injured should have been in the Death Forest. It was also the time that they saw the truly unfathomable strength of that young man. It seemed that the young man was just a trivial matter in front of him, and he was easily suppressed. But they are destined to be disappointed. Xian has no intention of suppressing Gaara's rampage. It's time to do it, Orochimaru. What no one noticed was that there was a scarlet light in Xian's eyes, and the Sanguya slowly rotated. While all eyes were still on Sasuke and Gaara, a weak chakra wave came from the audience stand at the end of the assessment venue. A large number of shimmering white feathers appeared in the sky without knowing it. What's this? How could such a feather appear in front of my eyes? Some viewers only had time to murmur, and then their eyes were completely shrouded in white light, and then fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi, what is this? Guy looked at the feathers around him and found something was wrong. Well, it's an illusion, Kakashi said with a serious face, and then quickly closed his seal solution. In the middle of the venue, Gaara completely ran away and rushed out of the venue at this moment, and Sasuke also rushed out. Xian ignored the two of them, but looked at the white feathers fluttering in the air with great interest. Interesting, this is the Nirvana abode technique. It has a wide range, but unfortunately, it doesn't have the slightest effect on ninjas with high resistance to illusion. Xian saw through the principle of this illusion at a glance, and pointed out the shortcomings. Of course, having said that, the effect of this illusion is still very good. Except for the more rare sound illusion, there are very few illusions that can have a wider range than this. And as far as the effect of eliminating cannon fodder is concerned, it is enough. At least the average genin, even a chinin with no knowledge of illusion resistance, would fall asleep under this trick. I accept this illusion without politeness. In Xian's Sharinan, Sanguya turned slightly, and analyzed the essence of this illusion. Of course, you still have to take risks when using illusion in front of me. Illusion bounces back. Xian smiled and said lightly. At the end of the auditorium at the venue, a few ninjas who were still in the seal state suddenly found that White's feather appeared in front of them. How could it be? He spit out such a sentence weakly, and several ninjas wearing masks disguised as Konoha Umbu fell into a deep sleep in an instant. At this time, their Konoha was almost finished, and most of the people in the venue had already passed out. Boom. At the same time as the white feather fell, on the high platform, the positions of 3rd Hokage and 4th Kazekage. Suddenly there was the sound of smoke bombs exploding, a large amount of thick smoke appeared on the high platform, and then Gao Gao's anger condensed in the high altitude of the assessment venue, which was clearly visible. After the smoke rose, it's a signal. Outside Konoha village, in the dense forest, there are quite a few ninjas with the Sound Ninja logo on their heads, dressed like masks, fully armed, and rushed towards Konoha not far away in an organized manner. On the other side, beyond Konoha's high wall barrier, more than a dozen Hanyan ninjas wearing Sand Shinobi forward protectors sit cross-legged on a huge 6-pointed star array emitting light, each with a mouth a scroll. It's time, let's start. A Sand Shinobi ninja wearing a white face mask waved his hand and shouted loudly. The dozen or so ninjas sitting cross-legged on the 6-pointed star immediately encouraged Chakra with all their strength, then took out the scroll he was biting in his mouth, and placed the scroll on the joint hill of the 6-pointed star array with a strange posture. What happened? A strong sense of ground motion came, and even the Konoha shinobi guards on the high wall in the distance noticed something was wrong. They looked along the shock, and what they saw was a scene that made them feel terrified. A 3-headed serpent with a height of tens of meters and a length of nearly 100 meters, with a 3-headed jade on its head, moved towards here, and directly smashed through the thick protective city wall on the edge of Konoha. Hold, don't let them come in. There were Konoha shinobi who organized the fight. But I have to say that the gap is really too big. Originally, the enemy is in the dark, and Konoha's protection here is at most a group of special Jonin and Shinin ninjas. Whether it is detonating talismans or some low-level fire style, it is very important for this one. Big snakes are useless. On the contrary, this big 3-headed snake can cause great damage by wagging its tail gently and biting it. This big snake alone is no worse than a cage level, a huge snake that was created by more than a dozen Sand Shinobi ninjas with chakra and summoning, and contains a lot of magic chakra in the body. Except Tailed Beast Bomb, its destructive power is no less than that of ordinary tailed beasts. Successfully entered. Following such a big snake, Sand Shinobi wearing a white mask stood on the wall of Konoha, a little disdainful, and behind him was the Emperor's Sand Shinobi who couldn't bear to watch. And along the gap, a large number of Sound ninjas rushed into Konoha with full armor. A large number of Konoha shinobi appeared and began to fight back, and some ninjas began to evacuate the crowd to the shelter. But no matter how you look at it, it's a little strange that Umbu in normal times has disappeared so much at this moment. The strength of the village is unprecedentedly empty, and the strength of the resisting ninjas is also average. In addition to the 3-headed snake, Konoha is actually in his own. The village fell into a disadvantage in an instant. I don't know if seeing this scene, those high-level officials who used to plot and the villagers who used to squeeze Uchiha will have a little nostalgia for Uchiha who guarded Konoha back then. At this moment, Xian could vaguely feel the vibration of the Emperor's chakra coming from the village. However, the situation here is not very good. A large number of music ninjas appeared in the assessment venue, and they were previously disguised as spectators. It must be said that Orochimaru really picked a good opportunity. Chunin assessment, Konoha is the most difficult moment of defense. On weekdays, there is always a barrier outside Konoha, and any stranger who steps in will immediately attract Umbu's attention. But in the third round of the Chunin assessment, all the barriers were removed, a large number of foreign spectators poured in, and Orochimaru's troops also taking the opportunity to mix in. But at this moment, on the high platform, the smoke had cleared, and to everyone's surprise, 4th Kazekage was holding 3rd Hokage hostage. Master Hokage. Seeing the scene, Guy was a little afraid to say, why did the Sand Shinobi of the Alliance betray Konoha? Because that is no longer the 4th Kazekage. Xian's figure suddenly appeared beside Guy, the short blade in his hand was red. The 5 or 6 sound ninjas that Guy and Kaxi had faced earlier fell to the ground in an instant, forming a long knife mark on their bodies, burning with flames. How is it possible? Guy couldn't believe Shuei. However, the next moment, on the high platform, that 4th Kazekage had already thrown away his bamboo hat, and tore off a layer of skin from his face, revealing a cold face with the logo Jiantong. Orochimaru. Kakashi squeezed the kunao in his hand instantly, shocked. Master Hokage. Guy shouted suddenly, because he saw above the high platform Orochimaru stabbed the kunao in his hand forcefully. It's really careless, Orochimaru. Xian didn't care. If 3rd generation was really so easy to kill, Orochimaru wouldn't have planned so much. Puffed, the sound of a sharp knife piercing into flesh sounded. But it's not on 3rd generation's neck, but on the big snake's hand. Sure enough, he is indeed a doctor of ninjutsu, and his attainments in illusion are also very high. Xian looked away. Turning his eyes away from the high platform, it is of course impossible for Xian to save 3rd generation, although what he wants to do is very simple, but this is the purpose of him asking Orochimaru to execute Konoha Honkai. Don't worry about the old man 3rd generation, he is Hokage anyway, and he is not so easy to defeat. Xian said lightly, then thought for a moment, and gave an order. So, Kakashi, Guy, I'm giving you an A-level mission now. Guy was a little confused and wanted to say something, because in terms of level, although Xian's strength may be stronger, he is only a genin, and it should be them, the Jonin teachers, who issue the task now. But before he could speak, Kakashi had already grabbed Guy and asked, I don't know what this A-level task is for us. It's very simple. Xian smiled and said, mission code, protect Konoha, A-level. Kakashi and Guy, both of you bring some people with you. Guy goes to the restroom, untie all the genin that is under the illusion, and then go to protect the evacuated crowd. Kakashi, you lead little Sakura and the others, wake up Naruto, and chase Sasuke and Gaara. What about here? Guy asked. Leave it to me here. Xian smiled, waved his hand and said casually. Hey, what a fool, there are at least 60 or 70 enemy ninjas here, it's too much for you alone, I'll stay and help you, let Kakashi lead the team to carry out the mission. Let's go, Guy, just leave it to Xian directly, you don't know 970's real strength. Kakashi pulled Guy and said, sorry, none of you can leave here today. A sharp wind blade flashed past the ear, and a ninja wrapped in a face scarf and carrying a Sand Shinobi forward protector stood in front of Xian and the others. It was Sand Shinobi's elite Jonin, Gaara and their teacher, Beiki. Beiki's strength is naturally extremely strong, there is no need for Kakashi to be weak. Go away, don't worry about him. Xian didn't care about Beiki at all, waved his hands, and urged Kakashi and the others to leave quickly. Arrogance. Beiki's eyes turned cold, and chakra surged out instantly, and a huge wind blade took shape instantly. Wind blade. The blade of wind is very lethal, and Beiki used this move to instantly kill Moonlight Gale. Of course, he knew that Kakashi, Guy, and Xian were not weak, so he didn't want to kill them, but he just wanted to stop them a little bit, to get more time for Sand Shinobi's attack, CGDF. However, he still underestimated Xian's strength, or in other words, from the beginning, even Kakashi who thought he knew Xian's strength didn't know all of Xian's strength. From the beginning to the end, whether it is the 3rd generation or this Chunin assessment, to be honest, it is not enough for Suanshi to exert his full strength. Quack quack, the ear-piercing chirping of the crow sounded, and then Beiki saw a scene that shocked him. The blade of the wind sliced past, and all the figures were shattered and turned into black crows. Whether it was the boy in front, the 2 Konoha Jonin, the audience at the back, and the sound ninja around them all disappeared, leaving only a large number of crows, which represent ominous crows. Is this an illusion? A trace of cold sweat broke out on Beiki's forehead. He didn't notice the illusion at all. He hurriedly removed the seal, but nothing changed. Shua. The light breaks through the darkness, but it's not the unraveling of the illusion as Beiki expected, but a blazing blaze of light. Mangekyo? This was the last time Beiki saw it. The complicated and mysterious 4-curved jade pattern in the boy's eyes was very similar to the Mangekyo Sherinan recorded in the village. Run away. Beiki wanted to tell his comrades who invaded the village that Konoha's information did not match at all. Sand Shinobi would definitely pay a heavy price for having an extra cage-level strength. Unfortunately, Xian's strike had completely cut off his throat, and he could no longer make a sound. A scorched black knife light appeared on the neck, the blood flowed out uncontrollably, and the vitality disappeared rapidly. The mentor of the future Sand Shinobi 5th Kazekage has directly explained here. Congratulations to the host for killing Sand Shinobi Baki and getting the 3-star A-level template Baki, Windblade. Get 50 battle experience points for the main template and 50 battle experience points for the Shisui sub-template. Gain 50 free distributable experience points. So that's how it is. A layer of flowing wind is compressed and covered around the body as armor. No wonder the Moonlight Gale's knife can't cut it. Xian turned his head and glanced at Baki with some relief. In his previous life, he was always curious about why Moonlight Gale Wind died, and the explanation was Baki's special ability. Now it seems that there is still a crushing gap in strength. Being able to compress and condense a layer of wind-style armor around the body, this top-level wind-style attainment is definitely the top elite Jonin. After all, Moonlight Gale is still far behind in strength. It's so easy to get rid of Baki. Guy looked at this scene with some shock. Being able to lead Jonin and the person in charge of Sand Shinobi's Chunin assessment this time shows Baki's strength and status in Sand Shinobi. It was resolved so easily. Is the pause just now an illusion? Kakashi observed more carefully than Guy. Although Xiangang's knife was very fast, it was not so fast that an elite Jonin could not react at all, so the only explanation is that he fell into a powerful illusion. With style, blink, fire style, Sharinan, and now it's an illusion that can make even elite Jonin fall for it. Xian, how much do you have to hide? Kakashi took a deep look at the indifferent boy, but he also knew that now is not the time to explore these. Why haven't you left yet? Xian put the short sword back on his back, looked at Kakashi and Guy who were still standing there, and said helplessly, he has already dealt with his opponent. What are you doing here in a daze, watching a show? The Kanahas outside don't know what kind of chaos it is. Sorry. Kakashi stretched his fingers, summoning an ugly dog Parker, and Guy went to the waiting room in an instant. Hey, your opponent is me. Xian stepped on the ground lightly, and dozens of huge trees protruded from the ground, instantly strangling a dozen Otanin who wanted to chase Kakashi into a pulp kill him. The remaining dozens of sound ninjas did not show the slightest fear or hesitation, their eyes were as cold as robots, one by one holding Kunao's short sword. They rushed up quickly. 40 or 50 Yin and ninjas of the Chunin level attacked from all directions, like a net of heaven and earth, without a single blind spot. This seems to be a dead end. Be careful. An exclamation came from the audience, causing Xian's brows to rise slightly. Cannon fodder must have the consciousness to be cannon fodder. Xian said lightly, clasping his hands together forcefully. A large amount of chakra gushed out. With style, thorn killing technique, a large number of trees gushed out from the ground, and instantly turned into sharp wooden thorns that put people to death. The speed was extremely fast and flexible, and it was impossible to avoid them. Puffed, a large amount of blood was left behind, and instantly turned into a pool of blood on the ground, which was then blocked by Green's chakra skeleton. Only the young man was left spotless, and behind him were dozens of corpses hanging from countless branches, which looked weird and bloody. In the entire assessment site, there are not many people standing now, and most of them have all passed out from the initial illusion. The awake Konoha Shinobi Kakashi and the others were sent out by Xian, and the rest of the hostile sound ninja were directly resolved in the wave of battle just now. To be honest, with so many sound ninjas, if they are scattered, they can really bring a lot of damage to Konoha. It's a pity that they misjudged Xian's strength and tried to kill him directly before leaving the venue. The result was of course harvested by Xian Yi. To be honest, the strength of Orochimaru Otanin village is quite rubbish. Except for the 4 key Otanin and Kimimaro, the other ninjas are just cannon fodder. Orochimaru casually transformed them into a part of the combat power. In terms of strength, I am afraid just like common Chunin. In the original book, Kakashi and Guy together killed 50 sound ninjas in this venue. The only high-end combat power should be Sand Shinobi's Baki. Unfortunately, after the death of 4th Kazekage, Cho and Ebizo retired, the genius ninja Scorpion defected, and Sand Shinobi hero Hakura was killed by high-level design. The entire Sand Shinobi is really only 3 or 2 kittens left, which has caused a serious generational gap. Anyway, it is also one of the 5 great ninja villages that have survived from the Sengoku period to the present. There is only 1 cage-level strength, and the rest is Baki. One can imagine the decline of Sand Shinobi, what it has become. It is no wonder that Gaara will be taken away from Tsunaga-Core by Scorpion and Deidara in the future, because at that time, cage level was still playing on the surface, and only I love to wear it. This is really surprising. That boy can actually use with style, and by the way you look, Mr. Sarutobi, you seem to have known it a long time ago. Orochimaru looked at Xian below, his eyes even more fearful. Being able to instantly kill 50 or 60 tone ninjas is not enough to attract his attention. After all, he has long been familiar with Xian's strength, but Xian can use with style. This precious bloodline, which Konoha even went so far as to openly recruit adult men for human experiments, actually has another one besides Yamato who was successful in the experiment. And Orochimaru knew very well that Shien could not be the subject of his experiment, and the power of that wood style was much stronger than the so-called successful experiment subject. Orochimaru, you don't need to talk to me anymore. Now that you have come to this point, it's time to make a break between you and me. Third Hokage said with a look of pain in his eyes. Master Hokage, we are here to help you. Several masked Konoha Umbu ninjas rushed towards the roof in the distance. Ninja method, 4 purple flame formations. 4 ninjas with sound ninja forward protectors suddenly appeared at the 4 corners of the roof, and Purple's enchantment instantly stood up. An Umbu ninja couldn't dodge in time, and directly bumped into the enchantment. As a result, flames ignited instantly, and soon he lost his breath. This enchantment can only be destroyed from the inside. Wearing a white robe, the experienced Umbu ninja looked at the enchantment and said, Master Hokage, please help to open this result from the inside. Not that simple. The 4 Yinin on the 4 corners snorted coldly, quickly formed a seal, and unexpectedly formed a layer of enchantment around them to protect themselves. It seems that it's not that easy to go out. Third Hokage didn't care too much, and still looked calm. How about it, Mr. Sarutobi? This is an enchantment ninjutsu I specially prepared for you. It is improved according to the forbidden technique 4 Red Yang formation. It is difficult to break this enchantment even at cage level. Orochimaru said sullenly laughed. You are still the same, Orochimaru, you still like to study ninjutsu so much, you are exactly the same as teacher Tobirama. Third Hokage looked at this former lover, sighed, and then his face turned cold in an instant. It's a pity that you went the wrong way. You have done everything you can to study ninjutsu, Orochimaru. I let you off once, this time I will not let you off again. You're old, teacher, let's save big talk when you're young. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his hands were in mudra, and an ominous chakra erupted from his body. It really smells like a corpse, Orochimaru, your ninjutsu is so unsightly. Shien Shun came to the roof and looked at Orochimaru's seal in the barrier, somewhat disgusted. Master Shien? A few Umbu ninjas looked at the young man behind them and said pleasantly. They are all the confidants of 3rd generation, and they also know Shien's strength. At this moment, they undoubtedly saw a life-saving straw. Also asked the adults to help open the enchantment. This enchantment is a reference to forbidden technique 4 Red Yang formation. For Red Yang formation is Konoha's strongest enchantment ninjutsu. The reason why it was banned is because the conditions are too harsh and 4 cage level talents are needed able to activate. Although Orochimaru has lowered its conditions, the strength of the barrier is still not something that common's cage level can break. Shien shook his head. Of course he can break it, he is not a common cage level, but to be honest, the entire Konoha is probably only he can break this barrier now. Even if Jiraiya is here, he can't break it. Formation ninjutsu has always been rare and powerful. This kind of small-scale enchantment ninjutsu has extraordinary defensive power, and it is also a reference to the 4 Red Yang formation. Launched by the 4 ninjas with special Jonin strength, the common's cage level cannot be broken. Moreover, these 4 people can also activate the spell seal state at a critical moment. At that time, this enchantment will not be common. It's a barrier, but a barrier blessed by the immortal chakra. Whenever Jiraiya comes, you have to watch it. By the way, how come there are so few people in Umbu? Shien asked. Logically speaking, Umbu gathered a large number of strong people in day. In terms of number of rounds, there must be at least dozens or hundreds of strong men, not to mention that when Uchiha was exterminated, the 3rd generation disbanded and absorbed most of Genming's strength. There must be at least dozens of Jonin level alone. How come there are only 3 or 2 kittens up to now? He was puzzled enough when he read the original book. The 3rd generation fights life and death in it, and the 3 Umbu outside the barrier are explaining by the side. It really cooperates tacitly. Danzo, Mito Kato Homura, Yutaten Koharu and the Konoha high-ranking officials didn't show up. Just a few days ago, Lord Danzo, together with several high-ranking adults, sent a large number of Umbu ninjas to Lord Hokage to go to the border of the country. In order to prevent the Kingdom of Wind from invading, the rest of the ninjas are now transferring people in the village to kill the enemy ninjas, and only the 4 of us are left to support them. As expected, Danzo, for the position of Hokage, you really do everything you can. Shien sneered faintly. In the middle and late stages of Hokage, Danzo has been in contact with Orochimaru for transactions. Even during the Battle of Tiendai Kiao, the connection between Danzo and Orochimaru can be seen, let alone now. To say that Danzo didn't have a hand in Orochimaru's Konoha Honkai plan, no child would believe it. It's so sad, 3rd generation old man, what a sarcasm. The one who wants to kill you in the end is your best friend and beloved apprentice. Shien looked at the 3rd generation inside. I'm afraid even 3rd generation doesn't know about it. Today's release was made by Orochimaru and Danzo. How could it be such a good time? As soon as a large number of Umbu ninjas were drawn away, Konoha immediately invaded each of them. As noble as Hokage, when the war started, there was no personal protection around him. Even Mito Kato Homura and Yutaten Koharu, these 2 are bad, not as bad as Danzo. But it is indeed a rare pig teammate. The Nine Tails rebellion prevented Uchiha from going to stop the Nine Tails. If it weren't for the two of them strongly agreeing with Danzo, I am afraid that third generation would not be so easily changed, and this is the root cause of Uchiha's rebellion in the end. The resistance and distrust of the high-level officials were even put on the face of the Chulu-Chi, and there were constant targets in the open and in the dark. Third generation originally distributed the power to their partners in the same period, but they were afraid that they would be too assertive and would be used by Danzo if they took over. What Danzo has been instilling in these two consultants is that Sarutobi is indecisive and too naive. Determination. Ever since, these two pig teammates crazily go along with Danzo from time to time, and the soft-eared third generation also made a lot of mentally retarded moves, but never thought of removing these two pig teammates. Just like this time, if Mitokato Homura and Yudaten Kohara were not persuaded by Danzo, Nayo would not agree to Danzo's move. Perhaps the two consultants are not like Danzo, who want to harm third generation, and even their relationship with third generation may be better, but sometimes the saddest thing is to die. Your friend is instigated by others in the name of being good to you. They were stabbed in the back, but they didn't know it. What Xian hates the most is this kind of pig teammate who can't do business, but jumps out at critical moments to make a sense of presence. But this time he has to thank these two pig teammates. Without them, third generation would not be so easy to GG. Impure World Reincarnation. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru condenses chakra, and has summoned two coffins, one engraved with the first character and the other with the second minister. There is also a coffin engraved with 4 characters coming out of the unknown space. At the very least, we must stop the last one. The third generation made a seal and Rasel led the last coffin back to the summoning space. Third generation claims to know all of Konoha's ninjutsu and forbidden technique, and impure world reincarnation will naturally. It's a pity that although some ninjutsu are very powerful, the power displayed by different people is very different. The reason why the ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation is listed as forbidden technique is not just because it is playing with life and death, playing with time, but because this ninjutsu calls for the dead and requires living people as sacrifices. This is also the reason why second generation banned this ninjutsu at the beginning. Otherwise, he only needs to prepare a few impure world reincarnation materials at any time, and he will not die in the land of thunder during World War I. The same is true for third generation. Even if he knows how to impure world reincarnation, it is impossible for him to prepare so many dirty materials like Orochimaru. It's over. Shen looked at the figures walking out of the 2 coffins. One was wearing a dark red Sengoku armor with long black hair, the other was the same style of blue armor with silver hair. This is first Hokage, second Hokage. Beside, Umbu's exclusive commentator also said Shikai in shock at the right time. After these 2 people came out, the ending of the third generation had already been decided, and the third Hokage inside finally no longer had a flat expression, but became completely gloomy and dignified, because he knew very well that things were beyond his control. It's not too stupid after all. Xian Dan smiled. These 2 figures, first generation and second generation, all have obliterated emotions, leaving only fighting instinct and a small part of strength, plus the sacrifices are 2 of the Otonin trio, Shin and strength, can't exert the power of first generation second generation at all. Of course, if this is not the case, I am afraid that this Konoha Honkai plan will end here, because even the first generation and second generation, which can only exert 20 to 30% of their strength, can directly get rid of the shackles and instantly kill the current Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation is not a simple and convenient ninjutsu for fools. You have to be careful when playing with the dead. Goodbye, third generation old man. Xian took one last look at third Hokage inside the barrier, and he knew that this might be his last look, and if we meet again, it might be a corpse. Boom! Suinhua left in a puff of white smoke, taking away the last hope of Umbu Ninja. Finally left. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief watching Xian leave. To be honest, he had never been so afraid of a person, even when he was in Akatsuki, the mysterious leader with the eyes of a fairy. But facing Xian, he always felt that this young man was able to see through everything and didn't take everything seriously, possessing unfathomable strength. He has the confidence to stop third Hokage with the barrier, but he doesn't have the confidence to stop it, because since the formation of the barrier just now, he has noticed Xian's words very keenly. Although he has been talking about the strength of the barrier, he has never said that he cannot break the wish. Fortunately, Xian followed the previous agreement with him, and didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. You seem to be relieved, Orochimaru, third generation said lightly. Teacher Sarutobi, you should think about how to face these 2. If I remember correctly, these 2 should be your teachers. Well, being a teacher is really worrying. You will be tested at a very old age to decide whether to send you back to the ninja school. Third generation said lightly, with a hint of ridicule in his words, but his eyes have changed. The dignified to the ultimate. Not to mention the battle of Orochimaru and third generation. Xian had already returned to the venue and walked to the middle of the auditorium. Get up, I know you're awake. Xian said with a hint of amusement, I'm not those hostile ninjas, so I can still eat you. The little loli in front of her still didn't move at all, as if she had been completely hypnosis by illusion, but her nervous breathing completely exposed everything. Well, it's good to stay here. The ninja here has been cleared, and it's a safe place. I still have to go to the village, so I might not care about you, Xian said with a smile, and then turned to leave. I'll tell my sister. A somewhat childish 5.7 voice sounded from behind. Ha! Xian turned his head. Seeing a lowly who was suppressing her fear and pretending to be calm, she said solemnly, if you abandon me, I will tell my sister. I know that you have a very good relationship with my sister, and it will help to bring me along. I beat my sister. Ha ha. Xian didn't touch the little girl's strong self-esteem, and touched the latter's small head, feeling the trembling of the small body. After all, I'm still a child. Xian sighed. No matter how strong his tone was, when encountering such a situation, when an adult is not around, he can remain calm and pretend to be asleep by illusion, which is already very good up. Don't be afraid. With my brother-in-law here, no one can hurt you here. Xian held Hyaga Hanabi's little hand and comforted him. Humph. The response was just a cold snort, which seemed to be dissatisfaction with the word brother-in-law. With Hyaga Hanabi, Xian left the assessment venue. The local ninjas in the assessment venue have been cleaned up, and there are only the Master-Student Association, the Yin and Four who love and kill each other in the Scythian formation on the top of the high platform, and the professional commentator Umbu Trio. Of course, even if there are fish that escape the net, those Otanin would not dare to kill in the assessment venue. The assessment venue is full of famous figures from various countries. In other words, they are the gold masters of the major ninja villages. If Yinin dares to do it, it will be dead. I am afraid that the 5 great ninja villages will receive orders like snowflakes, and then destroy Orochimaru with all their strength. That is? As soon as he walked out of the venue, Hyaga Hanabi's attention was immediately attracted by the huge 3-headed serpent in the distance. Let's go over there. Pulling the corner of Lakshuan's clothes, Hanabi's little face showed a hint of timidity. It's not that she is too timid, but that the 3-headed snake is really scary. It is 40 or 50 meters high and 100 meters long. The hard snake skin seems to be covered with a layer of purple scales. The ninja's ninjutsu attack didn't seem to have received any damage at all, but with a flick of the head and tail, it could cause a storm of destruction. The summoning beasts of the 3 Holy Land levels in the early stage are really strong. The reason why Orochimaru can be called Sunin has a lot to do with their 26 powerful summoning beasts. Especially Tsunade is a medical ninja. If there is no Katsuyu, her medical ninjutsu may be very strong, but she has not yet realized the ability to change the direction of a war. And this 3-headed giant snake is probably not much smaller than Wanshi in terms of size, and it contains an extremely huge fairy art chakra in its body. It is definitely not something Konoha and the Jonin can deal with, let alone when Umbu has transferred a large number of elites. Even if the 3-headed snake has its master to cooperate, its power will be even greater. The summoning beasts of the 3 Holy Lands can use fairy arts. Tighten my clothes. Xian looked at the 3-headed big snake in the distance, smiled, and said to Hanabi. Ha! Hanabi snorted in confusion, then subconsciously grabbed Xian's clothes. Hold on firmly, don't fall down for a while. Xian smiled with a black belly, and then formed a chakra performance with strong vitality in his hands. What a strong chakra! Hanabi looked at the almost substantial chakra covering Xian's body in shock, and opened his white eyes involuntarily. He saw that it was the chakra in the meridians of Xian's body, which was much bigger than his father. If his father was a stream, then the chakra in the man in front of him was like a rushing river. It is really hard to imagine the chakra mobilized by the technique. How huge chakra is in this body, it is simply unfathomable. With style, wooden dragon technique. Xian gave a loud shout. Crack! On the hard concrete floor, cracks appeared rapidly and continued to extend, as if a giant dragon was breaking out of the ground. It's really a giant dragon. Hyaga Hanabi looked at his feet in shock. A huge dragon head appeared, followed by a body, scale claws, and tail. Soon, a wooden dragon with a length of nearly 100 meters appeared directly on the street of Konoha, and Xian and Hanabi stood on the head of this wooden dragon. It's about to go. Xian smiled, and the misty chakra around his body was quickly consumed. As if the huge wooden dragon came alive, it moved towards a giant snake doctor in the distance at an extremely fast speed, and in places where giant snakes are rampant. Ibuxi, wearing a black coat, organized a large number of Konoha shinobi and was trying to repel the big snake. In fact, although there were many sand shinobi ninjas and sound ninjas attacking, their strength was average. However, this 3-headed giant snake is really difficult to deal with. It is invulnerable to swords and guns. The detonating talisman, fire style, and even lightning style are completely unable to cause damage. Simply unpredictable. I can't help it, damn it. Ubuxi dodged the big snake's attack, transferred to a high-rise building, looked at the raging big snake, and cursed bitterly. His scarred face looked even more ferocious at this moment. Is it really possible to stop here? Yi Bixi's face was full of powerlessness. They couldn't stop it, they really had enough energy to spare, relying only on this part of Chinin, and especially Jonin, it was impossible to stop this big snake. Hey, Ubixi, isn't that the only face you're afraid of? Just when Ubixi was feeling a little desperate, a familiar voice rang in his ears with a hint of teasing. Xian. Ubixi looked along the voice. They found that Xian had arrived not far away, with a little girl from Hayaga's family beside him, and what they were stepping on was dragon? Ubixi was a little shocked. The 100-meter-long wooden dragon felt a sense of shock. Let's talk later, I'll kill this little snake now. Xian greeted Ubixi. Then, with Hanabi yelling beside him, he rushed directly towards the huge three-headed snake. With style, laughing Buddha jutsu, Xian stretched out his hand towards the three-headed giant snake not far away. 5 or 6 huge wooden palms formed around the three-headed giant snake in an instant, blocking the movement of the three-headed giant snake. With style, birth of the tree world, the SI characters were printed together, and under the body of the three-headed giant snake, a large number of trees broke through the ground, one by one, like a rope, quickly entangled the three-headed giant snake. Of course, the trees summoned by the birth of the tree boundary at this distance still have a little less restraint for the giant snake of Ryokai Cave. With the crazy struggle of the three-headed giant snake, a large number of trees snapped off layer by layer. But it's enough. Xian smiled, all he needed was to temporarily restrain the giant snake with the birth of the tree boundary. With chakra's agitation, Xian directly manipulated the wooden dragon to entangle itself when the three-headed serpent broke free from the shackles of the tree world. The wooden dragon's mouth with a long hooked nose directly bit the head in the middle of the three-headed big snake 080, and then on the entangled body, the huge and hard wooden thorns directly penetrated the hard snakeskin of the big snake, and then took root deeply, absorbing the chakra of the giant snake. At the same time relying on the absorbed chakra, the wood dragon continuously grows trees to restrain the giant snake more completely. It's over. Xian clapped his hands. The moment it was restrained by the wooden dragon, the three-headed serpent had already declared coolness, and now it was surviving on its huge body. Unless it can get rid of the shackles of the wood dragon, it will not escape the fate of being sucked dry by chakra. Of course, it was very difficult for Nine Tails to get rid of the shackles of wooden dragons, let alone just a big snake. It's so strong. Hayaga Hanabi watched the big snake being completely restrained, and couldn't even roar. He couldn't help looking at Xian in a daze, and murmured, "Is this the real genius? It's okay, isn't it very exciting?" Xian touched Hanabi's small head with a dark smile and said, "Children, especially Hanabi, who bear the burden of the clan, seem very precocious. But, I'm sorry, Xian likes to tease this kind of precocious children, since he is a child, don't act like a little adult." To Xian's surprise, Hanabi, who thought he would get angry and even bite him, just lowered his head slightly and his face was slightly red. What does this mean? It's exciting? Xian scratched his head. It's really hard to guess what a child is thinking. This is really surprising. I didn't expect to see ninjas who can use with style. A very magnetic voice sounded from behind Ubixi, with indescribable emotion. "Master Jiraiya, when did you return to the village?" Ubixi turned his head and looked in surprise. "Did you come here for Orochimaru, one of the Sunin?" No wonder he was not surprised, only Sunin can stop Sunin, and when third Hokage's whereabouts are unknown, having Jiraiya is equivalent to having a backbone. "No, I just came back to collect materials. I just heard about Orochimaru." Jiraiya looked at the messy Konoha, and when he mentioned Orochimaru, his voice was flat, but his eyes were a little lost and sad. After all, after searching for such a companion for so long, not only did he not change as he imagined, but even worse. "What exactly do you want to do? Orochimaru, do you really want to cut off all the ties you once had?" Jiraiya's eyes showed a hint of pain. However, Jiraiya is originally the kind of character who likes to cover up her inner thoughts with funny comparisons in front of others, and immediately withdrew all emotional fluctuations. Looking at Xian in the distance, he laughed and said, "I rushed here to help you get rid of this little snake, but I didn't expect that there are so many geniuses in Konoha, and I may not be needed as an old guy." "No, Master Jiraiya, the village has always needed you. The third generation has been looking for you these past few years and wants you to return to the village," Ubixi said. "Well, I'm quite satisfied with my current life." Jiraiya laughed, and put it off perfunctorily, and then teased in turn, "It's you, Ubixi, after so many years, have you only grown up to be tall?" He. Ubixi rubbed the back of her head, not knowing what expression to make. He can't figure out the strength of these big guys. They just beat all the ninjas so badly, and even the three-headed giant snake who is a little desperate. In the eyes of these big guys, it's just a small snake. What makes him feel desperate is that not only Sunin's Jiraiya, but even Xian's strength is so terrifying. Sure enough, Mr. Hokage, did you actually know the strength of this boy early on? No wonder, it's a pity. If this boy was born more than 10 years earlier, I'm afraid Lord Fourth Generation would not have sacrificed. Ibixi looked at the young man approaching from a distance. I remembered the disbelief when I heard for the first time that Hokage sent a child to be the examiner, and the surprise when I met for the first time. Then, through the advancement of assessments again and again, most of Konoha's ninjas, including him, also had a rapid increase in their evaluation of Xian. But in the end, he found that all the previous compliments still underestimated this young man. This is only 12 years old, and he has strength close to Sunin level, as well as first Hokage with style secret technique, and even Uchiha Sharingan. It is really hard to imagine how far this young man will grow in the future. Uncle Jiraiya, you are really slow in coming. Xian walked towards Jiraiya, with Hyuga Hanabi pulling his clothes beside him. Humph, brat. Jiraiya laughed and cursed, you have to be considerate of the speed of middle-aged and elderly people. Besides, Jiraiya's face instantly became serious. I never thought that Orochimaru would dare to choose this time to attack Konoha so boldly. That guy is still as cunning as ever. Well, he is bolder than you imagined. Xian spread his hands, looked at Jiraiya and Ubuxi, and said, in order to achieve his goal, he even assassinated 4th Kazekage, disguised as 4th Kazekage, and has been hiding in the 3rd Kazekage. Next to Old Man Generation, 4th Kazekage was assassinated by Orochimaru? Ubuxi's head broke out in cold sweat. This is really shocking news. If it really gets out, the ninja world will probably be shocked by it. The entire ninja world has never had such a thing since Sengoku. Except for the disappearance of 3rd Kazekage, it has never been heard that any of the 5 ninja villages was assassinated by ninjas from other villages. Even if the shadow of a great ninja village died, he died in the siege of the battlefield, or in the battle with the shadow. Humph, that Orochimaru guy is still so bold. Jiraiya's voice was flat, unable to tell what emotion it contained. He wasn't as shocked as Ubuxi. After all, he was also cage level, and he was relatively strong in cage level. Of course, he wouldn't be surprised by this. He was more concerned about the current situation of the 3rd generation. How is the old man now? Jiraiya said. His address was a little casual, even a little rude, but he could hear the concern and worry in his words. The situation is not good. Xian shrugged and said, Orochimaru blocked all the support with the enchantment transformed by Forbidden Technique 4 Red Yang formation, and now he is one-on-one with the old man of 3rd generation. If it's one-on-one, Ubuxi heaved a sigh of relief. He still has confidence in the strength of 3rd Hokage. After all, the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu was earned in the ninja world. On the other hand, Jiraiya's eyes were still solemn. He knew the character of his former partner Orochimaru too well. If he was not sure of winning, he would not be able to make a move. What's more, as a disciple, Orochimaru absolutely knew the strength of his teacher. Of course, if Forbidden Technique and Pure World Reincarnation is included, it should be 3 against 1. Orochimaru summoned Lord's 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. Xian Dan said. Snapped. The railing on the roof was instantly pinched off by Jiraiya. It's on the roof of the assessment venue. If you can, go and have a look. If it's you, you might break the barrier. Xian sighed. Old man, don't die. Jiraiya rushed out in an instant, followed by Ubuxi. Aren't we going? Hyuga Hanabi looked up at Hyun, wondering. No, it's too late to go now, Nyo Dihao. Xian didn't look into Hanabi's eyes, but looked in the direction of the assessment venue. Sometimes, instead of carrying the nostalgia and power of a decayed body, recalling the glory of the past, and being full of truths, it is better to die vigorously in a heroic way at the real time, so as to convey the will of fire more. A piece of old wood, rather than waiting until it really decays into a pool of mud, it is better to turn it into a blazing flame before it completely decays, guiding the progress of the younger generations. Xian faintly said in his heart. Of course he didn't say these words to the little lowly in front of him. He did so much to make this village brighter. 3rd generation and other old guys have been in power for too long. Behind the light is no longer the darkness guarding the village, but the darkness that is about to swallow the light. Now, the fire of the 3rd generation will dispel the darkness brought about by his indecision. Then I'm sending you back to Hyuga's house now. After Jiraiya left, Xian bent down and pinched Hanabi's little face. Although this child is precocious, she is still young after all, only 7 or 8 years old now. President Xian can't take her to kill people. Humph, I want to go with you, Hanabi said dissatisfied. Don't think about it, the child should go home and wait obediently. Xian lightly flicked the little Lolita's forehead. Cut. Although Hanabi was still dissatisfied, the good tutor did not let her continue pestering after all. At this time, the 3-headed giant snake wrapped around by the wooden dragon was also cold. This giant snake was not summoned in the normal way, but forced to summon by a group of sand shinobi. Therefore, it seems that I can't cancel the summoning on my own. Otherwise, if I choose to reverse the summoning and go back, there is still a way to survive, and I won't be directly sucked to death by the wooden dragon now. Congratulations to host for killing the 3-headed giant snake of the summoning beast, and obtained the template of the 3-headed giant snake of the S-level summoning beast ×1. Summoning beast template? Xian opened the sub-template, but did not see the dropped summoning beast template. The current permissions are insufficient, and the function will be enabled after the permissions are elevated. The system's prompt sound answered Xian's doubts in a timely manner. Well, talking is better than nothing. Xian didn't care. Summoning beasts are very strong in the early stage, but not very useful in the late stage. 157 No, it can't be said in the later stage. After the strength reaches cage level, except for very special summoning beasts, such as Fukazakushima's summoning beasts, the others are really not very useful. As for Xian, after he broke through to 5 stars, his strength reached Super Shadow, and the power of the wooden golem he summoned was much stronger than the summoning beast. I really don't need these so-called summoning beasts pulling the dissatisfied little lowly Hanabi. Xian rushed towards Hayaga's house. At this time the village is full of Konoha shinobi fighting with rival ninjas, but Hayaga's house is absolutely safe. After all, as the largest family in Konoha after the Uchiha genocide, Hayaga is still very strong. At least this level of ninja invasion will not make the Hayaga family in a hurry. Fortunately, the Hayaga family's clan site is not far from the center of Konoha, and they can be reached soon. Unlike Uchiha, the clan site is at the outermost part of Konoha, and even the clan has been wiped out. Some ninjas in the village did not notice. Stay at home obediently. Sending Hanabi to Hayaga's house, Hyan asked with a smile. Then it turned into white smoke and disappeared. This is really powerful, so handsome. Hanabi stared at the place where Xian disappeared before, with a different brilliance in his eyes. It's too cunning, my lord's sister, unexpectedly. Xian didn't expect a 7 or 8-year-old little girl to think so much. After sending off Hanabi, he could fight freely. Although Otenin's strength is poor, it is still at the Chunin level. After killing the 2-star templates, one is 10 points of experience, and there are a lot of people, just one street. Xian directly killed 20 or 30 broken tone ninja. The system's notification sound keeps coming from the ear, ding ding ding, which makes Xian feel a little dark. He is at the time when he lacks the most experience. Now he only has 2 or 3,000 free experience in hand. He will welcome back to Tsunade to be a 5th generation filming immediately. He will be able to upgrade the system again. Xian has a hunch that it will cost a lot of experience points. In fact, Xian didn't need to waste his energy to kill people. When today's battle is over, he can spend half a day walking around Konoha, and he can also harvest a lot of templates. After all, as long as the ninja dies and the death time does not exceed 1 day, then the template will drop, and it will dissipate after 1 day. However, he can now get 1 point of compulsory combat experience points for killing people, 1 point for the main template experience point, 1 point for the sub-template, 1 point for free distribution of experience points, and 3 points for killing a ninja. This is? Xian, who was looking for the Otenin and Sand Shinobi ninjas who were destroying the village, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, around the dazzling sun at noon, a weird rainbow appeared at some point. CGDB, this rainbow is not the usual bridge-like rainbow, but a complete circle, with 3 circles in total, surrounding the sun. The ominous rainbow actually has an omen. Xian was a little surprised. He had some impressions of this scene. In the original book, 3rd generation once told Konohamaru that this kind of rainbow is an ominous rainbow. Once it appears, it means that something bad has happened. Then when the 3rd generation used the ghoul seal, this kind of rainbow did appear in Konoha at that time. Xian originally only thought it was an anime to exaggerate the atmosphere, and it could be done, but I didn't expect this to happen. Think about it carefully, the world of Hokage is not ordinary. When Orochimaru was swallowed by Suzuki, there was an ominous cloud of blood in the whole ninja world. Itaki, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, they all sensed it, as if there was something bad things happen. Is it over? Xian looked at the rainbow in the sky, put the short sword back into the scabbard on his back, the Sand Shinobi ninja who fled in the distance, and the Sound ninja who seemed to look at him like a devil up close. Crow summoning technique. Xian bit his finger lightly, and swiped in the void. A large number of crows spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Someone involuntarily glanced at the crow flying in the sky. Quack quack quack. An ominous chirp sounded, bringing death to the living, and those pairs of black eyes that should have turned into pairs of scarlet Sherinon. Illusion? How is it possible? In an instant, a large number of ninjas panicked and wanted to escape from the illusion. Distinguished heavenly gods, light. Xian covered his eyes, and the 3-pointed jade in his left eye instantly changed into a 4-pointed jade mangekyo with more complex lines, and a stream of blood flowed out from the left eye, representing death. Ah! Surrounded by screams. Plop, plop. The sound of a large number of bodies falling to the ground sounded. If there are Konoha shinobi here, you will find that there is not a trace of scars on the body of these fallen Yinin and Sand shinobi, and the breath has completely disappeared. A large number of prompts sounded in Xian's ears. There were hundreds of them, and in this world alone, it was equivalent to more than 1,000 experience gains. It's really difficult to project on the crow, but it can make the release of the illusion more flexible. Xian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, and under the action of Sage Body, the oppressive feeling at that moment also eased. Disappear slowly. Let's go, it's time to see off the old man 3rd generation. He glanced at the ominous rainbow in the sky again. It turned into white smoke and disappeared in place, leaving only a bloody stump on the ground. In the distance, there are no scars but the pupils are dilated, and its back is facing the corpse lying on the ground, which looks very strange. On the roof of the assessment venue, within the barrier of the four purple flame formation, a huge Shinigami stands in nothingness, holding a rosary, biting a short sword sharp blade in its mouth, and a transparent soul tied to a cross on its chest, which is the soul of third Hokage Ghoul sealing, the most powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. At the cost of the caster's soul, in exchange for the Shinigami hidden in hell, almost everything can be sealed. Of course, this weird Shinigami is in the void that no one else can see, and only the master and apprentice on the field can see it. Within the enchantment, thick trees almost covered the entire enchantment, and there were still a lot of watermarks on the ground, broken rocks, and the scorched ground blackened by the flames. At the bottom, third generation grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders, and the chest was penetrated by Shinigami's hand, pulling a transparent soul in Orochimaru's body. However, after sealing the first generation and second generation, the aged third generation is already a little bit powerless, and the chest cavity has been pierced by the Kusanagi sword. I'm really old. I don't have enough strength to drag out your entire soul. It's a pity that I can't take you away with me. Third generation's old age, weak voice makes people feel sad. If you know, die quickly, you dying old man. Orochimaru said with cold sweat on his face, hysterical and extremely ferocious. Oh, my disciple, if you are obsessed with ninjutsu and waste ninjutsu, then I will take away all your ninjutsu. Third generation's eyes sharpened, as if returning to the light. Finally, he pulled away a part of Orochimaru's soul forcefully. Behind, Shinigami held up the short sword in his hand. No, don't, damn old man, you can't take away my ninjutsu. Orochimaru had already foreseen the intention of third generation, and he was sweating coldly. Shua! The void short sword fell, cutting off a small part of the soul directly, as if cutting off the last bond between the master and apprentice. Orochimaru's arm hangs down feebly, turning into a color like ashes in an instant. Orochimaru, my disciple. Shinigami took away not only the soul of Orochimaru, but also the soul of third generation. At this moment, the master generation can no longer hear the vicious curse of the disciple in front of him, the final A country. I can only take a deep look at Orochimaru in the last time, this once his favorite disciple, that intelligent young man who has a deep research on life and ninjutsu, that young man who once asked him the meaning of life in front of his parents' tombstone. I can't teach you anymore, the rest can only be understood by yourself. At the last moment of his life, third generation had a faint smile on his face. Kono leaves will never be destroyed, because new shoots are growing. Perhaps this is what he wanted to tell his disciple, but he had no strength to say it again, leaving only a smile to the incompetent disciple. And this was the last smile Xian saw after he arrived. It may have been decayed, but at this last moment, third Hokage, the old man who has spent his whole life for Konoha, found himself, burned his life, and turned into a fire that guarded the buds. It's really ugly, Orochimaru. Xian looked at Orochimaru, who was sweating profusely, and Sunan, who had a ferocious face and was yelling at him. This man who has seen through almost everything in the future is just like an immature boy now. Perhaps this is the last lesson that third generation taught this incompetent disciple, taking away the ninjutsu that he is proud of, so that he can have enough time to really see through himself and find his original heart. Of course, Orochimaru did not repent, but after experiencing the despair of being swallowed by Sasuke, coupled with Jiraiya's death, perhaps the sick scientist has really grown up, let go of the hatred in his heart, and is no longer so extreme. Orochimaru left with the help of the Otonin 4 and Yakushi Kabuto, and the high-level, returning Umbu also began to clean up the village's sand shinobi ninjas and Otonin. Everything came so timely and so untimely. All of this may be Xian's connivance, but in the final analysis, he is not a planner, not an executor, but just a spectator who watched this farce full of darkness from beginning to end. Go all the way, third generation old man. Xian took a deep look at third Hokage with a smile on his face, and gently spread his palms, and a white chrysanthemum floated in the air. Third Hokage's funeral took place a day later, along with Moonlight Hayate and the many Konoha shinobi who died in the battle. It was a gloomy day, and all the Konoha shinobi people, including the villagers, all dressed in black robes, spontaneously gathered in front of the Hokage building. By the time everyone arrived at the Hokage building, it started to rain lightly, which turned into heavy rain. But no one held an umbrella, or the heavy rain could make people feel better, or the heavy rain could cover the tears on their faces. In the center of the morning hall is the portrait of third Hokage, which was taken before. Without the Hokage hat, he looks hale and hearty, with a friendly smile on his face as always. All the ninjas lined up and came forward voluntarily to mourn, presenting white chrysanthemums, which symbolize nobility, as a last memorial. Xian is just genin, also just a child, at the end of the list. After waiting for Naruto in front to come forward, Xian also slowly stepped forward, gently put down the white chrysanthemum in his hand, and looked at the gentle and familiar face on the portrait. If this is the will of fire you often talk about, I might have received it. I have been a teacher all my life and taught me a lesson before I died. Xian clenched his fist and hammered his heart, as if making he made a promise. I will always guard this village, because it is worth it, and I'm sorry for breaking your trust. Xian didn't look back, and returned to the line of condolences. Why? Naruto, who was in front of him, asked in a dazed way, "Why do people risk their lives just to be loved?" There was a short silence, not many people answered. This topic was too heavy. People die and disappear alone. The past, present, and future all disappear together. Many people die in wars and missions. It is simply amazing. Irika looked at the portrait of Third Hokage and spoke in a low tone. Dead people also have their dreams and goals, but no matter who they are, they will have their own cherished things: parents, brothers, friends, and lovers, things that are important to them. Trust each other, help each other, and bond with the people you love from birth, and then this red thread will become thicker and harder as time goes by. There is no reason for this. In other words, people who have this kind of red line will definitely do it again, because it is very important. I can understand that, Naruto said flatly, and then showed a sentimental expression. However, death is really too painful. Yeah, death is a painful thing, whether it's for yourself or for others. Xian sighed silently, looking up at the bleak sky, with a lot of raindrops falling down. Otherwise, this ninja world will not keep repeating tragedies. Tears are like continuous raindrops, endless. The dead are gone, and the living will continue. The second time Mysterious Heaven woke up from the bed, and when he finished washing and went out, the village had already regained its vitality. Because it was stopped in time and did not cause too much damage, some stores reopened and resumed their usual bustle. At first glance, it seems that nothing has happened, but in fact, something has been preserved as a foundation. Xian got up early and spent an hour turning Konoha aside, finally collected almost all the templates dropped by all the death ninjas in yesterday's battle. Of course, there may be a small part scattered in scattered corners, and Xian didn't bother to look for them. Calculate the number of newly acquired templates. Xian found a dessert shop, ordered 2 3-color meatballs, a cup of hot honey tea, and then said silently, a total of 1,200 newly acquired templates. Among them, there are 23-star A-level 130 templates, 382-star B-level templates, and 801-star C-level templates. So many? Xian was a little surprised. To be honest, this number is more than he expected. After all, it was not in the later period of the Fourth Battle. Although it is said that tens of thousands of ninjas were mobilized during the Fourth World War, they were all mobilized by countries. To be reasonable, ninjas are not only in the 5 great ninja villages. Every country has more or less small ninja villages, or forces such as the Temple of Fire, and some ancient ninjas that survived from Sengoku. The family did not join the ninja village, but lived in seclusion, such as the Soil Spider family, the Wind Demon family, and even some wandering ninjas, who learned two-handed ninjutsu from nowhere. These bits and pieces add up to form the huge ninja army of the Fourth War. It can only be said that the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages are more elite and powerful. Only the 5 great ninja villages have advanced ninjas, but there are definitely not that many ninjas in terms of the overall number of ninjas. Xian's own ninja number is 012607, which was originally Naruto's ninja number in the original book, and Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninja number is 000261. That is to say, from 3rd generation to Naruto, during such a long period of time, Konoha has only registered more than 12,000 ninjas. In fact, this process has gone through World War I, World War II, and World War III. It is not bad to have 4,000 or 5,000 ninjas. That's why Xian would be a little surprised. This number should be a part of Sand Shinobi's ninjas, and the full strength of Otanin village that Orochimaru has been running for many years. Even with the addition of some Konoha's dead ninjas, there are nearly 1,000 template. If that is the case, if the statistics are calculated, the number of war deaths in peacetime is enough to make people jaw-dropping. Disassemble them all. Xian roughly glanced at the newly acquired templates. To be honest, there are no high-quality ones. Most of them are Orochimaru's reformers, or Sand Shinobi's unremarkable ones. Sand Shinobi is not doing well now. It set off World War II and 3 world wars, took over his own hair and was beaten half disabled. Even the village's economy relies on 4th Kazekage Rosa's magnet style to refine alluvial gold. It is conceivable know how hard Sand Shinobi is. Successful disassembly. Congratulations to host for obtaining 6,400 freely distributable experience points, and the current freely distributable experience points are 9,000 points. I will be able to save 10,000 soon. Xian was a little excited. The harvest this time is indeed quite large. The cannon fodder cultivated by Orochimaru for several years and the elite of Sand Shinobi really made him rich. After the Konoha Honkai plan's killing, his current main template experience has reached 7,200 points, only 2,800 points away from being able to directly rise to 5 stars. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how much free experience points the second evolution system would cost, Xian would have been unable to resist directly allocating experience points to upgrade to 5 stars. In a good mood, Xian took a bite of a bunch of 3-color dumpling, feeling the sweet and glutinous but not greasy taste blooming on the tip of his tongue, taking a sip of honey tea with a touch of sweetness, really comfortable. Some of Xian's favorite shops, one is the barbecue shop in the middle of the street, and the other is the current dessert shop. Desserts can make people feel happy and can adjust the pressure after hard practice. The barbecue restaurant is because Xian consumes a lot every day, and meat can provide more energy, and the barbecue restaurant tastes really good. At this moment, the curtain of the dessert shop was pulled open, and two strange men walked in. The reason why they are called weirdos is because they are all tightly wrapped up, covered with red robes with black background, and wearing bamboo hats. One of the strange men is tall, more than 1.9 meters tall, close to 2 meters, with a strange big knife on his back, wrapped in a thick white cloth, word ring. Fortunately, it is very early now, except for Xian, no one else in the store has come to eat desserts, otherwise, just the appearance of these two people is enough to scare away a group of people. Boss, serve these two guests 2 servings of 3-colored dumpling, 1 serving of natto, and 2 cups of honey tea. Xian smiled and shouted inside. Hearing Xian's words, the short weird man couldn't help but pause for a while, and then regained his composure as if nothing had happened. If you don't mind, feel free to sit down. Xian pointed to the seat in front of him. Mr. Itaka's 3-colored dumpling and natto are for Mr. Kisame's. As for Mr. Kisame's favorite food, the dessert shop here doesn't have this. Funny kid. A laugh came from under the bamboo hat, but a white hand was already touching the handle of the knife behind it. Interesting. Itaka reached out to block Kisame's movement beside him. We are not hostile this time, so Kanaha doesn't have to be too wary of us. Of course, Xian replied with a smile. Then the boss brought out 2 servings of 3-colored dumpling honey tea and natto with some trepidation. This taste is so-so, Mr. Itaki. Kisame picked up a bunch of 3-colored dumpling and complained after taking a bite. Itake picked up a bunch of dumplings and ate them very slowly. He only ate 1 bunch and didn't eat any more. Maybe it's because I'm afraid of seeing things and thinking about people. I used to like to visit dessert shops. My favorite food is natto and sanstango. But time has passed, and the same familiar taste is no longer a sweet feeling when it enters the mouth, but a bitter taste. There is no longer the girl by the river feeding him tricolored dumplings, and he is no longer the Uchiha ninja enjoying the peaceful life of the village. Shisui is dead, Uchiha is gone, Izumi has left completely, and he is still the ninja silently guarding Konoha 5.2, but he has lost the qualification to enjoy life, and his heart is dead. Xian also didn't say much. He was also the one who experienced that bloody night, watching the darkness of the village drown Uchiha from beginning to end. It seems that you are a bit unlucky. Xian silently drank honey tea, and suddenly looked up to the door. At some point, Kakashi was leaning against the wall outside the store, with Red and Asuma standing beside him. Then I'll take my leave. Itaka pulled down his bamboo hat and said expressionlessly, "See you again, funny kid." Kisame grinned, showing his sharp teeth, and said with a smile, "We will meet again." Xian said calmly, eating the dumpling in front of him and drinking tea. In front of him, Itake and Kisame had disappeared, leaving only Kakashi outside the door, and Urjusa standing opposite the shop and coming to say hello. "Isn't this Kakashi? Wait for someone?" Suzuki came over from across the road, and asked in surprise. He had the impression that Kakashi wasn't the kind of person who liked desserts. "No," Kakashi replied, but without further explanation, he took a look inside the dessert shop. "Xian?" Suzuki followed Kakashi's eyes and saw Xian coming out after eating dumplings and drinking honey tea. "I hate natto and desserts." Suzuki glanced at the food on the table, disgusted. "Well, there are always some people who like it." Xian patted Suzuki's shoulder, as if looking at a silly child who didn't understand anything, and said meaningfully, "Then I'll go first." Kakashi nodded towards Xian with a serious expression. "You are not their opponents," Xian said lightly, making Kakashi's seal gesture paused, "but I will be there soon." "Yeah." Kakashi nodded, and disappeared in place in an instant. "Has someone invaded the village? I'll go with me." Suzuki's eyes twirled instantly, and he tugged at his collar. "Forget it." Xian pressed him, "Those two are not something you can participate in yet." "Then I should go too." Xian slightly sensed the direction, and disappeared in the same place as white smoke. 26 Damn it, is the gap really that big? After Xian left, Suzuki punched the wall next to him. At the same age, everyone is at the top of the ninja school, one is the chief and the other is the second, but it has only been a long time. One has been the leader of a group of businessmen, and now he is only prestige among a group of genin. I need strength. If I have Xian's power, I'm afraid even that man can be killed. Suzuki slightly touched the black curse mark on his neck, full of madness. If you want strength, come to me. The scene of the death forest flashed in my mind, and what the cold man said. Suzuki lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking outside Konoha village, beside a river. The 4 figures have already launched a confrontation. Aren't you from the village? What do you do in the village? Asuma said with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the 2 people wearing bamboo hats in front of him. "Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, long time no see." With the greeting tone of acquaintances, the slightly shorter figure slowly took off the hat on his head, revealing a slightly delicate and handsome face. About 10, he looks about 7 or 8 years old, with scarlet and deep eyes with a sense of maturity and vicissitudes that are completely inconsistent with his age, and his expression is as indifferent as a cold stone. You are. Asuma and Hong's pupils shrank, and their bodies tensed up instantly. You can't be wrong, you. There was a drop of cold sweat dripping on Asuma's face, looking at the young man in front of him. His muscles were so tight that he trembled slightly, and he said word by word, Uchiha, are you acquaintances of Mr. Itaki? The tall figure next to him also said at this moment, then let me also introduce myself. Hoshigaki Kisame, please give me more advice in the future. Kisame threw the hat on his head aside, revealing the iconic rebellious forehead protector on his head, which is Miss Shinobi's forehead protector, with a deep slash in the middle food. There's nothing left, because I'll kill you all right here. Even though his heart was full of fear, Asuma took out the weapon Fiian in an instant, and said, Mr. Itaki, it seems that people in this village hate you very much. Kisame said to Itaki with a nonchalant smile. I know you too, Hoshigaki Kisame. Red looked at Kisame seriously and said, the former Kirigakure ninja, because of the suspicion of killing daimyo and engaging in national sabotage work, the country of water let the fugitives of the statistics of various countries suffer. Kisame didn't respond, and looked at the two Konoha shinobi in front of him with a faint smile. You are all S-level ninjas on the statistical list, Itaki. You have caused such a serious incident, and you dare to enter this village. You are very snobby. Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, please leave me alone. Itaki had an indifferent expression on his face, and the scarlet sanguya twirled slightly, and said calmly, I don't want to kill you. That's not like what you would say if you murdered your own people, Asuma sneered. This person is really annoying, do you want to kill him? Ghost Shark was already a little impatient. Killing his companion was also a feeling that he couldn't dispel in his heart, and he directly pulled out the shark muscle on his back, full of murderous aura. It seems that you can't leave the village peacefully? But don't go too far, your ninjutsu is too eye-catching. Itaka said calmly, slowly put down the bamboo hat in his hand, and threw it out. It's decided. Kisame carried same hata on his shoulders, showing a bloodthirsty smile. Murderous aura overflowed in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became dignified. The fallen leaves hovered and fell slightly. When the bamboo hat fell to the ground, crisp bells sounded. Swish! Kisame swung his shark muscles and slashed at Asuma in front of him. Dang! The metal trill sounded, and same hata was directly blocked by Asuma's flying swallow. Of course, it is said to be blocked, but it is actually very reluctant. Kisame only used one arm, and still used the tip of the knife. Even so, he suppressed Asuma, who was blocking with both hands, and even the tip of the knife continued to press down. Hong didn't hesitate either. She jumped back, quickly made seals with her hands, and then twisted her body, as if she had entered a different space. Is this illusion? Itaka slightly raised his eyes behind Geixier and glanced at Hong. His eyes fluctuated a little. At the moment when Hong disappeared, a big tree grew behind Uchiha Itaki, and then stretched out tentacle-like branches, tying Itaka 670 to the big tree in circles. Itaka didn't panic in the slightest, raised his head slightly, looked up, and poked out his red body out of thin air from the sky tree. This is the end. Hong held a sharp kunao in his hand, and stabbed directly at Itaki. Heh! Itaka smiled slightly, and the scarlet three-go jade spun slightly, causing an ominous feeling to appear in Hong's heart. Shua! As if time and space were reversed, the next moment, Hong was a little horrified to find that the one bound to the tree was herself. Illusion bounces back, Hong said in shock. This is really the end. A kunao appeared in Uchiha Itaka's hand, and he was about to go towards the red thorn. Suddenly, Itaka's face changed instantly, and he turned around instantly, and kunao collided with a bright short sword in an instant. Dang! There was a harsh sound of metal collision and friction, and sparks splashed. What a strong power! Itaka felt the irresistible power from the short sword, and he didn't resist it hard. Instead, he unloaded the force and flew backwards, pulling away the distance. Mr. Itaki, Kisame said in surprise, looking at Itaki, who backed away. Then he slashed behind him suddenly. The strength is not bad, but the speed is a bit short. The afterimage turned into nothingness under the sword, and a figure had already come to Geixier at this moment. With style, King Kong recruits wood. On the ground, a huge wooden stake broke through the ground directly, knocking Kisame into the air. The situation changed in an instant, just like Itaka's illusion. However, everyone present knew that this was not an illusion. This is really a powerful attack. Kisame pulled out a gap of more than 20 meters on the ground with his sword muscle before barely stopping his figure, and spat out blood. His expression became serious in an instant. His face was no longer the same smile from 10,000 years, and all the white bandages had been completely untied with the big sword shark muscle in his hand. It's you, are you that brat just now? Kanshi Kisame panicked as he looked at the young man who split the battlefield in an instant. If possible, I don't like people calling me a kid, Mr. Kisame. Xian looked at Kisame indifferently and said, if you want to die early, then pretend I didn't say anything. Kisame. Itaki glanced at Kisame and stopped him. This is not at the same level as the enemies we encountered earlier, don't let your guard down. Thinking of the unknowing body flicker technique just now, he almost didn't even react, and the terrifying power, and Itake glanced at the raised stake on the ground from the corner of his eye. It was not an illusion. Would style? First Hokage, the bloodline of the ninja world. Itake's eyes were a little dignified, and even he felt a strong sense of oppression from this young man. He only felt this feeling from the mysterious leader. Pass. It's really murderous. Kisame naturally felt the terrifying power in the air, and he didn't call him kid anymore, and wiped the blood from his mouth, and the excited smile appeared on his shark face again. Eyes filled with fighting intent. The last time I saw such a strong, but frighteningly strong man was still on 4th Mizukage, but he was only young in appearance, not young. What about you? Is it the same? Before Shen could speak, he grinned and said, I have a good idea. Why don't I let my shark muscle taste your blood, and see if you are playing tricks or not? After finishing speaking, before Itake could stop it, Kisame rushed up, and the huge same had a slam down hard. Exit water style, water dragon bomb technique. A steady voice sounded, and a huge water dragon directly condensed out of the nearby river, brushed past Shen's face, roared and charged towards Geixier. At this time, Itake's strength can be seen, even if it is a late reaction. In this short moment, the seal has been formed. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. The same huge water dragon, coming first, also brushed past Geixier. Two huge water dragons collided together, making a dull impact sound, and a large amount of water splashed everywhere, as if it was raining heavily. It's really slow, Senior Kakashi. Shen said with a faint smile, you really like being late. Hey, please be considerate of Senior's body flicker technique, I have already rushed over as fast as possible. Kakashi walked up from behind Shen, and said with a wry smile, so how about making a choice? Senior Kakashi, I'll deal with Uchiha Itake, and you'll deal with this shark face. The gentle voice came out, and Shen had already rushed out in an instant. Hey, don't look down on people too much. The corner of his mouth curled up in a bloodthirsty arc, and the shark muscles with big eyes blocked Shen's way in an instant. Did I say it? Your speed is too slow. A faint voice lingered in my ears, and the afterimage had already begun to dissipate in front of my eyes. What? Kisame didn't dare to say anything. This body flicker technique was too fast. He didn't respond at all just now. Just when Kisame was a little dazed, a blazing thunderbolt bloomed in front of him, pulling the air apart with terrifying power and neighing. I saw that Kakashi had completely liberated the Sharingan, and the Reikiri in his hand was infinitely more dazzling than Suzuki's Chidori. That eye? Kisame grinned, revealing his fangs, his murderous aura spewed out in an instant. I thought it would be quite boring to come back with Mr. Itake this time. I didn't expect to meet so many interesting people and things. It's not that interesting for us. Since it's rebellion, let's stay here today, Kakashi said coldly. Ignore the battle between Kakashi and Kisame behind him, although Kakashi is not Kisame's opponent at all, to be honest. Kisame's strongest thing is not his sword skill at all, but the large water prison ninjutsu with a diameter of several kilometers in the water prison shark chrysalis. Combined with the fusion of him and shark muscles, and the absorption of Chakra's skin, it is almost invincible exist. In addition, no matter how serious the injury is, unless it is a fatal injury, Samehada can rely on the constitution to recover. Even at cage level, it is an extremely strong existence, and Kakashi and the others cannot fight at all. Of course, as Itake said, Kisame's ninjutsu is too eye-catching. If it really attracts the other ninjas from Konoha, the two of them may not have to run away. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing Shen rushed over, Itake directly put his right hand to his mouth, a faint flame appeared in front of him, and then formed a huge fireball in an instant. It's so fast, I can't see the seal at all. Hong, who rushed over to support, said in shock. Teacher Hong, go help Senior Kakashi and leave me alone. Shen turned his head and said, pulling out the short sword behind his back, like a phantom, it directly flashed past the great fireball. This is? Itake was slightly distracted. He remembered the mysterious man wearing a mask, which was also a means of penetrating attacks. No, it's just that the speed of the body flicker technique is too fast. Itake returned to God in an instant, and his eyes had transformed into Mangekyo with 3 hooks in an instant. Under Mangekyo's insight, he was able to see Shen's movements. It was almost at the end when Ultimate's body flicker technique pulled out an afterimage, so it seemed to penetrate the attack directly. It's faster than Shisui's body flicker technique. Itake sighed inwardly. Puffed, there was a sound of a sharp knife piercing into the flesh, but no blood flowed out. Jian is really fast. Looking at the figure in front of him, Shen sighed in admiration, and then quickly pulled away from short sword. The powerful chakra under his feet burst out in an instant, and the whole person disappeared in Nyohao, in place in an instant. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the trees beside the road were shaken by the terrifying shock wave. It's over. Itake's figure appeared on top of a big tree in the dense forest by the roadside, watching the explosion condescendingly. The black smoke cleared away, and there was a huge pit on the ground, but there was no one at all. Shua! The bright knife light suddenly appeared, and a few strands of hair were chopped off. Your body flicker technique is really like my former best friend, 10 times super fast and weird. The figure of Itachi retreated frantically and said lightly, it's just that you are faster than him. Thank you for the compliment. Xian's figure followed Itachi closely, the short sword in his hand ready to strike at any time. Your strength and talent are really good, it's a pity. Itachi said lightly, remember one sentence, don't watch the Sharingan of the Uchiha people. As soon as the words fell, black blood dripped directly from Itachi's eyes, and the scarlet Mangekyo was instantly filled with bloodshot eyes. Tsukuyomi. In the weird world, it seems that there is only darkness and no light, everything is weird, unreasonable, and completely deviates from the common sense of the world. Xian opened his eyes, and his whole body was tied to the cross, with no strength in his body. No, it's not that he doesn't have any strength, but that he is in this world at this moment, and he can't be called a human at all, just a piece of paper. He saw Uchiha Itachi in front of him, holding a long knife in his hand, and even the more he looked at this world, the more oppressive, distorted and weird he felt. Because he clearly saw that there was a cross in front of him, and on the cross was also a paper-shaped him, and there was also Uchiha Itachi holding a long knife in front of him, and the space was still expanding, and every position seemed to be filled with up the cross. Countless Uchiha Itachi. This is Tsukuyomi, known as the strongest spiritual attack. In this Tsukuyomi space, everything, including time, space, and quality, is under the control of the caster's will. In this space, no matter how strong the body is, how agile the speed is, it is ineffective among Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi is called an unbreakable illusion, because the conventional illusion is to crack the seal by himself, or the companion next to him breaks the illusion by disturbing the fluctuation of chakra. But for Tsukuyomi, his mind is completely in this Tsukuyomi space, unable to crack the illusion, and in this illusion space, just a second, or even less than a second, in the outside world maybe a month in the Tsukuyomi space, or even a year, or a lifetime, it all depends on how the caster chooses to destroy your spirit. In the original novel, Itachi tortured Kakashi for 3 days and 72 hours in the space of Tsukuyomi for 1 second, leaving Kakashi in a coma for nearly a month, which was still under the treatment of Tsunade. Of course, this is absolutely merciless, otherwise it would take a year, or even 10 years of mental attack, to directly destroy Kakashi's mind and cause brain death. This is the Tsukuyomi space, and everything, including space, quality, and time, is under my control. Under the blood-colored sky, Itachi opened his eyes, and the scarlet three-pointed jade penetrated even more in this space. Itachi said, and directly stabbed the long knife into Xian's body. Puffed, the sound of the sharp, CGCF, blade entering the body sounded, and the unimaginable pain came directly. The sharp pain caused by the blade rubbing against the body, one after another, can destroy the spirit of any tough guy. What's more, this kind of pain is not a single knife, every cross is Xian himself, and every knife pierced in is the damage of thousands of knives at the same time. Don't underestimate it because it's an illusion. The pain here is not an illusion. Hearing Xian's screams in his ears, Itachi moved the long knife in his hand expressionlessly and said, the pain here is the same as the pain in reality. Simultaneously, no matter how tough your spirit is, how long can you persist? Konoha's genius boy. Just 10 seconds have passed, and there are still 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds left. Enjoy the pain. Countless crosses disappeared, and instead, countless ferrets appeared around the cross at the same time. Holding a long knife, he stabbed into Xian's body at the same time. No. Itachi suddenly focused his eyes, threw away the long knife in his hand, looked around vigilantly, and Sanguyu instantly transformed into Mangekyo. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, your illusion attainment has improved really quickly, I thought you couldn't find it. Xian, who was screaming on the cross, raised his head and smiled and said that he was still half embarrassed. Quack quack quack. The gloomy crows neighed in this bloody and gloomy space, and the figures on the cross turned into pitch-black crows. The crows screamed miserably, the black gloomy ground, the blood-colored dim sky, filled with the ominous and strange atmosphere of death. When Itachi's eyes finally fluctuated violently, looking at the calm figure with a faint smile under the blood moon and asked, from the very beginning, this is my space. Xian said lightly, I know many things about you, Itachi, including the backside of the genocide night, your mission, and the darkness you carry. Who the hell are you? Itachi's face became serious for a moment. He once thought he knew the village well, but now he realized that he didn't know enough about many things, such as the person in front of him. It's just a genin of Konoha. Shendanen said, the dark pupils in his eyes instantly turned scarlet, and the Mangekyo with the pattern of a windmill rotated slightly. Those eyes? Itachi's pupils instantly shrank to ultimate. At this moment he thought of Shisui, but Shisui was indeed completely dead, only the left eye was given to him, and the right eye was in Danzo's place. And the boy in front of him is indeed Mangekyo with both eyes. Don't look directly into the eyes of Uchiha people, this sentence is also for you, feel the power of the strongest illusion. Xian pressed his right hand towards Itachi slightly. Countless polar rays pierced the blood-colored sky, Black's ground cracked instantly, and a large amount of light gushed out from the ground. The whole world was shrouded in light, and everything was completely shattered in the light of annihilating the world. Distinguished heavenly God's light. The words in a soft voice came out, and the next moment the world was destroyed. Hurrah! Itaki held the tree with his hand, and Mangekyo had already retreated to 3 Tomo Sharinan, with deep tiredness in his eyes. Xian's distinguished heavenly God's light is different from Itaka's. Although it also constructs an illusion space, the distinguished heavenly God's light pursues ultimate spiritual attack brought about by the instant destruction of ultimate, which is different from Tsukuyomi. Of course, the power will not be much worse, depending on the chakra and spiritual power invested. I know who you are now? That Shinigami mask back then. Itaki looked at Xian, although he was extremely tired, but his eyes remained absolutely calm. Let me give you a suggestion. Xian didn't affirm Itaka's words, but said otherwise. Turn your attention away from the leader with Rinnegan. The man with the mask is the one who really dominates everything. Itaka didn't speak, maybe he had already guessed in his heart. Don't you want to leave? If you don't leave, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to leave. Xian looked at Uchiha Itaki, whose face was dark and extremely tired, and said lightly. Itaki didn't speak, but took a deep look at Xian, and then rushed out of the dense forest. At this time, Kisame is still fighting with Asuma, Kakashi, and Red. Kisame, who cannot use a wide range of water style, seems to be at a slight disadvantage, but this is amazing enough. After all, he is facing 3 Jonin, of which in Kakashi, an elite Jonin. Go, Itaka said directly. Mr. Itaki? How could it be? Kisame was shocked when he saw the tiredness on Itaka's face, and Xian who was still calm in the distance. But even so, his reaction was not slow at all. He formed a seal quickly, and then disappeared in place in an instant. No more chasing. Xian directly waved his hand to stop Asuma and Hong, and said calmly. But the purpose of their coming to the village has not been clarified yet. Asuma asked anxiously. It's for the purpose of the 4th generation. Xian said lightly. Naruto? Kakashi said in surprise. I thought Itaki was targeting Suzuki this time. Of course it's because of Urjuzi. Xian said silently in his heart, this is Brakan. As soon as I heard the 3rd generation was dead, I was afraid that old guy Danzo would be unfavorable to Urjuzi, so I immediately brought my little brother Geixi with me as an excuse to go on a business trip. I came here to support my younger brother, walked around the village, and actually told Danzo that I am still alive, and the original agreement is still in effect. After all, Danzo's purpose is to become a Hokage. Itaki holds a lot of dark information about him. Itaki also uses this to threaten Danzo not to attack Urjuzi. After all, 3rd generation has a soft personality, and Urjuzi is not like Naruto. Important. I am afraid that relying on the 3rd generation alone, the 2nd pillar will be controlled by Danzo within 2 or 3 years. But it's no wonder, after all, 9 Tails is sealed in Naruto's body. Asuma said with a serious face when he heard Xian's words. Has that child already attracted the attention of this level of rebellious ninja? In Legendary, Mangekyo can control the tail beast Uchiha Itaki. What on earth is he trying to do? Hong asked with some concern. But if that's the case, shouldn't we pursue it more? Uchiha Itaki has been seriously injured in your hands, Asuma said respectfully. Among all the Jonin who have a general understanding of Xian's true strength, Asuma should be the most respectful one. Kakashi has a lazy personality, and his look is relatively light. Because of Hinata's reason, Xian's gaze has always been like looking at a child. Only Asuma it is the most respectful, and of course respect means alienation and distance. No, Itaki is not that easy to deal with, and the Hashigaki Kisame next to him is far stronger than you imagined. And, Xian looked at Kakashi and said, you are almost at your limit, Kakashi. Ah, I'm sorry. Kakashi pulled down the forehead protector to cover Sharingan, and exhaled. That guy called Kisame. Kisame can absorb chakra, and with Sharingan, the consumption is much greater than expected. Well, that's it. Xian spread his hands and said lightly, of course, the most important thing is that I didn't feel the murderous aura from them, especially Itaki. Otherwise, with your strength, I'm afraid you will be instantly killed. Your strength is still too weak. The 3 Jonin didn't speak. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing, being complained about by a 12 or 13-year-old boy for his poor ability. But they can't refute at all, because their strength is indeed far worse, and the gap has been reflected in the battle just now. I hope things will develop in the direction I expected. Xian looked at the direction Itaki and the others left, thinking silently in his heart. After this battle, even if Itaki didn't tell, Akatsuki would probably know about this battle through Kisame. But this is also the purpose of Xian. The Akatsuki organization is still controlled by Nagato. To be honest, Obito's right to speak is not as good as Nagato. After all, only Hashigaki Kisame and Ju are the only ones who really know his general identity. Most of the others were recruited by Itaki, Pain, and Konan. So now it is Nagato who controls Akatsuki's direction, not Obito. And now Akatsuki's idea is not Project Tsukinomi, but to make the world feel the pain to achieve the ultimate ninja world peace. For this plan, they will hibernate in the early stage, constantly collecting information and money, and exist as mercenaries in the ninja world, helping the small ninja village, small country, and big ninja village to fight wars to obtain enough money and information. There is enough reputation among the major countries. This is the first step. The second step is to collect 9-tailed beasts as weapons of war. This is the second stage. The third stage is to launch a fairly large-scale war, so that the great ninja village and the big country can also feel the pain of the war. Only by making all the big ninja villages and big countries feel the pain can peace in the ninja world be realized. This is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization now, which is exactly the same as the purpose of Yahiko's establishment of the Akatsuki organization, which is for the peace of the ninja world. In fact, this was completely fooled by Obito. After Danzo killed Yahiko, Obito shot and killed the first batch of Akatsuki members. At this point, the original Akatsuki organization that was purely for peace disappeared completely, and Obito began to try his best to fool Nagato and Konan, who were in great pain. Only then did the new Akatsuki achieve peace by making the world feel the pain. In fact, Akatsuki's purpose has nothing to do with Obito at all. What he wants is to collect the 9-tailed beasts through Akatsuki, and then summon 10 tails to realize Project Tsukinomiya, and resurrect Uchiha Madara, by the way, which is Madara and Obito, the content of the curse seal above and below the heart. In fact, the executor chosen by Madara has always been Nagato, and Obito is just a layer of insurance on him. Therefore, everything in the early stage of Obito can only go down according to Nagato's will, secretly planning, and only after Nagato is completely dead, he starts to take over everything. In fact, Akatsuki had gathered the troops long before Shippuden, and it took them at least 6 or 7 years to collect information and money before they started collecting tailed beasts after Shippuden started. The reason why it took so long is actually the uncertainty in the report, the uncertainty about the strength of the 5 great ninja villages, and the distribution of Jinchuriki, plus Obito is also secretly planning to get rid of Madara's shackles, basically doing nothing. These three, Obito's plan, the strength of the 5 major ninja villages, and Nagato's fear, form a balance between these three. Among them, Obito's plan can be ignored, and Nagato's fear and the strength of the 5 great ninja villages are the key to extending their intelligence collection and preparing for the first stage. What Shien has to do this time is to increase Nagato's fear of the 5 major ninja villages, especially Konoha, the strongest ninja village, so as to prolong their preparation time. Not only Xiao needs time, Shien also needs time. He needs enough time to improve his strength to the strongest level. It is best to be able to upgrade to 6 paths before Kagaya appears, or even a stronger realm than 6 paths. Shien has never had such a humble idea of simply living under the eyes of the moon. This is very simple for him. He can even directly face the entire Zhan Xiao organization when he is 5 stars. He has this ability. Stopping Project Tsukinomiya is easy for him, it was never his purpose. He had only one goal a long time ago, and that was the template of Daitanyu Kagaya. He wanted to defeat Daitanyu Kagaya with his own hands, and it would be best to be able to kill him, because that template contains the hope of eternal life. This is also where true immortality in the world of Hokage is possible. The blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy, leave all opponents to me. Boom! There was a huge splash of water, and the watermelon-headed, green guy appeared directly beside Kakashi, revealing a mouthful of white fang, shining brightly in the sun. That idiot. Looking at Guy's excess energy, Kakashi, who was splashed all over, covered his forehead and said helplessly, "Is this GU?" Shien watched Guy whispering to Kakashi, turning a blind eye to the injury on Asuma's arm, and complained with a dark belly in his heart. As for these two people, it seems that they were not married in the end. Thinking about it like this is a bit frightening. Of course this is just a joke, but Kakashi is indeed a pity. The flower bell at the beginning was pretty good, but it is a pity that they did not get together in the end. Wait, the flower bells shouldn't have appeared yet. Shien tried hard to think back, saying that he often practiced in the village, and he had never left the village except for the time in the country of waves. If something like that happened in the original book, Naruto will definitely find him to get involved. Although Hualing appeared before the Chunin assessment in the original novel 26, but since Shien has no impression, it must be that the plot found a deviation. Would you like to make a match? Shien smiled a little unkindly. In fact, those who have watched all the plots should be clear that Kakashi's love for Lin is just the kind of friendship and companionship, not Obito's kind of love mixed with family affection. So Kakashi has no love trauma. If you want to say why the original book didn't get married, it's probably just because I'm tired, and I seem to face everything optimistically every day. In fact, after his father died, Obito died, his teacher died, and Lin died at his hands, Kakashi's heart was already full of holes. The mantra that I am lost on the journey of life is not just a casual talk, it is a true portrayal of his heart. If possible, Shien will help him when the time comes. If there is a bell, Kakashi will not be so lonely all the time. I'm sorry, Guy, Shien said silently in his heart. With his current strength and status in the village, when the time comes, tell Ubuxi or Tsunade about the little spy Hualing, just comment. Guy, what's on your head? Hong reminded. It's nothing, it came in a hurry, maybe I didn't believe that I brought 1 or 2 green leaves, Guy said indifferently, and took off the injured few green leaves that were crystal clear. This is really rare. Hong picked up the green leaves and said, other leaves are a little withered and yellow, but these few leaves are so green. Don't worry about these, Guy said indifferently. I just felt the strong fighting fluctuations here, so I rushed over immediately. How is it, Kakashi, what happened? You are not injured? Guy asked with a smile. Uchiha Itachi and Mist Shinobi's S-rank ninja Hashigaki Kisame have come to the village. Asuma said, those are really 2 powerful opponents. Fortunately, Xian was here, and Uchiha Itachi was seriously injured. Hong added beside him. It's an incredible youth to have hit Uchiha's genius so hard, Guy exclaimed. Itachi and the previous Baki are not at the same level at all. One is really the elite Jonin of Sand Shinobi, and the other is the genocide Itachi who has become famous in the ninja world 5 years ago. Being able to destroy such a powerful Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi's strength cannot be overestimated. Even he was only 13 years old, and he was already a well-known genius in Konoha at the age of 13, even higher than Kakashi's talent back then. It has been 4 or 5 years since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and no one knows how far this talented Uchiha Itachi has grown. And such a character was seriously injured by Xian, and he didn't seem to have the slightest injury, which is very shocking. Anyway, you should inform Jiraiya first about this matter. We have just experienced war, and the village is still relatively fragile. Be vigilant and be fully prepared, Xian instructed. Yes, the 4 Jonin couldn't help but answer. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first, Xian said lightly, and then it turned into a puff of white smoke. Is it my illusion? I always feel that Xian is unfathomable no matter what time it is. I originally thought that the first time I saw him, the battle was already full of strength. I didn't expect that the later, the more uncertain, every time I see it seems to be the tip of the iceberg, the next battle will become stronger, or it will be a completely different ability and fighting style. Asuma put down Fiian, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said seriously, it's not an illusion. Kakashi's lazy gaze became serious in an instant. If you pay attention carefully, you will find that in every battle, he has never received the slightest damage, and he is unscathed, no matter what it is. The opponents all acted too easily, including the first match against 3rd generation master, or this time against Uchiha Itachi. Xian, did that boy fight against the lord of the 3rd generation? Guy was a little surprised for a moment, and what surprised him the most was that Kakashi and the others meant that the man who claimed to be the strongest Hokage lost to the 3rd generation. A 12-year-old boy. But we should be happy, shouldn't we? Hong said at this time to break the calm atmosphere. That child, he belongs to Konoha, the seedling of Konoha who inherited the will of fire. No, it should be the big tree guarding Konoha. Well, what Hong said is right, there are people like Xian in Konoha, at least we have more confidence. Kakashi smiled and said, the ones who should be afraid should be Konoha's enemies. Xian didn't know that Kakashi and the 4 of them discussed so much behind him with such emphasis. In fact, Xian had almost betrayed the village at the beginning. When he got the Shisui template, if it wasn't for the betrayal, it would have been too bleak. Xian Zi thinks that he is not a desperate person, nor is he an artist, not to mention that he is directly desperate for this. He still has Hinata, and Irika, Shikamaru, etc. And after Tsunade took over, Konoha's cheating has indeed decreased a lot due to various reasons. Xian did not defect to Konoha on the night of the genocide. Since it didn't happen that time, Konoha is now reborn from the ashes, and his bond is getting deeper and deeper. How could he judge Konoha? After a while. At this moment, Xian has come to Konoha Hushin, a large area of death forest. For others, the death forest is a dark and cold place, full of poisonous insects and beasts, and they cannot be avoided. But for Xian, it's secluded enough here to experiment with some templates. Under a giant tree in the forest of death, Xian's mind had already been transferred to a template. This is a newly obtained template, still exuding a faint golden light. S-Class 3-star template, Uchiha Itachi, Umbu. Switch the template. Xian said lightly. A feeling different from the Shisui template instantly filled the whole body, and the information of the whole template also completely appeared in Xian's mind at this moment. Character template, Uchiha Itachi, Umbu. Quality, S rating, Samsung experience required for ascension to star 0/1000 abilities, Sharingan, Izanagi, Izanami, Crow illusion, Crow clone, visual illusion, shuriken throwing, fire style great fireball technique, fire style great dragon fire technique, fire style impatience claw red, shadow clone technique, quickly seal with one hand, setting illusion. Star potential 1-star Uchiha Itachi, Genin 2-star Weasel, Sharingan 3-star Itachi, Umbu / experience points reach 80% to unlock Mangekyo 4-star Itachi, Xiao organization / experience points exceed 5,000 to unlock Susanoo. If you look at the template ability alone, Itachi's template doesn't seem that strong, but in fact, several of these abilities seem to be very common, pushing Itachi's template to an extremely strong point. Sharingan aside, one is a one-handed Mudra. The ability of one-handed Madara does not seem outstanding, but it can almost be said to be the rarest ability in Hokage. By the end of Hokage, there were only 3 people who could form seals with one hand. One was Minato, the other was Shiro who had died in the Land of Waves, and the last one was Itachi. And Itachi's one-handed Madara is not the common one-handed Madara, but one-handed quick Madara. The advantage of one-handed Madara is concealment, and it's scary if it's fast. When Shen was fighting Itachi, he was almost overwhelmed by Itachi's avatar explosion. In the original book, Kakashi and Itachi were played and applauded when they fought against Itachi. It was because of the ability to quickly form seals with one hand, and it was impossible to see when they formed seals. This is already a hang-up. It is equivalent to that others are still shouting the name of the move to be able to release the skill, but you don't use it at all. It is equivalent to an instant cast. In terms of seal alone, Itachi should be the fastest one in Hokage. This ability is very useful in the early stage, because the ninja's fighting method is to collect information and then target attacks, and the concealment of one-hand seal can completely prevent opponents from targeting. Similarly, Kakashi's copy eyes cannot copy one-handed ninjutsu. There is also a setup ninjutsu, which is actually used in Shien Shisui template. This is a hint that can be given to people in advance after reaching a certain level of illusion. Once the situation in the hint is triggered, the illusion will be activated. Shen used it in the first exam of Chunin's assessment, and he hinted at that time that he would commit suicide if he left the door of the examination room during the assessment. Of course, this kind of illusion that is too compulsive can only be successful if there is a disparity in strength between the two sides. Otherwise, it will be like Itachi, with harsh conditions and a natural illusion. The last one is of course Itachi's most famous shuriken throwing technique. Through the strength and speed of the shuriken, he can change the direction through the collision of the shuriken in the air, and hit an almost impossible target. Of course, compared to the previous two abilities, shuriken throwing has very little effect in the later stage, because the lethality is so bad. Of course, the reason why Itachi is called Itachi God is not only because of these abilities, but also the more mysterious crow illusion after perverts Tsukuyomi and Mangekyo, and the ability to cope with any situation. Let's put it this way, even though Shisui is also a genius ninja of the illusion type Uchiha, even Shisui is a little stronger than Itachi in terms of strength and talent, but Shisui is not as good as Itachi, that is, combat IQ and insight, and the number of forbidden techniques he has mastered. Itachi's insight is too sharp, and his combat IQ is too high. Itachi once said that there is no absolutely invincible ninjutsu, and it is true. In the end, he did crack the impure world reincarnation cleverly. Sasuke is already the eternal Mangekyo, but the gap between him and the dirty weasel next to him is so obvious. The Izanagi and Izanami mastered by Itachi are the forbidden technique that Shisui never mastered, which was completely banned by Uchiha because it was unknown. In addition, the ability of the Itachi template that Shien values most is the ability of Itachi after Susanoo is activated. Only the Itachi who has activated Susanoo can be called a nearly invincible existence in the 4-star template. The defensive 8-foot mirror, the sealing artifact 10-fist sword, are excellent in both offense and defense. Susanoo, who was originally a very strong defense, with the addition of defensive artifacts, the defense has reached a terrifying level, not to mention the 10-fist sword. A hit will permanently seal people into the illusion world of drunken dreams. The artifact with its own sealing technique can be called a bug-level existence, which is equivalent to a one-hit kill. This is Uchiha Itachi's template. Although the quality is not high, it can definitely be called the top few templates in Hokage. Ding, congratulations to host for setting Chiyu's Haibo Itachi, Uchiha Shisui template, and unlocking the combined ninjutsu Messy Snow Moonflower. Ding, congratulations to the host for setting Chiyu's Haibo Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki template, unlocking combination ninjutsu, Amaterasu double, Susanoo, double God Thunder. You actually unlocked combined ninjutsu. Shien was a little surprised. Combination ninjutsu is not uncommon in Hokage. 2 or more people who have excellent tacit cooperation can use combination ninjutsu. The representative ninjutsu is 4th Raikage and Killer Bee's incredible Rayleigh hot knife. With the same speed, the same strength, and even chakra of the same level, they used Rayleigh's hot knife at the same time. The power is powerful enough to instantly decapitate a strong man. Even if it is hit elsewhere, it is absolutely fatal. The same speed, the same strength, and even the same chakra, depending on the conditions, you can know how difficult it is to release combined ninjutsu, which requires the best tacit understanding. Of course, in contrast to restrictions, the power of combined ninjutsu is extremely powerful. In an instant the explosive power far exceeds the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. These combinations of ninjutsu seem to be from Ultimate Storm. Shien looked at the 3 combination of ninjutsu unlocked, feeling a little familiar. Messy Suihua is Shisui and Itachi's. It seems that the power is not very strong. It is about the same as the Ju Niu Lei, Li Mahao, Li Hot Saber, and its power is a little bit worse. As for Amateresu's second level, Susanna needs to cooperate with Amateresu to attack. The power is above Rayleigh's hot knife, and the last Susanna double god Lei Lin. If Xian remembers correctly, the power of this move can be called devastating, but it needs attacky open full body Susanna at the same time as Suzuki. System, show the release conditions of the 3 combined ninjutsu, Xian asked directly. In the next second, the Japanese stock information directly appeared in Xian's mind. Messy Snow Moonflower, minimal requirements Samsung Uchiha Shisui, template, Samsung Uchiha Itaki, Umbu, template. Amaterasu Duo, minimum requirements 4-star Uchiha Itaki, Suzano, template, 4-star Uchiha Suzuki, Suzano, template. Suzano, 2 Gods of Thunder, minimum requirement Uchiha Suzuki template to unlock the full body Suzano, Uchiha Itaki, pupil force unlocked. Fortunately, Suzano is not forced to follow the template requirements in the plot. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Of the 3 combined ninjutsu, the most useful one was Suzano's Double God Thunder. The power of this combined ninjutsu is probably second only to True's several thousand hands in Super Shadow. However, according to the template of the original plot itself, the demand for this combination of ninjutsu is the complete body Suzano. Suzuki needs to activate the 6-hook Jade Rinnegan before it can be released. After all, Suzuki is still getting the Sage of 6 Paths to truly open the complete body. After the gift. At that time, the templates were already 6-star, and this combined ninjutsu was useless. To be honest, Suzuki's Eternal Mangekyo is indeed a bit weak. In addition to having no side effects, the regular output is higher than Itaka's, but there is always a feeling of being weaker than Itaki. He can't even activate the full body of Suzuo, let alone Madara. Compared. But if there is no mandatory requirement, Xian can use his own Sage Body Augmentation Suzuki template Mangekyo to directly open the full body Suzuki. As for Itaka's new state, the release of the ban on pupil power, Xian is also a little curious. He has seen this system until now. The character strength is not limited to the original plot, but also the Ultimate Storm. In the Ultimate Storm, Itake and Shisui are indeed you can open a full body of Susanoo. The current authority is insufficient, and the function has not been activated yet. After Xian asked, the system gave the expected answer. What about the combination ninjutsu 377? Xian continued to ask. The current authority is insufficient, and none of the functions are military officers. I don't know if it will be activated after the second evolution after being promoted to Chinin. Xian looked forward to it. To be honest, many combined ninjutsu and Ultimate Storm are so strong that they explode. Even in the later stage, they are probably very useful ninjutsu. Of course, ninjutsu is still secondary, and Xian is looking forward to the so-called Itaka's pupil power being lifted to a super cage level other complete body. After all, if Itake can do it, then surely Shisui can too. To be honest, Xianzhan is quite reluctant to part with these 2 sub-templates, both of which have unique features, and even some super shadow abilities are not as easy to use as these 2 templates, but in the final analysis, these 2 templates are still of high quality. Too low. In the later stage, after Xian reached 5 stars, when there were many high-quality templates at hand, these 2 could not keep up with the pace. If a breakthrough in card quality can really be achieved, it is definitely a good thing. Among other things, Shisui's Super Illusion and Susanoo's Super Attack, Itaka's Illusion, and the ability to seal with one hand will never be out of date. Switching Itaka's template back to Shisui, Xian took another look at the Suzuki template. After so many days of hanging up, such a high-quality card has also gained a lot of experience. Up to now, the Suzuki template is already a 3-star template, and has accumulated 250 experience points. At this rate, it will soon reach 4 stars. Xian doesn't have the template for practicing Itaka now, and there is no need for it now, and he also lacks free experience. Itaka's template can really play a huge role. It should be in the 4th battle. The Impure World Reincarnation high-star templates are everywhere, and the experience of 10 fists and swords is all crashed into the account. As for now, the attributes in Shisui are somewhat repetitive. Speaking of which, it's time for Jiraiya to take Naruto to find Tsunade right away. The sun in battle should be able to harvest a wave, and Naruto's learning of Raiznan should also be a 2-star. After defeating it, he will be an SSS level template, and there is a pocket. See him in the 4. The influence in the battle should be a 5-star template. Xian Yi suddenly felt that Konoha Honkai's plan was not so profitable. Calculated, it should be the next sun in battle that is the most profitable. I am afraid that the templates of the pornographic, gambling and drug trio are all 4-star templates, but their templates are not so simple to calculate. Jiraiya has a large number of Mount Mayaboku's secret techniques, as well as highly accomplished sealing techniques. Orochimaru has a large number of forbidden technique research, forbidden technique information and cracking methods, Tsunade's medical skills. These abilities have reached the top of a field, not a simple 1S level templates can generalize. The one that impressed me the most. In the original book, Itaki used Amaterasu to burn the stomach wall of the toad. Jiraiya sealed Amaterasu with the fire sealing method, and the Five Shadows talks about Raikage's arm was set on fire by Amaterasu, but he could only cut it off. If Jiraiya had the ability to seal, definitely able to keep the arm. Sometimes, the template can not only look at the quality and strength, other skills are equally important. But at that time, we still need to find a way to harvest. Orochimaru and Do are okay, and Jiraiya has a good relationship. We can't do it clearly, and Tsunade is the same. Xian thought with a headache. Of course he thought that if he could beat Jiraiya like, Kage used to use the Irika template, but at their level, it is almost impossible to draw a tie in the normal competition. Both Xian and Jiraiya's moves are ninjutsu with large-scale mass destruction. Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. If it's really impossible to ask for real swords and guns to learn from each other, Jiraiya probably won't refuse, although it's a bit troublesome. Xian scratched his head in thought. The easiest one is of course the sun in battle. It is best to fight when the strength of the three players is only 20 to 30%. Xian, who figured it out, also left the Death Forest very quickly. He is still in a good mood now. He has gained a lot of free experience points in the morning, and he has also obtained the Uchiha Attack template. He is already very comfortable. Is it almost noon? Xian walked out of the Death Forest and looked at the big sun rising to the center. It took a lot of time to fight against Itachi Kisame and the Death Forest to experiment with Itachi's template, and the time came to middle age unknowingly. Xian, Master Jiraiya invites you to the roof of the Hokage building. A figure flashed to Xian's side and said, white hair and eye patch, it is Kakashi. Looks like he's already reported to Jiraiya about what happened this morning. Jiraiya looking for me. Xian was a little surprised, but also a little relieved, although he himself was not very high profile before, but after the Chunin assessment, his status in Konoha has risen to the point that no high-level person can ignore it. Especially now that the village is resting and recuperating, and its strength is weakest. Jiraiya's character of not liking high-level people is the only one who can be consulted with Xian. After all, in his opinion Xian's strength is already on the same level as him. Do you want to talk about Akatsuki? Xian guessed. If it is Jiraiya, she should know some things about Akatsuki by now. After all, she has been chasing Orochimaru for so long, so she naturally has a little understanding of the mysterious organization that Orochimaru joined. I see, I'll go now. After thinking for a while, Xian waved his hand at Kakashi, and went directly to the roof of the Hokage building. Yo, isn't this Jen? Jiraiya stood on the roof of the Hokage building, holding on to the railing. Xian's face was not as wretched as when he first met him, but serious, full of calm and reliable feeling. Some people are like this. They seem to be in good shape on weekdays, but when the time comes, they are definitely more reliable than some people who are usually sanctimonious. Shikamaru is like this, Guy is like this, Jiraiya is like this, and Hyan really appreciates this character. Didn't you ask me to come? Xian said helplessly. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now, and I forgot. Jiraiya laughed twice, then her face became serious in an instant. She looked at Xian and said, then, Xian, I want to ask you something very important. What, do you want to be Hokage? Ha! Xian really didn't expect Jiraiya to say such a sentence, and he couldn't help but froze in place for a moment. Ah, I really think you are very suitable. Jiraiya touched his head and laughed loudly. You are young, powerful, and you are the successor of the Will of Fire recognized by the old man of the third generation, much younger and capable than me. Think about it. There are many benefits to being a Hokage. Jiraiya smiled bewitchingly, but that smile is really not flattering, just like P***P. No, I refuse. Xian Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and said helplessly, I'm only 12 years old, Uncle Jiraiya, how could a genin become a Hokage? And Xian spread his hands, I'm not Naruto's idiot. I take Hokage as my dream. I think my life is pretty good now. Being a Hokage has a lot of things. I can't be as leisurely as I am now. Well, that's right. I'm afraid that group of obstinate and conservative old antiques will not agree. Jiraiya touched her chin, nodded and said, by the way, I also rejected old man Sarutobi in the same way when I was running for the fourth generation. Hey, Swanyu, does it resemble me? Why do you regret it? It's not too late to become a member of the fifth generation. Xian said with a smile. No, forget it, I've always had such a lazy temper. If I really want to be Hokage, I don't feel motivated at all. Jiraiya leaned on the railing, eyes a little deep and said, if it wasn't for Hokage, Minato might he wouldn't have died so young. Xian didn't speak, who in this ninja world doesn't have any stories. The laughter on the surface is just to cover up the loneliness and sentimentality in his heart. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? How can I instill this kind of thinking in the younger ones? Jiraiya suddenly laughed and said, it's just a little bit of regret. I have always been proud of Minato. He did it for me what this teacher didn't do. He used his life to protect this village. In comparison, my teacher is really incompetent. No, if there is a day, I think you will definitely make the same choice as them. Xian stared at Jiraiya and said seriously, for the safety of the village, the man who was able to collect more information and died in the depths of the sea made countless people cry. Hero Jiraiya, when it comes time to make a real choice, he is a real hero. Swimming dragon Angelica Sea, the sea does not welcome me Jiraiya. Xian thought of this sentence inexplicably, it really fits Jiraiya's style. Well, maybe, my life-saving ability is very strong, maybe at that time, I will run away from Konoha in despair. Jiraiya laughed. I'm not going to talk about this topic anymore. I forgot what I wanted to say if I continue talking. Sure enough, I became sloppy when I got older, just like the old man Sarutobi. Jiraiya waved his hand and terminated the conversation topic. So, Xian, have you heard of Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked with her front body directly pressed against the railing, her face suddenly becoming serious. Then before Xian could answer, he continued, I have been monitoring Orochimaru all these years. Orochimaru once joined this organization named Akatsuki, and then quit for some unknown reason. I collected information on this organization because of Orochimaru, but what I didn't expect was that the more information I collected, the more frightened I was. Obviously it's just a small organization with only 9 people, but each of them is a very well-known S-class rebel ninja. They are all dangerous people wanted by major ninja villages and countries. The Ataki and Kisame you met this morning are also but one of them, especially the leader, is so mysterious that even I haven't collected much information. Although the intelligence collected over the years shows that this Akatsuki organization is just an organization of ninja mercenaries, I have a hunch that they must be planning something. Xian watched Jiraiya tell the information about the Akatsuki organization, and couldn't help but admire. You must know that Jiraiya doesn't know the plot of the original work. All of these are only based on speculation. I'm afraid he was also the first ninja who paid attention to the Akatsuki organization. Up to now, the 5 major ninjas village still didn't take the Akatsuki organization seriously. On the contrary, it is regarded as a very convenient weapon, especially Rock Shinobi, who often employs the Akatsuki organization in wars. So I plan to go to the place where all the intelligence clues gather, Rain Shinobi to check the information. Jiraiya's words made Xian stun for a moment. This is different from the original book. Jiraiya should have practiced with Naruto for a few years, and then went to explore Akatsuki. Organized, I already have this kind of plan after taking over. However, Jiraiya's next sentence is also to explain Xian's doubts, so what Naruto said, please, this child has great potential in his body, the village owes too much to this child, I originally wanted to take this child to practice a few years, but now I think you are more suitable as Naruto's teacher than me. So, no, I refuse. Xian said disgustedly, I'm not the kind of ninja who is easy to be a teacher. Uncle Jiraiya. But Jiraiya was a little embarrassed. It's nothing special. Xian interrupted, and I don't think you can get much information with your strength. How many of the 9 top rebels can you deal with by yourself? Still in the enclosed range Shinobi village. It's just for information. Jiraiya touched her chin and said, it's so naive. Xian Dan said, in terms of information, I have a little bit here. The demigod who fought with you back then, Hanzo of the Salamander, has died in the hands of Akatsuki's leader. Now Rain Shinobi is Akatsuki's headquarters. You fought against Hanzo of the Salamander back then. I don't need to say more about his strength. Now, do you still think you can escape unscathed? If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't get much information and die there it is. Xian said bluntly. Even that man. A trace of shock flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He naturally knew how powerful the man standing on the Salamander was. If what Xian said was true, then the Xiao organization was more dangerous than he thought it was several grades higher. You can take Naruto to practice with peace of mind for a few years. The Xiao organization will not make any big moves in a short time. When the time comes back from practice, I can go to Rain Shinobi village with you. Xian said lightly. That's fine too. Jiraiya looked at Xian and smiled. Rain Shinobi has a mysterious and unfathomable leader of the Akatsuki organization, and they also have an unfathomable boy with extraordinary talents. If it is really counted, Jiraiya has more confidence in Xian. After all, the boy in front of him is only 12 years old. It is the golden period of strength growth. I have to make plans early. Going out to practice is also a good choice. Xian leaned on the railing, looked into the distance, and murmured in a low voice. After the Chunin assessment, he has this plan. If he really stays in the village and waits for 2.5 years to wait for the wind to come, I am afraid that his strength will not be greatly improved. By the time of the 4th battle, he is still far away from the 6 paths level. Distance. And just stepping into 6 paths initially is not what he is looking for. What he wants is to defeat or kill Kagaya. How can it be possible to do just the initial 6 paths? Let's try it when the time comes. I hope that attempt is okay. Xian already had a plan in mind. Hush. Jiraiya didn't talk anymore, but made a silent motion. Xian Ziren didn't speak. He also heard the sound of soft footsteps behind him. After a while, the footsteps gradually became heavier. An old voice sounded from behind Jiraiya. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect to be here. Xian turned his head to look, and saw two old men who looked to be the same age as third generation, a man and a woman. They were Mitokato Homura and Yutaten Koharu. He just took a look, and he turned his head again. He was not very interested in these two consultants. The two consultants also glanced at Xian, frowned, but didn't say anything else. Oh, isn't this Uncle Homura and Teacher Koharu? Then what can the consultant do for me? Jiraiya turned her head and said with a calm expression, also not very cold. 480. After all, when he was chatting with Xian just now, he said that there were stubborn and rigid old antiques in the village, and he was talking about these two in front of him. Needless to say, you should know. Mitokato Homura said with a serious expression. Jiraiya's face also became serious. Just confronting each other like this, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Well, don't look so scary. Didn't the negotiation with Sand Shinobi end well? Jiraiya laughed. Tsunaga-Core said that everything started because of Orochimaru, and when Sand Shinobi announced a full surrender to us Konoha, negotiations were not that important. Yutaten Kohara said lightly, however, in this situation, Konoha's strength has dropped to a terrible level. In order to deal with the hypothetical major crisis that may occur at any time, we need a trustworthy strength before the village's strength is completely restored. A strong leader, followed Mitokato Homura. You don't have to come here to report this to me, I'm going to continue collecting materials. Jiraiya scratched her hair in disgust, then turned around, leaned against the railing, and took out a telescope from her arms, with a wretched expression on her face. Smile. Shall I wipe? Only then did Xian realize that there was Konoha's hot spring bath in the distance, and his eyes were also very good, and there were a few women in the open-air hot spring in the distance. In an instant, Xian felt very bad. He finally knew why Jiraiya chose the position here. The feeling was for better peeping. This made him look awkward. He was lying on the same place as Jiraiya in the same position, making it look like he was peeping too. Fortunately, the two consultants also knew Jiraiya's temperament, so they didn't show anything, and continued to say, we need a fifth Hokage now, and in the emergency meeting held yesterday with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya, we chose you. It turned out that I was drawn here for this matter. Xian glanced at Jiraiya. Probably Jiraiya had expected that the village would want him to take over the fifth generation project, so she wanted to throw the blame away. However, if you think about it, it is easy to guess. After yesterday's battle, Konoha suffered heavy losses. After all, it was Sand Shinobi's powerful attack. Of course, the biggest loss was the death of the main generation Hokage. There is no need to say more about the impact of the death of a shadow. Just think about how the Third War started. The cause was the disappearance of Third Kazekage, and Sand Shinobi directly provoked the Third Ninja World War. If the death of the third generation is not handled well, the vacancy of the Hokage position will make the surrounding ninja villages eager to move towards Konoha. In this case, it is very important to choose a Hokage, and Jiraiya is a very good candidate. Strength is a must. Jiraiya is the strongest among Sunin in frontal combat. In terms of character, there is nothing to say. Except for a bit of lust, there is no picky place. In terms of qualifications, she is recognized and respected by the village. Sunin. Don't underestimate Sunin's influence in Konoha. Even now, most of the Jonin and Shinin in the village were once Sunin's fans, and even the villagers have a lot of reverence for Sunin. Of course, these consultants have sat in that position for too long, their heads are rigid, and they don't know how to consider Jiraiya's ideas. If Jiraiya really wanted to be Hokage, the original fourth generation project would not be Minato. Sure enough, Jiraiya decisively rejected the two consultants, and then dumped the blame on Tsunade. I'll help you find Tsunade, and there's no need for Umbu. Don't worry, I won't escape. Jiraiya said lightly. However, there is someone I really want to take with me. He is a very interesting newcomer. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Uncle Jiraiya, see you later. Xian also didn't bother to look at the expressions of the two consultants who owed money here, and waved at Jiraiya. Wait a minute, Xian, I just have something to tell you. Unexpectedly, Mitokato Homura called Xian. Yutaten Koharu immediately said, until the fifth Hokage is completely recovered, you'd better not leave the village. Why? Xian laughed a little angrily. From the beginning to the end, he didn't pay attention to the so-called high-level people in the village. When the third generation was here, he didn't restrain him, and they got along very well. Now that the third generation died, the Jayaki snake god is about to jump out. Your strength is very important to the village. During the time Jiraiya is out, you must stay in the village to protect the safety of the village. Yutaten Koharu explained, but the tone made Xian feel uncomfortable. It was a decision at the top. Mitokato Homura added. Seniors. Suinkai smiled, holding the short sword behind his back. What high levels? They're just a bunch of arrogant old men. Swish! The bright knife light suddenly appeared in the air, with a chilling edge, full of killing breath. Xian. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed, and it was too late to complain about the stupidity of Mitokato Homura and Yutaten Koharu, and his hands quickly formed madras. Dang! A crisp metal trill sounded, and the powerful shock wave generated by the collision spread in all directions. A tall toad blocked Xian's slashing attack. The toad had an armguard made of fine steel in its hand, firmly blocking Xian's short sword. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiraiya 2.9, some people think too highly of themselves, such people are undercut." Xian grinned, and the powerful chakra erupted in an instant, and in an instant, countless spiderweb-like cracks split the entire ground, shattering stone splash. "Competing with him who has integrated the Hashirama template, do you really think his strange power is a joke?" Boom! The toad that had previously resisted Xian's short sword was instantly sent flying by the irresistible force. "Not good." Jiraiya sighed. All this happened in an instant. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were about to turn around and dodge, but they felt a chill in their necks and stopped immediately. "Sorry, my knife is very sharp, and I don't know high-level people." A faint voice sounded behind them, and a chill wind hung in the hearts of Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Perhaps these two advisors were also powerful jonin or even elite jonin at one time. But sitting in that position for so many years, I have become used to giving orders, and the real strength of old age has already degraded to an unimaginable level. At least in Xian's view, that kind of movement, strength, and chakra are even inferior to a special jonin like Ibuxi, and even more incomparable to third Hokage. It's ironic that Konoha Shinobi Village, which is famous in the ninja world for its powerful strength, has such low strength of the village's high-level advisors. Even Cho, who retired from Sand Shinobi, still has cage-level strength after a few years. "Xian, hijack the high level. Do you want to betray the village?" Mito Kato Homura whispered. "So the rebellion against the village is just a slap in the face of the top management." Xian slightly lowered the blade. The sharp blade cut through the skin, and drops of blood flowed down the blade. "If you have something to discuss, you are a well-known genius in the village. When Sarutobi was here, he often mentioned to us that you inherited the will of fire. You have a deep bond here, and there is no need to go this far." Yuditen Koharu whispered. "It's really 26. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiraiya stroked his forehead helplessly and sighed. However, he did not utter a word to plead for Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu, these two old antiques he often dislikes, just to let them suffer a bit, so as not to be arrogant all day long. Now Jiraiya can also see that Xian has no murderous intent at all. If he wanted to kill, he would have killed him directly, and he would not talk so much nonsense. But it was completely different for Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. They could feel the sharp chill on their necks, and the icy murderous aura around them that made their hairs explode. It was at this moment that they could feel how powerful this young man who was known as the first genius in Konoha's history is. This feeling seems to be returning to the desperate Thunder Country forest. "You have such a wonderful youth, there is absolutely no need to commit such a thing because of us old bones who don't have many years to live." Mito Kato Homura is no longer rigid at the moment, speaking softly stimulated by the murderous intent. They have already realized that the boy in front of them is not an umbu or a common ninja who usually does things according to their orders. At this age, all of them have such strength, and they are all rebellious, and it is not the turn of others. Pointing fingers. "That's right." Xian withdrew the short sword and said with a smile on his face, "Since you're old, it's good to take good care of your life. Come out all day to point fingers, rely on the old to sell the old. Since you don't have the strength to protect the village, at least have a correct attitude towards those who have the strength to protect the village. Do you think you are still high level? You who are left by third Hokage, who are known as high-level consultants, are primordial old in my opinion. What you bring now is only a hindrance to the development of the village. Forget it. When fifth Hokage comes to power, I will suggest that it is time for the so-called consultants, high-level executives, to give way to young people. Hold on to power and not let go. Song will become more and more decadent." Xian's scolding was merciless. Since the face has been torn apart, it's better to just tear it to the end. Anyway, from the very beginning, he didn't think highly of these two pig teammates, and they often echoed Danzo's actions. Later, Tsunade took over as the fifth-generation project, and these two old men and women in their 70s often came out to show their presence, which really made Xian extremely disgusted. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu blushed when they were told, but they still didn't speak, because Xian's murderous aura still enveloped them, and once they opened their mouths, the short sword would cut through them without hesitation. Throat. No strength means no right to speak. Ninja Village, after all, is still a place to look at strength. Xian's current strength has already reached the point where the so-called Gaojin can be ignored. Many people sighed that Xian was not born in the war years. If he was really in the war years, he would be a real Konoha hero. In addition to this age, no one would dare to embarrass him, including the two consultants in front of him. "Well, it's boring, it's a waste of saliva," Xian finally said lightly, with a disdainful expression on his face. He didn't even say hello to Jiraiya, and just disappeared into white smoke. Seeing Xian disappeared, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu also breathed a sigh of relief, but what immediately rushed to their hearts was boundless anger. "It's outrageous. This is what Sarutobi said about inheriting the will of fire? I suggest that we should control it immediately or send Umbu to closely monitor it." Nazuman gritted his teeth. "I won't go crazy with you." Jiraiya walked past Mitokado Homura and said flatly, "Jiraiya, what do you mean?" Udaten Koharu asked. "Uncle Homura, Mr. Koharu, look at the times." Jiraiya turned her head and said coldly, "My time has long passed, what are you still struggling with? Sarutobi old man is dead, what are you still doing here? Shien is right, it is time for you to give power to young people up." Jiraiya walked to the stairs, turned his back to the consultant with a gloomy face, paused and said, "Now Konoha can't stand the toss, especially forcing away a real genius. To be honest, I don't want to be like Shien geniuses against each other, he is a true child of his time, this is his time." After finishing speaking, Jiraiya did not look back at the faces of the two consultants, but raised a hand and waved back, "Then goodbye, after finding Tsunade, I will try my best to persuade her to take over." Outside Konoha village, on a cliff far away, Kisame stood on the top of the cliff, and said 427 to Itachi behind him, "The leader means let us find an opportunity and try again. This is an excellent opportunity." At the moment when Orochimaru destroyed Konoha and third Hokage died in battle, is when Konoha's strength is at its lowest. We can only grab the Nine Tails Jinchuriki when we have such an opportunity, otherwise, once Konoha adjusts, the difficulty of grabbing will be more than doubled or tripled. "How is it, Mr. Itachi, are you okay?" Kisame asked. "Then give it a try. By tomorrow, maybe the recovery will be almost the same." Itachi sat on a big rock, although his face was still a little pale, but it seemed that there was nothing serious about it. After all, Shien did not kill him, and Itachi is also a Mangekyo, his pupil power is not weak, his spirit is extremely strong, and his illusion resistance is naturally stronger, and he can at least have the power to fight in a day's work. However, Konoha really deserves to be the #1 ninja village. Even though Hokage has already died in battle, there is still such a terrifying strongman in the village, who can defeat you. Mr. Itachi Kisame carried Samehada on his shoulders and grinned, but the shark's eyes were full of fear. "If it's really possible, I really don't want to confront that boy. I hope he won't be by Jinchuriki's side." "Yeah." Itachi nodded lightly, his eyes slightly lowered, a little deep. In the early morning of the next day, the Konoha gate. "Let's go, practice." Naruto raised his hand with excitement on his face. "Hey, are you an idiot? Naruto." Shien looked helplessly at Naruto, who was carrying a huge backpack. This huge size is really not an exaggeration at all, at least 2 Narutos can be stuffed in, and it is full. Naruto pulled the shoulder strap hard, but the backpack didn't move at all. "We're not going to practice in the deep mountains and old forests, just bring some change of clothes." Jiraiya sighed. Obviously the 4th generation in Kushina are so smart, why did they give birth to a child like a fool? Disregarding Naruto, Jiraiya turned to look at Gendo. "However, are you really not going?" To be honest, Naruto was a little unsure of being stared at by those two people now. "You are Master Sun and Jiraiya, a genius and legendary, how can 2 mere thieves be your opponents?" Shien said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, you're right." Jiraiya laughed and said, "I'm a genius Sunin after all. Hey, pervy sage, what ninjutsu are you going to teach me this time?" Naruto ran over at this time and asked with some expectation. "Hey, Naruto, don't keep calling me pervy sage." Jiraiya's face collapsed instantly. "You probably don't know that I'm a very powerful ninja." "Pervy sage is very powerful, pervy sage?" Naruto tilted his head in doubt, but it was obvious that Jiraiya was hit harder. "Listen up." Jiraiya trotted to the small bridge in front of him, put his hands in a very Zhong-er posture, and said loudly, "Toad Sage is a name to hide from the world. In fact, there is nothing to hide. I just, regardless one of the invincible Sunin from east to west, the Toad Messenger of the white-haired boy, the handsome man who shuts up even a crying child, Lord Jiraiya, that is me. Eyes, my eyes." Seeing Jiraiya posing, shaking her long hair, and singing such shameless lines with a dramatic accent, Shien's mood is like this now. The dog's eyes are blind, and there is no other way to describe it. "Oh." Jiraiya was embarrassed by Naruto's look of foolish eyes. "Uncle Jiraiya, you are more stupid than Naruto." Shien sighed and complained helplessly. Should it be said that the cuteness in Hokage is in the same line? From Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's funny comparison, to 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen's lustful, to Jiraiya's lustful and funny comparison, to the perfect man Minato's natural stupidity, then to Naruto's daily stupidity, sure enough, the master taught not only ninjutsu, but also thoughts. It seems that these big guys in Hokage, that is, 2nd Hokage, are like a wonderful flower blooming among a group of funny people. But after watching the 4 wars, you will find that the 2nd Hokage is actually a very approachable humanoid cold-hearted joker? Well, forget it, what do I care about with a group of brats? This is the world of adults, you don't understand. Jiraiya sighed and forcibly pulled back. "Then, let's go." Jiraiya mentioned Naruto, and waved his hands with his back to Shien, without seeing the slightest embarrassment just now. "Ah, but we should meet soon." Shien smiled. How could he stay in the village so honestly? He must be making trouble, and if he remembers correctly, Itachi and Kisame should attack again. His distinguished heavenly god's light from yesterday did not kill him. With Itaka's pupil power and illusion resistance, it can't be said that it can be fully recovered in one day, and it can be recovered to 7 or 88. The Xiao organization will never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the future, Konoha will never have such an empty time of strength. A cliff outside Konoha village. Although it is an opponent that you can find a way to solve, but what I say may not be the same. It is not a level, Kisame said looking at Itaki. If we fight him, we will all be killed. The best outcome is that both sides will suffer. Even if we increase the number of people, the result will not change. Itaka sat on the top of the cliff with one hand resting on his knee, his face was solemn. I didn't expect that the one who guarded that kid was Sunin from Legendary. In front of that man, no matter whether it's Uchiha or Miss Shinobi, all the 7 members of the Ninja Knife became unknown people. Kisame said calmly, however, the fear in his tone could be clearly heard. Konoha Sunin is really famous in the ninja world for his battles during the war years. From World War II to World War III, no one knows what level of strength a ninja of this level is now. Especially Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, taught the existence of a super ninja like the 4th Hokage. Yeah. Itaki affirmed Kisame's words, unlike before boasting about the strength of Konoha's people so that Kisame can't be a killer. This time he is really not sure about Jiraiya, as he said, the best ending is to lose both sides, especially with his current physical condition. However, no matter how strong a ninja is, there will be weaknesses. Itaka stood up, and the Scarlet Three-God Jade in his eyes slowly rotated, with a hint of depth. He has always been an IQ-type ninja. Furthermore, in the Xiao organization, even if it is paddling, it cannot be paddled too hard. Let's go, Itaka said lightly. Ghost Shark grinned behind him, the wind blew, and the figure in black robe had disappeared on the cliff. Konoha village. Xian looked at the gloomy Zuzi in front of him with some surprise. Xian, that man, was that the man who returned to the village yesterday? You and Kakashi were on guard, and the one who fought was also that man. Suzuki gritted his teeth, and said in a tone of hatred, Uchiha Itaki, which idiot leaked the news again? Xian looked at Zuzi whose eyes were completely filled with hatred, and said, in the original book, Kakashi was put into a coma by Tsukuyomi and was hospitalized. When Suzuki was looking for him, Aobai Yamashiro accidentally said something wrong. Now there is nothing wrong with Kakashi, and I still got the news after taking over Zuzi. I have to say that sometimes, some things really cannot be avoided. Okay, well, there is indeed such a thing, Xian said lightly. So what about Naruto? Uchiha Itaki and their goal is Naruto, where did that idiot go? The bond with Naruto has already been established without knowing it. Xian looked at the anxious Urjuzi and thought. Perhaps even Urjuzi himself didn't notice that at this moment, the hatred for Uchiha Itaki and the worry for Naruto in his own heart should be half and half. This is already a very big thing. Tell me. Suzuki said loudly, be sure to bring him back before Uchiha Itaki and the others find Naruto. Heh. Xian suddenly showed a meaningful smile, glanced at Suzuki, and said lightly Shubisho. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Suzuki had already disappeared in place at an extremely fast speed. The gears of Indra and Ashura's fate have started to turn, Xian said calmly, watching Suzuki's disappearing back. He knows what it means for Suzuki to go. It means that Itaki will be beaten up by Itaki. It means that Itaki will use Tsukuyomi to Suzuki to relieve that bloody night. It means that the hatred in Suzuki's heart will reach a peak and completely overwhelm the fetters in his heart. And the power of this hatred will reach a peak in the pride in comparison after seeing Naruto's great progress, prompting him to make his own choice, and that choice is undoubtedly Indra's choice, to cut off all the fetters of oneself for the sake of strength. If Xian wants to stop it, of course he can stop it. He can directly punch Suzuki unconscious, and then stay in any place to prevent him from meeting with Itaki. But what's the use of that? Naruto in the original book has been chasing Suzuki, trying to bring him back to the right path. But, what is the right way? It is undeniable that Indra was indeed bewitched by Black Zetsu, and Madara was also bewitched by Black Zetsu, but it has to be said from the beginning that Indra, Madara, and Suzuki were not originally with Naruto. They choose the same path as people. What Naruto pursues is bonds, and power is just an accessory, while what Suzuki pursues is the power of ultimate. For power, he can do whatever it takes. After he has strong power, he may consider bonds. This is a choice. Even without this meeting, Suzuki's pursuit of power will not change. Itaki has already planted the seeds of hatred in his heart. This seed will continue to absorb negative emotions and grow stronger. It is only a matter of time before it explodes. The fact is that in the original book, the real reason for Suzuki to make up his mind to cut off all ties and rebel against the village is that Naruto keeps getting stronger under the acceptance of Jiraiya. Suzuki is very clear that this speed of strengthening has surpassed him, so he will go to Orakai. The windmill has already started to turn. Xian smiled lightly, looked at the direction where Suzuki disappeared, and followed. Then, Naruto, we will stay here tonight, and I'm going to visit the world of adults. Jiraiya paid the room fee, leaving Naruto to refine chakra in the hotel alone, and then left with a lewd smile. Outside the tavern, there was already a very beautiful and fashionable girl waiting there. Seeing Jiraiya come out, she immediately embraced her intimately. I really deserve you, Mr. Itaki. Hokage number 1 Itake Bukai Kisame stood on the roof in the distance watching the scene, smiled and praised. As you said, no matter how strong a ninja is, there are flaws. You can do it now. Itaka slightly opened the black-bottomed, cuff, red cloud windbreaker, stretched out an arm, and said lightly, this will not confuse you for long, that Sunin is not so easy to deal with. It's just a brat's words. Kisame put his big sword shark muscles on his shoulders, licked his lips and smiled. Konoha really has a big heart, actually dared to release such a small Jinchuriki, without the slightest ability to resist. Let's go, Itaka said lightly, and walked towards the hotel where Naruto was. Which hotel is it? Suzuki came to the station at the fastest speed, looking at the large number of taverns on both sides of the street. The hotel asked eagerly. Shuba Town is actually a very lively gathering place around Konoha. It is much smaller than Konoha, but it is much more lively. After all, this kind of area is where pornography, gambling and drugs gather. The Emperor's Hotel, Heffen, and casinos. It has created an unimaginable flow of people and bustling here. Uncle, may I ask if a blonde idiot and a big man with white hair stayed in the hotel today? There are no children, only the elderly live in the hotel today. Sorry, this is a women's hotel. Seeing Suzuki looking around like a headless chicken, Shen followed behind, feeling a little helpless, as he was able to find the mysterious link between Kandara and Ashura. Switch to Qing's template. Shen silently read, then formed a mudra, gathered chakra, and said in a low voice, blind eyes. The veins in Shen's right eye were instantly exposed, and the pupil also disappeared in an instant, turning into pure white. Looking at it, everything in front of Shen has become transparent, only the meridians of the human body are left, and the pale blue chakra is slowly flowing in the body. I found it. Shen opened his white eyes, and in just 1 second, he found Itaki and Kisame. It is true that the carrot fluctuation of the shark muscle behind Kisame is too obvious. Din's detection effect is really too strong. Shen retracted Qing's template and switched back to Shisui template, and couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder the ninja world loves Bin so much, even more popular than Sharingan, because of its too powerful detection ability. It seems that what Shen knows, except for some enchantment seals, and a kind of red-eyed bloodline originally created by the anime, there is almost nothing in the entire ninja world that can stop Bin's investigation. To Shen's surprise, just after switching templates to find Itaka's location, Suzuki was lucky enough to find the hotel where Naruto was, and rushed in. Well, there's always been a feeling of being a nanny recently. Shen tilted his head, moved his body, and rushed over in an instant. Inside the hotel, Naruto looked at the two people outside the door in horror. They were wearing a black red cloud windbreaker and a rebellious forehead protector on their heads. Just the murderous aura unconsciously emanating made him break out in cold sweat. Let's go outside first. Itake looked at Naruto. The Scarlet Three-God Jade produced a terrifying sense of oppression, and the murderous aura around him was even more terrifying than Mr. Kakashi, so Naruto subconsciously obeyed Itake's words and walked outside. It will be very troublesome if you let this kid run away, Mr. Itaki, Kisame said in a sharp voice, grinning, and what he said made Naruto's heart feel cold. Why don't you cut off one of this kid's legs first? Guishar showed a bloodthirsty smile. His hand had already grasped the big saber shark muscle on his back, and slashed down fiercely. I can't move. Under the strong murderous aura, Naruto looked at the weapon falling on his head in despair. These two people are really too strong, much stronger than Mr. Kakashi. Boom! There was a sound of broken walls, and a large amount of dust filled the corridor. Really, what the hell is Uncle Jiraiya here for? A faint voice of complaint sounded. When? A metal trill sounded, and the shock wave spread, blowing away the dust and mist in the corridor. It's you? Kisame looked at the young man in front of him who used the short sword to slash his sword easily, and asked in surprise, but he was a little relieved also, since Konoha can let Nine Tails Jinchuriki leave the village without worry, how could he not send ninja protection? But I never thought that Konoha would be so generous, except Sunin and Legendary, would actually send you out. It really deserves to be the #1 ninja village. Well, I'm just a little worried. I came to take a look. I didn't expect to catch up just in time. Shen smiled and said flatly, long time no see. At this time, Itaka suddenly said. Of course, it didn't affect the confrontation between Kisame and Shen at all, because they knew very well that this sentence was not meant for them. Uchiha Itaki. A voice full of hatred sounded at the end of the corridor. Suzuki? Naruto saw Suzuki standing at the entrance of the corridor from behind Shen, completely different from usual. The calm posture has completely disappeared, leaving only the cold feeling like when the cursed seal ran away, and some of it was caused by the person in front of him. Uchiha Itaki? This person has the same surname as Suzuki, Uchiha, and the same Sharingan. What is his relationship with Suzuki? Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi in a daze. Naruto, step back a little bit. Xian frowned and said to the dazed Naruto. During the battle, distraction is a big taboo. Kinshi Gaizumi grinned and shouted, holding the big sword shark muscle with both hands at the same time, pressing down with all the strength of the whole body. As long as it can touch the skin. Kisame stared at the distance between shark muscle and Xian. His shark muscle was never used for chopping, but for shaving. He was confident that as long as he could touch it, he would directly it was able to cripple an arm of the kid in front of him. It is also capable of absorbing large amounts of chakra. Nanny? Kisame couldn't believe it. He seized the opportunity, and took advantage of Xian's distraction to strike with all his strength, but it was useless at all. That boy, holding the short sword with one hand behind his back. Hey, this joke is not funny at all. What level of power is this? Hoshigaki Kisame's face could no longer remain calm, and a trace of cold sweat dripped down the shark's face. He has always been confident in his strength. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, those who can use the big sword Samehata and the beheading sword are extremely powerful. Not to mention him, the shark blood in his body brought him extremely powerful strength. Even the big man from Konoha before, he could easily suppress the opponent with only one hand and the tip of a knife. However, today, facing this mysterious boy, he finally tasted the time when he was easily suppressed by other people's power. The ungrown boy's body, the slender wrist, and the slender short sword held backwards seemed to have no strength at all. But Kisame knew very well that that kind of powerful and unshakable power, even if he tried his best, would be of no use at all. This monster. Kisame glanced out of the corner of his eye, saw Xian's solace moving slightly, and immediately retracted the knife and backed away. Boom! The entire hotel seemed to vibrate at this moment. A huge crack extended from the bottom of Xian's feet and penetrated the entire corridor in an instant. If the quality of the hotel was not good enough, the hotel would have collapsed just at this moment. Hey, don't you want to be so exaggerated? Gently wiped away a blood stain on his face, Gui Zhao had a smile on his face, but cold sweat was dripping from his back. This kind of force that can crack the ground in a large area just by exerting all his strength, if he is really hit, he is really not sure that he can survive. If he hadn't predicted in advance just now, and immediately dodged, Xian in a swift knife slash towards his face, with the blessing of that powerful force, it would definitely cut his hardest skull in half instantly. Your perception and reaction are very sharp, Mr. Kisame. Xian gently lifted the short sword held backwards, with a calm smile on his face, and praised. No, your strength is really powerful. Kisame slightly bent his legs, his whole body was tense, and he was holding the sword muscle in front of him to defend himself. At this moment, he finally understood why the organization is so powerful. The strength did not directly start collecting tailed beasts, because you never know how many monster-level existences there are in this ninja world. Defeated Mr. Itachi in illusion, and his strength is so terrifying. This young man has a stronger sense of oppression than the 6 tails who ran away in the village. What kind of strength is he? Sweat stains have been coming out constantly. He regretted not following Mr. Itachi's suggestion. Konoha was indeed much scarier than they thought. Completely different from Kisame, who was facing a formidable enemy, Xian has always been very calm, without even the slightest murderous look on his body, just standing in front of Naruto with a short sword. Boom! When the atmosphere in the corridor was heavy, a puff of smoke appeared out of thin air, and a tall figure appeared directly in the smoke garden. Dong dong dong. The sound of clogs hitting the wooden floor was like a BGM, and a rough and unrestrained voice sounded. A man, Jiraiya, will never be fooled by a woman. For a man like me, women will come to his door. The smoke cleared, and Jiraiya was carrying a beautiful woman in scantily clad clothes. Appeared between Xian and Kisame. Really, when will I be able to be truly handsome again? Xian helplessly sighed. Jiraiya is not handsome at all because she plays this embarrassingly handsome all day long. And lust is also a major weakness. Xian knows very well that Jiraiya really didn't see through Ataka's beauty trick this time, or she didn't see through it so quickly, otherwise, she should have done it when Kisame swung a knife at Naruto. Appeared. Anime is not reality after all. Xian was a little vigilant. In the original book, Kisame said that he wanted to give Naruto a knife, but the action was very slow, but he was disturbed by Sasuke again. This time, he did it directly without hesitation. If Xian didn't arrive in time, Naruto's leg might really be gone. Facing Kisame, Naruto's 9 tails chakra burst is of no use at all. Even the tailed beast suit will be swallowed by shark muscles in an instant. The butterfly's wings have been lifted. Xian was a little vigilant. He has been trying his best to avoid his actions causing a big shift in the ninja world. After all, he has 2 cheats, one is the template system, and the other is familiar with the plot. In order to lure me away, you actually use the hypnosis illusion to deal with a common woman. You are really scum. Jiraiya put the woman on his shoulders and leaned against the wall, and said lightly, although this scene is indeed righteous and handsome, when thinking about Jiraiya peeking at the female hot spring bathroom with a telescope yesterday, Xian feels that he is not handsome at all. Isn't it going to be difficult now? Mystery Taki. Kisame looked at Jiraiya and Xian, and said with a self-deprecating smile, in the end, the person to be dealt with will have to add Sunin from Legendary? This is really desperate the difficulty. If you want to leave, it's not difficult, Itachi said calmly without the slightest panic. Don't think about leaving. Suzuki's voice sounded, filled with monstrous hatred I have cultivated until now, and everything I have done is to kill you and Saibo Itachi. Accompanied by some crazy shouts, harsh and sharp lightning flashed in the aisle, like the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Behind the harsh sound was the super powerful lightning-style ninjutsu called Chidori. Clatter. The double-hook jade in the eyes has been opened, and Suzuki holds the dazzling thunderlight in his right hand, and stabs towards Uchiha Itachi in a charging posture. It's really weak, Suzuki. Seeing the thunder light strike, Itachi's 3 Tomo Sharingan was full of indifference, like a pool of stagnant water, without any fluctuations. The shockwave caused by powerful ninjutsu spread in the corridor, setting off a large amount of smoke. What's the matter? Naruto blocked the dust in front of him, and looked forward worriedly, but all he saw was dust. Yeah. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed, and chakra had been mobilized in an instant, ready to make a move at any time. Xian didn't make too many moves, but just sighed slightly. The difference in strength is really too big. Suzuki is 12 years old now, and it is completely incomparable with Itachi when he was 12 years old. This strength is not at the same level at all. At that moment just now, Xian could see very clearly that facing the speed of Chidori and Suzuki, there was only one thing Itachi could do, and that was to move slightly at the moment Chidori was about to hit, and then grab that wrist. The smoke and dust cleared, Itachi just grabbed Suzuki and used Chidori's 483 wrist, and did not receive any damage. On the wall next to it, there was a big hole. This is Chidori who Suzuki carefully prepared and practiced hard. All damage done. You're still too weak, Suzuki. Itachi looked down at Suzuki condescendingly, his eyes were full of indifference. Looking at Suzuki's eyes was like looking at a toy. Crack. Itachi exerted a little force on his wrist, directly dislocating Suzuki's wrist. Suzuki gasped in pain, but still held back forcefully and kicked Itachi. Of course, the ending is completely needless to say, the gap in strength is too great. It is not entirely the gap between Mangekyo and Shuanguyu, but Itachi's comprehensive crushing of Urjuzi in all aspects including IQ, physical skills, and ninjutsu. Boom! Suzuki was kicked directly to the wall, making a dull sound when his back collided with the wall. Suzuki. Naruto couldn't help but wanted to rush out. Xian, Naruto, don't make a move. This is a battle between me and this man. The voice sounded, holding back the pain, and Suzuki slowly stood up against the wall. Bang bang bang. It was another physical combo, and Suzuki was pinched by Itachi's neck with one hand and pressed against the wall. No one noticed. Xian's gaze was a little weird at the moment. He remembered the neck-choking picture that was popular overseas in his previous life. Suddenly it became popular. It used to be choked by Itachi, but now anyone can choke Suzuki's neck with one hand. To be honest, he has great concentration if he doesn't laugh now. You are weak. Why are you so weak? Because it is not enough, the hatred for me, Itachi said coldly. Now Xian didn't want to laugh anymore. Everyone heard Itachi's cruelty, only Xian heard the deep love contained in those cold words. Alas. Xian sighed slightly. He might be able to understand what the second generation said. Uchiha's love is much deeper than the love of the Senju clan. It is so deep that it is almost paranoid. Tsukuyomi. Itachi looked at Suzuki in front of him, and the slowly rotating three-pointed jade in his eyes instantly changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and the cold chakra fluctuated. With an unknown mood, he used the cruelest illusion on his favorite brother attack. In order to make his younger brother stronger, Suzuki will spend the most tragic moment in memory in the Tsukuyomi space and repeat it over and over again. Like a dying beast, Suzuki is like this now. Enough is enough for me. Naruto couldn't stand it any longer, and rushed forward recklessly. It's time for you to stop. Xian sighed and clenched the short sword in his hand. Ninja, Toad's mouth restraint technique. Jiraiya quickly made a mudra and slapped the ground hard. Is this? Ghost Shark looked at the ground. I saw that the entire aisle was now completely covered by red soft, sticky walls of flesh. Don't worry, this is my ninjutsu, Jiraiya said to Jen and Naruto. I summoned the gullet of Mount Mayaboku, the giant toad. Since you are all well-known rebels, why not just stay here today and become food for the toad in Iwasu? Jiraiya pressed on the meat wall, and a large amount of chakra gushed out instantly. Under the perfusion of Jiraiya chakra, the flesh wall squirmed crazily in an instant, and a large number of tentacles gushed out from the flesh wall, entangled towards Kisame and Itachi. It's so disgusting, such an evil ninjutsu. Xian couldn't help complaining. The crazily surging tentacles really reminded him of something good. Well, as long as it's easy to use. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then said indifferently. However, as he said, this ninjutsu is indeed very useful. At least Kisame and Itachi are a little bit embarrassed by this ninjutsu. Itachi and Kisame resisted the attack of the tentacles, walked around the corner, and disappeared. Don't worry, no one has escaped from this ninjutsu before. Jiraiya smiled confidently. Boom! The violent vibration came from the esophagus, and Jiraiya's face became serious for a moment, and then he got up instantly and crossed the corner. At the end of the corridor, the esophagus had been burned with a big opening, and Black's flames were burning around it. Don't go. Xianyi grabbed Naruto, who wanted to rush over. This is Amaterasu, an eternal flame. Once it hits a point, it won't be extinguished forever unless it burns the object completely. No wonder. Jiraiya said seriously, no wonder it was able to burn a big hole in the esophagus of the rock-breathing toad. Back off. Jiraiya took out a small scroll and said with pen and ink, "Is this the sealing technique?" Xian asked in surprise as he watched Jiraiya quickly write down the formula on the blank scroll with a brush. After the death of Kushina and Minato, Jiraiya is probably the one who knows the most about the sealing technique in the entire ninja world. Sealing technique, seal of fire. Jiraiya quickly wrote the formula, and condensed chakra to clap in front of the scroll. Strange chakra gushes out from the scroll, and then wraps all the burning Amaterasu flames, and finally extinguishes all the Amaterasu flames in 2.8, leaving only pure chakra, which returns to the scroll. In the center of the scroll in the blank space, a big seal character is formed. Okay, it should be all right. Jiraiya tied the small scroll with a rope and put it in her arms. Then it's Sasuke next. Jiraiya watched as the esophagus disappeared and Sasuke was squeezed out. Although his eyes were open, he was completely unconscious and had completely lost consciousness. I'm sorry, I wanted to respect the child's opinion, but now it seems that it's better to rescue him sooner. Jiraiya looked at the seriously injured Sasuke and said regretfully, "No, there will always be such a time." Xian looked at Sasuke and said lightly, "There are seeds of hatred buried in his heart, and sooner or later it will explode, either devouring others, or devouring himself." Outside the station town, two people, Kisame and Itaki, are rushing along the river. This time is really thrilling. I didn't expect to be confronted by Sunin and that boy in Legendary at the same time. Mr. Itaki, if it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would really fall there, Geixi said with some joy. No, it's not me, Itaka said flatly, it's just that the boy didn't make a move. If he really made a move with his strength, with that Sunin, the two of us might not have a chance to escape at all. That's right, Geixi said suspiciously, but why didn't he make a move? It was the same at the beginning, there was no murderous intent at all. Kisame didn't doubt what Itaka said at all, that boy really had the strength to keep them there. Even Kisame, who had felt the oppression of Xian, had a more terrifying thought, that boy might never let them go in his eyes. Perhaps his personal strength alone was enough to kill the two of them. This idea seems to have taken root in Kisame's heart. After all, no matter whether 26 defeated Mr. Itaki at the beginning or confronted him later, it has always been calm, and he has never exerted his full strength. Who knows? Itaka's expression is very serious. The most important thing now is to pass the information on that boy to the organization and collect information as soon as possible. Konoha still has such a strong person, so the plan will be put on hold for a while. Indeed. Ghost Shake shook off the thoughts in his mind and responded. Find a place first. I need to rest my body. Mangekyo Sharinan is too much of a burden on my body. There was a lot of cold sweat on Itaka's face after Sanguya dispersed, and his body was trembling slightly, but at the moment his heart was still there. Think about what happened just now. This encounter was beyond his expectation, but within his expectation. Sooner or later, the two brothers would meet, and he took this opportunity to test Sasuke's strength and measure. It may be a little urgent. He knew that his body couldn't last long, so he used this method to speed up Sasuke's transformation. Sasuke is not Naruto, and now the third generation is dead. If he himself dies, I am afraid that Sasuke's progress and strength will be devoured by Danzo. And he also wants to leave Sasuke with the last thing before he dies, which is the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. He knows the darkness of this ninja world better than Sasuke, who lives in the ivory tower, and he can vaguely feel that behind the ninja world there is a mysterious hand manipulating everything. So he must make Sasuke stronger before he dies, so that he will not be reduced to someone else's pawn in the turbulent ninja world in the future. Forgive me, Sasuke, Itaka said silently in his heart. Among the hotels, Jiraiya has checked Sasuke's injury. It's not easy to strike, ribs are broken, internal organs are bleeding, but the most important thing is his spirit. Jiraiya pinched Sasuke's chin, and even he, a layman, could see the godless eyes, showing what a strong mental trauma. It was as if the soul of the whole person had been wiped out. The *******D, why, what did they do to Sasuke? Pervy Sage, Xian, tell me. Naruto looked at Sasuke, trembling and said, change the plan, although I was very scared just now, but now, I will catch up with those two guys in the black cloak and beat them to the ground. The person they are looking for is me, then I'll go find them myself. You are only going to die if you charge up now, the difference in strength is too great. Xian glanced at Naruto and said lightly, although sometimes I appreciate Naruto's spirit of not admitting defeat and not giving up, but the biggest shortcoming of the protagonist of the hot blood is that it is too easy to get on the brain. As soon as the hot blood is up, he rushes directly, irrational at all. What about the gap in strength? What about the enemy's intelligence? I don't know anything. Isn't it death to rush directly? What is the picture? A clear conscience? Don't be kidding. After all, anime is not reality. In anime, this may be very passionate, but in reality, it is completely the most stupid behavior. Then you tell me to avoid them all the time? Make me live in fear every day? Naruto shouted. Shut up, Naruto. Shien said calmly. The Sharingan in his eyes exuded scarlet light, and a powerful aura burst out in an instant, directly shocking Naruto in place. You are too weak. Shien stared at Naruto and said lightly. The latter clenched his fists instantly, gritted his teeth and looked at Sasuke. His blue eyes were full of anger. But Shien didn't say any more. Sasuke and Naruto should understand one thing at this moment, that is, their strength is too weak. After passing the Chunin exam, I feel very strong by defeating my opponent by virtue of various factors. In the entire ninja world, in front of the real strong, it is just the strength of a child playing tricks. Just taking advantage of this opportunity suppress the pride and arrogance that may arise. To be honest, knowing one's own weakness is not a shameful thing, and fear is not the original sin. Only by realizing one's own weakness can one become strong and gentle. This opportunity should also allow Naruto and Sasuke to recognize themselves. They are not playing ninja games. What they have to face is the truly cruel ninja world. Exactly how to become stronger, how to choose the path of becoming stronger, this is what they have to consider now. I'm sorry Shien, I'll leave this child to you first. Jiraiya looked at Suindeo. His injury is too serious, the physical injury is second, the key is the mental injury. This is not something that ordinary medical ninjas can do, healing. I see. Shien smiled and said, isn't this just right? It coincides with your purpose this time. I don't want this. Zhong said there is another 740 reason to find her. Jiraiya smiled wryly. What? What are you talking about? Can someone cure Sasuke? Naruto asked hastily. Ah, yes, Jiraiya said with some nostalgia. It's another Katsuya messenger who is also Sunin like me, and who claims to be able to cure illness. Princess Tsunade. Then, you guys go, I'll take Sasuke back to the village first. His physical injury is also quite serious. Shien picked up Sasuke with blank eyes, and said to Jiraiya and the others, then please, Shien. Naruto said seriously, and then clenched his fist hard. I will become stronger, and one day sooner or later, I won't be so powerless. Well, it's good if you have determination. Shien smiled lightly, see body and disappear. It would be great if I could have the strength of Shien. Naruto looked at Shien's disappearing back and said in a low voice. That child must have spent unimaginable efforts to get to this point. Jiraiya pressed Naruto's head behind the so-called genius and strong. There is talent and a lot of sweat. Yeah. Naruto nodded, clenched his fists and said, then start practicing hard now. Pervy sage, teach me new ninjutsu, I want to become stronger. Okay. Jiraiya looked at the energetic Naruto, smiled and said, exactly, I have a ninjutsu here that is very suitable for you. Shadow clone technique. After leaving a certain distance with Sasuke on his back, Shien directly formed seals and distributed a large number of chakra to a shadow clone. Follow Jiraiya and the others, the battle of Sunin begins, and the spell will be undone directly. Shien said with a smile. He doesn't plan to take over the next thing. At this point, both Jiraiya and Naruto will do their best to find Tsunade. Especially Naruto. The reason why Heian let Sasuke come over, besides pushing Sasuke's path, is to give Naruto a little motivation. After all, the plot has undergone many changes under his intervention, even though he has avoided it as much as possible. But Xiao Li's injury and Kakashi's injury did not happen at the moment. Shien is not sure that Naruto can still be like the original book, risking his life to get back Tsunade and change Tsunade. Tsunade, who experienced the death of her favorite brother and lover in the war, has long suffered from hemophobia. For a ninja and a doctor, hemophobia is simply equivalent to saying goodbye to these two professions. This is also the reason why Tsunade left Konoha directly and did not come back even after Sanzen. Heart disease still needs a doctor of heart medicine. At least Shien admits that he has no way to cure Tsunade's heart disease, and only Naruto can treat Tsunade's heart disease, because Naruto and Noeki are really similar. It is precisely because Noeki saw the shadow of Noeki in Naruto that Tsunade desperately guarded Naruto during the later Sunin War, overcoming hemophobia in the process. Shien is not talking about the kind of people who look down on Naruto and Sasuke when they travel through time and have cheats. In the world of Hokage, many people are worthy of respect and appreciation. Power, but will and inheritance, fetters and protection, pain and peace. From the very beginning, Naruto's greatest strength is not his strength, but his will, and the ability to make others recognize his will. This ability is the ability to show great love after years of suffering and ridicule possessed. Even if it is Shien, he can obtain Naruto's template in the future, but he will not be able to possess this ability. Everyone has various deficiencies. Even if there is a system, Shien does not think that he can be perfect, so what he is good at is to use the right people to solve the right things. From the very beginning, he has been doing this, using Danzo to confuse third generation, using third generation to suppress Danzo, using Orochimaru to clean the Konoha, using Itachi to contain Obito, and now he is going to use a brand new fifth generation to suppress Danzo and the group of stubborn higher UPS. He will not change the current ninja world on a large scale, but will make a key move at the most appropriate time, so that the development of things can roughly advance with the plot in his mind as much as possible. The entire ninja world now, as Orochimaru said, is like a windmill that is not turned for a long time, because there is no wind, but in fact, it is not because there is no wind, but several winds form a weak balance. Once the balance is broken and the windmill turns, it will be a huge storm, and what Xian has to do is to accumulate strength as much as possible during this quiet period. Only the chess players can really gain benefits on the chessboard. Every chess player has his own plan, and everyone is waiting for the right time. It just depends on who has the bigger card at the moment when the last opportunity arrives. And Xian is without a doubt the one with the smallest card among all the current players, because he has the shortest time in the game, so he has been directing the entire ninja world, and can continue to maintain a weak balance while gaining power. After the Sun and War, Naruto's SSS level templates can also be obtained, Sun and templates, pocket templates, but in this way, I am afraid that the peaceful life in Konoha will come to an end, and the speed of obtaining experience points can no longer be as comfortable as I am go down. After Shadow Clone disappeared, Xian sighed softly. There is no doubt that his system is most suitable for wartime. If it was during World War I, World War II or World War III, his strength will definitely be much stronger than now, and his accumulation will be much deeper. His fastest development route should be to kill in the war, obtain a large number of templates, and gain a large amount of experience after decomposition, instead of accumulating through day-to-day hard work and a little experience from hanging up like now. Of course, self-cultivation naturally also has its benefits. Self-cultivation brings a solid foundation and perfect control over physical strength, but what Xian really needs now is a lot of experience, enough to push his strength to an invincible state because of 6 years of penance in hell day and night. He has raised his will and control to an ultimate. What he lacks is a lot of experience. Born in the wrong era, Xian smiled softly, and disappeared in the same place in an instant, leaving only one or two vague words left behind. Long may I, Lulan, I'm really looking forward to it. In the next few days, Xian did not come out of Konoha again, and the high-level executives who had been secretly watching Xian's every move couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As Jiraiya said, Xian can tear himself apart with the higher UPS at any time, but the village can't push such a true genius to the opposite side, especially in the current situation. Even they have to admit that Xian's current strength and potential are enough to affect the future of the village. Try this tricolor dumpling. I think the dessert here is the best in the whole village, as well as your favorite Anko sand and cinnamon rolls. Xian doted on Hinata, who was seated opposite. In Konoha, if you talk about your love for sweets, Anko should be the first thing that comes to mind for many people. In fact, there are Itachi and Hinata. In fact, if two people who love each other have the same hobbies, it is really a very comfortable thing. Xian enjoys such a peaceful life. He practices with Hinata every day and visits dessert shops together. Of course, it would be even better if he can soak in hot springs together. It's comfortable, but it's a pity that both of them are too young. Xian Jun really likes desserts. Hinata blushed a little and fed an Anko dumpling to Xian, and looked at Xian Deo with unconcealable tenderness and happiness in her rippling eyes. Don't Hinata like it? Xian bit off the Anko dumpling, and his lips touched the girl's delicate fingers lightly, making the girl's eyes more charming and her blushing even more intense. Desserts can arouse people's happiness and satisfaction, but now, the atmosphere is more ambiguous. If you want a kiss, you can go back home, at least don't teach bad children here. A flat voice with some dissatisfaction sounded. Hanabi, what are you talking about? Kiss or something? Well done. You're so shy. Hinata's face was flushed, the fingers of both hands were cutely twisted together, her head was lowered, her voice was thin and weak. Sister, your eyes were almost dripping water just now. Hanabi said dissatisfied, I know you are a couple in love, but you must also pay attention to the influence. It's not if I follow. I'm afraid you even have babies now. Baby, Hinata's head was a little dizzy. Ah, here we go again. All the atmosphere had been completely destroyed. Xian propped his chin up, looking helplessly at the little Lolita who was slowly drinking milk. Oh, it said that my sister-in-law is my brother-in-law's half-assed A***. I'm just an idiot. Xian looked at Hanabi and sighed silently in his heart. What he didn't notice was that whenever he turned his gaze away, the little loli who was drinking milk would always have slightly downcast eyes and rosy ears. The good atmosphere was destroyed, and Xian didn't have the heart to continue. Anyway, judging by Hanabi's current state, he planned to fight for a long time. Just keep destroying it, and sooner or later I will take you in together. Xian said helplessly in his heart. Hinata blushed and didn't speak, lowered her head to eat the sweets on the table, and after a while, blushed and whispered goodbye to Xian, and ran away with Hanabi, without even daring to look up at Xian during the whole process. This time she was really shy by her sister's bold words. It was a bit of a pity, but Xian didn't think about it again. He is not a person with a brain. Although he may occasionally, he does have more important things to do now. Calculating the time, it's been 4 or 5 days. Jiraiya and the others should have found Tsunade long ago, and the sun in battle should be coming soon. Xian Yi was stirring the honey tea under his hands, thinking silently. 457 said, how to find a suitable identity that cannot be seen by others, and fight against the three of them. Xian felt a little headache, and he had thought about this problem for a long time. If you want not to be identified, you have to use a brand new template, a brand new ability, and you can't use the ability that was too obvious before. With style, Sharinan, Shisui's body flicker technique, fire style knife technique, these cannot be used. Xian Sisuo said. Excluding these, the only thing he can use is the huge chakra. It's not like he doesn't have other templates in his hand now, he can use his free experience to stack a brand new template. But here comes another problem. This template must be at least a 4-star level, and it cannot be weak within the 4-star level. Otherwise, it is impossible to deal with Sunin. His current template that can reach 4 stars and above, only 3rd Hokage, 4th Tsuchikage, Dailu, Shisui, Itaki, Kakashi, Suzuki. Among them, Kakashi, Shisui, Itaki, and Suzuki are directly excluded, and 3rd Hokage is not good. At most, Xian will use 3rd Hokage when unlocking Shinsu Hokage in the future. Strengthening 3rd Hokage now is just a waste of free experience. Not to mention the leg shadows of Dailu and 4th generation. The strength of Dailu lies in the strength of the Senju, which is suitable for fighting ninjas. The lethality against summoning beasts is too weak, and the leg shadows are too weak. Even if it is promoted to 4 stars, it is estimated that it can't beat Sunin. Sunin is not rubbish. Even in this Sunin battle, Jiraiya was paralyzed by medicine, Orochimaru lost his hands, and Tsunade was tortured because of phobia, resulting in insufficient chakra. But as long as they summon the summoning beast, their strength cannot be underestimated. Bunta, the oldest gangster of the Mount Mayaboku gang, and Ryokai Cave's strongest summoning beast 10,000 snakes, and Katsuyu. Each of these 3 behemoths is tens of meters high, and each has its own unique skills. In addition, Jiraiya Sanchin's chakra is also extremely strong. The power and range of the toad oil bullet are even more unimaginable. Orochimaru is not weak when he loses his hands, and he also has a lot of Muji ninjutsu. Tails Naruto does not fall behind, which shows its strength. Therefore, you can only choose a template with strong strength, high potential, and new abilities that can be used for a long time, or a template with low potential, but strong strength, low rare, and can be disassembled after use. This will not waste Precious's freedom. Experience points. This is really troublesome. Xian propped his chin and said helplessly, if you want not to waste free experience points, but also want to find a template with new and powerful abilities, this is almost an endless loop. Is it really necessary to use free experience points? Xian sighed. Wait. Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked silently in his heart system, the main template can produce a perfect boost to any sub-template, right? Yes, host. Then what about the power hidden deep in the template? Xian continued to ask. Naturally. So that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Xian slightly lowered his eyes, raised the honey tea in his hand, and smiled. Next morning, Xian got up from the bed, finished washing, and was about to go out to practice. Suddenly froze for a moment, a large amount of memory poured in instantly. Finally it's time. Xian couldn't help chuckling twice, and his whole body instantly disappeared into white smoke. Jiraiya was drugged this morning, Tsunade was missing. Shizun woke up and took Jiraiya and the others to the meeting place between Tsunade and Orochimaru. The Sunin War has begun. Jiraiya and the others were not in the camp town for a long time. After all, after several days of searching, the place where they were located was really not close to Konoha, so Xian rushed to the place where the clone was before unlocking the spell. Has the battle already started? Xian stood behind a huge rock, watching what happened in the clearing in the distance. I saw Naruto lying on the ground, and Tsunade in front of him was covered in blood, but the trembling from hemophobia had completely disappeared at this moment. As Xian expected, in order to protect Naruto, who was very similar to Naoki, after seeing Naruto spelling his name to protect her, Tsunade's will, which was dwindling due to the death of his relatives, is still returning at this moment. Mental illness, after risking his life, was naturally overcome. 100 healings mark, open. Tsunade sealed instantly, and the rhombus pattern on his forehead instantly extended Black's line facial makeup. At the same time as the extension of Facebook, Tsunade's injury is also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and this healing speed is not much slower than Xian's. 100 healings mark. Xian looked at the diamond pattern on Tsunade's head with interest from a distance. The ninjutsu of 100 healings mark can be regarded as a bug-level forbidden technique, and it needs to be used by talents with high talent for chakra control. By condensing chakra on the forehead for many years to form a seal, a large amount of chakra can be stored. The real power of this forbidden technique is that it can store the usual chakra, and when it is necessary to fight, unlocking the 100 healings mark is equivalent to being able to use dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, the chakra that can be refined by itself quantity. During the Fourth World War, the little Sakura also relied on this ninjutsu, from the common ninja level chakra to the Sunin level, and even a larger number of chakra. Of course, the 100 healings mark only stores chakras ninjutsu and cannot recover from injuries. The 100 healings mark was not created by Tsunade either. This can be regarded as a setting problem in the early stage of 0.2. At the beginning, it was said that 100 healings mark was created by Tsunade. In fact, during the Sunin War, the ninjutsu created by Tsunade was Ninja Art Mitotic Regeneration, and Ninja Art Mitotic Regeneration was blessed with Baihao technique. Used to accelerate cell division, 100 healings mark can be used in water as early as possible. It's about time for me to play. Xian looked at the distance. Tsunade knocked Orochimaru into the air with a punch, and the three ninjas formed the summoning seal at the same time, and said with a faint smile, "Transformation technique." A white mist rose, and a figure wearing a black cloak and the Umbu mask that can be seen everywhere came out. Raise the Suzuki template to 4 stars. Spending 750 freely distributable experience points, 3-star Uchiha Suzuki Shippuden has been upgraded to 4-star Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo. Then, switch the Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo template. Above the clearing, 3 groups of huge smoke rose out of thin air. 3 summoning beasts, enough to shock any ninja, appeared directly on top of a huge rocky flat. A toad smoking a pipe with a short sword, a big snake with horns on its head, 100 meters long, and a huge slimy Katsuyu. One snake and Orochimaru, Katsuyu and Tsunade are all memorable faces. Jiraiya, are you planning to hold a class reunion? Bunta took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, I haven't summoned you for a long time. Stop making such silly jokes. Jiraiya rarely showed a serious expression. Song just wants to end the long-standing grievances today. Orochimaru, you are too evil, you are no longer our comrade. Jiraiya stood on Bunta's back and said seriously, Comrade? He, it really gives me goosebumps. Orochimaru responded, it's time to end it, Sunin's name, that's it for today. Tsunade sent Naruto away with Katsuyu avatar, and shouted in a cold voice. The former friends reunited here after many years of separation and different ideas. The once deep fetters have now become fragmented. The 3 ninjas who were famous in the ninja world together under the name of Sunin, today in these 26 miles, with the sacrifice of their lives, faith and will, want to get rid of each other affected by the master's will. The summoning beast is also ready for battle in an instant. When Tai pulled out his short sword, one snake showed his cold fangs, and Katsuyu seemed to be planning something. A gust of wind blew past, and between the 3 behemoths, a small white flower drooped, and pieces of white petals were blown away by the wind, as if to symbolize the fetters and friendship between the 3. Shua. The last petal was blown away, as if it was a signal. Toad short sword slash. A sticky tongue and teeth. Katsuyu was the fastest, spraying a mouthful of strong acid directly towards Wanshi. Wanshi flashed past, and directly corroded a huge rock. The largest one snake rushed towards Katsuyu at an extremely fast speed and opened his fangs, while Bunta ejected with a super explosive force, directly pulled out the short sword and slashed at one snake. This is the battle between the Sunin. The impact caused by the battle of the 3 top-level summoning beasts with a height of tens of meters is simply shocking. The powerful oppressive force brought by the huge size, as well as the random shock wave at the moment of the shot, set off a large amount of dust and mist. Yakushi Kabuto and Shizun, who watched the battle, couldn't help being dumbfounded. Although they are both Sunin's confidants, they have never seen the main love's full attack. No, not at full strength, this is just summoning the summoning beast, everyone is not at their peak. Just when the 3 top summoning beasts were attacking each other and a strong battle broke out, Sunin standing on the 3 summoning beasts was not paying attention to each other at this moment, but was looking at the sky almost at the same time. There, at some point, a figure had fallen. Did you die? This guy, Jiraiya cursed secretly. According to the falling speed of this figure, the falling position is exactly the center point where the 3 summoning beasts collided, and being hit by the attack center point of 3 summoning beasts with a height of several tens of meters, that would definitely be the end of 10 deaths and no life. 2 possibilities. Damn it, Wenta, hold back. Jiraiya cursed secretly, and told Wenta. Tsunade also issued the same order, although it was a battle between Sunin, but as they chose this place at the beginning, they just didn't want to affect too many people. Instead, Orochimaru saw the movements of Tsunade and Jiraiya, and showed a cruel smile and said, there is a flaw. One snake rushed over. You don't need to tell me, Orochimaru. One snake also roared, and his speed became even faster. From this point, we can see the idea in Sunin's heart at the moment. Tsunade and Jiraiya value life, especially after so many years after the war, while Orochimaru pursues immortality, that is, he has abandoned the value of life in day-after-day experiments. Of course, no matter what choice Sunin makes, be it good or evil, as far as it is concerned, it has no effect at all. Because from the beginning, Xian's goal was the three of them, representing three top Sunin templates in different fields. Damn it, it's too late. Jiraiya looked at the figure falling in the sky and gritted her teeth. This kind of battle between behemoths is a collision with all their strength. How could it be possible to temporarily withdraw their strength? It is too late. In this case, Bunte's short sword can only be used, the huge blade pierced the air, Katsuyu's strong acid spray, Fangwei's fangs can already be seen cold. Everyone knows that the next collision will be earth-shattering. Even Shizun in the distance has taken Naruto to hide behind a boulder in the distance, so as not to be affected by the aftermath. However, at the moment when they were about to collide, a faint voice sounded. Shen Luo Tian sign, spicy stuffing. Invisible fluctuations swept across, the space seemed to be frozen at this moment, time seemed to be suspended at this moment, everything was still, the sound disappeared, the slight wind blowing, the dust raised all freeze. A second later, the powerful chakra wave burst out from a singular point with endless mighty power that could not be resisted. Boom! Nanny! A voice of complete disbelief sounded. When Tai, Wan Snake, and Katsuyu were directly bounced away by the invisible wave. The earth cracked in an instant, as if there was an invisible shock wave pushing the ground to spread around. The gravel splashed and scattered the stone pillars in the distance. The power of each gravel was not even weaker than that of Kamen's earth-style ninjutsu rock iron cannon. What kind of technique is this? Toad Wenta used the short sword to pull out a deep pit hundreds of meters long on the ground. Jiraiya barely stabilized his body on Wenta, looked ahead, and said in shock ahead is 837, a large circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters. It erupted around the point where they were just now, and everything around them seemed to be flattened. Does this technique use shock waves as an attack method? The closer it is, the greater its power, but this power is really unimaginable. Even when Taiwan Snake, who has no resistance at all, is bounced hundreds of meters away even though it happens suddenly, Jiraiya still analyzed the characteristics of the technique in an instant. With an extremely dignified look on his face, he could feel that this mysterious strongman was not doing well this time. It's a pity that Jiraiya's experience is still not enough. It's hard for him to imagine that this move is not a so-called shock wave at all, but an extremely powerful and almost irresistible repulsive force. This kind of attack. Orochimaru had a drop of cold sweat on his face. He was the only one in Sunin who was familiar with this ninjutsu, because he had already tried this kind of move before. In front of the leader, with just an understatement, he was sent flying 1,000 kilometers away without any resistance. I ask you. A deep, thick, and magnetic voice rang out, attracting the attention of everyone present. The smoke cleared, and the man wearing a black cloak and mask floated slightly in mid-air, and said lightly, a bag of rice, how many floors to carry? The air froze for a moment, or Jiraiya and the others did not understand what Xian was saying, but kept staring solemnly at Xian floating in the air. Damn, there's no jokes in this world. Xian was a little embarrassed, but fortunately he had a mask to cover him, so he didn't show any expression. While Sunin looked at him, Xian was also looking at the damage he had just caused. Honestly, it's pretty cool. Rinnegan's ability is indeed better than with Styles, the key is instant, and it's very comfortable to use that kind of strike and bearing. As long as you stretch out your hand lightly and make a spicy filling, you can instantly repel everything in front of you. As long as there is enough chakra, theoretically no one can stop it. Because this move does not belong to ninjutsu, if it is really counted, it should belong to physical damage. After all, it uses repulsion. It should have been noticed earlier. Xian Momo thought. What he should have thought of when he got the Suzuki template, the combination of Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra can evolve the power of Sage of Six Paths and Open Rinnegan. In fact, this is also because he has never thought of the combination of templates. Each template represents all the abilities it represents, including bloodline, and even the inheritance hidden deep in the soul. Such as Indra and Ashura, such as Uchiha's relatives Mangekyo template can be combined into Eternity, Minato and Naruto should be able to be combined into Tai Chi Reiznan and so on. This can also be regarded as the hidden ability brought by the integration of the main template of the system. Unfortunately, the auxiliary attribute of the Hashirama template was too powerful at the beginning, so Xian forgot about it. This is another trump card, and now I can be regarded as a real super shadow power. Suonmo thought. Rinnegan's powerful strength, combined with the huge chakra after he fused the Hashirama template, is properly super cage level other strength, although it may only be the end of the super shadow. After all, in terms of chakra, his current chakra will not be much more than the original Vice Admiral's vitality transformed into chakras Nagato. Hashirama's real chakra explosion should be when he learned the magic of immortality, when the chakra in his body became larger and more natural energy was mixed into a larger and more powerful chakra of immortality. At that time, he completely surpassed the first Indra. When? Who the hell are you? What's the purpose of coming here? Just as Xian was still feeling the power of the combination of the main template and the Suzuki template, Jiraiya looked at Suandeo solemnly. And Tsunade and Orochimaru also looked at Xian in the middle for the first time. He is tall, wearing a black cloak, and wearing a cat-faced umbu mask. The whole body is tightly wrapped, only 2 holes on the mask reveal a pair of purple eyes with swirls. These eyes. Orochimaru, who was closest, had already seen the pair of purple Rinnegan's under the mysterious mask, and his eyes instantly became serious, the eyes of the immortal. The eyes are the same as those of the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization. According to legend, they are the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, but Orochimaru can be sure that the person in front of him is definitely not the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Is there a second pair of fairy eyes? Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips with his slender tongue, and a morbid smile appeared on his face. He suddenly heard the words that Konoha's mysterious boy once said to him, Orochimaru, you don't know anything about this ninja world. At that time, he thought that the boy was joking, but now it seems that he really knows nothing about this ninja world. This ninja world is much more mysterious than he imagined, but this is more interesting, isn't it? If you can get these eyes. Orochimaru's eyes showed a strong desire. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is too powerful for him to obtain, but there may be a slight possibility of the one in front of him. After all, he is not present alone, but a gathering of masters and ninjas. It seems that his purpose is not good. Tsunade, Jiraiya, let's put our affairs aside and try our best to solve this person, Orochimaru said with a dark smile. Jiraiya didn't answer, but looked at Xian with a serious face. He was waiting for this mysterious man's reply, the answer to his question just now. This will represent his attitude in the future. Xian naturally also heard what Orochimaru said just now, so he naturally knew what Orochimaru meant, but this was just right. Xian's purpose of coming this time was to defeat Sunan and obtain the template. The purpose has always been one, and that is revenge, revenge on Konoha who destroyed my homeland, revenge on you Sunan. Xian made an excuse casually. Anyway, in this ninja world, revenge is an eternal theme. World War I, World War II, and World War III, in just 60 years, 3 major battles broke out that affected the entire ninja world. I don't know how many villages and families perished in the war. And Konoha's Sunan, behind the famous ninja world, also has bloody killings. Was it caused by war again? Jiraiya sighed helplessly, although he has been looking for the destiny child of the ninja world to bring real peace to ninjas. But of course he had to participate in World War II and 3 wars. It can only be said that the faction decided that the cause of the war was all because of interests, but in the end, it became a guardian. There is no way to distinguish between right and wrong in ninja wars. There is no right or wrong in war. There is no justice and evil, only camps. But, I chose this opportunity. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade's medicine is too powerful. He has only been able to mobilize 30% to 40% of chakra so far, and he has already consumed more than half of it to summon Wenta, and now this chakra volume, even Sage mode cannot be turned on. I can only bite the bullet. Bunta, use oil. Jiraiya said to the toad Bunta under his feet, and quickly formed a seal. Understood. Toad Wenta took a deep breath, and his stomach bulged instantly. That Jiraiya guy. Orochimaru frowned, cursing secretly. One snake, get out of the way. Fire style, toad oil fire bomb boom. When ignited by Jiraiya's fire style, the huge column of oil sprayed out by Toad Bunta instantly erupted with terrifying power. Nazeos. The Sunan with the summoning beast present is not at the same level as the Sunan without the summoning beast. Xian looked at the violent fire style overwhelmingly, and praised. Without Bunta, Jiraiya, who only has 30% chakra, would never be able to release this kind of powerful fire style. No, it should be said that without Bunta Toad, Jiraiya would not be able to use this kind of power with all his strength. This kind of super fire style ninjutsu with a range of more than 100 meters, in terms of power alone, I am afraid it is much stronger than Madara's Huo Huo Mi. After all, the range of the skill is too large. But, it's useless, all energy ninjutsu is ineffective in front of these eyes, Xian said lightly, stretched out one hand, and shouted in a low voice. Sealing technique absorption. The transparent light instantly formed a ball of light in front of Xian, enveloping Xian inside. The powerful fire style did not cause the slightest damage, instead, like a flood, it rushed towards the light ball in front of Xian to lungs. Ninjutsu absorbed. Jiraiya couldn't believe her eyes. He has experienced so many wars, fought against ninjas in almost every ninja village, and seen a lot of bloodline ninjutsu with various abilities, but he has never been so shocked as today. It completely turned ninjutsu into chakra and absorbed it, and there is no seal, and the absorption speed is very fast. Is this also the power of those eyes? It is really powerful. Orochimaru whispered, his face became more serious. Orochimaru urged 10,000 snakes to move towards Jiraiya, and Tsunade did the same. Shoot first, we'll talk about our affairs later. Orochimaru came to Jiraiya's side and whispered. Depending on the situation, it has to be like this. Jiraiya stared at Xian in front of him, and said seriously, this is really ironic. I just said that I will end it, and I will fight side by side in a blink of an eye. At this moment, we can't die here. Standing on Katsuyu, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and said coldly, it's a fluke. Orochimaru escaped with his life. Heh. Orochimaru sneered as a response. Then let's discuss how to get rid of this enemy now. Jiraiya stood in the center and said, there are currently 2 abilities shown, both of which are very tricky. The more powerful I am, but the consumption of these 287 levels of Jutsu Chakra is definitely too high. It is impossible for him to release this level of ninjutsu all the time. The second ability, Ninjutsu Absorption, I have experimented with this before. Mist Shinobi has a blood successor called Dark Style, which has the ability to absorb ninjutsu, but that has an upper limit. Even if there is an upper limit based on the opponent's appearance, it must be not low. The biggest disadvantage of this ability is that it cannot absorb physical ninjutsu. Orochimaru added speculation. Does that mean to attack with long-range entity ninjutsu? Tsunade asked. Yes. Orochimaru said, I will use ninjutsu to create opportunities for you. You too find the opportunity to make a move. 10,000 snakes. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru urged the 10,000 snakes under his feet. To fight such a troublesome opponent, Orochimaru, you have to offer 200 living sacrifices, otherwise, be careful, I will swallow you. One Snake Way, CGDF, threatened, then it went straight into the ground. Xian watched Sunin gather together to discuss. Without stopping him, he was familiar with the ability of this Rinnegan a little bit. In fact, Reincarnation 6 paths, he can use all the abilities of 6 paths as an outsider, but in fact, he can use it to fight now. The ones are 3 ways, Azura Way, Heavenly Way, and Hungry Keto. The other animal paths do not have summoning beasts prepared in advance. The human path is used to obtain information, and the hell path is used to torture and repair Pain's puppets. He didn't use puppets, and naturally he didn't need them. It's a pity that the strength is not enough, and there is no Rinnegan ability unique to awakening, Xian said with some regret. The real power of Rinnegan is not the ability of 6 paths, these are just incidental. What is really powerful should be the special pupil technique that comes with each pair of Rinnegan, just like the pupil technique of awakening Mangekyo. For example, Madara's Round Tomb is the extremely powerful Rinnegan pupil technique. If Xian can awaken the Rinnegan pupil technique, I am afraid that the current Sunin can be eliminated in an instant. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Under the ground, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a large number of Lion Majesty appeared from his mouth. More and more, there were tens of thousands of them. So that's how it is, using the ability of 10,000 snakes to dig holes in all directions, and then use the 10,000 snakes formation to attack in all directions. Even if your hands are sealed, it's still disgusting as always, Orochimaru. Xian looked at Cheng, who came from all directions. There are tens of thousands of Lion Majesty, and each snake has a long sword sticking out of its mouth. This is the strength of Orochimaru. Even if it is sealed with 2 hands, he can still just 4 tails Naruto, still at cage level strength. God Luo Tian Sign. Xian condensed a huge chakra, and stretched out his hands. Boom. The endless repulsive force spread in all directions. Even top-level summoning beasts of the level of when Taiwan Snake couldn't resist the power of the god Luotian, let alone this small Lion Majesty. Almost in an instant, the Lion Majesty, which was like a tide in all directions, was completely empty, and those who were close were directly blasted into blood mist, and those who were far away were also blasted thousands of meters away. Even giving Jiraiya, they all caused quite a bit of trouble. The Lion Majesty that flew upside down had a stronger speed than the original impact. With this speed, a sharp long sword could easily pierce through rocks and trees. The ground cracked, and the whole ground under Xian's feet sank, and one snake came out of the ground in a panic. The ground can become his strongest defense, and naturally it can also cause powerful damage to him. Xian had already rushed out the moment Shen Luo Tianzheng was launched. He was already thoroughly familiar with Rinnegan's ability, and he would not let the main ninja slowly start to recover his strength. Coming. Jiraiya looked at Xian, who was rushing over at an extremely fast speed, and shouted in a low voice. Understood. Toad went to raise the short sword in his hand, and struck toward Xian. The fire is missing. Xian gently turned sideways to avoid the giant knife slashing, and raised his arms. Boom! A large number of rocket missiles flew towards Heimo Wenta, producing a powerful explosion, and the power of each missile was higher than that of the detonating symbol. Damn it! Toad cursed too painfully. At the same time, the black smoke from the explosion blocked the sight of Bunta and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's over to you. Tsunade shouted. She was not affected by the black smoke by the side. Ninja method, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's vision was blocked, and he quickly formed a mudra, and his white hair grew rapidly to wrap his whole body. The long-standing hairs are like silver needles. The response was so quick. Sorry, Jiraiya. Xian's punch that was about to hit turned into a palm in an instant. God Luo Tianzheng. Puffed. The Shen Luo Tian sign at close range, even if it is not the most powerful, still caused a strong impact on Jiraiya, and even Jizo could not defend against this repulsion. In an instant, Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of blood, and was directly bounced off Wenta's body, flying tens of meters away. Damn it, go to hell. Being bounced off together with Jiraiya and the black smoke from the explosion, Tsunade jumped down from the air and punched Xian with a punch. Boom! There was a muffled crash, and Tsunade was shocked that this man dared to take her fist directly, and actually took it. No, chakra was absorbed in an instant. Tsunade's pupils shrank. This person can not only absorb ninjutsu, but also directly absorb chakra, and the speed is very fast. Don't touch those hands. Tsunade instantly saw the key to Xian's absorption of chakra. Unfortunately, even with Baihao technique, Tsunade's taijutsu cannot be Xian's opponent. To be honest, many people were surprised by how miserably Tsunade was abused at the beginning of the Sunin War. After all, Tsunade was Sunin at the time, and the first battle was not lost. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is not surprising at all. From the end of World War II, when Tsunade suffered from blood phobia, to the current Sunin War, the interval spans more than 20 years. In the past 20 years, what did Tsunade do? Take Kato Shizun, gamble, drink, and meet some bandits in robes, all of which can be solved by Shizun alone. That is to say, for more than 20 years, Tsunade has never made a shot. Sunin fights, in fact her physical skills have declined to a point, and chakra has to be given to 100 healings mark every day. To sum up, the one fighting against Do is just a low-profile version of Gangman. Moreover, Do is also a real genius, otherwise he would not have been chosen by Scorpion, nor would he have become Orochimaru's confidant. The current Do is about 20 years old, an absolute Jonin, or even an elite Jonin level of strength. Before the Konoha Honkai plan, the discovery of Moonlight Heights spying, the confrontation with Kakashi, and the large-scale Nirvana abode technique released by the Chunin exam all showed its comprehensiveness and strength. It's not uncommon for the low-end version of Tsunade to be abused. When Tsunade is really powerful, it should be after the 100 healings mark is unlocked, and Baihao technique is activated. Baihao technique is not ninja art mitotic regeneration, it is not used for self-healing, but completely releases the chakra stored in 100 healings mark, making it full body, speed, strength, and all-round physical fitness have been greatly improved. And this kind of improvement is greatly related to the number of chakra accumulated into the 100 healings mark with Baihao technique. In fact, the current Tsunade is not at full strength. At least it can be seen from her completely unchanged face. The Tsunade who really risked her life and used all her strength should be when pain invaded. At that time, Tsunade completely inherited Hokage's will, instantly released all the chakra of 100 healings mark, and then used it for group healing. At that time, she is like an old woman in her 50s or 60s, because she even liberated chakra who maintained her appearance in 100 healings mark. Even Tsunade, whose strength is completely at the peak, cannot be Xian's opponent, let alone the current state of not fully contributing. Xian was superior to Tsunade in terms of physical fitness and physical skills. It was only a short fight, which not only completely suppressed Tsunade, but also absorbed a lot of Tsunade's chakra. It has to be said that the fighting strength of the main body is definitely much stronger than that of using the 6 paths puppets. The 6 puppets seem to have no flaws, but they actually disperse their strength and give the enemy the possibility to defeat them one by one. The only advantage is that it can hide the main body. The main body is very safe. If the main body cannot be found, it can only be consumed to death by puppets. Of course, if 6 Jinchuriki are used as puppets like Obito, it must be much stronger than fighting by itself. The 6 paths puppet is also the reason why the strength of the elders has been questioned. The one behind him singled out Killer Bee, the golden Naruto, and Itaka seemed very relaxed, but this is still under the remote control of the bag. If his legs hadn't been blown off, Nagato's strength would definitely be above cage level, and it would be impossible to defeat Naruto in Sage Mode alone. Xian is now equivalent to the strength of Nagato using the full body, reincarnation 6 paths ninjutsu plus huge chakra. 5 seconds passed, Xian Yi kicked Tsunade's fist away, the empty door was wide open, and then his palm was slightly attached to it. God Luo Tian sign. Those who can really resist the God Luo Tianjing must be at least at the tailed beast level, such as the Naruto 8 tails level. It is impossible for the weak version of Tsunade alone to resist. Like Jiraiya, Tsunade was directly ejected, leaving a big crater on the ground. He was even more seriously injured than Jiraiya, and had completely lost his ability to resist. Master Tsunade. Katsuyu quickly dispersed and attached to Tsunade's body. Xian didn't kill her, just this level of injury would not kill Tsunade. She is now in the state of 100 healings mark, ninja art mitotic regeneration. The original book was cut into 2 halves and didn't die, let alone this one, but Xian absorbed a lot of chakra before, and I'm afraid it can barely recover from the injury now, without a trace of resistance. And the system also remembered the prompt sound at the right time. Congratulations to host for defeating the 4-star Tsunade, 5th Hokage, to obtain the S-quality main star Tsunade template, Earth Battle. Congratulations to host for getting 100 combat experience points for the main template, 100 combat experience points for the Uchiha Sasuke template, and 100 freely distributable experience points. It seems that Jiraiya still has the ability to fight. Xian listened to the prompt sound in his mind and secretly thought, after all, Jiraiya has the protection of Jizo, so the injury should not be so serious. Successful. Just as Xian was looking in Jireya's direction, a gloomy voice sounded from the side. Shua. A thick and long tongue stuck out directly from the ground, wrapping around Xian's neck at an extremely fast speed. This is Orochimaru. Xian was a little surprised. When he looked at the 10,000 snakes in the distance, there was no sign of Orochimaru on it, only Yakushi Kabuto was left. Your repelling ninjutsu hasn't reached the cooldown yet, 5 seconds is enough. Orochimaru followed the power of tongue pulling, and appeared from the ground, full of fanaticism and greed, staring at Xian and laughed, "Go to hell, now your eyes are mine." Orochimaru opened his mouth even further, and protruded from the top of his tongue was a shining Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword is actually very powerful. It can not only be controlled remotely, but also can be stretched. The burst of power can push Four Tails Naruto to the top fly kilometers. As expected of Orochimaru, he is still so insidious. Xian Weiwei spread Orochimaru's tongue with his hands, and said calmly, being able to see through the time limit of the god Luo Tian's sign, Xian Yi is not surprised at all. After all, he showed very clearly in the duel with Tsunade just now, from bouncing Jiraiya to fighting with Tsunade for 5 seconds. A true combat IQ that any seasoned ninja can tell, and Orochimaru has both. However, the most insidious thing about Orochimaru is that when he talked about tactics, he said that he was going to cover and let Jiraiya and Tsunade find opportunities. In fact, he left the battlefield one after another and let Jiraiya and Tsunade test the intelligence. A fatal blow is delivered at the most critical one. It should be said that this is very much in line with Orochimaru's style, bleak like the Dark Lion Majesty. But this is just right. Although it's not the time to kill you, it's still good to leave you with a deep lesson. Xian Chong smiled at Orochimaru, who flew over, making the latter feel very uncomfortable. Wonderful. Who do you think Tsunade's strange power is inherited from? Xian softly murmured, and easily opened Orochimaru's tongue with both hands, and then gently tugged. Oops. Orochimaru's body lost his balance, and his attack was disintegrated in an instant. The most fatal thing was that his entire back was completely exposed in front of Xian. A ninja, when his back appears behind the enemy without protection, it means death. Of course, Xian did not intend to kill Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is a very useful pawn, but he prepared a big gift. Xian's hands instantly formed tiger prints. He squatted down slightly, and stabbed towards the sky with all his strength. Konoha Shinobi Esoteric Body Art, 1000 Years of Death. Boring. Feeling the great insult, Orochimaru turned his head 180 degrees in an instant, and the Kusanagi sword in the air stretched out in an instant, stabbing towards Xian's head. Second paragraph. Xian said lightly, "Spicy stuffing." Boom. The powerful repulsive force instantly broke out, centered on Xian's fingers. Phew. Orochimaru disappeared in an instant. Well, this move is called 1000 Years of Death second stage. Xian Dandan said, it makes up for the lack of damage of the original move. It is not only extremely humiliating, but also has a strong lethality. However, it still feels a little disgusting. Let's classify it as a forbidden technique. Xian thought for a while and added, congratulations to host for defeating the 4-star Orochimaru, Living Corpse Reincarnation, and obtaining the S-quality 3-star template Orochimaru. Congratulations to host for getting 200 combat experience points for the main template, 200 combat experience points for the Uchiha Suzuki template, and 200 freely distributable experience points. Orochimaru gives more experience than Tsunade. After all, the combat ability is indeed far stronger than Tsunade. Now that Sun and second template has been obtained, most of Xian's goal has been achieved. Not caring about Jiraiya, Xian turned his attention to Wanshi, or more precisely, the concubine above Wanshi. Master 10,000 Snakes, please go and save Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru flying away, Do said anxiously. Even if he knew that Orochimaru's survivability was much stronger, he couldn't guarantee his survival under that powerful ninjutsu. To come down, he needs Orochimaru's strength. 013 Hey, brat, don't be too crazy, believe it or not, I swallowed you. One snake said viciously, what does Orochimaru's life and death have to do with me? Since he was defeated, then it's time to go back. Boom. After Wanshi finished speaking, it turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared in place in an instant. Damn it, it's just because I'm afraid. Can this kind of beast be called the strongest summoning beast? Do secretly cursed. But to be honest, up to this point, Orochimaru's life and death are unknown. Sunan, who is famous in the ninja world, has no ability to resist in front of that mysterious strongman. A sense of fear, especially when staring at each other. Not good. Just being seen by those purple eyes with rippling patterns, the shadow of death has emerged in Do's heart, as if seeing the end of his own reincarnation in those eyes. Even when Orochimaru was at his most irritable, he had never given him this kind of feeling when he burst out with all his murderous aura, but now a gaze 100 meters away can make him feel so palpitating, it is making people want to resist. I can only retreat first. With this distance, I should be able to retreat. Yakushi Kabuto gathered chakra at the fastest speed, then quickly formed a seal, and slapped the ground hard. Earth Style, Rock Shinobi Technique. Yes. After successfully releasing the ninjutsu, Do couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Rock Shinobi Technique is a high-level Earth-style ninjutsu. Being able to freely shuttle through rocks and soil to conceal and generous land is the best defense. What a terrifying powerhouse. I didn't expect that there are ninjas in this ninja world who are easily defeated even by Sunen's team. It would be great if I could get his power. Do also has a desire for power in his heart. After killing Yakushi Nanoyu, the director of the nearest orphanage, he has lost the meaning of existence, and now his meaning of existence is to imitate Orochimaru's path and explore the truth of the world. But unlike Orochimaru, he has the thirst for power is even worse, and he wants to pursue Ultimate's perfect power. If it's this time, maybe Suyin can kill Master Orochimaru. Such a thought suddenly flashed in Do's heart, and then it grew wildly in his heart like weeds. Orochimaru is now seriously injured, life or death is unknown, and with his sealed hands, if he can find Orochimaru during this time, maybe he can really kill Orochimaru, replace him, and become the explorer of the truth of this world. There was a slight smile on the corner of Do's mouth. Half of his body had already melted into the soil, and he couldn't help looking at the position of the mysterious man. Perhaps he should also thank this mysterious strong man, otherwise he doesn't know when he will be able to completely replace Orochimaru. However, when he looked at the past, his heartbeat stopped instantly. The strong man was still standing on the head of Toadbunta, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if he didn't care about any actions he made. When he was about to dive into the ground completely, he slowly raised his right hand and faced him. The back of the pocket was instantly soaked in cold sweat, like a mouse sneaking away in front of the dragon, only to find that the dragon had been looking at him with great interest, as if looking at a toy, when he was about to escape. All it takes is a hook of the paw, and the mouse will return to its original place, and all actions are in vain. Oops. Such a thought only flashed across Do's mind for an instant, and then he found out in horror that he could no longer move. His body did not dive, but there was a strong pulling force pulling him, wanting to pull him to the side of the mysterious strong man. Universal pull. Shen said lightly. The huge chakra instantly gushed out a powerful gravitational force and acted on Miao Maiwai's pocket. How could he let Do run away? Do is the real filth master in the Hokage world. One person can summon someone who is strong enough to fight against the top 5 ninja villages. His strength is terrifying in Super Shadow. Almost. With the most elite Jonin strength now, how could he possibly resist? Shen Quan's universal pull just persisted for less than a second, and was sucked in at an extremely fast speed. Damn it. A stern look flashed in Do's eyes, and a pale blue chakra scalpel appeared in his hands in an instant, and then he stabbed towards Shen's body at high speed. Very good will to fight, but it's a pity that the gap between you and me is too great. Shen Dan said. His right hand had already grabbed Do's neck in an instant. Hungry Kido, sealing technique suction. An indifferent voice without the slightest emotion rang in Do's ear, and he was horrified to find that the chakra all over his body disappeared completely in an instant, and even the chakra scalpel in his hand also disappeared in an instant. All ninjutsu, chakra, everything that a ninja depends on for survival, are all deprived in front of this ninja. Chakra is passing, the strength of the struggle is getting weaker and weaker, and the consciousness is also beginning to pass away. Master Dean, everyone, I'm back. When he realized that his life might be at the last moment, Do's eyes were a little dull, and there was a relieved smile on his face. Another poor person. Shen pushed Yakushi Kabuto aside, sighed lightly. This ninja world is like this, there is never a shortage of poor people. Just like 5.8 is what Obito said, they are all people who have seen hell, and their hearts have long since disappeared. Congratulations to host for defeating the 3-star Yakushi Kabuto, double-sided spy, and obtaining the SS level 2-star template Yakushi Kabuto, root spy. As the system prompts, Shen didn't kill Yakushi Kabuto, and Kabuto played a pivotal role. Shen will keep him in the 4th battle, and he will provide a lot of experience. The quality of Do's template is not beyond Shen's expectations, SS level quality, and the highest comprehensive strength can reach Chaoying. Perhaps in terms of mastery of the forbidden technique, Do is far inferior to Orochimaru, but there is a reason why Do is stronger than Orochimaru. He has learned Sage Mode and uses Impure World Reincarnation to call Lu Liwang, and Orochimaru's purpose was never power, but immortality and truth. You are not a so-called avenger at all. What is your purpose? At this moment, a deep voice sounded from behind Shen. As a vengeful person, you are really gentle. Except for Orochimaru, you didn't kill anyone. Jiraiya stood behind Shen and said calmly. Besides, you were too calm from the beginning to the end. If all the Avengers in the ninja world were like you, then peace would have arrived long ago. As expected of Jiraiya, you watched carefully, but how can you guarantee that I don't want to torture you a little bit? Shen said with a low smile. Shua. What? Did you guess wrong? Jiraiya looked at Shen, who appeared in front of him in an instant. His face was gloomy in an instant, and a Raiznan was condensed in his right hand in an instant, but when he saw Shen's pair of purple Renegans, he couldn't help but turn to surprised those eyes. This was the first time he had seen King Suin's eyes up close, those immortalized that were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The world is the way, the heart is hidden. A faint voice sounded, easily dodging Jiraiya's attack, and Xian put his hand directly on Jiraiya's stomach. A layer of invisible soul was pulled out halfway by Xian in an instant. This is, Jiraiya also saw his soul being pulled out, and then his eyes went black, and it had completely dissipated. 26. Just kidding, Uncle Jiraiya, get a good night's sleep. Xian lightly held his hand, and his soul returned to Jiraiya's body, but most of the chakra in his body was washed clean, fell into a coma. Congratulations to host for defeating the 4-star Jiraiya, Pervy Sage, and getting the S-quality 3-star template Jiraiya, World War II. Congratulations to host for obtaining 250 combat experience points for the main template, 250 combat experience points for the Uchiha Sasuke template, and 250 freely distributable experience points. It's over. Hyun whispered as Jiraiya fell to the ground. This operation is over now. I got all the Sunin templates, and a Yakushi Kabuto's SS quality template by the way, which has a total of 1700 experience points. To be honest, the mysterious goal has been achieved, and the harvest is not cheap. And Xian looked behind a rock in the distance, where there were Kato Shizun and Naruto. Learned Rasengan's Naruto. The next SSS level template seems to be available soon. Xian had an expectant smile on his face. Now that the goal was achieved, Xian didn't stay any longer, and sucked up the Yakushi Kabuto at hand, and Xian slowly floated in the air. Damn it! Todbunta didn't dare to move rashly because Jiraiya and the others were fighting on his back, but now seeing Xian leaving his back, he finally couldn't hold back his anger. What the hell did you do to Jiraiya and the others? You be ************************************************** D. The old gangster of the Mount Maya Boku gang directly threw the huge short sword towards Xian, who was in the air. God Luo Tian sign. Suanju condescendingly stared at Todbunta, and gently pressed down with his right hand, and the chakra wave spread in the air. Boom! In an instant, the huge short sword flew backwards at a faster speed, nailed in front of Todwenta, set off a huge shock wave, and directly sent Wenta flying. If I have the intention to kill, I will kill you all in an instant. I have this strength, so don't try to challenge my patience. Xian looked at Heimo Wenta and said indifferently, after speaking, he didn't look at the actions below, and then flew away directly into the distance. Of course, it is flying, but it is actually using repulsion to lift into the air, which not only consumes more chakra, but also is not fast, far less comfortable than Onoki's ultralight and heavy rock technique. Although Jiraiya and the others are unconscious, there are Jonin, Shizun, and the two top summoning beasts, Buntagama and Katsuyu, who are still awake. Xian is not afraid that they will be picked up by passing strong men. Just here, Xian passed a small hillside and threw Yakushi Kabuto directly into the forest. It is estimated that it will not be long before Kabuto wakes up. After all, Xian just absorbed most of the chakra, not destroying the spirit. Switch to Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly God's template. Xian switched to Shisui's template again. To be honest, if the 4-star Sasuke's template is not included in the Rinnegan formed by combining with the main template, it is really not as powerful as the Shisui template. Whether it is physical skills, ninjutsu, or illusion, they are completely crushed. It's time to go back to the village. Xian burned all the cloaks and masks to ashes. This operation is now completely over, and then hurried back to Konoha. Back in the village, Xian returned home immediately, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at the latest Sunin template in his hand. Character template, Tsunade quality, S rating, Samsung experience required for ascension to star 0/1000 abilities, chakra scalpel, weird power, nervous system rupture, medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu, medicine grandmaster, summoning Katsuyu, only important abilities are recorded, star potential, 1-star Tsunade, 3rd generation disciple, 2-star Tsunade, Chunin 3-star Tsunade, 2nd World War / experience points reached half to unlock Sunin name, 4-star Tsunade, 5th Hokage. Tsunade's template doesn't seem to have high combat effectiveness, but Xian saw the most essential point in this template, which is the medical grandmaster ability. This is an ability that has not appeared in many templates, and even the ability of medical skills rarely appears. Although the Hokage world has healing jutsu that can quickly repair injuries, it does not mean that medical skills are useless. In the end, healing jutsu only uses chakra to directly restore physical strength and injuries. It is only a rough treatment that increases blood, and cannot achieve accurate treatment. For example, in the original book, Xiao Li's bones are broken, and Tsukuyomi and Kakashi, this kind cannot be saved by Kamen's healing jutsu, and only Tsunade can almost easily solve it. Tsunade can become almost the best medical ninja in the ninja world not because of his good healing jutsu, but because of his superb medical skills. Although this ability is useless to Xian, it is still a very useful ability for his friends. Orochimaru's template is not much different from Tsunade's template. They are both S quality in Samsung, but the most important ability is ninjutsu research. At this time, Orochimaru after World War II is far from the forbidden technique lunatic after World War III. Research geeks. However, the 3-star template has the ability to study ninjutsu, which shows Orochimaru's talent in this area. Jiraiya gave Xianyi a little surprise. Jiraiya of Samsung has already mastered a lot of sealing techniques. These sealing techniques are not like the extremely powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family that have many magical effects, but more like the ancient sealing techniques recorded by Mount Myaboku, using scrolls to describe the sealing techniques. It is said that Mount Myaboku is also the most mysterious of the 3 holy places. After all, the toads of Mount Myaboku can form seals, which is the most coquettish. So far, the only summoning beasts that can form seals seem to be only the toads of Mount Myaboku, who use ninjutsu to form seals. Illusion, sealing, almost ninjutsu that can be used by humans, and the toads of Mount Myaboku can all use it, but they use celestial arts. After all, they contain celestial arts chakra. Xian's biggest gain this time should be the template of Sunin and the template of SS quality Yakushi Kabuto. Maybe these templates didn't have a significant increase in his strength, and they couldn't even produce any increase in his current strength beyond cage level, but this will all turn into Xian's background. Hokage Ninja advocated that a ninja should be comprehensive in the early stage. From this point of view, Kakashi, who has mastered thousands of ninjutsu in the early stage, is known as the #1 technician in Konoha, and 3rd generation, who claims to have mastered all the ninjutsu forbidden technique in Konoha. It is known as the strongest Hokage. Because the ninjas in the early stage of Hokage have limited chakra, and the restraint effect of ninjutsu is also very strong. How to deal with different situations, different enemies, and different ninjutsu, and selectively carry out targeted measures. This is the strength of the early ninja, and this is why Kakashi and 3rd Hokage are considered strong in the early stage. But in the later stage, chakra is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems that ninjas can be very powerful without having to master so many ninjutsu. Even speaking, the more grandmaster a certain ninja is, the stronger the ninja is. For example, Naruto relies on the huge chakra and Rasengan, Sasuke relies on Sharingan, Ryuguya Rinnegan, and 1st generation relies on wood style to conquer the world. Even the last Kakashi, relying on the last Kamui experience card, made a big splash in the Battle of Kagaya and reached the pinnacle of strength. The restraining effect of ninjutsu in the later stage, wind style, lightning style, earth style, fire style, water style, 5 escapes, mutual generation and mutual restraint seems to have become empty talk. Only 3rd generation attracted a wave of attention by relying on 5 escapes daily and bullets, which aroused a burst of amazement from passersby. But what 3rd generation played was just relying on Yamato to boost wood style's Uzumaki, an ultra-low profile version of Shinsu Kinmen. There are almost no so-called tactics, just face-to-face confrontation, relying on who has more chakra, who has stronger Zanjutsu, and whose ninjutsu settings are more perverted. In fact, comprehensive and grandmaster are 2 different paths, both of which can become powerful, and each has its own advantages. Xian has a template system, but can take the dual route of comprehensive and grandmaster. He can completely rely on the main template to obtain super combat power, and use the sub-template to obtain the ability to deal with more situations. What's more, even if it's just for collecting, Xian must collect all the Sunin templates. Sunin is an important figure in the Hokage world from the beginning to the end. Regarding the setting of Sunin, Kishimoto also put a lot of thought into the setting, which is really interesting. You can say that he is pornographic, gambling, drug addict. After all, Jiraiya is lustful, Tsunade is gambling, Orochimaru Lion Majesty, but they still have their own professions. Jiraiya is a writer, Tsunade is a healer, Orochimaru is a scientist. One is to create spiritual food. Jiraiya is not only good at writing small pornography, one is to heal the body, and one is to study the truth of the world, and the transformation affects the whole society. It is these 3 characters with very different personalities, different ideals, and great differences that bring people completely different feelings and thinking. Xian took back the template in his mind and didn't continue, so he didn't have to look at the template in his pocket. After all, the template of the bag is only for collection. For Xian, there is no need to integrate the quality of the SS grade, and there is no need to practice the level. Need a pocket template to improve combat effectiveness. When Naruto and the others return to the village, the biggest harvest of this operation can be harvested. Xian smiled. After all, the Sunin War gave birth to the 2-star Naruto, a real SSS level template, and Hokage's real protagonist template. This is Xian's biggest gain. Although Xian's next template does not intend to integrate the Naruto template, it has to be said that Naruto's template must be within his fusion system, if there are enough opportunities for the main template to be integrated. It seems that things are moving in a better direction step by step. Xian looked out of the window and saw the 4 Hokage shadow rocks in the clear sunlight in the distance. When Tsunade, who had overcome the blood phobia, returned to the village, the new, strong and energetic 5th Hokage was the real bright side, able to clear part of the darkness. Bring more vitality to this village. Everyone's choice is about to start. Naruto's, Sasuke's, Tsunade's, Jiraiya's, Orochimaru's, Itaka's, Nagato's, then my choice is coming soon. Xian eyes looked at this lively. The village whispered softly. Site of the Sunin Great War. Under Shizun's care and treatment, Tsunade recovered first, followed by Jiraiya. Damn, it hurts. Tsunade propped her arms slightly and sat on the ground. There were still a lot of small wounds on her body, which were caused by the impact of the god Luotian's sign, but she didn't use ninja art mitotic in the regeneration treatment. Her chakra has been absorbed to a very dangerous level. If she uses the chakra in 100 healings mark again, the chakra she uses to maintain her appearance will be completely used up. Master Tsunade, please don't move around, I'll treat you, Shizen said quickly, and came to Tsunade's side, with emerald green light shining on his hand. I actually survived this time. Ah, I really saved my life. Jiraiya came to sit next to Tsunade a little weakly. To be honest, at the last second, when he saw the soul being pulled out, he thought he was dead. It settled. I didn't expect to wake up except that chakra was almost sucked up, but nothing happened at all. My guess is indeed correct. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged, pinched his chin and said, he was not an avenger from the beginning to the end, his murderous intent was only superficial, and he never killed anyone. No killer. Hey, Jiraiya, I almost died. Tsunade said angrily. But you know very well that he kept his hand, right? Otherwise, with his strength, a blow to you at close range can definitely kill you directly, instead of holding a breath, and after we lose all resistance, so far can already explain everything. Jiraiya stared at Tsunade. Tsunade didn't speak anymore. She was very clear that what Jiraiya said was completely correct. That kind of easygoing look definitely had the strength to kill them easily. But what's his purpose? It's not the 9 tails in Naruto's body, nor us. It seems that he just wants to fight and leave. Jiraiya thought silently, it's Lee's, and said, and those eyes. The eyes that Jiraiya saw at the last moment are mysterious, full of ripple-like lines, as if containing the origin of all ninjutsu. It's not wrong, it's the eye of the fairy. Is that person Nagato? But aren't they already dead? What's going on? What about Konan? Where's Yahiko? Jiraiya's head was a little messed up. Child, he is indeed teaching seriously as a disciple, and he also has certain feelings. At this moment, there seems to be a mess in his heart that is constantly entangled, and he can't figure it out. Who knows? Maybe it was just for Orochimaru, and now only the big involved and his subordinates are gone. Maybe we just suffered an unreasonable disaster. Tsunade waved his hand and said, since we didn't kill us, naturally we don't. It will be Konoha's enemy, just collect information in the future. That's right. Jiraiya laughed, but the seriousness in his eyes never stopped. Time flies, 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye in the mysterious, ordinary, but sweet and beautiful days. 10 days later, Tsunade and the others finally rushed back to Konoha. Suinben hadn't done anything serious. After recovering from injuries for several days, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizen, and Naruto seem to have no injuries at all. Tsunade also needs to hand over with the high level, and accept the appointment of the Fire Country Daimyo about the 5th Hokage. The Hokage Shadow Rock in the village should also be newly carved, and the exclusive 5th Hokage Imperial robe should also be customized. But looking at Tsunade's future attire, we know that she doesn't care about these things, and has never worn Hokage gowns or Hokage pocks. It was Jiraiya. To Xian's embarrassment, Jiraiya specifically talked to him after returning to the village. Xian could still remember the solemnity and seriousness in Jiraiya's eyes at that time, as well as the deep will contained in them. What he said at that time also surprised Xian a little. In this search for Tsunade, we encountered an extremely powerful mysterious ninja. His strength has far surpassed that of Sunan. Although my strength was limited at the time, I could feel that the opponent didn't use all his strength and kept his hands everywhere. That kind of calm posture made me feel that even if I used all my strength, I would not be an opponent. However, he didn't kill us. This is what I'm most confused about. He beat Orochimaru and took away Orochimaru's subordinates. He didn't even deal with Naruto. That is to say, his goal was Orochimaru. All I can think of is Akatsuki. Orochimaru is Akatsuki's traitor. They have enough motivation to clean up Orochimaru, and this level of strength may only be possessed by the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya's face was a little confused at the time, and he couldn't believe it. The most important thing is that mysterious strong man. He has those eyes on his body, the eyes of a fairy. Those are the eyes of a disciple I once accepted, but I heard that he has died in the war. What is going on now? Is it all just a cover? He secretly set up the Akatsuki organization? What is his purpose? I remember he is a very kind boy. This is what surprised Xian the most. When all the confusing information was intertwined here in Jiraiya, Jiraiya got a correct answer. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is Jiraiya's disciple Nagato, and everyone changes. When Nagato watched the most admired and closest friend die in front of him, all his kindness had been buried. Coupled with Obito's temptation, he had been completely blackened. Of course, it is not completely blackened. Even so, from the very beginning when Akatsuki was founded, his original intention was still good, and he wanted to make the entire ninja world peaceful, but the means became extreme and unscrupulous. Because of Rinnegan's incident, Jiraiya's desire to go to Rain Shinobi to check for information was aroused again, but he was still suppressed by Xian, and the same sentence, the gap in strength is too great. And Xian broke all of Jireya's previous speculations with just one sentence: since you deduced that the strong man with the eyes of the sage is the leader of Akatsuki and came for Orochimaru, why don't you take Naruto away? By the way, you know Itachi and Kisame was also organized by Akatsuki, and we just forced them away from Naruto. It was this sentence that completely convinced Jiraiya. Although he was still struggling, at least he no longer wanted to go to Rain Shinobi as urgently as before. Xian told Jiraiya to inform him if he was going to learn about Rain Shinobi. Otherwise, Jiraiya may still die. What happened to Jiraiya was just an episode after all. Xian did everything perfectly, there would be no loopholes, and no one would connect the two irrelevant people to $10. Tsunade's successor, Hokage, has not caused too many waves, mainly because he went to accept the appointment, and the carving of the Shadow Rock made the villagers look forward to it a lot, and the village also has a sense of stability with a backbone. As for the degree of recognition, Tsunade's degree of recognition is extremely high in Konoha. Her grandfather is first Hokage, and her second grandfather is second Hokage, the famous Sunin in the ninja world. In terms of character, eliminating gambling, establishing ninja hospitals, teaching medical skills, and arranging a CGDC medical ninja in each ninja team, these countless actions of living people can already be said to be benevolent doctors. So Tsunade succeeds 5th Hokage. There is almost no opposition in the village, and the era of Sunin has not completely passed. The legendary about the Lord Ninja is still circulating in the village. Rather, listening to Sunin's legendary, the ninjas who idolized Sunin have grown up and are now the backbone of the village. In fact, if it wasn't for Jiraiya's unintentional Hokage and Tsunade's hemophobia and leaving the village, both of them would have had a better chance of being the 4th Hokage than Minato. This just happened to be an inheritance, from first generation to second generation, followed by the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then Sarutobi, after getting old, gave up his position to Sunin, who was young and strong in his prime, and then Sunin passed on to Minato. This is the perfect inheritance. Then Minato passed it on to Kakashi, and Kakashi inherited the Naruto 7th generation. This is generation after generation. There will never be a time when the ruler is weak and decayed. Each generation of Hokage succeeds at the peak, and each Hokage succeeds once the buyer meets the requirements. He immediately releases his hand. Going on like this step by step, Konoha will definitely maintain a strong Yamato vitality, instead of declining step by step. Unfortunately, there are not so many happy endings. Tsunade is afraid of blood, Jiraiya shoulders greater responsibilities, Orochimaru is too cold, causing Minato to shoulder the responsibility of the village prematurely, and then the Nine Tails Rebellion. It is early to pay the infinite potential's life. The old 3rd generation took over. Konoha is like the age of the 3rd generation, the sun is setting, and the year is getting worse every year. This also led to tragedies one by one. Xian is absolutely in favor of Tsunade's succession to 5th generation. Tsunade's character and pride means that she will not compromise with a group of old stubborn high-level like 3rd generation. Moreover, Tsunade is capable, energetic, and has strong wrists. She is not a woman with big breasts and no brains. On the contrary, Tsunade is very smart, and compared to Jiraiya's laziness, she is also more dignified. As for the lack of strength, but with Jiraiya's support, it is not a big problem. Besides, Xian is still in Konoha. It is really annoying, his knife can cut off all restless branches. The big tree of Konoha is too messy, so it should be sorted out. After all, this kind of village is different from governing a big country, and one voice is enough. Xian sat on the railing of the attic, looking at the craftsman carving shadow rocks in the distance. He felt relieved. The leaves he was familiar with and like were taking shape step by step. Naruto. Xian Yuguang glanced slightly, just in time to see Naruto walking on the street, and couldn't help showing a smile. Speaking of which, I've been looking forward to Naruto's $SS level template for a long time. Since entering school 6 years ago, I have been watching Naruto and Sasuke's SSS level templates dangling in front of me. Now I have been raising them for 6 years, and I can finally harvest them. In a minute, after Xian told Naruto that he wanted to test his strength, he rushed forward with a Rasengan. Then he was suspected of being abused by Xian in an instant. Shadow Clone, easily smashed into pieces of white smoke. Rasengan was easily dodged, and then he was knocked to the ground. It's still far away, Naruto, the speed is not up to standard, the physical skills are too stiff. Shadow Clone has no tactics, but the power of Rasengan is not bad. Xian looked at Naruto, who was lying on the ground and doubted his life, and commented with a smile said, "However, it is undeniable that although there are still many shortcomings, the current Naruto has indeed made rapid progress. From the bottom of the previous 12 small powerhouses, it has leapt to the top of the current hard power ranking. If adding the 9 tails chakra that he can control, then the real strength may even surpass Sasuke, who is currently sealed." Humph. Naruto didn't reply. "I have something to leave first." Xian also didn't stay any longer, turned around and left in an instant. He had just received the system's prompt, Naruto's SSS level template. "I came to Konoha Hyushin, a small waterfall surrounded by dense trees. This is the place where Xian often practices, and it is also the place where he and Hinata practice together. Of course, there is also a sister-in-law Hanabi now. Now there is no one here, except Xian. Tsunade succeeds 5th generation. Hinata and the others have been summoned by their respective teachers to train intensively and cultivate a tacit understanding. After all, it has been almost a month since Konoha Honkai project. In order to deal with the loss and destruction after the war, Konoha has not carried out the mission. Now that Tsunade takes over, it is time to start the mission. After all, the ninja still needs the tempering of the mission to improve its strength and be independent. Hong, Kakashi and the others are also aware of this, so while Tsunade was accepting the appointment, they trained in advance to prepare for the start of the task, and accumulated tasks for a month. It is conceivable that Hinata and the others are busy. Xian leaned against a big tree, listening to the sound of the waterfall beside him, with the gentle sunshine above his head, and the green and soft grass under his body. He was quite comfortable. Switch the Naruto template. Xian silently immersed his mind. The information of this SSS level template was also presented in front of Xian in an instant. Character template Uzumaki Naruto, Class 7, Quality, SSS rating 1-star experience required for ascension to star 0/10 abilities 3 body technique, multiple shadow clone technique, powerful life force recovery, ability brought by 9 tails container, 9 tails chakra manipulation. Star potential 1-star Naruto, Class 7, 2-star Naruto, half of Raiznan / experience points unlocks 1 tail, 3-star Naruto, half of Shippuden / experience points unlocks 4 tails. For star Naruto, Sage Mode / experience points reaches half to unlock 8 tails. Tail Beast Suit / experience points reaches 80% to unlock the Golden Body 9 tails Chakra Mode, 5-star Naruto, Kurama Mode / experience points reaches half to unlock Zyonju Kurama Mode, - 6 stars Naruto, 6 paths mode. As the protagonist, Naruto is also an SSS level template. Although his current ability looks very simple, his star-raising potential is so luxurious that it explodes. If you compare templates, compared with Sasuke's templates, Naruto's real strength lies in 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. At 1 star, Naruto was still at the tail of the crane in the 7th shift, and he was definitely not Sasuke's opponent. At 2 stars, he learned Raiznan. Honestly, it was very close, but Naruto still couldn't beat Sasuke with the 1-tail beast suit mode that exploded. The status of Curse Seal 2 is a bit worse. For Samsung Shippuden, Naruto's strength was worse than Sasuke's in the early stage. After all, Jiraiya didn't teach Naruto anything new in the past 2 years, just laying the foundation and laying a solid foundation to death. But the 4 tails mode in Tendai Kiao is indeed cage-level strength, very powerful. As for the 4-star, at this time when Sasuke starts Mangekyo, it is a period of complete weakness. Although Sasuke is also very powerful, the side effects are too great. Instead, after Naruto learned Sage Mode, he started hanging all the way. It is even said that half of the experience points unlock the 8 tails mode. The Naruto 8 tails mode is a level that can resist the Luo Tian sign of pain. Although the performance of the Golden Body mode is very poor, it is indeed very powerful in terms of setting, whether it is speed or strength, are much stronger. The 5-star Kurama mode, the proper Super Shadow, bounces 5-tailed beast bombs with 1 blow, and the strength can be seen as Madara, not to mention the fairy art, and can combine with the 2 pillars to solve the low-end version of 6 paths Obito. Of course, Naruto at the 6-star level is definitely not much worse than the 2nd pillar in terms of strength. The difference lies in the regular output of the 2nd pillar Susanoo's ultimate body, which is indeed much higher than Naruto. In the final analysis, Naruto and Hashirama took the same route, relying on Chakra's huge size, using unique skills to eat all over the world. Naruto can only make balls, multiple shadow clone, but he can't stand the variety and power of others. I can't stand the chakra in the late stage, and shadow clone can hardly see the upper limit of damage. Madara's clone Susan is very strong. Naruto directly clones Kurama mode in the later stage, which is still the kind that has no upper limit of damage. Sasuke even slashes and slashes to disable Shadow Clone Kurama mode, and it will not disappear. The Naruto template can be used in the 3rd chance to merge with the main template, Shien Sasuo said. The Naruto template is undoubtedly extremely powerful, but it is not what he wants to merge the most now, because a large part of Naruto's attributes are heavier than Hashirama, Fairy Art, Huge Chakra, at least before he is promoted to 6 stars. Shien does not need to integrate Celebrity template, no qualitative improvement, not many abilities. Also, what's going on with this 9 tails? Xian touched his belly with his hands, and he could feel that after switching to the Naruto sub-template, there was indeed a huge chakra sealed in his body. But he can't enter the seal now, and he can't understand the situation inside the seal. Could it be that the system has set up a 9 tails to go in? Xian guessed. This is not impossible. The ability of the system is really powerful. It can perfectly copy everything in the template, and restore the true peak strength, so even if a 9 tails is really created, Xian will not be too surprised. However, if 9 tails is really created, some coercive measures will be taken at that time, Xian said with a smile. He is not Naruto, and he will not spend so much effort to influence 9 tails. At that time, 9 tails was a ticking time bomb in the body. Of course Xian didn't need to influence him, his methods were much more than Naruto's. It was not too easy to clean up a Nine Tails. I am thinking about the use and control of Naruto templates. Ha! Xian suddenly didn't move, and switched the template back to the Shisui template in an instant. A ninja wearing an umbu mask came out of the dense forest, came to Xian, and said respectfully, Master Xian, Lord Fifth Hokage, please go and beg. Tsunade's summoning was a few days later than Sitsuan expected. After all, Suan's strength has now become an object that any force in Konoha will do its best to win over. Especially for Fifth Hokage Tsunade, who has just come to power and has an unstable foundation, Xian's strength can give her a greater voice, which Jiraiya definitely mentioned to Tsunade. It's really calm. Standing at the door of Hokage's office, Xian smiled. Of course he doesn't hate it, he's even happy that the stronger Tsunade's wrists are, the better it will be for Konoha's development. Smiling, he pushed open the door of Hokage's office. The first thing Xian saw was a familiar figure, it was Nara Shikamaru. Yo, Xian, you're here too. Shikamaru, who was full of laziness, turned his head and raised his hand to greet him, not even half surprised by Xian's arrival. That's right, with Shikamaru's super high 033 IQ, I'm afraid he already guessed the purpose of this summoning. After the Chunin assessment, 5th Hokage summoned 2 genin, probably for the purpose of awarding the title of genin. Although Miya Chang suffered a huge loss in the Chunin assessment, but this did not discredit Miya's prestige. After all, the 2 ninja villages that attacked Konoha, Yinrin and San Shinobi, suffered far more losses than Konoha. Yinrin was directly destroyed, and San Shinobi surrendered to Konoha. This war, it can also be said that it is not a victory. Therefore, although the Chunin assessment was destroyed, it is extremely necessary to select a Chunin who is in charge. On the one hand, it is to promote the strength of Konoha, and on the other hand, it is also used as a fig leaf to cover up the fact that Konoha was invaded this time. Xian smiled at Shikamaru and nodded slightly, as a response, then walked forward, stood with Shikamaru, looked at the new 5th Hokage Tsunade who was sizing him up in front of him, and beside Tsunade was still holding the pink little girl Shizun of the pig porpoise. Have we met? Unexpectedly, Tsunade's first words caught him off guard. If it's just meeting face to face, this is the first time. Xian properly showed a trace of astonishment, then looked into Tsunade's eyes without avoiding, and then replied with a smile. Maybe, after all, I heard Jiraiya say that you know wood-style ninjutsu, maybe it gave me a sense of familiarity, Tsunade said with a little regret. Master Tsunade's grandfather 1st Hokage's favorite ninjutsu is wood-style ninjutsu. Shizun smiled apologetically at Xian and explained. Xian nodded slightly, expressing his understanding, but he did not explain the source of wood-style. He had explained these things to 3rd Hokage and the others, and Kakashi and the others were also present. If you want to know, Tsunade already knew. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter to Xian, everything is just an excuse on the surface, just like the old man of 3rd generation has always been skeptical, but since he thinks that Xian has no hostility to Konoha, these are all open-minded close one eye. What's more, Tsunade is younger and more enlightened than 3rd Hokage. However, Xian was still a little surprised by Tsunade's keen sense. He knew that the sense of familiarity that Tsunade just mentioned might not be with style, but the previous son in battle. There is no reason for this feeling, after all. Xian believes that he is fully prepared in terms of body shape, voice, and ability chakra's aura, without any flaws. In this way, Tsunade can still feel the sense of familiarity, and Suanya can only attribute it to a woman's 6th sense. But after all, it's just an unfounded speculation. Tsunade himself laughed at himself a little bit, feeling that he had been a little suspicious recently, and dispelled the thoughts in his mind. Tsunade crossed his hands and propped his chin, looking at Nara Shikamaru and said, Nara Shikamaru, I've heard all about you. Although in the pre-selection assessment, you were a little short and lost to San Shinobi's Tamari, but in the subsequent enemy invasion process, you led the team very well and completed the task. Based on the evaluations given to you by the various leaders Jonin, as well as the combat ability and strategy you have shown in the mission, etc., I have decided to give you the title of Chunin from now on. Tsunade's words did not make Nara Shikamaru look excited at all, but scratched his head with some disgust and said, Chunin, what a trouble. Seeing Shikamaru's performance, the corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched, and a well appeared on his forehead. Shizun next to him hugged Tanto with an awkward smile on his face. Fortunately, although Tsunade has a violent temper, he is not too angry with a child. He waved his hands helplessly. Shikamaru, you go out first, and then go get your Chunin vest. Xian, you stay here. Yes. Shikamaru was not afraid of Tsunade's aura at all, and nodded with a lazy and disgusted face, then turned and walked out. I'm a little curious, Xian. What kind of wooing will Master 5th generation give you? The moment the door was closed, Shikamaru's lazy eyes rarely disappeared, and he looked at Xian's back curiously. As Xian's friend, Shikamaru has always had a deeper understanding of Xian's strength than others. He really knows that Xian's strength has far surpassed them, and it is truly unfathomable. And after the Konoha Honkai plan, even his father, who retired from the front line very early, talked about Xian with him while playing chess, and told him many secrets that he didn't even know. Would style slayed the three-headed snake, and defeated the S-rank rebel Uchiha Itaki in the morning. Even Master Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, was amazed by his strength and regarded him as a long-term friend. When hearing these for the first time, Shikamaru didn't feel astonished as he should have. Instead, he took it for granted that the longer you get along with Xian, the more you can feel the tip of the iceberg. No matter how you look at it, you can't see through it, and you can't see the bottom. Facing such Xian, Shikamaru feels that no matter what level he reaches, he will not be too surprised. As for these, the fifth Hokage sitting behind the office chair, Mr. Tsunade, one of the Sunin, should know Xian's strength and importance better than him. This summoning is said to be for the announcement of the Chunin quota. I am afraid that the most important thing is the win over Xian. It should be to authorize the Jonin title. Shikamaru closed the door and leaned against the wall of Hokage's office, thinking silently. Xian's strength is already recognized. If the strength of this level is 5.6, it is still the same as him. If Chunin is authorized, it may only be said that Konoha's high-level eyes are blind. As for the regulations, all regulations can be broken. Just enough power. In terms of position, it should be Captain Umbu, Shikamaru whispered. The position that can accumulate experience most quickly is undoubtedly Umbu, and Captain Umbu, as the existence that directly controls Konoha's most elite troops, has nothing to say about his power status, and he is only a little worse than those high-level leaders. Not to mention that Umbu is only responsible to Hokage, and no one else has the right to command Umbu. Captain Umbu can be said to have been given by Hokage, and now Konoha has the highest status. As for seniority, Umbu doesn't need seniority, only strength. For Xian, it's really not a problem. Inside Hokage's office. After Shikamaru closed the door completely, Tsunade's eyes became serious in an instant, and he looked at Xian seriously and said, I have learned about your affairs, your strength, and your will through Jiraiya and Kakashi. It's really hard for me to believe that Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others would have such a high opinion of a boy who was only 12 years old. Tsunade looked at Xian with interest in a pair of brown pupils. I want to know what they think of you? Xian's expression was indifferent, without the slightest desire to explore. Che, what a nasty brat, are all brats like this now? The one just now is the same, and so are you now. Tsunade sighed helplessly, but he didn't continue to sell Ziguan. Kakashi said that you are the most talented ninja in Konoha's history, a genius of this era, and possess the powerful power to protect Konoha. As for Jiraiya, he has a higher evaluation. He thinks that you are the real child of destiny, and one day you will have the ability to change this ninja in the ninja world. It's really a very high evaluation. I remember the last time Jiraiya gave such an evaluation, it was when Minato was accepted as disciple 26. Now it seems that his evaluation of you has even surpassed the 4th generation. Tsunade smiled, said, do you have any ideas? Boy, is this child really that powerful? Shizen on the side was completely stunned, looking at Xian who had always had a calm expression. Kakashi and Jiraiya are not unknown people. The former is the #1 technician in Konoha, a very famous existence in the entire ninja world, mastering thousands of ninjutsu. No jonin can dare to say that he can beat him. As for the latter, it's even more remarkable. Sunin, who is famous in the ninja world, even ran away in a hurry when he met an S-level rebellious ninja. In Konoha, he has always been a Hokage candidate level. These two people actually have such a high evaluation of the boy in front of them, especially Jiraiya's evaluation, which has surpassed the 4th generation project. He has the power to change the ninja world. Even Shadow didn't dare to say that he had such abilities in these things. How would he answer? This boy, facing such a high evaluation. Shizen couldn't help looking at Xian, thinking in his heart, and at the same time, there was a trace of admiration. If it were her, it would be impossible to keep calm now. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first, Xian said lightly, ready to turn around and leave. He doesn't like temptation, and all temptation seems to him a waste of time. Hey, Shizen couldn't help but speak. It was too bold, especially in front of Hokage. It was too rude to do so. Hey, Xian, from today onwards, in the name of 5th Hokage, on behalf of Konoha, I grant you the title of Jonin, Tsunade said lightly. Xian's footsteps have not stopped. He has already walked to the door of the office, turned the door handle, and opened the door. Interesting, it's really just like what Jiraiya said, a kid who does his own way and has a lot of personality. Tsunade looked at the back of Xian who was about to leave, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was very satisfied. Instead, her expression became completely serious. It was really serious, and there was no longer a hint of ridicule. Hey, kid, I heard Jiraiya said that you had conflicts with Uncle Homura and teacher Koharu, 2 senior consultants. You seems to hate Konoha high-ranking people. Xian's footsteps also stopped at this moment, and he turned his head to look directly at Tsunade, with a sarcasm in his tone. Why, Lord 5th Hokage, do you want to use Hokage's power to deal with me, a mere Zayahu? Xian is already a little impatient at the moment. Maybe he takes it for granted. Tsunade is not as tough and upright as in the anime. Is he just a politician? The relationship between Xian and Tsunade is indeed not as close as the relationship between Mitokato Homura, who is a disciple of second generation, and Tsunade. The atmosphere became serious in an instant, and there seemed to be an invisible momentum in the air, as if it was tearing apart, and even Shizen couldn't help but take a step back at this moment, and it was at this moment that she could feel what a powerful oppressive force was contained in the young man who had been harmless to humans and animals before. No, I also hate that group of stubborn old men. Tsunade leaned back slightly, leaned on the back of the chair, and said angrily, relying on seniority, pointing fingers at everything about Konoha, I really don't know who it is. This is the real Hokage. It can be seen that Tsunade has accumulated a lot of grievances in the past few days when she returned to the village. After complaining, she turned to stare at Suandeo seriously. Do you want to think about the position of Assistant Hokage? Assistant Hokage? To be honest, Xian was really surprised. His current thinking is that Tsunade will use the position of Umbu Captain to win him over, which is also the most suitable position with great power, but he really didn't expect Tsunade to be so bold. Assistant to Hokage, this position should be created by third Hokage, which is one level higher than the senior consultant, and the status is only below Hokage, and even the power behind it will not be much smaller than Hokage. If Xian remembers correctly, this position originally belonged to Danzo, but after the Uchiha genocide, third generation revoked Danzo's Hokage assistant position, and this position has been vacant until now. Now Tsunade is returning to the village to succeed fifth Hokage. Logically speaking, after leaving the village for so many years, there should indeed be an experienced ninja to assist him. There is nothing to say about this position. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely Danzo's position. Of course, if Jiraiya does not come out if you are in the village, you can also take this position. Now Tsunade lets Suanlei serve as Hokage's assistant. From the perspective of regulations, there is absolutely no problem. After all, Hokage is the highest authority holder, and he has the full power to choose his own assistant. But this is an obvious move to slap a high-level face. Of course, Xian's strength is fully qualified to be Hokage's assistant, the only difference lies in age and qualifications. This is also the purpose of Tsunade, to directly use Xian, the king, to blow up 490 to get rid of the growing trend of relying on the old and selling the old in the village. Of course, it is also important to guard against Danzo. Well, are you willing to accept the challenge? Tsunade said with a smile. Of course Xian knew Tsunade's plan, and by placing him in this position, he could not only win him over and draw on his strength, but also put him on the opposite side of Danzo's two advisors, and use this to step by step to resist, suppress, and even eliminate the corrupt old men at the top. And this is actually what Xian has always wanted to do, and he has no reason to refuse this proposal. This is a very bold proposal. Sure enough, just like what Jiraiya said, Tsunade is really capable. Xian looked at Tsunade and smiled with satisfaction, not afraid of having wrists, but fearing that the new Hokage would be played by the old man if he didn't have wrists. Can I call Umbu casually? Xian asked. Of course, you can use all the power under Hokage at will. Tsunade waved his hand with great courage. Then I'll take my leave. Suanla opened the door, walked out, and disappeared into white smoke. Only a faint voice came, and Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. I'll come over tomorrow to pick up my Jonin vest. What a funny kid. Tsunade shook his head and smiled. Shikamaru, who was leaning outside the door, was still in shock at the moment and didn't recover. He felt that he should go to his father to discuss it. Konoha, the sky is about to change. Xian's figure has turned into an afterimage and flashed across the mountain behind Konoha. He was looking for a secluded place. When Tsunade said to give him the title of Jonin just now, the system had already sent a prompt. Turn on the system. Xian returned to the training ground and said silently, congratulations to host for completing the Chunin evolution task. The second evolution of the template system has begun. Whether you need to spend 2,000 freely distributable experience points and a 2-star template for evolution. Yes. Xian replied directly. He has specially prepared nearly 10,000 freely distributable experience points for this evolution. Naturally, there is no shortage of these 2,000 points. Rather, it is only 1,000 more experience points than the previous evolution, which is already very little. The 2-star template chooses the Asuma template, Xian pointed out. He currently has 2 Asuma templates. One is a high-quality template that was drawn during the first evolution of the system. Because it has no training value, it has always been a 1-star status. The other is against third Hokage. At that time, Asuma was caught in a second, and a 2-star template was obtained. If the choice is successful, 2,000 freely distributable experience points will be deducted, 1 2-star Asuma template will be consumed, and the evolution of the system will begin. I don't know what new functions will appear this time. Xian looked forward to it. The evolution of the template system last time brought him 3 functions, the main template, hang up, and the experience draw. Among them, the main template is undoubtedly the most important. It directly and rapidly improved his combat effectiveness and improved his talent, followed by hanging up, to get stable and expensive experience points. The most useless thing is naturally the experience lottery. It is too expensive, 1000 experience points once, and the probability of getting something good is too low. Xian is now short of experience points, how could it be wasted on this? In Xian's expectant thinking, about 15 minutes later, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Evolution is over. This evolution unlocks the template boundary breakthrough function. Host can spend a certain amount of experience points to break through the boundary of the subtemplate that has reached the top level and has full experience points. The template after the boundary breakthrough can obtain a certain increase in strength. The template after the breakthrough 90% of the contained experience points will be returned, and the template cannot be decomposed after the breakthrough. One chance to reward the main template fusion, and one chance to fuse the current main template. Increase the on-hook training position x1, the current number of on-hook training positions, 2. Increase the chance of lucky draw every year times 1. Currently, the chance of lucky draw can be increased 3 times per year. To further unlock the lottery prize pool, the probability of getting a C-level template is greatly reduced, and the probability of a B-level template is slightly lowered. To further unlock the lottery prize pool, hosts can draw 1 to 4-star templates through the lottery. It is detected that the host is directly promoted to Jonin, obtains a high-level position in Konoha, overfulfills the task, rewards 3 chances for high-quality probability bonus lucky draw, and rewards 1 chance for free boundary breakthrough. Excellent, Xian admired. For this update, Xian can only say that it is awesome. The new functions unlocked this time are naturally impossible to evolve more than the first time, and Xian has long been mentally prepared for this. And a new function that appeared this time is simply tailor-made for Xian, and it is also the function he needs most. The boundary breaking function is prepared for the secondary template, which can break through the boundary of the secondary template. Not only can it make the secondary template more powerful, but it can also return nearly 90% of the experience points. The practice cost equivalent to the secondary template has been reduced by nearly 90%, just like Xian now. The one with the highest experience points among all the templates is not the main template, but the Shisui template he obtained first. He obtained the Shisui template 6 years ago, and has experienced countless battles, big and small, and used a lot of experience points to upgrade to Susanna's level on the night of genocide. It can be said that whenever Xian feels that he lacks free experience points, the first thing that comes to mind is to decompose the Shisui template. But this template is really useful, among other things, just because Distinguished Heavenly Gods is the strongest illusion, and Shisui is dead, this template may be out of print, he doesn't want to disassemble this template. But now, after breaking through Shisui's boundaries, he can obtain nearly 90% of the experience points invested in it, and can obtain a large number of free experience points. But this is not the most powerful part of this function. The most powerful part of this function is that after the boundary is broken, the secondary template can not only be more powerful, but also return experience without losing stars. This is equivalent to that as long as Xian has enough free experience points, he can instantly spawn one or a batch of high-strength sub-templates at a very small cost. Of course, in addition to this powerful new function, other benefits brought by this evolution of the system are also, not only many but also powerful. 1 chance to fuse the main template. This time, the 2 SSS level templates in Xian's hand can completely push his ontology talent even stronger, and the upper limit can also be raised to the 6 paths level. Master template fusion is king. Layer after layer of perfect fusion superposition foundation, the more high-level templates are fused, his basic quality will be raised to a terrifying level, and the powerful abilities he will master will become more and more. This is the path that leads directly to the strongest. There is one more on-hook training position, and each on-hook training position is equipped with a high-quality template, which is equivalent to gaining 3,000 to 4,000 points of free experience every year. Then there are lottery chances. The number of lottery chances per year has been increased to 3 times. In 3 years, he can almost make up a wave of 10 consecutive rounds. Moreover, he has been rewarded with 3 high-quality lottery chances for overcompleting the task. Maybe he can draw an SSS quality template. You must know that except for the 6 paths Obito that looks a bit rubbish at the 6 paths level, the other 6 paths levels are all extremely powerful existences. Daitangmuya Village, Daitangmu Yui, Otsutski Shiren, Double Samsara 6 paths Madara, each one is not weak, and they all have strong blood successors or abilities. If one of them can be drawn, whether it is used as the main template fusion or as the top sub-template, it can have a very high increase in strength. However, the unlocking of the prize pool surprised Xian. He did not expect that the evolution of the system would be so bold that it could increase the probability of extracting high-quality templates, Jiaos. Not only that, but also unlock the upper limit of the level. Although it has only been unlocked to 4 stars now, as the system evolves again and again, it may be able to unlock to 5 stars and 4 stars. That is to say, if he is lucky in the future, it is really possible to draw the highest level 6-star template, and directly sprint to the 6 paths level. The chips in his hands are constantly increasing. Xian was a little excited and couldn't help laughing. If this speed of becoming stronger continues, it is really possible for him to have a head-on battle with Otsutski Kagaya in the fourth battle. But now it's time to integrate the Suzuki template in hand. Xian suddenly looked forward to it. Integrating the Hashirama template has already made his strength reach a level that is almost invincible at the same level. With the Suzuki sub-template, he can reach Nagato's super cage level strength. This time, the real integration of the Suzuki template will undoubtedly make him the strength is directly pushed to Chaoying. He can't even imagine what level of strength he will have when he reaches 5 stars, and with the Shisui template after breaking through the upper limit, he can already be called a strong player in the super movie. I'm afraid it is only a little worse than Madara of Suzuo and Hashirama of Sage Mode. At that level, his goal is getting closer and closer. Consume the main template fusion opportunity once, and fuse the main template with the 4-star Suzuki, Mangekyo, template. Xian decided, the fusion of the Suzuki template can really bring a qualitative improvement to his current strength, and the improvement brought as compared to other integrating Naruto templates is much stronger. The integration of the main template requires 10,000 experience points. It is detected that the fusion template contains 1,300 experience points, and the required free attribute points are 8,700 points. The system's prompt sounded the fusion of the main template is still as expensive as ever. Xian felt a little helpless. The last time he merged the main template Hashirama template also needed 10,000 experience points, and now it also needs 10,000 experience points to integrate the 060 Suzuki template. If he hadn't kept saving, I'm afraid so far it's not enough. There is a large gap in the upper limit between WSSS level templates and SS level templates, and perfect fusion requires the fusion of all hidden energy. If you choose non-perfect fusion, you only need 3,000 experience points. The system explained. Of course I choose perfect integration. Xian Zan experience points is for the perfect integration of the main template. How could it be randomly integrated because of thousands of experience points? However, he doesn't have enough free experience points at the moment. He originally prepared more than 9,800 free experience points for the 2,000 experience points upgrade system, but now there are only 7,800 free experience points left, which is about 900 short. Break through the Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, template. Xian thought for a while. He has used the Shisui template until now, and the experience points are close to full value. It is time to make a boundary breakthrough, and he can gain a wave of experience points for a day. The current experience point of the 4-star Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, template is 9,500 points. Whether to spend 500 experience points to upgrade to the full level, yes. The 4-star Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, template is currently at full level. Whether, spends 3,000 free experience points to break through the boundary, and it is detected that there is a free boundary breakthrough opportunity once, whether to use it, yes. Xianying said, reasonable breakthrough is quite expensive, 3,000 points of experience point once, if not for the free opportunity, he really wouldn't use it now, but think about it, after unlocking, it is estimated that the pupil power breakthrough, to be able to reach the realm of the perfect body, 3,000 free experience points are worth it. Boundary breakthrough has started. It is detected that the task template has a boundary breakthrough task. Please complete the task and proceed to the boundary breakthrough. The system prompt sound made people stunned. Boundary breakthrough mission? Xian was a little puzzled. Only a small number of genius character templates have boundary breakthrough tasks. Completing boundary breakthrough tasks will give you a higher level of promotion than boundary breakthrough. The system explained. Only then did Xian feel a little relieved. If all the templates had boundary breaking tasks, then he would be annoyed to death. Open Shisui's boundary breaking mission. Xian ordered. Uchiha Shisui's Wrath, defeat or kill Shimura Danzo using the Uchiha Shisui subtemplate quest reward, Mangekyo upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui's Wish, use the Uchiha Shisui template to stop Uchiha's rebellion, so that the village and the Uchiha family can get along well. Task reward, Uchiha Shisui template's various abilities have been upgraded to super cage level. The rewards are very rich, even Xianxian has to agree with this point, but the difficulty of completing the task is not small. The first task is relatively easy to complete, the second task is not even considered. Uchiha has been exterminated, Shisui's last moment desires cannot be realized after all. Is Mangekyo promoted to eternity? Xian smiled, this is much better than the release of pupil power, although Eternal Mangekyo has not qualitatively crushed Mangekyo, especially with Xian having the increase of Sage Body, but he has to. It is said that upgrading to Eternal Mangekyo can indeed increase a large amount of pupil power. Danzo. Xian couldn't help but want to laugh. He just wanted to do Danzo, so he sent this task specially. Whether to merge the main template, merge the SS Uchiha Suzuki template. The system's prompt sound awakened Xian. In any case, the most important thing at present is to integrate the main template. Although the Shisui template is currently unable to break through the boundaries to extract experience points, there is still a spare experience template in Xian's hand. Disassemble the land template. Xian said lightly. The 4-star land and land template was specially improved by him for a period of time in order to study the immortal race, and now it can be broken down into experience. Successfully decomposed the template of the 4-star land and land, hosted by the Temple of Fire, and obtained 1400 free experience points. Just right, Xian smiled and said, Fusion Master Template. Starting from the integration of the main template, it is estimated that 10,000 experience points will be deducted. Xian's free experience points were consumed in an instant, leaving only a few dozen points, and the 4-star Suzuki, Mangekyo, template in the secondary template also disappeared in an instant. All of Xian's accumulation in the past 6 months was exhausted at this moment, just for the fusion at this moment. He only felt a powerful force appearing in the body out of thin air, and the integration was carried out bit by bit, not only chakra, not only the body, but also the spirit, and a deeper integration. Every cell seems to be nourished, and it is constantly becoming stronger. This is a kind of leap in the level of life, and the further you go, the more you can feel it. Now he is only 4 stars, and when he successfully ascends to 5 stars, the feeling of fusion will be more obvious. This is a heaven-defying method, which is equivalent to increasing the source of life. In the entire Hokage world, except for this mysterious system on Xian, it is probably impossible to have a second possibility, including Sage of 6 Paths, including Kagaya. When Xian merged with the main template, a mysterious space, an old man with horns on his head and red eyes on his forehead slowly opened his eyes, revealing Rinnegan with mysterious ripples. After a long time, there was a sigh in the space. Has someone triggered my power again? What kind of result is this ninja world going to? Unfortunately, my current power is not enough. On the moon, a blind boy stood on top of a tower. Facing the blue planet, slightly moved, are there still people on Earth who can awaken the 6 Paths chakra? The time is not yet ripe, and we should continue to wait. With a gentle smile on his face, the young man said something that chilled his heart. Sooner or later, all the ninjas on the Earth should be wiped out.